Anyone who has communicated with the leader's secretary knows that being treated unfairly is just a basic operation. I had only been on the job for 2.5 days when I caught the leader playing cards with the secretary, and the next day I was assigned to inspect the reservoir, unexpectedly accompanied by the director's secretary. At 2 in the morning, she called me to her room. I thought it was something good, but she arrogantly threw a pile of documents at me. Thinking about being publicly embarrassed by her at the dinner party tonight, plus having had a bit to drink, I got angry on the spot. Bai Ningbing, if it weren't for Director Mu, would you be where you are today? What are you pretending to be so noble for all day? She was so angry that her whole body trembled and slapped me. Instead of getting angry, I laughed, thinking to myself, if I don't deal with you today, I won't be surnamed Fong. After saying that, I directly pounced on her. 2.5 seconds later, I was panting. And while I was excited, I also felt a bit regretful. Just now, I had given the leader 3 lessons. Bai Ningbing leaned against the headboard, her face still flushed. Fong Yuan, you're dead meat. I will definitely send you to prison. Her gaze was icy as she stared at me, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. I felt a sinking feeling in my heart. Not only was she my direct superior, but she was also a public official. If this matter got out, my life would be completely ruined. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead, and I wanted to plead for mercy but couldn't find the words. My husband is a detective in the municipal police department. Weren't you just so pleased with yourself? Why are you silent now? She said this while reaching for her phone. In a moment of desperation, I snatched it away, feeling even more panicked. I didn't expect her husband to have this level of identity. What should I do now? Suddenly, I thought of what happened last night and immediately said, Bai Ningbing, don't get too complacent. Aren't you afraid others will find out about your relationship with Director Mu? Do you have any evidence? I was momentarily speechless. I should have taken a few photos. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that, just as Brother Mu predicted, this guy had only accidentally seen something. She snorted coldly. You dare to negotiate terms with me? What do you think you are? You should weigh your own worth. Hearing this, my anger flared up again. Since death is inevitable, I might as well be a ghost under the flowers. I grabbed her ankle and yanked it down fiercely, saying viciously, so what if your husband is from the city police department? He definitely can't imagine how tempting you looked just now. Anyway, I have no way out. It's better to die together. Fong Yuan, what do you want to do? Let go of me. Weren't you very arrogant? To be honest, my brother is not someone to mess with either. Just then, a sudden rumble of thunder erupted outside, startling me to my feet. I hurried to the window and saw the wild wind and heavy rain. Since the reservoir was built, the water level had only reached the warning line 3 times. Why did something have to happen as soon as I arrived? It's pouring outside, came the voice of Bai Ningbing behind me. Without turning my head, I replied, yes, it's raining heavily. I then took out my phone to check the weather forecast. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck, and I instinctively looked up. A blurry figure of Bai Ningbing appeared on the glass, seemingly holding something and walking towards me. A chill ran down my back, and just as I turned my head was violently struck. Everything went black, and I fell to the ground. Bai Ningbing was holding an ashtray and was about to hit me a few more times, but when she saw the blood on my head, she was so scared that her hands trembled. Could it be that I've killed him? A few minutes passed, and I still didn't move. She became increasingly anxious, stepped forward and kicked me twice, stammering, hey, you, don't pretend to be dead. But I still had no reaction. I killed someone. She instinctively wanted to call an ambulance, but her finger hovered over the screen, hesitating to press it. She wanted to contact Mugu again, but the scene before her made it difficult to speak. She was anxiously stamping her feet in place. At that moment, Yu Guang suddenly noticed that I seemed to have moved. She quickly walked in front of me, trembling as she extended her right index finger to test my breath. I suddenly rolled over and pressed her down on the carpet. Fong Yuan, what are you doing? I didn't mean to, but I completely ignored her cries. I really thought I was done for. By the time I stopped moving, she had already lost the strength to resist, only breathing weakly. Fong Yuan, you are not human. I am not human? Since that's the case, let me show you what it is. I let out a cold laugh and pounced again. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking interrupted the chaos inside the room, and then a male voice came from outside. Chief Chen, are you awake? It's raining heavily outside, and the upper reaches of the Qixing River have already started to flood. Mayor Yang called you but no one answered, so he specifically asked me to come find you. I hurriedly gave Bai Ningbing a look, signaling her to handle it for now. She, however, remained silent, her face full of grievance. Chief Chen, the person outside, seeing there was no response, knocked again. I pinched her chin and whispered a threat, if you don't speak up, I'm going to open the door. and it won't just be me who will be embarrassed. Fong Yuan, you're such a jerk. She glared at me fiercely, then cleared her throat lightly. I got it. Upon hearing her voice, the other party exchanged a few pleasantries and then left. The strong wind whipped the heavy rain against the window, and the downpour became increasingly fierce. Bai Ningbing also realized the urgency of the situation, enduring her physical discomfort as she picked up her phone to see several missed calls. Before she could take a closer look, Mayor Yang's call came in again. Chief Chen, the observation station reports that the current rainfall has exceeded the historical record for our county, and the reservoir water level is rising rapidly. It is estimated that it won't hold much longer. Secretary Zhang Jijia has informed us that the top priority now is to evacuate the people downstream of the reservoir. Bai Ningbing hung up the phone, her face slightly pale. I didn't expect that in just 2 hours, the situation would become so critical. Team Leader Chen, Deputy Mayor Yang just said to let us go to Futang Village. So I picked up the tissue on the table, wiping the blood from my forehead, secretly relieved that Bai Ningbing didn't mention what happened earlier. While sorting her clothes, she gritted her teeth and said, Fong Yuan, this matter is not over between us. The two of them walked to the hotel entrance, and the rain outside became increasingly fierce. I dashed through the rain to the parking lot and quickly drove the car to the entrance. I pulled an umbrella out of the trunk, jogged to Bai Ningbing, and handed her the umbrella. Seeing that I was soaked but still remembered her, her expression softened a bit. The wipers were frantically moving across the windshield, yet still couldn't keep up with the speed of the rain. I gripped the steering wheel tightly and quickly drove towards Futang Village. Bai Ningbing kept making phone calls along the way, learning that the Qixing Reservoir would release water in 10 minutes, and the downstream villages had mostly been evacuated, with only 8 households in Futang Village yet to leave. Our task is to quickly reach the 10th team of Futang Village to evacuate 2 households of villagers. Time is tight, and I am somewhat familiar with this road, but after driving a few miles, I increasingly felt something was off. According to the distance, I should have seen the sign for the 10th team of Futang Village by now, but there was nothing on either side of the road. Just as I was leaning out to look, the high beams illuminated the road, suddenly sparkling. I hurriedly slammed on the brakes, and Bai Ningbing's head hit the passenger seat hard, making her cry out. Ouch! Fong Yuan, are you sick? Why are you slamming on the brakes? Chief Chen, could you please check the road ahead? If I react any slower, we'll have to take a bath in the river. I couldn't be bothered to argue with her. After getting off the car, I looked around in the pouring rain, and the road ahead was already submerged by floodwaters, with the water level continuously rising. Bai Ningbing also saw the situation clearly, her face instantly turning pale. Fong Yuan, what do we do now? I frowned tightly, looking at the surging floodwaters in front of me. There's no way to get through now. We have to hurry back and find another way to Futang Village. She didn't say anything more. Back in the car, I turned the vehicle around and quickly drove along the road I had come from. Just after passing a bridge, I saw that the road ahead was washed out by floodwaters, and debris from a mudslide had already covered the surface. Not good, I shouted, quickly slamming on the brakes and rapidly backing up. Just as I was preparing to return the way I came, I noticed that there was a pile of firewood on the stone bridge I had just crossed, and debris carried by the flood was washing up onto the bridge. How do we go back? Bai Ningbing's lips trembled, clearly panicking. At that moment, her phone rang, and she hurriedly answered it. Mayor Yang said on the other end, Section Chief Chen, I finally got through to you. The 2 households in Team 10 of Futang Village have been evacuated, and the Qixing Reservoir started releasing water 5 minutes ago. You need to evacuate the scene quickly. Do. Before Bai Ningbing could say anything, the phone displayed no service and hung up automatically. Her hands trembled slightly, and her voice was filled with fear. We won't die here, will we? I held her hand, trying to make my voice sound calm. Don't be afraid, we will definitely get out safely. Her eyes were a bit misty, and her flustered mind seemed to settle down a little, even not noticing that my hand was holding hers. Team Leader Chen, the car can't be driven anymore. Staying here won't work either. It's better to go up to the hillside ahead. Zhang Quan pointed his finger to the right front. So far it was the highest ground there. Chen Jiayi almost became a scared bird. Without much thought she nodded her head. The two got off the bus and jogged over to the right. The dirt slope was overgrown plus it was raining, so it was almost like taking 1 step and slipping 2 steps. Zhang Quan pulled Chen Jiayi and walked with difficulty towards the depths of the woods. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound behind him, and Zhang Quan turned around and saw a scene he would never forget. The monstrous flood was like a beast coming out of a cage. It even collapsed the stone bridge, and layers of water waves could even be seen further away. It looks like the water from the 7 Stars Reservoir release has arrived. In just a few minutes, the area where we had just parked was flooded and the water was rising fast. Quickly go! Zhang Quan shouted, and pulled Chen Jiayi upwards. almost falling several times. 10 minutes or so later. Ouch. Ah. Night visibility is too low. Chen Jiayi did not pay attention to her feet. The whole person stepped in the air and slid down toward the side. Zhang Quan's hand slipped and didn't catch the other party, so he hurriedly shouted, "Chen Jiayi," but there was no response, so he took out his cell phone and turned on his flashlight and shone it to the side. Surprisingly, it was a slope where all the rainwater from the surrounding area gushed into the area, creating a gully-deep mountain river. The clattering muddy water washed continuously from top to bottom, only to see Chen Jiayi grasping the protruding tree roots with both hands, her calves partially soaked in water. The whole thing was slipping down as well. The situation is quite critical. Chapter 5 Rebirth. Zhang Quan's heart sank as he saw Chen Jiayi sliding down the slope, and without thinking, he slid towards the edge of the slope. Just after taking a few steps, he felt that his feet were slippery, and the whole person couldn't stand at all. "Chen Jiayi, you hold on. Don't ever let go. I'll be right over," Zhang Quan shouted, using the light of his cell phone to search for a path that would allow him to go down the slope. When Chen Jiayi heard Zhang Quan shout, she tilted her head as hard as she could, her eyes filled with fear and helplessness, but her heart carried a hint of emotion. It said that a friend in need is a friend indeed. The previous unpleasantness, at this moment, also completely dissipated. The Emperor's God is not a man of the world. Zhang Quan finally found a relatively safe place and followed the vines down to the position of the slope, quickly sliding down to Chen Jiayi's side. At this time, half of Chen Jiayi's body had already been submerged by the muddy water, and her entire body was shaking, and she might be washed away at any time. "Quick, give me your hand," Zhang Quan shouted, reaching out and grabbing Chen Jiayi's arm with force. Chen Jiayi raised her hand with all her strength and held Zhang Quan's hand tightly. Zhang Quan just pulled her upward with force, but the dirt on the slope was too slippery. His feet slipped, and his whole body lost balance, and his knee knocked heavily on an exposed rock. Hiss. It's sour. Not caring about the pain in his left leg, Zhang Quan finally pulled Chen Jiayi up after a few attempts and hurriedly handed the vine in his hand to the other party. "Are you okay?" Chen Jiayi gasped and asked with concern, her exquisite face carrying a bit of dirt. Zhang Quan grinned. His expression was a bit painful. It would be a lie if it didn't hurt, but despite this he comforted. "I am fine. Go up first. It's too dangerous here." The two of them tugged on the vines and climbed deeper and deeper. Luckily only 5 or 6 meters away. Just as they reached the top, two of the vines they were gripping in their hands suddenly snapped, and then there was a cackle and a cackle. This startled Chen Jiayi, and her feet stomped around in panic. Hurry up and climb. The vines are finished breaking." Zhang Quan bared his teeth and pushed Chen Jiayi's ass hard, finally pushing the other party up. Just as he continued to climb upwards, the vines couldn't hold on any longer and directly uprooted themselves, and as Zhang Quan's entire body slid downwards, his right hand was grabbed by Chen Jiayi above him in a death grip. But how strong can a girl be? Plus the hill is too slippery. Zhang Quan can't make any effort at all. Not only did he not pull him up, but instead Chen Jiayi began to slide down as well. Zhang Quan saw this and hurriedly raised his head and said loudly, "You, quickly let go otherwise." No. Chen Jiayi bit her lower lip so hard that she ground some pain at her chest, but her hands did not let go. Seeing that half of Chen Jiayi's body was exposed, if he didn't let go, he would definitely fall into the water with him. "Chen Jiayi," Zhang Quan shouted out, and the other party looked at him with wide eyes and a sense of foreboding in his heart. "I want to say sorry for that afternoon. I'm sorry." After Zhang Quan finished speaking, he broke away from the other party's hands, and his entire body slowly slid down as well, with a hint of frank expression on his face. Thinking back to the past, especially the fragrant things with Chen Jiayi, it was worth it. Chen Jiayi tried to reach out her right hand, but she couldn't grab her opponent, and could only watch as he was swept away by the flood. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes and her mouth whimpered. "Zhang Quan, you asshole. It hurts like hell." It was dark all around. Before, I always heard people say that after death, people will be sent to hell based on your merits and what you did in the young world. Zhang Quan didn't know how many floors he could go to. He only felt like he was being roasted on fire right now. Not only is my body uncomfortable, but my mouth is dry, like walking in the Sahara Desert, and all I can get out of my mouth is the sound of a cassette tape going sub la 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 la. Tick-tock. The eyelids, heavy and tightly closed, finally opened. The sky was bright and white. Something's wrong. Why does it look like a ceiling? Did hell, too, follow the trend? Serious style explodes with famous names. Trying to turn his drowsy head, Zhang Quan realized that he was in a luxurious single room, with a lot of monitoring instruments on the left side, and a sofa and coffee table with a lot of things on it on the right side by the window. The quilt was printed with the words "The First People's Affiliated Hospital of Hahai City." What am I? A hospital? But Zhang Quan's head kept flashing through messy images. At that time, in order to save Chenjiai, then he fell into the mountain stream. His back seemed to hit something, and he couldn't think of anything at the back. By the looks of it, labor isn't dead yet. It's hard to hide the excitement in your heart when you're aching all over. Zhang Quan tried to move his arms and legs, and they were still somewhat responsive, and his body wasn't missing parts. At this point, there was a click. The ward door opened. In walked a nurse with a tray of medicine. The other wore a white mask, and was just over 6'6", with pale skin and a bulging chest. It was only when he got closer that he realized he was awake, his large eyes full of surprise. Immediately, he put down the plate in his hand and trotted out. Zhang Quan was especially thirsty now, feeling as if his throat was pressed with razor blades, itching and hurting between breaths. Well, it wasn't long before the door to the room was opened again, and an old man in a white coat with gray hair was followed by 3 doctors. Zhang Quan eyes better. The other party came in, saw the left chest hanging vice president of the work plate. The vice president quickly walked over to Zhang Quan's bedside, his eyes revealing a hint of relief. Little comrade, you've finally woken up. What a great life. Zhang Quan wanted to speak, but found that his throat was so dry that he could only make a weak water sound. The female nurse who came in earlier, hurriedly handed over a cup of warm water, and Zhang Quan gulped it down, which made him feel better. The vice dean took the medical record, carefully examined his body again, and said in a serious tone, "You have multiple abrasions and soft tissue contusions. Especially the left leg knee injury is more serious, but the good thing is that it does not hurt the tendons and bones." Finally, he was told to rest assured that he would get well and to call the nurses if there was anything wrong. This was a special ward, and it was manned 24 hours a day. When this person went out, only that small nurse was left in the room. The other party looked a little nervous, standing on the floor hesitantly for a while, before taking out a bottle of medicine from the plate. The tone of voice with inquiry. Leader, I will change your medicine now." Zhang Quan felt that the little nurse was still a bit of fun and nodded with a grin at the corner of his mouth. The other man walked beside him as if relieved, and after removing the empty bottle, bent over and began replacing it with a new potion. The work card worn on his left chest swayed back and forth, and Zhang Quan glanced at it in passing. Junior Nurse Practitioner, Baijie. Aha, the name is quite personal, and the man, as the name suggests, does have white skin and majestic features. It's just a shame that his name isn't Bin. Chapter 6 returns. Thump, thump, thump. A few knocks sounded on the door, interrupting Zhang Quan's thoughts and turning his head to look at the doorway, only to see Director Wang walking head-on with 2 people, each carrying a lot of things in their hands. Without seeing Chenjiai, he still felt a bit lost and frustrated in his heart. The little nurse, seeing that someone was coming, had the good sense to carry her tray towards the outside. "Director Wang, what brings you here?" Zhang Quan tried to sit up, but was held down by Wang Yinfeng. "Little Zhang, those polite manners are waived. Your main task now is to recuperate from your injuries at ease. Thanks to Bureau Wang's concern, I'm still troubling you guys to come over here." Wang Yinfeng waved his hand and turned around in the ward, and after coming in with him, those 2 people went out after putting their things down. At this moment, only the 2 of them were left in the ward, which made Zhang Quan feel that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Wang Yinfeng sat on the sofa to his right and suddenly said, "I've heard all about what happened in Kongyang town." The other side of this sentence uttered, "The back is no further." Zhang Quan a moment nervous. Is he in Chenjiai thing was? This left him at a loss for words, and after a moment's hesitation he could only remain silent. Wang Yinfeng glanced at Zhang Quan and continued, "Little Zhang, this time you have really made a great achievement. Everyone knows about your saving Chenjiai, and the Bureau has decided to declare you an advanced individual." "Ah, Wang Bureau. This." Zhang Quan thought that the other party to say that thing, but did not think it was to commend himself. Good thing he reacted quickly enough, and then continued, "This is what I should do." At that time the situation was urgent, also did not think so much. "I just do not know how is Unit Chief Chen now. There's nothing wrong with her health. She's just in shock. She's recuperating at home. Xiao Zhang, you should also recuperate well and strive for an early return. The organization needs you now." Wang Yinfeng lightly patted his arm, an intriguing smile on his face. Zhang Quan hurriedly nodded his head, and before he could speak, the other party added, "Wait until the beginning of next month. You Bureau side will vacate a water resource protection unit chief, so prepare well in these 2 days. Many thanks to Bureau Wang. In the future, I will definitely follow the leader's pace closely, and fight wherever I'm told. Never have any second thoughts." Zhang Quan was a bit excited and wanted to sit up, immediately showing his attitude. The meaning of the other party's words could not be more obvious. when the time came to select the head of the unit, he would certainly be nominated. Although this vacancy is under the charge of Secretary Yu, Secretary Luo is old and is waiting for a couple of years to retire to the second line. Because a lot of things in the bureau, it is Secretary Wang who has the final say. If he had recommended him, he would have had a good chance of becoming the head of the unit himself. For Zhang Quan's performance, Wang Yinfeng was very satisfied. Originally he didn't have this intention. After all, after the incident in the office that day, he was thinking of ways to straighten Zhang Quan out, so that he wouldn't have to spread the word around. Now there was just this opportunity. Plus Zhang Quan had saved Chen Jiayi in the flood, so it would be better to arrange it directly to the U Bureau side. This move not only makes the other person grateful, but also maintains a safe distance. It can be a double whammy. After a few days, Zhang Quan was soon discharged from the hospital, during which no one came to visit him except for his close colleagues. What made him a little disappointed was Chen Jiayi, who didn't even come to see him, even if it was to make a phone call and send a text message, which made his heart a little afflicted. Back at work, after a hush-hush moment, it was realized that the office was missing someone. Zhang Guilan was assigned to the city hall window. This made Zhang Quan breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately he had the handle of Director Wang in his hand, otherwise this bitter task would definitely be his. From the beginning of next month, there is still less than a week left. For the position of the head of the unit, he must be very moved. Although there is a Deputy Director Wang stepped in, but there are still a lot of uncertainties. Director Yu is in charge of the Drought and Water Hazard Protection Unit and the Water Resources Protection Unit, and due to the special nature of the work, the office is not located in the Water Resources Bureau. Yangon County is mainly divided into two districts, east and west. Before the old city center are in the easternmost part, the terrain is more narrow, and then with the continuous development, gradually expand to the west, relying on policy support, coupled with the relatively open terrain, gradually formed a new district. Many enterprises and companies have relocated. The status of the East District is also declining year by year. Last year, the Water Resources Bureau also in the West District to set up additional branches. It is fortunate that the old town relies on the Great Green Hill and has a superior environment with high air quality and many lakes and rivers in the vicinity. So the two departments under the charge of Secretary Yu are still in the Eastern District. Except for important meetings, they basically work in their respective territories. Zhang Quan has been in the Western District since he joined the company, and he hasn't really been over to the old city side. As for Yu Mu Shui, Deputy Director of the Real Face, has not seen. Originally the Deputy Director of the position, Wang Yinfeng wanted to use the relationship to promote Chen Jiayi, completely controlled the entire Water Conservancy Bureau. But just 3 months ago, the other party was directly parachuted down from the city, which also made all of Wang's plans fall through. Originally, the two deputy directors were divided between the East and West districts, plus the fact that the old director did not care about anything. Now thoroughly each is busy with their own business. Well water does not offend the river water, which has become an interesting thing in the officialdom. Recently, the unit have heard that the U Bureau side to go a unit chief, everyday personnel to go to work with great enthusiasm, cannot wait to every day in front of the Wang situation. Although the Water Resources Protection Unit in the old city, the office environment is not as good as the new city, but at least it is also the head of the unit, counting as small leader. The place that people in the system aspire to the most is power. Those who have connections and abilities are beginning to be active, but Zhang Quan is behaving calmly, quietly doing the work at hand. Come to work today has not yet seen Chen Jiayi, until almost the end of the shift. The other party stepped on high heels into the office. His eyes scanned the circle, and after a brief stop on Zhang Quan, he said, "After work today, I'll treat everyone to dinner at the Hyatt Hotel's box 618. The crowd all cheered after hearing this. It was a good thing to treat them to dinner, and most of all, Chen Jiayi was still a big beauty. After work, they had packed their things, and when they arrived at their destination, Chen Jiayi was already sitting in the box. This time, the other party only invited 3 people within the unit. Zhang Guilan was sent to the government hall, so naturally, she was excluded. Together with Chen Jiayi, there are only 4 people, and the advantages of having fewer people are also the advantages of having fewer people, and there is no constraint in eating and drinking or anything else. Everyone looked for a seat individually. No one dared to sit beside Chen Jiayi. Zhang Quan looked and walked directly next to the other party. Unit Chief Chen, don't mind if I sit here. We're all family members. No need to be too polite. Everyone feel free to sit down. Chen Jiayi's eyes were a bit evasive as she said with a smile and waved her hand. Zhang Quan grinned and sat beside Chen Jiayi under the jealous eyes of the crowd. Today the other party is dressed very flirtatious. A long black dress. High breasts hold up a tantalizing arc. The open neckline gives rise to infinite reverie. Roses are beautiful, but they can sting. The other 3 people, All know that Chen Jiayi's relationship with Wang Yinfeng is not ordinary. At most, it is the corner of the eye, but do not dare to stare at it. Of course, Zheng Quan was the exception. If he turns his head a little, he can see a different peak view, really high up in the sky. Chapter 7. The wine is over. As a newcomer, Li Wei was very active, while Zhang Shuyang was slightly shy, with a silly grin hanging at the corner of his mouth from time to time. In fact, Chen Jiayi's heart was very complicated. What happened in the hotel at first made her ashamed, not to mention that she even wanted to report Zheng Quan. But the scene of the other party sacrificing his life to save him on the way to Baktang village at the end of the day comes to mind every night. The mind is conflicted and torn. The main purpose of this dinner invitation was actually to talk to Zheng Quan. After all, she didn't visit the other party during her hospitalization. I just took this opportunity to call the three of them out, and to save people from talking. You guys eat first, I'm going to the restroom. Chen Jiayi picked up the juice and took a sip. Getting up, she said, and headed towards the door. The other party just walked away. Li Wei, more active, elbow touched Zheng Quan, said, "Brother Quan, Chen Yun achieved today. This dress can really save energy. Worthy of the Water Conservancy Bureau's #1 big beauty. Don't you kid? Don't think of anything else. Just think about it." Zheng Quan laughed and the two of them clinked glasses with each other. "It's, actually, our Water Conservancy Bureau, you Deputy Bureau. The most good-looking. That body and looks are simply fairies." Zhang Shuyang hemmed and hawed and laughed, speaking with some stuttering. Zheng Quan knew that he was like that, prone to talking out of his ass when he was excited. "Egu, Yang Zai, I didn't see that you're still a stuffy type. I thought you didn't like women. Is Vice Bureau you really as good-looking as you said?" Li Wei seemed to be a bit unconvinced, walking up next to Zhang Shuyang and wrapping his arms around his neck, his eyes thievishly twirling. Zheng Quan was also a bit curious. In case he really went to the old city, then the other party could be his top boss. It wouldn't be so bad if it was really a great beauty. "You love, believe it or not." After Zhang Shuyang said this, he turned his head and picked up his chopsticks and started to clip the food. Li Wei didn't get the answer he wanted, and he was still pursuing the question without relenting. "Stick to a point." Zheng Quan picked up his cell phone and realized that it was a message from Chen Jiayi. "Come out here. I'm in box 605. Aha, this is Ed Up. It's the underground." Zheng Quan glanced at Li Wei and Zhang Shuyang, who were still messing around, and casually said, "I'm going to the restroom," and then went out. The two boxes are not far from each other, not a few steps to walk to. Push open the door to see Chen Jiayi just came out from the left side. Two hands are still stained with water. Zheng Quan stepped forward and directly wrapped his arms around the other party's waist. Chen Jiayi was so scared that her body instinctively shrank and said loudly, "What are you doing? Unit Chief Chen, you called me here alone. What else can I do?" Zheng Quan wrapped his right hand around the other party's slender waist, exuding a faint fragrance. It had to be said that Chen Jiayi's figure was well maintained, and with this outfit, it was as if her skin was in close contact. At this time, Chen Jiayi can be said to be angry and annoyed. Her intention was to call him over and talk about it alone, but the other party entered the door and directly embraced her unscrupulously. Other than her husband and Wang Yinfeng, no man had ever dared to touch her like this. "Zheng Quan, show me some respect. I'm your leader." Chen Jiayi frowned and pushed hard. Zheng Quan playfully nodded his head, so it was good that the other party was not really angry. And when he sat down on the sofa, he picked up a paper towel and wiped his hands. "The purpose of me calling you over is to tell you that those things before, just pretend that they never happened. And in the future you are not allowed to mention them again, and you are not allowed to have any crooked thoughts. In a few days, you Bureau's side will vacate a unit chief. I've already told Wang Bureau, he'll arrange for you to go there." Chen Jiayi spoke slowly and methodically, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. At first, she really thought that Zheng Quan couldn't come back, and there was hatred and remorse, but in the end, the other party miraculously survived. This made her a little afraid to face it, and in the end, it was Wang Yinfeng who found her and talked about the unit chief. "Since Unit Chief Chen has made all the arrangements, there's not much I can say. If I really go over there will be less chances to meet up in the future." As Zheng Quan spoke, he walked towards Chen Jiayi and reached out to hold her in his arms amidst the other party's stunned expression. "Forget it. Consider it a break from the past." Unconsciously, Chen Jiayi also reached out and wrapped her arms around the other party. This night, nothing happened, and it all really seemed to pass. Chen Jiayi also returned to her usual working condition, but only Zheng Quan knew that it was all pretense. As soon as he appeared in front of the other, an imperceptible hint of avoidance showed in his eyes. It's getting closer to the end of the month. Zheng Quan heart gas also more and more fickle. The day after tomorrow is the beginning of the month. How the Wang Bureau side has not acted. Is the other side went back on their word? Just as he was smoking a stifling cigarette and rambling in the hallway, his cell phone rang in his pocket. "It's all done. Interview at the Old Town Water Board at 1 p.m. I'll be there then and you're getting ready." The rough voice of Wang Bureaus rang on the phone, but Zhang Quan felt as if it was heavenly music, and hurriedly agreed and said a few more words of thanks. What a time to be alive. Finally getting over it, Zhang Quan rubbed his excited hands and returned to the office to pack up his things. After a few random bites for lunch, I took a taxi to the old town. Waiting for the entrance to the Water Conservancy Bureau, Zhang Quan got off the car and scanned a few eyes. The office space is very old. There is a security booth at the entrance. There are 4 cars parked in the courtyard. Facing the door is a small 3-story building that is somewhat dilapidated. In addition to this, there are no other buildings. No wonder it was necessary to separate from the old city center and build the new Water Conservancy Bureau in the new city center in the first place. The conditions here are indeed a bit tough. Almost all of the surrounding neighborhoods are kind of old and shabby, and the streets and alleys are narrow and crowded. Just as he stopped to watch, behind him came the sound of a horn, which startled him, and hurriedly looked back. A black Volkswagen parked behind him. Through the front window, it was possible to make out that inside the cab was a female. Couldn't guess her exact age. With big wavy curls, white skin on her face, red lips, a furrowed brow, and a sharp look in her eyes. Drip drip drip. There was another blast of the siren, and the old man inside the security booth walked out at this time, hastily waving at Zhang Quan. "Hey, young man, you're blocking the road." Hearing this, Zhang Quan reacted and made an apologetic gesture to the woman driving the car, hastily dodging to the side. As the black Volkswagen passed him, the window was halfway down, and out of it drifted the words, "Don't you walk with your eyes open." Without waiting for him to speak, he drove straight into the courtyard. Zhang Quan rubbed his nose and didn't take it seriously. After all, it was his own fault. He had just watched too fascinated. Eyes followed the vehicle as it entered the courtyard, and the woman glanced at him again as she got out of the car, rolling her eyes without guessing for sure. The other person was wearing a slim black suit with a short skirt over the lower half of her body, and she walked with a twist of her waist, looking from behind. He should be 5 feet 7 inches, with a perfectly proportioned body, most notably with a thin waist and long legs, thus appearing to have rounded hips. It is a pity that it was too hasty just now. Did not see the specific looks, but just through the car window, can also be peeped into the 7 points of stunning face. Chapter 8 Interviews. The woman had a lot of character, and was able to drive into the water board compound, so maybe she was a staff member here as well. Only after watching the other party's enchanting back disappear, did Zhang Quan come back to his senses, walked to the doorman, took out his work permit, and after explaining the reason for his visit, he directly walked in. The location of the interview is in room 201. No need to think that it must be on the 2nd floor. After going up the old staircase to the 2nd floor, there are 5 rooms on the left and right sides. It was a good thing there were room numbers on all the doors, and when he got to the far left side, he found the door to room 201 still closed. Looks like he's early. Inside the 203 room behind him, the sound of a printer came faintly, and Zhang Quan knocked politely on the door. "Come in." Pushing it open and scanning around, the office wasn't very big, with a row of filing cabinets on the left, 2 desks on the right, and a printer next to it. There was only one other person in the room, and the other was turning his back on him, seemingly organizing papers. Looking from the back, the black hair was casually draped over the shoulders. The whole person looked very thin, and his height was only 1 meter 6. While the waist doesn't meet the A4 standard, it largely does, which leads to an abrupt crotch curve. Just the back. It's not similar to the popular woman before. If the looks could. Zhang Quan's eyes kept scanning. Just as he was curious about the other party's looks, he happened to turn around. It's a real shame about this great body. The face is a little flat and the skin is a little dark, but the good thing is that the eyes are big and overall it doesn't look awkward. Further down the road, it's a flat, fast track, so to speak. It's also just the back that you can look at. The sense of contrast between the before and after is too strong. "Hello, what can I do for you?" The contrarian woman clutched a stack of papers in her hands and stared at him with wide, somewhat curious eyes. Zhang Quan took the initiative to walk forward and said in a soft tone, "Hello, my name is Zhang Quan, from the Water Planning Unit of the New City Water Conservancy Bureau." "Oh, hello, my name is Wang Sihan. You're here for the interview." "Right, Bureau, you should be here. I'll go ahead and open the door for you." Wang Sihan put down the things in her hands and bent down to look for the key for half a day. Zhang Quan followed behind the other party, the faint scent of jasmine drilling into his nose. Upon entering 201, I realized that it was a small conference room with the long oval-shaped desk in the center. The empty, Oppressive and tense atmosphere around him made him apprehensive. You sit down for a while. I'll go find Bureau Yu, Wang Sihan said and walked out, leaving Zhang Quan alone in the entire room. Almost 5 or 6 minutes passed. The door of the room was pushed open, and Zhang Quan turned his head to see that it was actually Wang Yinfeng, who hurriedly got up to welcome him. Bureau Chief Wang, you're here. I thought I was late. The roads in the old city are narrow and crowded, and there are a lot of traffic lights. It's a real pain to drive, Wang Yinfeng said as he sat on his butt opposite Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan took out cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Wang Yinfeng, smilingly saying, Bureau Chief Wang, have one to relax first. Little Zhang, when did you come? You've been waiting for a while. Wang Yinfeng took the cigarette and smoked it. I also just arrived. I ran into a coworker and went to find Bureau Yu. I should be here soon. Although Zhang Quan was not yet a workplace veteran, he also knew that he would rather come early and wait for the leader, but also not let the leader wait for you. Wang Yinfeng leaned back in his chair, exhaled smoke rings from his mouth, loosened the collar of his blouse, and kept fanning it with his hand. This Thai place, and stuffy and hot and no air conditioning. The interview was to go through a process later. Luo director has something not come. When you Bureau 2, we casually ask you a few questions. Early finish I can also go back earlier. You do not be too nervous. Then thank you Bureau Wang. If there's anything in the future, please feel free to order. Little Zhang, I'm so relieved that you can say that. The two were chatting. The corridor outside the conference room resounded with the thump of high heels, and as it got closer and closer, Zhang Quan instinctively looked toward the door. Cackle. The door to the room was pushed open. Ah, how could it be her? Zhang Quan opened his mouth wide in some disbelief. Isn't that the Volkswagen woman, who blocked her driveway herself over half an hour ago? Thinking of the other party's cold eyes, Zhang Quan's heart was a little weak, and after you bureaus came in, he hurriedly lowered his head slightly, itching to find a crack in the ground. Yumu Shui walked into the conference room and recognized Zhang Quan at a glance. Her eyebrows lightly raised a few times and she sat directly next to Wang Yinfeng. She's still going to be the gatekeeper for today's interview with the head of the unit, Bai Yuxuan of the Water Resource Protection Unit, who has some connections with the deputy director of the city's Water Conservancy Bureau, will soon be transferred to the city council, originally for the vacant head of personnel appointments. This she is not willing to intervene. After all, Luo Bureau is old, now waiting for retirement. One deputy bureau and the bureau of the old man, but also by the Luo Bureau of the first hand to promote up, their own only to less than half a year time. A lot of things within the bureau, as long as they are proposed by Deputy Director Wang, they are basically unanimously approved. Although the chief of the unit selected this time, later by their own subcontrol, but she is also reluctant to touch each other's mold. Today came over is also holding the intention of going through the motions. However, the man in front of him, in the middle of the day, blocking the driveway not to mention his eyes darting around, instinctively had some revulsion in his heart. At this time, Zhang Quan still didn't know that every move he made at that time was watched by Yumu Shui. Bureau Yu, you're here, so let's get started, Wang Yinfeng said smilingly, not noticing that the other party was looking at Zhang Quan with some strange eyes. Yumu Shui smiled and nodded. Then the two of them turned their heads in unison to look at Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan's heartbeat accelerated by an unknown number of times. This director, you shouldn't be that careful. After taking a long breath of silent comfort, he stood up and began to introduce himself. Almost 7 or 8 minutes later, when he finished, Wang Yinfeng casually asked a few questions, which were not that difficult. When he waited for Yumu Shui, Zhang Quan apprehensively looked at the other party, and their eyes directly collided together, ice cold with playfulness. This is a bit of a bad situation. Zhang Quan did not dare to look directly into Yumu Shui's eyes, and muttered in his heart. He thought it would go smoothly, but this happened. Your name is Zhang Quan, right? Since it was recommended by Director Wang, what about my side? There's nothing to comment on either. However, I do have a question. Yumu Shui crossed her arms and stared at him with a scrutinizing gaze. When Zhang Quan heard the other party open his mouth to speak, his first reaction was surprisingly that his voice was quite nice, with a little bit of flirtatious and delicate feeling. Did not wait for him to continue to reminisce, Yumu Shui continued. Before you work in water conservancy planning, in the future to carry out the work of water resource protection, what are your suggestions and ideas? Zhang Quan was a bit dumbfounded by this question. Make a personal comment? Am I good enough? Moreover, Deputy Bureau Chief Wang is sitting here. Isn't this sowing discord? Sure enough, this woman was still holding a grudge about what happened at noon, digging him a big hole, and it was still the kind he had to jump into. If you answer simply, you appear to be too incompetent. If you answer too well, you can easily offend the leader. Zhang Quan for a moment, do not know how to speak. Just when his forehead is almost cold sweat, The opposite side of the director of the Wang laughed a few times. You bureau, do not be too difficult for the little comrade. In the future you have to bring more with you, and properly honed and honed. What do you say? Bureau Wang is right. It's something that needs to be honed. Yumu Shui smiled sweetly, biting the last two words extra heavy. Hear that? Zhang Quan's heart thumped. Chapter 9 Objects. Bureau U. That's all for the interview then. Xiao Zhang Ah. Follow along and learn well in the future. Don't disgrace me, and officially report to this side next Monday. Wang Yinfeng started to get up after he finished speaking, and Zhang Quan hurriedly nodded his head and said okay. Bureau Chief Wang. Yumu Shui smiled faintly, but did not say anything. The two of them walked towards the door one after the other. It was only until the sound of high heels faded away that Zhang Quan felt relieved in his heart and moved his somewhat stiff neck. The good thing is that everything is going well and I'll be on board next week. Thinking back to the interview just now, if it wasn't for Wang Bureau's intervention, the final result was really hard to say. Sure enough, above the officialdom, rapid promotion is still dependent on people to promote. It's just a shame that this time, it's just a trade swap with Wang Bureau's, using the position of unit chief to keep his secret. Moreover, after this, anyone who understands that he or she is a member of Wang Bureau's will not be able to mix in the future if he or she is foolish enough to do anything. Zhang Quan organized his excitement and greeted Wang Sihan when he passed by room 203, so the other party could be his colleague in the future. Walking out of the office building, I glanced at the black Volkswagen in the empty lot to my right and wanted to go over and kick it twice. Tomorrow Friday. Just now the Wang Bureau has informed him that he does not need to work. Directly wait for next Monday to report to the old city. Zhang Quan once again sent the other party a thank you text message, and then took a taxi back to the new city. There was nothing to pack. Zhang Shuyan was the only one in the office, and the other party knew that he was about to go to the old city to become the head of the Water Resources Protection Unit. Brother Quan, you saw Bureau U. Isn't it? Very beautiful. Zhang Shuyan walked up to him with a gossipy look on his face. Zhang Quan knocked him on the head. Not only is it pretty, it's also hot. It's not going to be easy in the future. Yo! Just as Zhang Shuyan wanted to continue to pursue the matter, Chen Jiai suddenly walked into the office, looked at Zhang Quan and said, after the things are packed up, you come to my office. Brother Quan, what does Unit Chief Chen want with you? Don't pry into the affairs of the jungle. Help me pack these up. I'll go over first. Zhang Quan kicked Zhang Shuyang and put down his things and walked towards Chen Jiai's office. Knock on the door. The other party was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, the air conditioner in the house blowing cold air to drive away the summer heat. I have to say that the conditions in the new town are just better than the old town, and if it weren't for geographic considerations, they would have moved here a long time ago. Unit Chief Chen, what are you looking for me for and making it so mysterious? It can't be that I'm leaving and can't let go of me, Zhang Quan said playfully, sitting directly on the sofa next to him. Chen Jiai rolled her eyes at him and muttered, you're not a proper person, and then said, the interview went well, didn't it? It's okay, it's just that you bureau doesn't seem to get along too well. It's not even close to Unit Chief Chen. I still like to work with you. After the first few times, Zhang Quan also figured out Chen Jiai this person. As long as they do not do too much, other are within the tolerance. Hearing Zhang Quan praising his words, Chen Jiai's heart also flooded with a hint of sweetness and lightly coughed. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Put away those sweet words of yours. I'll recommend a WeChat business card for you later. Remember to add it when the time comes. What business card? What's the point of adding it? You really have a lot of questions. Let you add. The other party is my sister in the college dormitory. The relationship is also quite good. 2 days ago let me introduce an object. Is this appropriate? What's not suitable? The other party's condition is not bad. If you can seize the opportunity, 20 years less struggle. Chen Jiai did not give Zhang Quan the opportunity to continue to pursue the question. Directly blew him out, mainly to introduce him to the object. The heartsome always feel strange. Zhang Quan scratched his hair. After all this time it was this. Seems like he was overthinking it again. He went back to the office to get his things and said goodbye to Zhang Shuyang before hitting the road. Zhang Quan is a native Northwesterner who stayed in the city after graduating from Hohai University, and his parents are native rural people with little money at home. Rental place is relatively remote, but also an old broken small. The house is not big, just 40 or 50 square meters. The rent of 13,000 a year. When I got home, the first thing I did was to take a shower. I was a little overstimulated mentally today and needed to release some of the physical exhaustion. Coming out of the bathroom and lying on the creaky bed, he opened his cell phone to reply to a few random messages from his colleagues, and then saw the recommendation business card sent by Chen Jiai. Nickname is a bunny emoji. WeChat avatar is a woman's back. Clicked in to zoom in to see half a day, and no positive face. The surrounding seems to be fitness equipment. The circle of friends is not visible. Since Chen Jiayi had recommended it, it wouldn't be good if she didn't add it. Add note: hi. Introducing Chiayi Chen. I thought it would go through immediately, but after waiting for more than 10 minutes there was still no response. It seems to have been self-serving. Zhang Quan put down his cell phone, opened the refrigerator and took out 2 eggs and a tomato to fill his stomach first. Most of an hour had passed since we finished eating. Lying in bed, I picked up my cell phone and was surprised that the other person agreed. The other party replied, "Hello, my name is Su Wanyu." "Hello, my name is Zhang Quan." After Zhang Quan replied, the other party did not say anything, and for a while it seemed that he did not know what to say. The scene was a little awkward. Zhang Quan, only in high school, talked about a hazy love, to the university energy are in the academic, until after work. He was still really inexperienced in how to talk to girls. Zhang Quan thought for half a day, typed several words and deleted them, which are just dry words like "have you eaten yet" and "what are you doing?" After half a day's agonizing, I still don't know what to send. And the other person isn't responding to the message. Tap the other side of the circle of friends. Nearly 3 days visible. Can only see a set of pictures posted yesterday? No copy. After clicking in, it was a scene of the other party working out in the gym, with a duck-tongued cap. Only half of her face could be seen, either sideways, but it was still possible to see that Su Wanyu's face value was not low, at the very least above 90 points. As for the body, it was nothing to write home about. The other party should be quite fond of working out, wearing a black tank top with a bulging chest. Just by looking at the appearance, he had never really seen one so full, and it was much bigger than Chen Jiayi anyway. Since the other person was into fitness, it would be good to pitch in and talk about that, since there wasn't much going on at the moment anyway. Are you into fitness? You're in such good shape. You can't be a fitness instructor. Snickering expression. No matter what age a girl is, she likes to be complimented on her body and looks, and since the other person can send it out, she must be confident in her body. It didn't take long for Su Wanyu to quickly reply. Then you guessed wrong. Fitness is just my hobby. Zhang Quan was relieved in his heart. As long as he could reply to messages without awkward chatting. Everything is difficult at the beginning. This is a good start. Seriously, I thought you were a fitness instructor. After all, you have a really nice body. I'm not going to lie. I'm actually a small white-collar worker who goes to the gym after work. How about you? Zhang Quan rubbed his hands together. The other party actually asked him about his work in return. It seemed like a good sign, but how should he answer? I also don't know if Chen Jiayi had told the other party about her occupation. Zhang Quan thought about it before quickly typing a reply. I'm just a very ordinary person who usually serves the people. Chapter 10, Auntie. I don't believe it when it's said in such a great way. Looking at the content of Su Wanyu's reply, Zhang Quan followed suit and started typing. Servant of the people. Serving the community. How noble is this profession? Why don't you believe it? Laughs. After sending it, Zhang Quan started trying to find other topics again. After almost an hour or so of chatting, the other party was quite amused by him, and was able to take the initiative to ask him a few questions about his situation, most of which were a bit on the everyday side. At the end, the other party asked to go to wash up. Zhang Quan said see you tomorrow before ending the chat. Zhang Quan clicked into the other side of the circle of friends, and looked at the photo a few times. This woman is quite interesting. You can try to chase a chase, turn on the soft music and put down your cell phone. The whole person was immersed in his or her own self, and it didn't take long for him or her to slowly fall asleep. Early morning. Zhang Quan was sleeping in a daze when a shrill bell rang. Fumbling for the phone and half opening my eyes, it turned out to be an incoming call from my fifth aunt. Hello, Auntie. I just woke up. I'm off today. I'll work next Monday. Ha? Now. Okay. Then I'll pack up now and head over there later. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Quan let out a long sigh, and said to take a nap. That's a good thing. It's gone down the drain again. The fifth aunt is called Li Qingru, and he does not have much blood relationship with him. Remembered that his old dad told him, in order to pass the incense, when he was small, he was adopted into the family of 5 daughters. When he first came to Riverhead, his fifth aunt happened to be married here, but whenever he met a Saturday or Sunday, the other party would ask him to go to the house for dinner. Until I graduated, I seldom went there again, mainly because I was also busy with work. Simply wash up, warmed up a cup of milk, ate 3 pieces of bread, just downstairs ready to take a taxi, and received a message from Li Qingru. Let him go directly to the youth beauty salon. What the hell? Where women stay? What's he doing there? Zhang Quan was a bit puzzled, replied a good and stopped the cab again. Almost 20 minutes later, the cab stopped in front of a KFC store. Zhang Quan paid and got off, next to the beauty salon. Sliding the door, Zhang Quan had just stepped into the beauty salon, and before he had time to survey the surroundings, he heard a familiar and affectionate call. Zhang Quan, this way. Listening to the sound, he looked over and saw a woman walking quickly out from the front desk, which was his fifth aunt, Li Qingru. The other party was dressed in a slim-fitting burgundy dress that aptly outlined the curves of her shapely figure, the hem of which was slightly spread out, swaying gently with her steps. The neckline of the dress adopts delicate V-neck design, which skillfully shows the charming collarbone and bulging chest curve, all of which reflect the charming flavor. A few strands of brown broken hair hanging down beside the fair cheeks, adding a few points of lazy flavor. Under the high nose, there is a full and sexy red lips, the corners of the mouth slightly up, with a touch of affectionate smile. The woman in front of him, who was actually 38 years old, was none other than his fourth aunt, Li Qingru, and if he only looked at his appearance and figure, many people might think that he was only in his early 30s. Auntie, why did you call me here today? What's the matter? Zhang Quan looked at Li Qingru in front of him and couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. Li Qingru laughed and walked up, gently knocked his head. Have given said how many times? Someone went to shout my sister, aunt are called old. Egu, auntie, there's no one here. Zhang Quan rubbed his head with an exaggerated expression and probed around. At this time, the right side of the staircase came thump sound of descending. Zhang Quan instinctively turned his head to look up, only to see a dress very cool female, stepping on red high heels as slowly downstairs. Both her appearance and looks were similar to Li Qingru's, and the only difference was the two long legs, which appeared to be extraordinarily slender under the package of black silk. Zhang Quan admitted that his heartbeat had accelerated, especially when the other party had a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth and his eyes looked extraordinarily flirtatious. Egu, where did this handsome boy come from? Qingru, did he just call you auntie? How come I haven't heard you talk about this? It couldn't be an adopted little man. LOL. Li Qingru's face burned by this long-legged beauty. She gave her a blank look, picked up the table napkin and threw it over. Chu Sinny, you're chewing your tongue. Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth off. My nephew's here today. Don't be a little wannabe hoof. Zhang Quan stood on the sidelines and expressed some sweat. In the past impression, Aunt Li Qingru can be described as a person as her name, doing things and talking very gently, once ignorant, but also vowed to find a woman like her. Just now, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really hadn't seen that there was such a side to Li Qingru. I'll be a little wannabe. What's wrong with that? At least people are honest and open. Unlike some people, on the surface pretending to be a prude, but in the back is, woo. Before Chu Sinny could finish her sentence, she was directly covered by Li Qingru's mouth, and there was no time to dodge. The two of them directly had no scruples and were laughing and tearing each other apart on the sofa in front of Zhang Quan, stripping, ass slapping, and assaulting the high ground. The means were endless, resulting in springtime, and Zhang Quan looked a little stunned, itching to join in. A few minutes passed. Chu Sinny gasped for air, her entire body laying flat on the sofa. Her already full breasts were even more surging at this moment. Zoe baby, I was wrong. You're so strong. It must be that hubby didn't feed you enough. I'm exhausted. Wandering hoof. You're talking nonsense. My great-nephews are here. Don't you have a good image? As Li Qingru spoke, she began to tickle Chu Sinny's waist to tickle her flesh, and the other party laughed as her mouth kept saying words begging for mercy. Another few minutes passed. Only then did the two of them sit up from the sofa and straighten each other's messy clothes. Li Qingru remembered what Chu Sinny had just said and scolded with a smile. Next time when my great-nephew is around, don't talk nonsense. You're not ashamed to say anything. Really? Chu Sinny laughed a few times with a big grin, feeling not at all concerned. Crossing her legs and blinking her eyes at Zhang Quan. What's wrong with that? I'm still not willing to talk about your bit of privacy. Besides, the great-nephew is not an outsider. My life is like this now. Why don't you introduce the great-nephew to me? At that time, wouldn't the two of us be close to each other? Q. Don't dream. My great-nephew is still a pure love boy. You don't move your flowery mind. Li Qingru's heart didn't take it seriously. Chu Xine, this dead niece, didn't have a word of truth in her mouth. But her mouth was still unforgiving. Zhang Quan just like this stood next to the two, listening to this large-scale chat of theirs, but also feel crying and laughing. If I had known that this would not come. How good to sleep at home. Handsome boy. Do you have a girlfriend? Don't listen to your aunt. She just wants to eat alone. What do you think of your sister? Why don't you think about it? Chu Sinny gently pushed Li Qingru, then slowly got up and walked to Zhang Quan, stretching out a finger as white as a green onion. She gently scratched Zhang Quan's chin. The low-cut, tight-fitting dress reveals a great deal of skin. At the moment, if he looked down slightly, he could see a different view. Chapter 11, Helping Out. 2. Aunt Chu. Don't joke. Me. Zheng Quan was made to blush by the other party and stuttered for a moment. Since he was a child, he had never seen such a buxom woman, and Chu Sinny was still a ripe, big beauty. No man can be as calm as water in the face of such temptation and teasing. Hey, my great nephew, don't call me Auntie Chu. Auntie Chu. I'm not that old. Remember to call me Sister Chu from now on. You hear me? Chu Sinny blinked a few times at Zheng Quan, leaned her body forward slightly, and came to whisper in his ear. The heat waves rolled in air currents with a hint of fragrance, hitting the cheeks, making them a little itchy and resisting the urge to reach out and scratch them. Hey, hello, hey, Chu Chu, my Zheng Quan has only graduated not long ago. He's still a young boy. Don't seduce him blindly. Seeing that Zheng Quan's expression was a bit rushed, Li Qingruo hurriedly pulled him to her side and looked at Chu Xine as if she was protecting her calf, with a warning in her eyes. Qingruo, don't tease me. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Still not yet experienced in the world? Chu Sinny deflated her mouth, twirling an orchid finger with her right hand, and looked at Zheng Quan. Men, they are all the same. When they see a beautiful and sexy woman, they are like moths to a flame. They can't even drive them away. Unless he can't. When Zheng Quan heard this, he really couldn't help but cry and laugh. He really wanted to show her whether he could do it or not. Li Qingru and Chu Sinny were both good sisters for many years. What kind of person the other party was, she knew best, and it could be said that there were no secrets between the two. However, for fear that Zheng Quan would think too much, he still patted his arm and explained, Xiao Quan, don't worry about your Aunt Chu's words. She's just a bit more straightforward, especially when she's getting along with her acquaintances, and she speaks without a word. Auntie, I didn't think much. Aunt Chu is quite nice, Zheng Quan said without lifting his head. Chu Sinny was very flattered by Zheng Quan's words, her eyes staring at him with a smile. Good, you white-eyed wolf, calling each other Sister Chu Sinny, and becoming an aunt when it comes to me. Li Qingru made a gesture to twist Zheng Quan's ear, but Chu Sinny reacted faster and went forward to stop her. Qingru, now Zheng Quan is my brother. Don't bully him in front of me. Hurry up and go get my brother a drink. Yes, I want a cola. Ice cold. With Chu Sinny's interference, Li Qingru didn't have a chance to lay her hands on Zheng Quan at all, and in the end, she could only glare at Zheng Quan and go to her office with a puff of anger. At this time, there were only 2 people in the entire hall, Chu Sinny and Zheng Quan, and Zheng Quan always felt a little frightened in his heart, fearing that the other party was making a stunning operation. I just accidentally offended my aunt again, so I'm sure I won't have a good time behind me. Hey, it's so hard to be a man. Zheng Quan, right, what are you doing so far away from sister? Sister isn't eating you. Chu Sinny crossed her long black silk legs and patted the side, her eyes signaling him to come closer. Zheng Quan turned his head to look at the corridor, praying that Li Qingruo would hurry up and come out. This demon girl he really couldn't deal with. At this moment, he suddenly realized that every second was going very slowly. Sister Chu, I am sitting here just fine. Humph, you don't listen to your sister, do you? Then I can, Chu Sinny said, got up and sat directly beside Zheng Quan. Her right hand naturally held his arm. Those who didn't know thought that the two of them were a young couple. Light rose fragrance. The flavor is not very strong. Smell extraordinarily intoxicated. This perfume should be quite expensive. Zheng Quan, sister asked you a question. You have to answer honestly. If you behave well, sister can give you a reward. Chu Sinny's expression was like the big bad wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. Her left and right legs swapped positions, and her entire body was close to leaning on Zheng Quan's body. What a question. Zheng Quan gulped. This was simply challenging his soft underbelly. You say, Li Qingru and I, who is good looking and who has a better body? Chu Sinny's head rested on Zheng Quan's shoulder, and her breasts pressed against his arm. What a giveaway question again. Zheng Quan wanted to do it without looking away, but the allure of these long black silk legs was simply irresistible. The brain keeps transmitting no-look signals to the eyes, but at that moment the eyes and neck start to move slowly, completely out of control. You are all quite good looking and your bodies are all quite good. Zheng Quan didn't want to offend anyone. Chu Sinny was very dissatisfied with his answer, wrinkled her nose and softly hummed, you can't coax your sister a little bit? Maybe after I'm happy, I can let you touch my leg. Hey, what a good opportunity. Really, Zheng Quan instinctively blurted out, and after realizing that something was wrong, he immediately waved his hand and said, Chu, Sister Chu, I don't mean this. Giggle, what an interesting little fellow. Sister is really getting more and more fond of it. Chu Sinny covered her mouth and laughed in a flamboyant manner, not caring about her image at all. At this point, Li Qingruo walked over with a drink in her hand. Her eyes swept back and forth between the two for half a day, and she directly forced herself to sit in the middle of the two. Chu, is it baiting my great-nephew again? Xiaoquan, you don't want to fall for it. Chu Sini reluctantly took the cola and said while drinking. Qingru, you can't eat alone. Let's discuss something. You let me have your great-nephew. I'll give you some of my resources. All of them are big handsome guys, with special body. How do you think? Li Qingruo blankly glanced at Chu Xine, directly ignoring the other party's request, and handed Zhang Quan another bottle of orange juice. Zhang Quan drank a few big gulps of orange juice. His mouth was dry from being teased by Chu Sini just now, but now he felt much better. Hey, some people is to see color forget friends. Well, I also do not bother you two people world. Later the company has a meeting. I go first. Chu Sini put on an expression of I see pity, beaming her mouth looking aggrieved, got up and walked to the front desk, slinging her bag over her shoulder. When he walked to Zhang Quan, he made him take out his cell phone and forcefully add WeChat in spite of Li Qingruo's blank stare. Little brother, sister is leaving. Oh, remember to contact often. Little wavy hooves, hurry up. Li Qingru was really made to cry by her, and picked up her drink to smash her. Only after the other party left did Li Qingru let out a long breath of relief, then turned her head to look at Zhang Quan and said indifferently, I and Chu Sini is a college roommate. The relationship has been quite good. After graduation, the other party began to engage in the modeling industry, and then within a few years, married to an old man in his 50s. The other party's family is quite rich, opened a company. Chu Sini when the general manager. Do not look at her to speak so revealing, usually in the face of outsiders but very high and cold. At first, I learned that she married an old man. The heart is still quite hate her. Finally realized that Chu Sini's mother has cancer. Need a lot of money. Her father died early. The family relatives also avoided. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Speaking of which, it's also a poor woman. Zhang Quan after listening to a moment also became silent. Really did not think Chu Sini also have these past events. For a woman, usually have to suffer how much right and wrong and white eyes the usual work is okay. Right. Seeing that Zhang Quan didn't say anything, Li Qingru changed the topic and asked again. It's okay, I'm transferring to Old Town next week, so I guess I'll be busy then. Zhang Quan did not say that the matter of being a unit chief. After all, Director Yu is a person who is not easy to get along with. In case he is targeted too badly and is sent down to other places. Is it not better to wait until the back is stabilized? Right. Aunt, Sister Zoe, what did you call me here for today? Next Monday, I opened this beauty salon will be officially opened. These 2 days if you have nothing to do come over to help. Some goods still need to be organized. I'm idle anyway, so feel free to arrange anything you want. Then I'm going to close the door, and then follow me to the second floor to move down the instruments. Chapter 12, Making Mistakes. Exhale, exhale. Zhang Quan gasped for air and casually picked up toilet paper to wipe the sweat on the sides of his cheeks. There are a total of 9 rooms upstairs, 6 of which are for beauty and massage treatments, leaving the rest for restrooms, bathrooms and offices. Inside the house were a number of instruments and equipment. Many of the packaging had not been opened. The stuff isn't particularly heavy, but it doesn't stop running around, moving this and assembling that at the same time. It took until 1:30 p.m. to finish 2 rooms. Drink some water first. I ordered takeout and it will be delivered later. The master who installed the air conditioner will only come tomorrow morning, so get over it today. Li Qingru held a fan in her hand. Her left hand crossed her waist, and her whole body sat paralyzed on the chair. Zhang Quan laughed, picked up the chilled Sprite, and gulped down a few big gulps. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. That's so cool, Sister Zoe. In such a big beauty parlor, you wouldn't be the only one, would you? How is it possible? That's not exhausting me to death. This store Chu Sini also entered the shares. Is only the kind of money not to contribute. In addition, I also recruited 8 people. Wait until Monday to come. Oh, that's so. It should be quite profitable to open then, before I have a nail salon in the mall. This year the rent went up too much, so I just closed the door and opened a big one. Anyway, Choo that little wavy hoof has a lot of resources. All those rich young women. The 2 of them chatted and ate when the takeout arrived and went back to work. 2 hours later, Zhang Quan's back aches. Really no strength at all. Li Qingru is a woman after all, and a lot of physical work is not good. It's good to finish 2 more rooms and continue the rest tomorrow. Xiao Quan, it's really hard for you today. I'll give you a massage later as a reward for your appreciation. Is this really possible? Zhang Quan's eyes flashed. His heart was excited but at the same time, he was a little unsure. After all, Li Qingru had never given him a massage before. What's wrong with that? I'm your aunt. I don't know how much of the massage techniques I learned before I can still remember now. Consider it practice. Let's go. I'll take a hot shower first. Li Qingru went straight to the bathroom. This is all decorated in advance. Originally the second floor men are prohibited from entering, but now it is not open. There are not so many scruples. The bathrooms are rather large and are divided into 2 areas in total. One is communal and charges a cheap fee, while the other is a single private room and charges a higher fee. There are disposable towels and pajama pants in there. They should all be unisex, so go in and take a hot shower first, and when you're done, go to room 201. After Li Qingru finished speaking, she walked towards the single room area on the opposite side of the room, looking like she was also going to take a shower. At this moment, Zheng Quan's heart could be said to be quite excited, with the feeling of peeping in a female bathhouse. Half an hour later, Zheng Quan wore a white pajama top and pajama pants and wiped his wet hair as he walked towards room 201. There was no one in the house, and women have more trouble bathing, so it looked like it would have to wait a while. After another 20 minutes or so, Li Qingru, who had changed her clothes, walked in. Zheng Quan thought that the other party would be wearing a bathrobe as well, so he actually felt a little lost in his heart. Lie down on your back and I'll get the essential oils. Zheng Quan let out a hem and took off his shoes to lie on the bed. Li Qingru took out a bottle of red essential oil from the cabinet next to her, dripping it onto her hand and rubbing it back and forth. Feeling somewhat slightly hot, she then stretched out her white tender hands and gently pressed them on Zheng Quan's back. Li Qingru just put it on, obviously can feel Zheng Quan a little nervous. Back muscles tight, lightly patted a few times, smiled and whispered, Xiao Quan, don't be too nervous, making me not know how to start. Zheng Quan let out a no and tried to calm his mind and stop thinking about those messy things. Seeing that he was almost relaxed, Li Qingru's hands went from the neck all the way down, kneading back and forth repeatedly. It felt like there were ants crawling all over my body, but somehow it was somehow comfortable. This was the true reflection of Zheng Quan's heart, and he could clearly feel Li Qingru's tender and smooth jade hand. A few moments passed. Li Qingru slightly quite a lot. Forehead hair are seeping out between the slight beads of sweat, gently with the wrist after wiping. How does it feel? The technique should be okay. Did you feel a lot more comfortable? Sister Zoe, it's really too comfortable. The life of a rich man is so good. Zheng Quan closed his eyes and had an indescribable coziness on his body. Qinglu Li walked to the nearby sink, finished cleaning the essential oil on her hands, sat down on the chair and suddenly sighed. Yeah, still have to have money. Auntie, what has my aunt been busy with lately? Zheng Quan felt that Li Qingru's demeanor was a bit low and inquired about everyday things. Your aunt runs outside all day long. I don't know what he's busy with. I don't care about his business. Well, let's not talk about it. I'll give you a belly massage later. I'll go change clothes first. It's so hot. Hearing this, Zheng Quan was almost about to refuse. When his back was turned, he wasn't constrained, but now if he had to turn over, wouldn't he be face to face? Without a moment's effort, Li Qingru was wearing a rather loose light blue half-sleeve, while her lower body was shorts, revealing her rounded calves. What are you waiting for? It's not like I didn't see you when you were a kid. Before you went to middle school, you used to let me hold you to sleep. Why are you so shy now? Li Qingru laughed and flirted with Zheng Quan, turning around and taking out another bottle of light blue essential oil. Oops, Auntie, why are you talking about this again? Zheng Quan's expression was embarrassed. It wasn't that he was young and ignorant, but now that he's a big boy, he always felt it was inappropriate. After so much teasing, Zheng Quan's heart also relaxed a lot, rolled over and wrapped up his clothes and closed his eyes, like a lamb to be slaughtered on the case. Qinglu Li snorted and began to bow her back to apply the essential oil. Omitted here, regular readers who know what they're doing have already started looking for themselves. Zheng Quan walked out of the beauty salon, remembering the scene just now. His heart was a little mixed. How could he do such a beastly thing? Splat. Slapping himself hard a few times, he pulled out a cigarette and leaned against a nearby tree for a while, craning his head to look at the second floor. The light in the window was still off, the curtains blocking his view. Mud. I'm so not human. Fanning it a few more times, he pressed the cigarette hard into his hand until it was completely extinguished before throwing it away. It hurt, but not as much as the drilling. Zheng Quan stopped an empty cab, got in and started smoking a stifling cigarette again. Unbeknownst to him, ever since he went downstairs, Li Qingru had been standing by the second floor window, watching all of his behavior the entire time through a gap the width of her index finger. The slapping ones were a little heartbreaking, and at this point, they were basically almost out of breath. But seeing him burn his palm with a cigarette really messed her up a bit, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing. What a silly child. How could Auntie really blame you? Back home, Zhang Quan looked down, pick up the phone and do not know what to say, back and forth several times, and finally threw the phone aside. Just as he was drowning in remorse, the sound of WeChat rang out with a ding. Zhang Quan thought it was sent by Li Qingru, and hurriedly opened it to see that it was Su Wanyu, the object that Chen Jiayi had introduced to him. Didn't you say yesterday that you would see me today? Why don't you send me a message? Chapter 13, Late Night. For a while, Zhang Quan did not know how to reply in his heart. It was indeed he who had stood the other party up. Looking at his cell phone, he was silent for a long time, and only after the cigarette in his hand was completely extinguished did he reply. I'm really sorry. I'm a little busy today. I just got home. It was only a few seconds after the other party received the message. Why did you just get home? The people's servants are working too hard. So late you eat yet? Zhang Quan's mouth twitched with a smile. Today's events were too dramatic, and there was no way he could tell the other party, so he had no choice but to keep pretending. No hard work, life is hard. I'll be ready to cook now. Have you eaten? Goo. I didn't see that you're still a good homebody, so go ahead. Zhang Quan replied with an okay emoticon, put down his phone and walked into the kitchen. Man is iron and food is steel. Fill your stomach first. It didn't take much effort to make a plate of tomato and egg noodles that smelled and looked appetizing. Zhang Quan took out his cell phone, picked a few angles, and took a good shot before sending it to Su Wanyu. Picked up the chopsticks before eating it. The other party replied almost in seconds. Wow, tomato and egg with noodles. That's my favorite noodle. It looks so good. Drooling emoji. Zhang Quan picked up the noodles and took a big bite, his mouth stuffed to the brim as he chewed and typed. That's a real coincidence. I like it too. Looks like we have the same odor. Asterisk 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 you. You're the one who stinks. I'm the one who smells good. Grunts emoji. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. I used the wrong word. I'll show you my hand sometime in the future, as a way to make up for my mistake this time. On the opposite side of WeChat, Su Wanyu followed up with a reply. That's what you said. I'm going to eat 3 bowls in a row and eat you poor. Zhang Quan looked at the screen and thought that the other party was quite cute. Quickly typed 10 bowls are no problem. As long as your little belly can hold up. I get up early in the morning and late at night to do it for you. Hee hee. You eat first. The food won't be good if it gets cold. Ah. Okay. Zhang Quan locked the screen of his cell phone, and thought about Li Qingruo's matter. Originally, according to the plan, he had to go to the store tomorrow to help, but now this situation, he didn't even know how to face it. The noodle in his mouth became tasteless all of a sudden as well, and he quickly pulled a few bites out of his mouth and ate them in 3 bites. Most of an hour had passed since the kitchen had been cleaned up and I was lying in bed. Stick to a point. Stick to a point. The cell phone rang again. Zhang Quan thought it was from Su Wanyu, but when he opened it, it was from his fourth aunt, Li Qingru. I've got a couple of temps for tomorrow, so you don't have to come in. It's pretty busy back at work, so get some rest at home. Hey, Zhang Quan does not know whether to be happy or sad, can send a message to prove that there is still room for maneuver, but the content of the text message feels very raw. Usually, Li Qingru would say Xiao Quan or something like that, but it looks like her aunt is still angry. Yes, auntie. Zhang Quan didn't know what to say, so he just typed the 4 words in. After sending it successfully, I waited for half a day without any reply. What comes after? Let it go. By the time Zhang Quan sent another message to Su Wanyu, it was almost 11 o'clock, and if the other party didn't reply later, he would just go to sleep. After swiping for short jitterbug videos, there were 2 dings, and Su Wanyu actually replied. Just washed up and already in bed. And you? I've been lying down for a while. Su Wanyu asked him again why he didn't send a message after washing up. Zhang Quan flicked the ashes of his cigarette and explained. Because I've been waiting for you. After all, women have private time. I didn't dare to disturb you. After seeing the message, the other party immediately replied with an open smile emoticon, and then said, so understanding of women. Dating girlfriends should be quite a lot of it. You've wronged me. To be honest, I've only looked once in high school. Waited until college to run around classrooms and libraries, and haven't dated until now. Hearing him say that, Su Wanyu was obviously a bit unconvinced. Zhang Quan continued typing again. After all, it's pretty hard to meet someone with the same 3 views, and it might be hard to meet them in the future. Su Wanyu said. That's not necessarily true. Fate is something that comes and goes. After all, you're so good. I didn't really know I was good. I'm actually a very ordinary person. You have to believe in yourself. A good deal more conversation followed, the 2 talking about daily life this time, until 12:30 in the evening. Early morning, Zhang Quan took the initiative to send Su Wanyu a good morning, and then started frying eggs and warming up milk. After making breakfast, the other party replied to him good morning. Zhang Quan took a picture of his breakfast and sent it over. It took more than 10 minutes of hot conversation before Su Wanyu started to go wash up. It's Saturday. Jung Kwan did not have anything to do. Opened the computer and played the old game Red Alert, muddling through the whole day, occasionally replying to Su Wanyu's messages. The rest of the time is playing games. The other guy was still working late today, so he didn't talk much during the day. By the time it was almost 10 o'clock at night, the two of them were sky high again, waiting until it was almost 1 o'clock. Su Wanyu still seemed to be in high spirits and had no intention of going to sleep. Originally, Jung Kwan had been playing with the computer for a day. His brain had long been running at high load, but now he was sleepy. It's already 1 o'clock. If you go to bed too late, you'll get wrinkles. When the other party saw it, he quickly replied, "Before, I always went to bed at 10 o'clock or so, but today I'm not sleepy. Can you chat with me for a while?" "Of course, it's no problem. Happy to oblige. I'm just worried about you sleeping too late. It's not good for your skin. After all, girls love beauty." Zheng Quan sent it over, yawned, and put the phone aside. "Barta, let's have a cigarette first to refresh ourselves or we'll really fall asleep later. I warmed a cup of tea for you before dark." "Aha, what's with the WeChat voice ringing?" Zheng Quan picked up the cell phone, but it was opened by Su Wanyu. "What is this big night to play voice?" Just as quickly as he froze, the other man hung up again. "Why don't you answer it? I wanted to hear your voice. And if it's inconvenient for someone next to me, then forget it." Aggravated. Seeing these words, Zheng Quan's entire body was energized. Between these lines, the other party was clearly favoring him. Nervous and at the same time, also a little excited. Although the other party's circle of friends to show their faces pictures are rare, but with his intuition, it must be a big beautiful woman. Crap, it's like I'm feeling the putrid odor of love. "Sorry, just went to the bathroom. I'll call you back now." Zheng Quan sent it over, took a long breath and pressed the voice call. "Hello, can you hear me?" The other party did not speak, and at this time, the room was so terribly quiet that Zheng Quan could even hear the sound of his heartbeat. 4 or 5 seconds passed before a female sticky, soft voice came from the phone. I can hear you." Chapter 14, Photographs. At first, there was a bit of coldness between the two, and then they gradually got acquainted. From elementary school to college, sharing their own interesting stories, no one realizes that time has slipped by. 3 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Quan's strong spirit, 8 or 9 cigarette butts scattered on the floor, the smoke in the room. He obviously felt that his voice is a little hoarse. In the future, it is still necessary to have some Red Bulls at home, or else this who can suffer. Taking advantage of the other party's efforts to go to the bathroom, Zhang Quan stretched his neck. Just as he continued to light the cigarette, Su Wanyu's voice once again came from the cell phone placed by his pillow. "I'm back. I just looked at my watch and realized it's 3 o'clock already. Aren't you all sleepy?" "It's okay, it's a day off anyway. I have a small request. Can you fulfill it?" Go ahead." "At the time, Sister Jiai just called me about it, and I didn't know what you looked like yet, so I thought, then wait a moment. I'll go through the album first. I usually take very few pictures, so I might disappoint you." It's okay. I actually feel like you're kinda nice." Zheng Quan looked at the content of the WeChat, smiled. "Not yet met. Has begun to send good man card. It's true that there are very few photos in the album, and nowadays the image is too bad if you take a selfie. Lean short hair, angular jaw, gleaming eyes, wearing a white shirt and black suit, slightly tanned complexion, and a somewhat serious facial expression. Forget it. Just this ID photo. At the very least, it looks human. I really didn't find it, so I'd better send you an ID photo. I'm rather ordinary looking, so I might disappoint you." After the photo was sent, the other side was silent, followed by a beep 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 sound. The voice hung up surprisingly. "Aha! It can't really be a sight for sore eyes and ugly to the other side." Zheng Quan was slightly stunned, staring at his cell phone. Although he himself was not considered a big handsome man, but this thick eyebrows and big eyes were not too ugly. In an instant, Zheng Quan became unsure of his own appearance. Tinker! 2 messages in a row. A string of text appeared in the chat box between Zheng Quan and Su Wanyu, with a picture underneath. "Mr. Zhang, thank you for staying with me and chatting so late. I'm really happy. I just accidentally pressed the wrong button. Don't be angry. See you tomorrow. Good night." Shy. Image content is loading. Please see author has something to say. This night, Zheng Quan was destined to lose sleep. The picture Su Wanyu suddenly sent really made him a little horny. He had guessed the other party's looks and figure before, but he hadn't expected it to be so powerful. Leaving aside the proud breasts, the small round face and the winking eyes alone, in combination with the black framed glasses, the sense of contrast is pulled straight through and all the physical parameters are blown out of proportion. Muddled and fell asleep at some point. Zhang Quan had a very long dream, in which he and Su Wanyu walked hand in hand, had dinner together, watched the sunset, walked into the marriage hall, and finally appeared a man with a dignified face, shouting angrily, "I do not agree." Exhale. The dream is awake. I slept until 2 p.m. And when I got up, I had a splitting headache. I'm sure I'm getting older, and it's a real pain in the ass to stay up all night. Flipping open his cell phone and not seeing any messages from Su Wanyu, Zhang Quan rolled over and got up to go wash up first. Fried pork with garlic and hot and sour shredded potatoes. Simply made 2 dishes and took pictures to send to Su Wanyu. The other is off today as well, and their relationship has skyrocketed after a hot night of conversation. In a flash it will be Monday. Zhang Quan woke up early, put on brand new clothes, and took a taxi to the Old Town Water Conservancy Bureau. Narrow roads, poor access, old neighborhoods. This is the biggest problem in the old town. Fortunately, I went out early today, and by the time I got to the entrance of the water authority it was already 8:15. I don't know if he was too early, or if the others were late for work, but there was only one white Honda parked in the yard. Having been here once for the last interview, Zhang Quan entered the building and followed the signs up to the 2nd floor. The Drought and Hazard Protection Unit is on the 1st floor, while the Water Resources Protection Unit, for which Zhang Quan is responsible, is on the 2nd floor. Up on the 2nd floor at the end on the left was the office. The door was open and he thought someone was there. Pushing it open, I realized there was a middle-aged woman, dressed in a light gray cleaning outfit, mopping the floor with a mop. The other party heard a movement at the door and turned his head to see Zhang Quan. Seeing that he was an unfamiliar face, he looked him up and down before asking, "Hello, and you are?" "I'm new here, officially working today. Big sister came quite early," Zhang Quan said with a smile. It is said that people are happy when they are happy, so it is natural to be cordial to anyone. Sweeping big sister, have not seen the public official to her attitude so good. Suddenly some flattered face also with a smile, we stipulate that 7:30 must be there. 8:30 before the sweeping finished. "Young man, how you come so early?" "Ah, I was afraid of traffic jams on the road, so I came a little early." Zhang Quan smiled. "None of it is easy, so I'll leave you alone for now." The other smiled and nodded. "I've finished packing up the house next to me. Why don't you sit down for a while? The others will be here soon." "Good Lou." Zhang Quan turned around and walked into the office next to him. The house is cleaned up very neatly, although the ground is the kind of black old floor tiles, but with a bright luster. After waiting for almost 10 minutes, the door pushed open and in walked a man in his 30s. The other man did not expect someone in the office and a stranger. The scene was a little awkward. Zhang Quan sat up from his chair and went forward, reaching out to greet him. "Hello, my name is Zhang Quan, from the Water Resources Protection Unit." The middle-aged man looks a little honest, and he urgently reaches out and shakes his hand and says, "How do you do? My name is Zhang Cheetah, also of Water Resources." "Egu, brother Zhang, you're still in my family name. We'll have to get closer in the future." Zhang Quan was very familiar with him, and in no time, he knew his situation. Zhang Cheetah came to this side also almost 4 years, is also considered an old employee, this year 29 years old. The face looks older. The two were chatting, and then walked into a young guy. The other, dressed in a very trendy, chewing gum in his mouth, entered the door and saw Zhang Quan, took the initiative to come over. "You wouldn't be the new unit chief Zhang, would you? My name is Wang Jian, so I'll have to take care of you in the future." "Hello, we are all colleagues from now on. No need to be so polite." Zhang Quan hastily extended his hand, thinking in his heart that these co-workers were not bad. At the very least, they were enthusiastic on the surface. At this time, Zhang Cheetah, who was standing next to him, said with some surprise, That, you are the new unit chief." "Ah, yes, Zhang, last Thursday I came to the interview, before the Water Conservancy Bureau in the new city. You are an old employee. In the future, the work of the matter, but also have to ask you for advice. When you do not excuse." "Oh." Zhang Quan smilingly patted each other's shoulders, while Zhang Cheetah's heart is a little bitter. Originally this unit chief position, he was bound to get, but the material handed over, on the stone sinking into the sea, did not expect to be transferred from the new city to a young guy. Looks like the head is not small. The good thing is, he's been in the system for some years and doesn't have too many emotions on the surface. "Zhang Quan, why are you here so early?" Wang Xihan's voice came from the doorway. She was the one who took himself to the conference room for the interview that day, and it can be said that she was the first person he recognized when he came to the Water Resources Bureau. Chapter 15, Focusing on the Past. Wang Xihan, right, I should have remembered correctly. Zhang Quan smiled and nodded. Today Wang Xihan dressed quite fashionable. Although the face is only 6 points, the chest is barely 3 points, but the long legs and buttocks can still reach the level of 9 points, coupled with the fact that the other party was wearing tight shorts today, revealing her long legs. It was a sight to behold, and she couldn't help but take a few more glances. Goo, little Wang, you still know Unit Chief Zhang, shouldn't you? There's a situation? Wang Jian's small eyes kept flicking back and forth between Zhang Quan and Wang Xihan. Q. What nonsense! I only met last Thursday too. Wang Xihan twisted her thin waist and glanced at Wang Jian before walking to her office workstation with her bag. Wang Jian hemmed and hawed and didn't take it seriously, but instead playfully leaned on Wang Xihan's table and said something off the wall. Zhang Cheetah smiled and shook his head, sat back to his position. The entire office only 3 tables. No need to see that there is no position for himself. Anyway, there is also a set of benches in the house. Zhang Quan simply sat on it. Wang Xihan took out the makeup mirror from her bag and said while applying her lips, Unit Chief Chen, you have to arrange for the place of your office with Director Yu, and she should be here right away later, so I won't let you oh. It's fine. I'll sit on the chair for a while. You guys can call me Xiao Zhang or Brother Zhang from now on. Don't look rusty as a unit chief. Zhang Quan waved his hand and said with a smile. Wang Jian started to interject again. Xihan, you speak so softly to Brother Zhang. When will you be soft to Brother Wang too? Wang, are you itching your skin again? Wang Xihan pursed her lips and applied her lipstick, and after finishing, she kicked at Wang Jian's calf. This pain bared his teeth. The two began to quarrel again. Zhang Quan looked at this scene but also felt quite interesting. Just then, a female voice suddenly came from the doorway with anger in her tone. This is an office. What's the point of heckling? As a vegetable market? Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Zhang Quan had not yet reacted, only to see Zhang Cheetah quickly place his left hand on the keyboard, his right hand holding the mouse, pretending to work with his head down. Wang Xihan immediately put away the makeup case on the table, took out a pile of information from the side, and carefully organized it. As for Wang Jian, he just made the most noise, and while keeping his mouth shut, he actually picked up the empty bucket next to the water fountain, muttering, why is the water gone? I'll go to the water room on the first floor to change the bucket. The trio accomplished these actions in a matter of moments, as if they had rehearsed them in advance. It looks like your own top boss is not very nice to be around. Yumu Shui had just walked into the office building when she heard the sound of heckling coming from the second floor, and when she stood in front of the office door, the men were still the same. Zhang Quan saw Director Yu standing upright in his office, his hands clasped in front of his chest, his face with a strong fury, his willow leaf eyebrows raised a few times from time to time, and his sharp eyes constantly scanning the crowd. Zhang Quan all of a sudden also cannot sit down. Lightly coughing twice, slowly stood up. You director. Morning. Do you really think this place is your home? You can do whatever you want? Some people don't bring all the ethos of the previous unit to me. If you let me find out, go back before it's too late. Yumu Shui directly ignored Zhang Quan. The meaning in her words was obvious, not giving him the slightest bit of mercy. What an unmitigated disaster. Originally the first day of work, Zhang Quan's heart is still happy, thinking that can be in the leadership and colleagues applauded, briefly introduced themselves, the successful completion of the inauguration task. But today, it is a criticism meeting. This woman, is she really going to be an official? Couldn't be that leader's mistress, running down to gild the lily. The more Zhang Quan thought about it, the more he felt that it was highly probable, and just as he continued to speculate, Yumu Shui's voice rose again. Zhang Cheetah, you are also an old comrade. How come your political awareness is still so low, and you can't take the lead at all? And Wang, I have told you many times, no makeup in the office. You do not have a dresser at home? As for Wang Jian, wait for him to come back to me in the packing him. All day wherewith the dilettante like, really to the Water Conservancy Bureau of Shame. Except for Wang Jian, who took the opportunity to slip away. The 3 people present were criticized one by Yumu Shui, each with their heads bowed in silence. This woman, but really a rose with thorns, long so beautiful, also very temperament. How to become a snake woman? Zhang Quan is at least the new head of the unit. 2 do not give him mercy. How to carry out the work in the future? I don't know how many times I greeted in my heart, until Wang Jian came back and said a few more words. This criticism meeting was not really over. Before leaving, Yumu Shui said nonchalantly, a few of you clean up the room next to you, and then go to the storage room to move a set of desks and chairs and computers. With those words, she walked away with a twirl on her heels. When the other party left, the depressing atmosphere in the room finally eased quite a bit, Zhang Cheetah constantly sighing, while Wang Xihan was unconcerned, probing down the corridor, closing the office door, and starting to draw her eyebrows again. Wang Jian changed the water, also sat back in the seat, took out the teacup and said smilingly, today, the tigress is powerful again. In the future you have to be careful. Brother Quan. Drink tea? Good jasmine tea. Thank you. No need. You drink it. Zhang Quan smiled along and waved his hand as he said. He didn't have a cup even if he wanted to drink it. Wang Xihan, who had drawn her eyebrows, also picked up the conversation and said, "It's not you. You laugh like a ghost crying. I can hear it even outside the office building." Seihan, you say so? Brother, I can be sad. People in order to make you happy. On the mountain of knives under the sea of fire. How can you bear to? Stop. Stop. I'm going to throw up. Get out of my face. It's annoying. Wang Xihan picked up the documents on the table and threw them directly at Wang Jian's face. The other party was still playful. Really two pairs of living treasure. Fortunately, Zheng Big Brother is a little more stable. Just feel a little too stable. How to look at it with a little pedantic feeling. Hey, you two stop fooling around. Watch out for Director Yu coming over again later. Clean up the office for Unit Chief Zheng first. People can't just stand around all the time. Yes, yes, yes. Old Zheng has a point. Seihan, let's both go ahead and move the chairs. Wang, how many times have I told you not to call me Seihan? Really sick. Siobhan, how did you know I was sick? Acacia's sick. These two. What a pair of living treasures. Since the office has been settled, but the back of the specific work has not yet been arranged. Cannot sit in the office every day and drink tea. Thinking of this, Zhang Quan quickly walked towards Yu Mu Shue's office. End of the corridor. Room 209. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Zhang Quan pushed open the door. There was a lot of space in the room. On the right side was a file cabinet. On the left side was a mahogany desk. And there was also a small suite, which was supposed to be a place to change clothes and rest. Although the outside of the office building looks shabby, it does not reflect on the director's office. Light blue mesh curtains, and two large pots of fortune trees, a bottle of incense on the desk. When Zhang Quan pushed open the door that moment, light strawberry flavor with raspberry in the mix. From the layout of this office, as well as the scent in the air, one could tell that Yu Mu Shui was a woman of taste. At this time, Yu Mu Shui had just changed into a white shirt, and with the open neckline, a touch of whiteness could be seen. The other party sat on the office chair and stared at Zhang Quan when he saw him come in, his sexy red lips spitting out cold words. What's the matter? Zhang Quan see Yu Mu Shui a condescending posture, even if he has a good mind, but also to be broken defense, the heart constantly exhortation of his normal heart. Good men do not fight with women. Only then did he whisper, Director Yu, that, I would like to ask, how the follow-up work is organized. Hearing this, the corner of Yu Mu Shui's mouth pulled as she sneered. What do you think you can do now? Zhang Quan, to tell you the truth, if it wasn't for Bureau Chief Wang's greeting, it would be impossible for a person of your caliber to be a unit chief in my place. Alright, go out if there's nothing else to do. A clay bodhisattva still has a temper. This is really bullying. Chapter 16, Reprimanded. What are you still standing here for? Let me buy you dinner? Yu Mu Shui's tone was even colder. With an impatient expression on her face, Zhang Quan blackened his face and forced his anger to exit the office. How can you say something about -10 degrees when it's in the 30s? Zhang Quan didn't even know where he had offended the other party. From the interview to the entry into the job, did not give him a good face at all. Should I be blocking the other lane? If it's because of this, it's outrageous. Zhang Quan puzzled. The officialdom, not by the leadership pleasing, and ultimately can only face a downfall. There is no hope for promotion. Press in place and shine. I don't know how much I sighed in my heart, and returned to the office with my head down. Wang Jian was leaning on his desk, smiling and not knowing what to say to Wang Xihan. Wang Xihan was holding a rag in her hand and was wiping the office chair, and Zhang Cheetah was carrying a printer in his hand and had just put it on the table. The three heard the doorway movement, thought it was Director Yu, instinctively speed up the work in hand. Wang Jian is even more frightened to pretend to arrange the documents. Wang Xihan turned her head to look, and after realizing that it was Zhang Quan, she patted her dry chest and stomped her feet. Brother Quan, you really scared me to death. I thought it was the Mother Old Depression Bureau. That's right, Brother Quan. Why didn't you squeak when you came in? Look at how scared Xihan was. Her face is white. Ha ha ha. Wang Jian followed suit and chimed in. Zhang Quan quickly sorted out his lost emotions. At the very least, his three subordinates, they all seem to be pretty good, and it shouldn't be difficult to carry out the work in the future. You guys go ahead. What can I do for you? Chief, the office is basically cleaned up. This was supposed to be the last chief's office. A simple cleaning will do. Zhang Cheetah still had the same stern expression and kept the appropriate distance in his attitude. That's fine. Hard work. Brother Quan, you cannot be so polite. We are all in the same department. In the future there is something despite greetings. Wang Jian's tone was very bold. quietly walked to Zhang Quan, took out a box of hard center from his pocket, and handed it over very wisely. Go outside. Zhang Quan spoke and took the cigarette to the hallway bathroom. The two leaned against the guardrail, cozying up to a cigarette. Wang Jian suddenly whispered, Unit Chief, your background is quite hard. Right. Otherwise you can squeeze the old Zhang down. Originally you bureau to arrange for him to be the head of this unit. I did not expect. Sure enough, working in the system, are ghostly. Don't look at Wang Jian big grin, but still have their own little mind. Actually began to inquire about their own way. However, he also learned important news from it, which was that he had disrupted Yu Mu Shue's planning. After all, someone with a personality like Zhang Cheetah's was relatively better to control. Now that he had appeared out of nowhere, it would more or less make Yu Mu Shue's heart feel a bit unpleasant. Zhang Quan silently inhaled a few puffs of smoke, and after a pleasurable thrill came from his lungs, he then casually said, Actually, it doesn't really matter. It's just that Wang bureaus think more highly of me. The word should be ambiguous and let the other person guess wildly. Wang Jian heard. The eyes Liao turned around several times. Although the Wang Bureau is responsible for the work, are in the new city, but who does not know that Luo Bureau will soon be retired? In the future, the world of the Water Conservancy Bureau will most likely be Wang's. After all, whether from seniority or relationship, Wang Bureau's advantage is too big. In front of this head of the unit, it seems to be similar to their own age, but also the red man of the Bureau of Wang. The future is just around the corner. Gu, I didn't see that coming. Unit Chief Zhang, from now on, I'll be working with you. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Come on. Another one. Wang Jian attentively took out cigarettes from his pocket and lit them for him again. As for Zhang Quan, he also saw through it and continued to smoke while lying on the parapet. Waiting for the cigarette to reach halfway, Wang Jian sneaked a glance at the depths of the corridor, then leaned close to Zhang Quan and whispered, Brother Quan, the might of Director Yu, you've gotten a taste of it today, haven't you? I can secretly tell you that this woman is not to be messed with. Said this, paused for a moment, left hand pointed upward, and continued, I heard that the relationship above is very hard, with the Vice Minister of the Organization Department of the city of Hahai, Lu Jinwang, has so little to say about the relationship. Outside the rumor that Yu Bureau is the love of the Minister Lu, Wang Jian was full of gossipy looks, and he was talking with great interest, and suddenly stopped, and Zhang Quan turned his head to look at him, only to see that the other party's mouth twitched a few times, and his expression looked like he had encountered a ghost and was generally hideous. Hey, it's broad daylight, make it look like you've hit a ghost. Zhang Quan elbowed the other party, but Wang Jian's eyes were still staring in the direction of the bathroom, and Zhang Quan followed his gaze and twisted his head before seeing it. Yu Mu Shui did not know when, stood in front of the bathroom door, the already sharp eyes, at this moment also bring gloom. You Bureau. Zhang Quan immediately extinguished his cigarette, talking about people behind their backs and getting caught red-handed. Although he didn't speak himself, he was a faithful listener. It's really mud on the crotch. Not. Are you two so laid back that you're treating the Water Conservancy Bureau like a free market? Wang Jian, the proposal I asked you to write yesterday must be handed over to me today. Yu Mu Shui raised her willow leaf eyebrows, a slight chill seeping out from the corner of her eyes. Wang Jian hurriedly nodded his head and said, Okay, Bureau Yu, I'll go write it now. After saying that, he hurriedly slipped away. This is a place of wrongdoing, cannot stay for a long time. Watching the other party fleeing, Zhang Quan was also ready to walk away. But Yu Mu Shui said again, You come to my office. The tone was still nonchalant, and it was impossible to see the meaning of the words. One had just been to the other's office an hour ago, and now he was being actively called there. It always feels like it's not a good thing. Zhang Quan let out an "oh" and followed behind the other party. Yu Mu Shui walked in front, her well-tailored shirt clinging to her skin, just from the back. Then he remembered those 4 words, plump breasts and fat ass. The appearance alone was estimated to be able to be at a 9, and the figure could reach a 9.5, plus the other party's innate majestic aura. It can be described as a stunning beauty. It's just a shame that it's covered in thorns. Director Yu, what are your orders? Zhang Quan stood in front of his desk, like a schoolboy who was being reprimanded. Yu Mu Shui leisurely leaned back in the chair, crossing her legs, hands checking on her knees, lightly humming, Zhang Quan, if you think my temple here is small, I can give the Luo Bureau greetings, but also back to your original place, so as not to aggravate you here. Lean, being taught a lesson twice in one morning, it's really bad luck to open the door for bad luck. Bad luck to the home. Bureau you may have misunderstood. I sincerely want to do real work here. Zhang Quan's tone and posture were put very low. Yu Mu Shui saw that his attitude was okay, but the anger subsided quite a bit. These two people even said behind her back that she was the mistress of whoever really owed it to her. Zhang Quan, since you've come to the Water Resources Planning Unit, get down to work, and if you let me find out later that you're not doing a good job, I won't show any mercy to Bureau Wang. Yes, Bureau Yu is right. Don't worry, I'll definitely study hard in the future and promise not to make any mistakes. Zhang Quan looked as humble as he could be. Who let him meet a director like Yu Mu Shui, who lectured people at the drop of a hat? And the key was that the other party had a backstage, so he could only endure it for now. Chapter 17. When Zhang Quan returned to the office, the house was pretty much cleaned up, and only Wang Xihan was left cleaning. When the other party saw him come in, he walked up and asked in a low voice, "Called over by Bureau Yu again?" It's nothing much, just talking about work," Zhang Quan said as if nothing had happened. Wang Xihan deflated his mouth. "Obviously do not believe." Suddenly Mysteria said, "Quan brother, you director of this person is not simple. In the Bureau of One, it is best not to go against her. The last head of the unit is unable to stand this gas, only to find the relationship transfer away. Subordinates obey superiors. I still know this principle. By the way, are there any duties of the Water Resource Protection Unit here, as well as specific work information?" Zhang Quan smiled and said, "Brother Quan, wait for a moment. I'll go get it for you." Wang Xihan turned around and walked out of the office, holding 2 piles of information in no time. "That's basically it. If you have any questions you can ask me or Brother Zhang. Brother Quan, if there's nothing else, I'll go out first." "Okay, you go about your business." After Wang Xihan left, Zhang Quan looked around and finally had his own independent office. The sparrow may be small, but it has all its organs. A sense of accomplishment came to life. Looking through the documents to study seriously, although all the Water Resources Bureau can share the work is different, some of the content or need to slowly understand. Waiting for noon, Zhang Quan followed the 3 of them to the first floor cafeteria. In addition to the environment is not as good as the new city, the food is quite tasty. Anyway, the unit rationing is just like that. Eat too much is also tired. Lunch break. It was only when Zhang Quan took the time to take out his cell phone that Su Wanyu actually sent him 6 or 7 messages. This morning, he said he was going to work at a new organization and might be a little busy, and hasn't looked through his phone since. It's roughly about getting up on your own, with pictures of breakfast and how you got to work. Zhang Quan finished browsing and replied, "I've also just finished working. The first day of work can be really suffering." Criticized by the leader. After the message was sent successfully, he didn't wait for a few seconds before Su Wanyu replied, "What's wrong?" Touch his head. "It's not much. It's just that the leader is a little hard to get along with. SI. Good grief. Hey, no way." The whole afternoon was basically nothing. Anyway, just sitting in the office reading papers and information. In addition to Wang Xihan came over to turn around, the other time and no one to come, but also quite quiet. Leave work on time and on schedule. By the time he walked out of the office building, the black Volkswagen was no longer visible, and it looked like Yu Mu Shui had already left early. Zhang Quan returned home, and after the bathroom took a hot shower. He was just about to send a message to Su Wanyu when his cell phone suddenly rang. Local unfamiliar number. Zhang Quan connected. "Hello, sir, do you need any special service? My sister is very good at it." "Aha, it's not supposed to be a naked chat scam. Sorry, I'm on my own." Zhang Quan immediately hung up the phone after saying that. Fortunately, labor is resourceful. As he was secretly pleased with himself, the phone he had just hung up rang again. Little brother, you're really so heartless. My sister is in Yangon County. You really don't want to come. How did you know I was here too? Tell me properly who you are. This is a secret." Zhang Quan did not bother to talk to her nonsense. Directly hung up the phone, thinking about it and do not know who? Could it be a prank? Room 1107 at the Boston Hotel. Don't regret not coming. Little brother Zhang. Not a moment. The other party sent a text message. The front did not look carefully, but the back of this Zhang brother really shocked him. Acquaintances? Or a stranger? Zhang Quan went through his address book and still didn't find any suspicious people. Who the hell is it? To go or not to go? At this point, inside room 1107 of the Poston Hotel, Chu Sini was holding a red wine glass in her hand, standing on the balcony, with a layer of tulle over her body. Her tantalizing keto body was hidden and appeared particularly sexy under the light. White tender fingers, constantly tapping the red wine glass, slightly raised the swan neck. The movement is very elegant. Sip. If there was someone next to her, she could definitely hear her whispering, "Little fellow, my lady would like to see you. If you are like what Lightning said." Cackle. This night, although Zhang Quan wanted to go and see, in his heart, who was doing the mischief, but after thinking about it, he still did not move. Don't really be a scam or a fairy tale. Wouldn't it be? Well, humiliating. Zhang Quan ignored this text message, pulled the other party's cell phone number directly into black, and opened WeChat to start chatting with Su Wanyu. Since the last time I posted a picture, ambiguity began to permeate the atmosphere, and sometimes it was alright to talk about large-scale topics. The two of them talked until 2 a.m. When they reluctantly went to sleep. Zhang Quan tonight is also full of harvest. Not only succeeded in getting 3 pictures of Su Wanyu's life, but also learned that the other side in the next door Jingzhou City work. The two agreed to the end of the month Dragon Boat Festival in Jingzhou City meet. Happy and full. He slept peacefully tonight. 3 days in a row. Zhang Quan in the office, in addition to reading information, is chatting with Su Wanyu. It seems that within the Water Resources Protection Unit, he is the only one left to idle. At first, Wang Jian also came over to nag and smoke and fart with him, but as Uburia never gave him a job, the other party came to him less and less frequently, without the need for an outsider to guess. Zhang Quan could feel that he, as a unit chief, had failed too much. Fortunately, he was in a good enough frame of mind to deepen his feelings with Su Wanyu quite a bit more, and he could even say some ambiguous terms of endearment. Friday, early morning, Zhang Quan, as always, came the earliest, and just after sitting in the office for a while, he felt his stomach gurgling and turning over. Mud. It's not possible that the steamed buns we just ate are poisoned. Zhang Quan covered his stomach, casually drew a few sheets of paper, and jogged to the bathroom. Just as he reached his destination, suddenly, a silhouette appeared in front of him. Zhang Quan covered his stomach and didn't even notice it, and when he reacted, he had already crashed into it. Hiss ouch. Zhang Quan bent over and covered his forehead, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of purple high heels, and on the way up were black silk-wrapped calves. The light blue shirt was open with 2 buttons, revealing white skin and proud breasts propped up in tantalizing curves. It gives rise to infinite hypotheses. In the entire Water Conservancy Bureau, there was only one person who could dress like this, and that was Yu Mu Shui. Zhang Quan raised his head, and it was not what he expected. Chief Yu, are you okay? I just had a stomach upset. Didn't notice. Yu Mu Shui frowned, her right hand rubbing her somewhat reddened forehead, her white face carrying a bit of anger. When she saw that it was Zhang Quan, she was even more furious and cursed with her mouth open. You don't have eyes when you walk. Can't you see there are people here? Are you doing this on purpose? Bureau Yu. I really didn't mean to. Really? Right. Sorry. Zhang Quan didn't take advantage of the situation, even if he was justified. His mouth stammered to explain and apologize. Yu Mu Shui rolled her eyes, seeing that he apologized so earnestly, but also had no place to put his anger, so she could only say, next time, pay attention to walking, come to my office at 10 o'clock later, and arrange a task for you. Chapter 18, Meetings. Looking at Yu Mu Shui's faraway back, Zhang Quan always felt that it was very similar to Chen Jai. Both of them liked to dress up themselves and show all the advantages and charms of their whole body. The only difference is the temper. Chen Xiayi sometimes have scruples. 2 ruthless words will not be put in the open, and Yu Mu Shui is the opposite. There is what to say never overnight, and no mercy. Zhang Quan see each other far away, hastily drilled into the men's toilet, casually pull open a, take off pants squatting in one go. Hiccup, get comfortable. 20 minutes later, Zhang Quan moved his sore calves a few times, returned to the office for a short rest, and waited until it was almost 10 o'clock. Knock on Yu Mu Shui's office. Just after entering, the other party opened the door and started talking about the work schedule. Just received a notice yesterday. Some people reported Natural Snow Water Purification Company to send the water has problems, and private mining of groundwater. There have been people who drink the water caused by diarrhea and vomiting. Currently there are 6 people hospitalized. The social impact is very bad, especially our old city, but also live in a lot of old cadres and old comrades. While the situation has not expanded, the county government has set up an emergency investigation team. The county party secretary Lin Hai is personally responsible for. You are the head of the Old Town Water Conservancy Bureau's Water Resource Protection Unit. Go to the First People's Hospital by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and join the working group. Look more and talk less. Ha? You Bureau me. What? Don't want to go? No. Bureau you. I've only been here for less than a week. If I don't get the job done, it's a disgrace to the Water Conservancy Bureau. It's precisely because you've just arrived that you're required to go. It's not appropriate for me to go on this occasion. After Yu Mu Shui finished speaking, she leaned back in her chair, squinted at Zhang Quan, and seeing his sad face, she couldn't help but want to laugh a little, and said again, yesterday I inquired. The boss of the Natural Snow Water Purification Company has some head. The secretary of the Hahai Municipal Party Committee, Bai Yulan, is his second aunt. However, You should not be too burdened. Go is to cooperate with the investigation. Remember what I said. See more, say less, do less. Consider this assignment as a training program for you. Alright, go get ready. Don't be late. Alright then, Bureau U. I'll go out first. Zheng Quan was bitter. Wasn't this clearly using him as cannon fodder? That's a nice way of putting it. Honing me? I'm on early 8. Hey, a big official is a big man, and if the leader arranges it, he has to do it. Good thing Mu Shui didn't take things too far. Zheng Quan just returned to the office. The other party sent over the information about this pure water pollution. Take advantage of the 2 or 3 hours left to familiarize yourself with it, lest you go to the site and ask a big open-mouthed question. A few random bites at lunch and a hurried ride to the First People's Hospital. After the accident, the county committee temporarily requisitioned a conference room at the hospital to serve as the command room for this investigation team. 12:43 noon. Zheng Quan pushed open the door of the conference room with some apprehension, and there were already 6 people sitting in the room. There was plenty of room in the room, which should seat about 30 people, with leather chairs on either side of a long mahogany table and a projector propped up in the center. There are 3 air conditioners standing around the corner, which makes the conference room cool and refreshing compared to the hot weather outside. And there are also fruit plates and mineral water on the table. According to the seating cards on the table, Zheng Quan quietly sat in the 4th seat on the right side of the conference room, his already nervous heart becoming even more apprehensive. That's too forward of a position. No wonder the other guy didn't want to come. Taking advantage of the fact that there were still not many people, Zheng Quan looked up from time to time and looked to the sides. The deputy prefect, Shen Jiqian, was sitting in the first position on the right side, elbows on his chin, brows furrowed and rubbing his temples. After seeing Zheng Quan sitting in the Water Conservancy Bureau position, his heart also sighed. Such an important department. How did you send the young lad? How did Mu Shui arrange it? Next to him sat the county health department, in his late 30s, and the youngest he'd seen so far when he'd entered the conference room. Since they are both young people, the two sides are better communicated. Whispered a greeting and learned that his name is L.V. Liang, and he came with the deputy director of the health bureau. L.V. Liang was quite nice, and gave him a lot of information about the incident. The 6 residents who were hospitalized, except for a grandmother in her 60s, who was still in the intensive care unit. The other 5 were not in any serious trouble. The current natural snow water purification company incident. The source are pointing to the degree of the person in charge. The victimized residents strongly urge the government to severely punish the culprits. If the usual situation, there is no need for such a formation. Directly shut down the company, the person in charge of the arrest and punishment on the line. But the other party was not a small one, which caused the progress of the matter to be put on hold. Waiting until 1 in the afternoon, the personnel basically all came together. Yangon County Party Secretary Lin Hai sat in the center, put the teacup down and began to speak. The conference room was silent, and everyone took out their notebooks and carefully recorded the content of the meeting. Lin Hai briefly talked about what happened and then said that it had to be dealt with seriously. Otherwise it would be hard to give the people an explanation. Deputy County Commissioner Shen Jiqian also expressed the same view. The current natural snow water purification company has been forced to shut down. In addition to the extent of the chairman of the board of directors, several other senior leaders have been controlled. The deputy director of the Trade and Industry Bureau also said that the hygiene management of this company was too chaotic and hoped that the health authorities could strengthen their supervision. By the time the health department spoke, it was talking about the natural snow water purification company, which privately taps groundwater and sells it directly without sterilizing it. When Zheng Quan heard this, how could he not understand the minds of these people, who did not want to take this tough fight for fear of offending people? Shirking of responsibilities aside, the ball is now kicked to the Water Resources Board. Many people turned their heads to Zheng Quan's side, but he's only been here 4 days. How can he talk about this when he doesn't even know what he does for a living? Just as his forehead was sweating, Lin Hai picked up a teacup and took a few sips, then placed it heavily on the table and said, "Now is not the time to shirk responsibility. The next step in the work. We need to do a good job with the aftermath of the hospitalized people and their families. We have a lot of old comrades in the old city. Received several phone calls in the morning. Gentlemen, now I have a lot of pressure on my head. Secretary Lin is right. The impact of this incident is still quite large. There are already media reports. If we don't deal with it as soon as possible, when it attracts the attention of the higher authorities, it will not end well." The Minister of Propaganda, who was sitting on the right side, also nodded and said. Several others chimed in with their own opinions. Since the main personnel of the Natural Snow Water Purification Company has been arrested, the treatment should be dealt with. The sentence should be sentenced. Don't drag it on. Secretary Bai's side is also good to reply. Is not it? This sentence, The room immediately quieted down. The presence of all the official oil still cannot understand the meaning of the latter sentence. White Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of the River Sea. The matter is also very concerned about. The handling of the indeed have to deal with. But how to deal with still have to weigh. Big things come in small packages. Zhang Quan searched for the voice and his eyes glanced to the second row on the left. Wei Haidong, Minister of Organization, really did not see out. He can get online with the White Secretary. According to this kind of meeting, with the organization of the Ministry of the relationship is not big. Today he deliberately come. The intention is self-evident. The scene became cold for a moment, especially Secretary Lin's facial expression, which could be described as cloudy. No wonder Yu Mu Shui didn't come. It's a tricky job after all. Just as he was speculating on the leader's mind, the deputy governor sitting on his right suddenly said, "Have the comrades from the Water Resources Bureau come yet? What does your department think about this issue?" "Me? How? Don't around like that. Actually, I usually stand on the ground and look toward the sky." Chapter 19. Mayor Shen. I just arrived at the Water Conservancy Bureau not long ago, so I don't know too much about some of the specifics, but then, I think we should stabilize and patient first, and keep the situation under control. After Zhang Quan saw the current situation, he had already organized his language in his mind. Since everyone loved to kick the bucket, it would be good for him to join in. Lin Hai, who was sitting at the chief, glanced at Zhang Quan, and originally didn't hold much hope for him to speak. "Since we all feel that we should address the patients and families first, that's enough for this meeting, and we'll talk about anything else at the meeting tomorrow afternoon." Lin Hai couldn't find too good a solution for a while. If he didn't punish the main person in charge, it would definitely be difficult to calm the anger in the hearts of the masses, but if the punishment is too harsh, it's not good for Secretary Bai's side. Hey, these government kids, they're really unconscious. Lin Hai was also tired because of this, and after dismissing the meeting, he took the lead and walked out of the conference room, followed closely by several others. Zhang Quan wiped the sweat from his forehead. It was good that there was a scare, and for now, he got through the hard times first. Just now he also mentioned the patient's problem. In that case it would be better to go and check the situation first, or at least pretend to be able to do so. Thinking of this, he asked LV Liang from the Health Bureau, and the other person was very enthusiastic and said that he could go with him. Although this has not been publicized, the county government is still taking certain protective measures for these patients to avoid those unscrupulous media from reporting recklessly. LV Liang, as a public official of the Health Bureau system, plus both of them were from the working group, came to the 6th floor of the hospital almost unimpeded. Except for the grandmother in the ICU, the other 5 were placed in an exclusive VIP room, where a family member could be arranged to accompany them in order to stabilize the patient. After Zhang Quan and LV Liang showed their work IDs, the security personnel in the first ward, that's when they let them in. The ward was very nice, with a separate bathroom and a single bed convenient for family members to rest. There were a number of condolences on the table. On the hospital bed lay a middle-aged male in his 40s, with the other daughter-in-law sitting next to him, and when he saw the two of them come in, he immediately stood up, looking a bit rushed. "Auntie, don't be nervous, we're from the working group and came over to find out what's going on." "Hey, well, in fact, there is nothing to say. My old man in this is taken care of quite good drops. Free food and shelter. The environment is quite good. Just get used to living here. And if you need anything, just contact us in time. Then you guys rest first. We'll leave you alone." After the two greetings, they walked out and consoled 3 more families. And in general they were quite good at talking, which made Zhang Quan's heart relieved. "Zhang Quan, I'll go outside to pick up someone. I won't go to the last remaining house." LV Liang answered a phone call and then spoke to Zhang Quan. "Alright, Brother Lu, go about your business. Have dinner together sometime." After Zhang Quan and Lu Liang added their contact information to each other, they headed towards the end of the corridor. V001, last patient, should be able to go home and rest after the visit. Zhang Quan still knocked on the door like he did in the previous few homes and walked straight in. Looking from afar, there was an old man with white hair lying on the hospital bed, and the other party was crossing his legs and leaning back on the pillow, humming a little song in his mouth, looking quite leisurely. Beside the hospital bed, there stood a tall and upright young girl, facing the window. The other party was very tall. The visual estimation should be about 1 meter 8. Just the back. Let a person look at a glance is difficult to forget. Black shiny long hair, casually draped over the shoulders, the slightly slimmer back, the long legs against the sky, all made Zhang Quan look a little frozen. It's simply the year of leg play. At that moment, the long-legged girl immediately turned around when she heard the commotion. The body is a 9 and the face can be a 10. The face is like an exquisite porcelain doll. The features are exquisite to impeccable. eyebrows like a distant diaper. The peaks of the eyebrows are slightly raised, revealing an innate arrogance. Under the high nose, pursed red thin lips, adding a few points of high cold. Skin as white as snow, eyes with indifference. This woman gave him the feeling of being beautiful, yet unattainable. It's prohibitive. Hello, I'm Zhang Quan from the working group, and I've come to sympathize with the patient. Zhang Quan was stunned, dumbfounded by the other party's appearance, but fortunately adjusted his emotions in time and went forward to greet him. The long-legged beauty was just as he expected. Her temperament was high and cold, not to mention that she didn't even want to talk to him. Turning her back to him once again, good in the hospital bed of the old man, did not let him feel cold, smiled and said, "Little comrade, I live here quite well. Is to stay bored. Can you apply to the leadership? As soon as possible to let me out of the hospital." Okay, old man. This matter I will go back and report to the leadership. Definitely. Before Zhang Quan could finish his words, the long-legged beauty let out a cold laugh and turned to look at him and said indifferently, "You people, do you just know how to report? Not a single piece of practical work that should be done." Zhang Quan was immediately choked by the other side to say, compared to the first 4 patients, how this attitude is so tough. Xiao Yu, don't make things difficult for the little comrade. He is also following orders. Besides, I'm doing just fine. Old man, a master. You just know that I say, let you go to the city hospital. You just do not go. Here medical conditions are so poor. In case, Zhang Quan stood aside and saw this long-legged beauty called Xiao Yu, sitting next to the old man, pulling his arm and starting to pamper him. This imperial voice was so silky that it was on the verge of making him stand in awe. Beautiful woman. In fact, I also have my own hardships. There are some things that I can't decide. I'm just a very small character. In fact, I also quite hate those people who are corrupt. To be able to do something so unconscionable. Zhang Quan did not want to lose face in front of the other party and directly said what was in his heart. After all, the facts were right in front of his eyes, and he really could not do anything about it. When the other party heard this, they didn't sneer and weren't talking. The scene was a bit awkward. Zhang Quan couldn't stay any longer, and said, "Take care of your health," to the old man and walked towards the door. When he waited for the door, his mind flashed through the long-legged beauty's contemptuous eyes, and he remembered the words the other party had just said. Ask yourself, over the years, you have indeed forgotten the purpose of always serving the people. After some internal struggle, Zhang Quan withdrew his right hand that was placed on the doorknob, turned around and returned back. Chapter 20, Pure Ability. Take the car back home and report back to Yale bureaus first. Dialed the phone. Roughly the meeting situation. Finally he mentioned a mouthful. The current development of the incident is very unfavorable to the Water Conservancy Bureau. A lot of people will be pointing the finger at them. On the other end of the phone, Yumushue was silent for a while before she spoke. Do these people really think that our Water Conservancy Bureau is a soft target? Zhang Quan, do whatever you want to do. I'll take the blame if something goes wrong. Zhang Quan hung up the phone. For a moment did not understand the meaning of Yumushue. It is not possible to dig a hole for him again. But if the other side really did this, it would implicate not just him, but the entire Old Town Water Conservancy Board. Zhang Quan was puzzled. When Su Wanyu sent a message asking if he had eaten yet, after a quick reply, and pondering tomorrow's meeting, when an outcome would surely be forthcoming, how on earth was he supposed to open his mouth? After the two of them chatted for a few moments, Su Wanyu seemed to sense that he had something on his mind, and directly called in her voice, which was a bit of a surprise to Zhang Quan. In the face of Su Wanyu's doubts, Zhang Quan simply said that he had encountered a difficult choice at work. If he follows the statute, he is likely to lose his position. If you sit back and do nothing, you can't get over that hurdle inside yourself. Today's matter, but did not say much. After all, this belongs to the internal news, plus the external influence is not good. Su Wanyu said she does not understand his work. No matter how to choose will support. He also advised him not to think too much and just follow his heart. After some enlightenment from the other party, Zhang Quan's heavy heart was much lighter. The two of them chatted about some more light-hearted topics, and Su Wanyu even revealed her own little secret. I'm actually quite lazy as a person. Usually when I get home I just lie on the bed, too lazy to take a shower and change clothes. My closet is all messy. Zhang Quan was greatly moved upon hearing this, and he knew that this was Su Wanyu helping him adjust his emotions. The words came out of his mouth uncontrollably. Wanyu, you're so nice. Day 2. The meeting, which was to be held in the afternoon, has been rescheduled to 9:30 a.m. On an ad hoc basis. Zhang Quan came early. His position was still the same as yesterday, and Lu Liang came later than him and hadn't had a chance to communicate. Secretary Lin then led the way into the conference room, and compared to yesterday, there were more reporters from the TV station today. It looks like this meeting will have to give the people an answer. Thinking of this, Zhang Quan crossed his hands back and forth and clenched them tightly, his mind recalling what he had promised the long-legged beauty, as well as Su Wanyu's encouragement to him. The eyes suddenly became determined. When the meeting started, in the presence of reporters, everyone spoke less for fear of saying the wrong thing. It didn't take much of a meeting for the various departments to pass the buck to each other again, as they did yesterday, and then finally turn to the Water Resources Board. Comrade Zhang from the Water Conservancy Bureau. What do you think? Secretary Lin sighed in his heart and casually asked Zhang Quan. When Zhang Quan heard the secretary name him, he coughed lightly twice, and the others turned their heads toward him, and the TV reporters and cameramen also aimed their lenses at him. Secretary Lin. Leaders, I visited the patients yesterday. To be honest, I feel bad inside. This water contamination incident. The victim group are mostly middle-aged and old people in the old city. As a senior group, their physical condition and immunity are already worse than young people. At this point, he paused, and Secretary Lin nodded approvingly. However, there are some people who think that he is putting on a show, talking so nicely, but not to fish for performance? I'll let you pretend for a while, and see if you can say something fancy. At this point, Secretary Lin chimed in. Comrade Zhang is right. How do you think this should be handled? Secretary Lin. I think the Natural Snow Water Purification Company should be severely investigated, especially the main person in charge, so as not to chill the people of the old city. Zhang Quan's words just fell. The crowd present was in an uproar. Especially the expression of Secretary Lin is even more wonderful. Dumbfounded look at Zhang Quan. This kid would not be rash, right? After a short period of silence, Shin Vice Governor was the first to break the deadlock, lightly grunted and said, small comrade, rice can eat indiscriminately. Words cannot be said indiscriminately. The TV station reporters are here. You said these words can think clearly? Zhang Quan knew that the other party was giving him another step down, letting him think clearly before saying anything, but the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. Prefect Shun. I'm thinking very clearly. This incident, the culprits must be severely punished, and we can't just let it go because of certain reasons. At this time, Wei Haidong, the Minister of Organization, suddenly clapped his hands and said with a smile, good, very good. Young people are bold. Zhang Quan glanced at the other party, obviously hiding a knife in his smile, and with his own words, he was almost confronting him. Chapter 21 Recklessness. Since you want to be famous and be a hero, I'll let you have your way. How dare you go against Secretary Bai? Even if you're the head of the Water Conservancy Bureau? It's really a mantis that doesn't know what it's doing. After Wei Haidong finished speaking, he glanced at the crowd, and the several department heads present were not cuties. Seeing Zhang Quan take this matter, their faces had a relaxed smile. It happened so suddenly, plus there were reporters present. Lin Hai didn't know what to say for a moment. Taking a deep look at Zhang Quan, it is good for the young comrade to have impulse, but it is a pity that it is used in the wrong place. Since the comrades of the Water Conservancy Bureau proposed to severely punish the culprits, I personally still quite respect the other side's opinion. Secretary Wang will organize the minutes of the meeting later. Okay, adjourn. The people present all started to get up and disperse, and Lu Liang, who was sitting next to Zhang Quan, patted him on the shoulder. I really admire you young people. When this is over, let's have a drink, Brother Lu. Then it's a deal. A forced smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Quan's mouth as he packed up his laptop, and his footsteps became a bit heavy. Returned to the water board in the afternoon. Just entering the door, he saw the three Wang Jian surrounded in his office. It looks like the morning's events have been known to them. Brother Quan, you are the character between Bull A and Bull C. Little brother is too impressed. Wang Jian grabbed a step ahead of him and directly pulled his arm. Gushing, Wang Xihan's face fell with a trace of worry and whispered, Brother Quan, you're also too impulsive. How can you attend a meeting that director you won't even go to? It's fine. I have a measure in my heart. Zhang Quan smiled. As for Zhang Cheetah, he didn't say anything, so I guess he should be gloating. After all, after his own accident, his chance had come again. At that moment, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Surprisingly, it was Director Wang's. He immediately made a shoe gesture, and then picked up the phone. Before he opened his mouth, there came Wang Yanfeng's roaring voice. Zhang Quan, you've really let me down. How can you do something so stupid? Do you know how deep the water is in this matter? Do you really consider yourself a savior? It's really rotten. Toot toot toot. The person on the other end vented and simply hung up. The other three, all standing in the office, vaguely also heard what Wang Yanfeng said. Wang Jian was the first to react and said, Chief, I still have a document to write. I'll go first, followed by Zhang Cheetah, who also walked out. Finally, Wang Sihan wanted to say something inside and went out as well. Jingle bells. The cell phone rang again. Chen Jiayi called. After connecting, the other party did not say sarcasm, but only said that the director of the Wang learned about this matter is very angry. The teacups are broken. In the end, he was told to prepare for his suspension, and Secretary White of the Riverhead City Council had already begun to make his presence felt, giving many people the benefit of the doubt. Zhang Quan sat in his office chair, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. Did you really do something wrong? Bam! The sound of high heels came from outside the house, and just as Zhang Quan raised his head, he saw Yamu Shui push the door and walk in. After closing the door, the other man stood in front of his desk, his eyes staring at him with mixed emotions in them. Zhang Quan, who instructed you in this matter? What instructions? No one instructed me. It was all my own idea. Director Yu, it's already happened. I'll take the consequences myself if there are any. Oh, when did I say I'd let you take the blame? Hee hee. Yamu Shui suddenly laughed a few times, which made Zhang Quan not react for a moment. In this case, you did a good job. Tomorrow and 2 days after a good rest. Remember to come to work on Monday. I'll arrange for you to divide the work. After saying this, Yamu Shui walked out of the office, leaving behind a dumbfounded Zhang Quan. Doing well, did I just hear you right? From the end of the meeting until now, almost everyone thought his career was over, just when it was also thought so. Yamu Shui, who was usually harsh to him, would actually say such heartwarming words. It's unbelievable. Zhang Quan thought for half a day, also did not figure out. The only guess is the other side used their own relationship, and then help him through the difficult times? But that's not logical either. One doesn't have that deep of a relationship with her. At this time, Yamu Shui sat in the office, took out his cell phone and opened the address book, dialed the note second uncle contact. Hey, second uncle. Things are just as you expected. It's not going to be easy for Secretary Bai. By the way, that TV reporter was also arranged by you. Right. Yuki, you're really getting smart. Ha ha, and thanks to your little comrade from the Water Conservancy Bureau. This kid has the same recklessness I had back then. I was all set to take him off. But then, I do have other thoughts about him. Now, oh, finally there is a man that can fit into my family's eyes. Yuki, screw you, second uncle. What are you talking nonsense about? You're at least the mayor of Hahai City. Why are you acting like a little? Good. I'll stop. Chapter 22, Anti-Chew. One thing leads to another. Zhang Quan hadn't waited for the end of his shift before he was called to the office by Yamu Shui again. I just got a call from Director Luo. The matter of the morning meeting has been reported to the Municipal Party Committee, and the higher-ups have decided to let you rest for a few days first. Then, you bureau, will I be removed from office? When Zhang Quan heard this, it was like a bolt from the blue, and his lips stuttered. What? Got scared? Not showing off now? Yamu Shui's tone was slightly more relaxed, re-examining Zhang Quan from top to bottom. No, a man is a man who dares to act. Besides, I'm practical, a servant of the people for the people. In front of Yamu Shui, he couldn't wimp out lest he be looked down upon by her. Egu, you've got some backbone. Go home and rest for a few days. The storm will always pass. All right, get off work if you're okay. Zhang Quan drooped his head and walked out of the office building with a heavy heart. The cell phone in his pocket rang. Strange local trunk number. He hung up directly, but not a moment later, the other person called again. After hanging up again, I received another text message. Little bastard, I've been waiting for you all night at the Poston Hotel, and you're the first person to dare stand me up. Zhang Quan was already in a bad mood, and now he was even more ignited, directly crackling and sending it over. Go Nima's dead liar. Really think that labor is a rookie? If and dare to harass me, believe it or not, will you first rape and then kill and then rape. It was followed by a barrage of trash talk, mostly of various cordial greetings. Perhaps sensing his anger, the other man finally stopped calling and texting. Zhang Quan shoved his cell phone into his pocket and stopped a cab to go home. At this moment, Kyoto's Tianchuan neighborhood. Inside the third villa, Xu Xini sat in the luxurious living room with her cell phone, wearing a white light pajama over her body and stepping on the red carpet with her bare feet. Upon seeing the text message in her phone, she was so angry that she ripped the mask off her face and slammed the phone on the carpet. This brat, how dare he talk about me like that? Because of too much excitement, the surging and raging breasts, constantly rising and falling up and down, swinging in tantalizing arcs. Xu Xini got up and walked back and forth on the carpet, thinking about how to send a message later. On weekdays, men who seemed to be above the rest were obediently submitting at their feet with a little trickery on their part. I didn't realize that it folded in the brat. That's how people are. They want more when they can't have it. Zhang Quan returned home. First took a shower. Suwan, you did not send him a message in the afternoon. I do not know what is busy. I turned on Shake Shack and swiped for a while, but I was also bored. Ding. That text message that made him mad came back. How can you talk about people like that? Little bad boy. I'm really sad. Don't you dare tell me the address. I'll go over there right now and make you cry, bully. Okay, that's what you say. Come to the Poston Hotel if you can. I'll be waiting for you at the door. 20 minutes. Better not be fooling me. After sending the message, Zhang Quan put on his clothes and took a taxi and ran over. He had to see who was playing pranks on him today. The wind on a May night still has a hint of coolness to it. On the street, neon lights constantly flicker, illuminating the paths of how many battered workers are traveling home. Zhang Quan got off the bus at the Poston Hotel and looked around as if he hadn't found the person he was looking for. This hotel is well known in the county and is the only 4-star hotel. Standing in the doorway, there was no one there at all. Another 5 minutes of waiting and still no one. Zhang Quan realized that he had been tricked, and he was so angry that he was about to take out his cell phone to make a call. At that moment, a red Land Rover pulled up in front of him, and from the driver's side came down the woman in a black shirt. The other party wore sunglasses and had a lace super short skirt over her lower half, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Despite the white flats she wore, her legs still felt long at a glance. With her wavy hairstyle, she exudes the air of a mature woman, and her body is hot on top and on the bottom. Passers-by, they looked sideways. Aha! How it looked a little familiar. He removed his sunglasses when the other man approached and smoothly inserted them in his chest position. Zhang Quan immediately lost his voice. Chu, Aunt Chu. He hadn't been wrong. Standing before him, this woman with a playful expression on her face and a smile if anything at the corners of her mouth. It's Adli Qingrou's best friend Chu Sini. When he was in the beauty store, the other guy was molesting him in every way. Chu Sini seemed to be satisfied with Zhang Quan's expression. Her right hand was stuck in her waist, her left arm was on his shoulder, and she exhaled rolling hot air from her mouth. In a coquettish tone, he said, "What, brat, is it a surprise?" Chapter 23, Plum Blossom. Wingate County Municipal Hospital, Ward V001. Lang Ningyu took out an apple from the fruit basket and skillfully peeled the skin with the fruit knife in her right hand. The old man sat aside, oversized old people's cell phone in his pocket, is playing Qinxiang Golden Beach, shaking his head and humming along with his mouth. Where are the heroes of these? Good men and loyalists die with no consequences. Grandpa, keep your voice down. My brain is about to explode. Lang Ningyu let out a long, helpless sigh and handed over the peeled apple. My good granddaughter, wait a moment. Grandpa, I will be ready soon. The old man crossed his index finger and didn't turn off his cell phone until the sewing was done. This apple is quite crisp, that's for sure. Have you heard about what happened this morning, Grandpa? Lang Ningyu picked up a banana and said as she peeled it, I've heard something about that little comrade who came to see me. Outspoken and quite nice. I thought at the time that he was just talking off the top of his head. I really didn't think. Good granddaughter. There's a lot of things you didn't expect. This kid is going to be a blessing in disguise. Grandpa, do you mean that? Someone up there wants to move by Yulon? When Lang Ningyu said this, the old man lightly hummed, lightly tapped the table, and his expression became serious. Certain people think they can do whatever they want just because they are the people's leaders. Grandma Lu Chunlan from the next unit. You should know about that. Grandma Lu. I know it. I even went to her house for dinner when I was a kid. With this water poisoning, your Grandma Lu is in the most serious condition and is still in the ICU. Ah, really? These guys? What an abomination. I'm calling my dad right now. Lang Ningyu spoke and was about to pull out her cell phone when the old man saw this and reached out to stop it. It's not your father's turn to do anything about this. Do they really think your Grandma Lu is just an ordinary retired teacher? Grandpa, could it be that Grandma Lu she? Lang Ningyu was filled with curiosity and waited blearily with wide eyes for the following. The old man smiled and touched condensing Jade's hair, mumbling, there are people outside of people. There is a sky outside of the sky, and you can't live with your own sins. Oh. The entrance to the Poston Hotel. Zhang Quan looked at the voluptuous Chu Sini next to him, although he was not Chow Chow, but wasn't he that a good saying? When you meet a young woman, everyone wants to be Chow Chow. After all this, the person who had been teasing him for the past few days was Chu Sini. The anger in his heart when he first came, after seeing the other party, it immediately dissipated, but instead, he was still a little embarrassed, and touched his nose with some embarrassment and said, Chu's sister, you can make me suffer. I go back to sleep first. Chu Sini's arm was on Zhang Quan's shoulder, and when she saw that he was about to leave, she obediently wrapped her arm around him and buried herself into the deep ditch. Sister, I came all the way from home and ran 2 red lights on the way, and you just left? After saying the words, his eyes blinked at him, and with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, he continued. Who was the one who put the harsh words on the phone to make people cry? Chu's sister. I'm not unaware of the situation. I apologize to you. This big night, or each go back to their own homes, each find their own mother. Zhang Quan hemmed and hawed and was ready to bolt. He was really embarrassed today. I thought it was a love affair, but I didn't realize it was a robbery. Just breaking away from the other's arm and leaving that soft place, not having taken 2 steps yet. He heard Chu Sini's words coming from behind him. Little brother, if you leave today, I guarantee that Qingru will know immediately. Chatting text messages I have saved. Oh. When Zhang Quan heard this, his legs were like lead and he couldn't walk at all. He was already in a bad mood today, and this was threatened, and the anger inside made his chest rise and fall. At this moment, Chu Sini hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Instead, she continued to say in a flirtatious manner, be good and listen to your sister, and later on, if I tell you to do something, you'll do it. By then, Zhang Quan violently turned around, took 3 steps, and dragged the other party into his arms when she was unprepared. Mud, like threats? My second brother is invincible. Zhang Quan wrapped his arm around Chu Sini's waspish waist and walked over to the pink Land Rover, shoving her straight into the passenger side. Pulling a cigarette out of his pocket, he lit it and got into the cab. Sister Chu, think about it, it's not too late to regret. Chu Sini fastened her seatbelt, a flush appeared on her face, and said in a despondent tone, if I don't go crazy again, I'll be old. If you don't mind that I am a broken flower, tonight you are my master, slave at your disposal. Hearing this, Zhang Quan could no longer care about anything else and stepped on the gas and sped towards home. The usual 20-minute trip took just over 10 minutes this time to park under the neighborhood unit, pressing the button for the 8th floor. In the elevator, Zhang Quan kept sizing up Chu Sini beside him. The other party actually wasn't very tall, just 1 meter 6.5. Mainly, the lower body proportions are so counterintuitive. It's one of those bodies that's short at the top and long at the bottom. It reminded him of a certain Guan actress. They should all be in the same category. Chu Sini also knows how to utilize her own advantages. The ultra-short wrap skirt, the slender legs will be displayed to the fullest. If you were wearing heels today, it might have worked better. The surplus waist of the B, the firm breasts, exudes the atmosphere of a mature woman. Ding! After the elevator door opened, Chu Sini hesitated a little. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes. If she walked out of the elevator door, she could not really regret it. Zhang Quan walked in front, glanced at Chu Sini, and said with a smile, Sister Chu, you shouldn't be regretting it. It's not too late to go downstairs. Humph, what kind of wind and waves has the old lady never seen before? Lead the way in front. Chu Sini forced herself to be calm, clasping her hands in front of her chest and raising her chin. Zhang Quan smiled, pressed the fingerprint lock, and opened the door to invite the other party into the house. 2 bedrooms, 1 kitchen and 1 bath. Not a big room, usually cleaned up fairly well. There were no ladies' slippers in Zhang's house, so he directly found a new pair of men's slippers and turned on the living room light. Chu Sini changed into her slippers and looked around at the environment. I really didn't see it. It's quite neat. Living alone, it can't be too messy. Next, are we? Zhang Quan did not know how to open his mouth, always feeling that the atmosphere is a little awkward. Chu Sini bit her lower lip and said, we'll take a shower first. Then, somewhat flustered, he walked into the bathroom. Zhang Quan was a little nervous in his heart and walked back and forth in the living room for a few steps before sitting on the sofa again. The pattering sound of water coming from inside the bathroom. Chu Sini's sexy body constantly surfaced in his mind. Picked up the glass of water on the table and drank it down. Still buoyant inside. After half an hour had passed, the sound of water finally stopped. The bathroom door slowly opened, and Chu Sini walked out wrapped in a bath towel. Her hair was still a bit wet, and a few strands of it were plastered to her pale cheeks, adding a bit of femininity. The towel was wrapped tightly around her body, but it couldn't completely hide her proud curves. Chu Sini saw that Zhang Quan's eyes had been staring at him, itching to eat him. Her red lips slightly opened and said, I'll go to the bedroom. You go and wash it too. Since it's come to this, it would be better to just omit it and get right to the point. Zhang Quan thought in his heart and walked directly into the bedroom, ignoring Chu Sini's shocked cry and pounced over. Omitted here. Chapter 24, The Second Degree. A flip of the clouds and rain. Zhang Quan reached out and took out a cigarette from the nightstand, and Chu Sini, who was lying next to him, had the sense to light it for him. Little rascal, how dare you bully me? Aren't you afraid I'll tell Chang Ro? His male love? Human nature. Zhang Quan reached out and wrapped Chu Sini into his arms. somewhat reminiscing about the scene just now. Young people do not know the good of young women. The wrong youth and the wrong seedlings. Ah, you little bastard. Honestly explain how many ignorant girls you have persecuted. How else would you be so skillful? Chu Sini's flushed face hadn't faded yet, and she pouted her little mouth as she asked. Zhang Quan smiled without saying anything, feeling the softness between his fingers, and inhaling a mouthful of smoke to exhale several smoke rings. Humph. Secretive. You recently is not bullying my family Qingrua. How I went last time. The other party is quite unhappy. Asked about you. Also do not speak. You guys should not? And Chu Sini's face was full of gossip, as if she was eager to know what had happened between the two of them. Bringing up this topic, Zhang Quan again remembered that day. He almost made a mistake. Inwardly some self-blame. Said, in fact, there is nothing. It is. Lately I am rather busy. Later there is time. I will go and take a look. Oh, really? It can't be that you're lying to me. Chu Sini obviously didn't believe it and reached out her hand to grab his ear. Fortunately, Zhang Quan reacted quickly enough, not only dodging the blow, but also pressing Chu Sini underneath him again. Little bastard. Come on. Get up. Woo woo. Again. This is omitted here, begging to be added to the bookshelf. Hyped up. And generating free electricity. The world often says that blessings and curses follow each other. Zhang Quan has this feeling at this moment. Work is not satisfactory, but in the aspect of women's luck, he is really too good. Early morning, Chu Sini got up early and went back to the company, and the two of them warmed up for a while before leaving. Before he slept for long, Zhang Quan received an unfamiliar phone call. At first he thought it was Chu Sini pulling another prank, and he answered it without thinking. Hello, this is Long Ningyu, 11:30 noon, White House Hotel, number 9. Before he could inquire about the situation, the other man simply hung up. What a guy. That's so rude. Long Ningyu? And who is this? What's the point of inviting me to dinner for a good reason? Zhang Quan thought about it for half a day before he reacted. That day when he went to Ward V001, that long-legged, high-cooled beauty, wasn't it called Xiaoyu? Is that her name? True to his name. He is a very cool person. But how did she get her own number? At the beginning, the other party even made a bet with him that if he dared to run the person in charge, he would treat him to dinner. I didn't expect it, but it's quite a keeper. Near 11 o'clock, Zhang Quan stood in front of the closet, having trouble getting to his noon appointment. On weekdays, he was used to being spontaneous, but this time, it was an invitation from that high-cool beauty, Long Ningyu, and he inexplicably wanted to make a good impression. Flipping out an ironed and smooth white shirt with dark slacks, he repeatedly looked it over in front of the mirror and straightened his somewhat disheveled hair before heading out the door. Satisfied. 9 White House Hotel in Yangon County is also quite famous. Before I heard that the meal also need to make a reservation. When he waited to get off the bus, a European-style building came into view, and the fountain in front of the door was bearing its water. Zhang Quan stepped in. Elegant piano music echoed in the hall, and the interior was luxuriously decorated. At the moment, he was like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden, looking at everything in wonder. Sir, do you have a reservation? The waiter in the black uniform asked politely. The other party didn't say the location. May I ask if there is a name for MS? Condensation U. Zhang Quan was slightly nervous. The waiter smiled professionally. Yes sir, please follow me. Along the corridor, at a window seat, Zhang Quan saw Long Ningyu. The other party was wearing a slim black dress, long hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her expression was still as high and cold as ever, and she was holding a glass of red wine, gently shaking it. The sunlight poured through the window, outlining the perfect curves of her body. You're here. Lang Ningyu put down her wineglass and said indifferently, but a trace of imperceptible sizing up flashed in her eyes. Well, not late. Zhang Quan took a seat across from her in a hasty manner, his eyes lingering on her unconsciously. Not bad for being on time. Lang Ningyu beckoned for a waiter. Serve the food as I reserved earlier. The atmosphere was a little awkward as neither of them spoke in between waiting for their food to be served. Zhang Quan rubbed his nose and took the lead to break the silence. That, really didn't expect you to invite me to dinner, and thought you were just saying it casually. The corner of Lang Ningyu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. I, Long Ningyu, have always practiced what I preach. Since I lost, then this meal is naturally on me. Zhang Quan remembered the bet and couldn't help but smile. In fact, it's most disliked to see those second-generation officials. A trace of appreciation flashed in Long Ningyu's eyes. Having the guts. This is unexpected. At this time, the waiter began to serve the food, and an exquisite dish was brought to the table. Lang Ningyu picked up her knife and fork and elegantly cut the steak, and Zhang Quan followed suit. Western restaurant, mainly is the appearance of goods. the price is still dead expensive. Zhang Quan prefers big fish and meat, so eat a few mouthfuls and asked, "Old man, the body is still okay. I'll be able to leave the hospital tomorrow." Condensed Jade lifted her head and wiped her mouth in a graceful movement. "That's good. I feel relieved in my heart." Zhang Quan picked up the water cup and took a sip to moisten his throat. Lang Ningyu put down her knife and fork and gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin, raising her eyes to Zhang Quan with more than a few moments of curiosity in her gaze. "You're not afraid of losing your position if you do this at the meeting?" When Zhang Quan heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a bitter smile. "Of course I'm afraid. However, I'm more afraid of not being able to pass the hurdle of conscience." Lang Ningyu stared at him thoughtfully, and after a few moments of silence, she slowly spoke. "You are a person with a sense of justice. Have you ever thought of changing your working environment? With your ability, I'm afraid that being in the Water Conservancy Bureau is a bit of a condescension." Zhang Quan was slightly stunned, not expecting Lang Ningyu to suddenly throw out such a topic. He scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "I don't have any big ambitions, and I haven't thought about changing places. Besides, it's not certain if I can do it in the future." A hint of disappointment flashed in Lang Ningyu's eyes, but she quickly resumed that high-flying look. At this time, her cell phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, her brows furrowed slightly, and after hesitating for a moment, she still picked up the phone. A few minutes later, Lang Ningyu hung up the phone, stood up, and said to Zhang Quan with a slight apology, "I'm really sorry. There's a sudden emergency. I have to go back and deal with it right away. I'm really sorry that I haven't finished this meal. I'll make it up to you next time." Zhang Quan quickly waved his hand. It's fine. You go and get busy. Consider this time as a treat for dinner." Lang Ningyu gave him a deep look, picked up her jacket, and hurriedly left the hotel. The next 2 days were a series of episodes in the Natural Snow Water Purification Company's drinking water poisoning case. Many people thought that the Water Conservancy Bureau ruddy Zhang Quan finished, but did not expect the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection actually intervened, and still supervised the deputy director of the room, personally hanging a ray down to Yangon County to deal with the matter. Not only were all the associates detained, but a disciplinary working group was also set up, with all fingers pointing at Bai Yulan, the secretary of the River Sea Municipal Party Committee. Riverhead City Hall compound, Monday morning's regular meeting, Bai Yulan Rare did not attend. Instead, the mayor Yu Hongzhi presided over. The conference mainly focuses on this water poisoning incident. First of all, the leadership of Yangon County to criticize, shirk when things go wrong, forget the original intention of joining the party. In short, Mayor Yu was very dissatisfied, and after criticizing, he named Zhang Quan, the unit chief of the Water Resources Bureau, for his courageous advice, which is worthy of learning from all departments. Zhang Quan, who was lying on the sofa, hadn't realized that he was on fire. At the moment, he was worried about Su Wanyu. The other guy hadn't messaged him in almost 2 days. Chapter 25, Eating. Messages aren't returned and phone calls aren't answered. Zhang Quan was really flustered. His mind jumbled with all sorts of possibilities. After the past few days of chatting, he felt that he liked each other. And there was less than a week before the Dragon Boat Festival at the end of the month. The two had agreed to meet in Jingzhou City, but now they had lost contact directly. Zhang Quan smoked one cigarette after another and could only silently comfort himself that there should be nothing wrong. Until the evening, Zhang Quan shut himself inside the house with his cell phone in front of him, expecting news from Su Wanyu. Jingle bells. Yu Mu Shue's phone. Zhang Quan was violently startled. Sitting on the sofa for a long time, his legs were a little numb, stubbing out his cigarette and pressing connect and speakerphone. "Hello, Zhang Quan. I just received a notice that you can go to work normally on Monday. Secretary Bai has been taken away by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission." Got it. Yell Bureau. Why do you sound unhappy? Zhang Quan, is everything okay on your side? I'm fine. I'm just a little tired lately. Then get some rest and remember to come by my office first thing in the morning. Zhang Quan hung up the phone. The whole person flatly leaned against the sofa. The position was preserved. He should feel happy. Moreover, it was rare for Yu Mu Shui to care about herself, and it seemed that everything was moving in a good direction. But he himself, however, could not be happy. It's like losing a beloved toy. 6:30 p.m. Zhang Quan's stomach grumbled and began to protest, and he was just about to get up to cook an instant noodle when he received a call from Li Qingru. Today he came back and asked him to come over for dinner with us. Simply packed up and took a cab to get to, of all places, the neighborhood. It's been months since I've been here, and I don't think I can blame him for what happened at the last beauty parlor. I don't think, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked him to come to the house for dinner. Picked up a few things at the supermarket and carried them towards the flat. Ding dong. ringing the doorbell. It didn't take long for the door to the room to open. Lee Ching-gru had a faint smile on her face, wearing homey clothes, a round-necked body shirt with a bulge at her chest, and white slippers on her feet. Xiaoquan, you came how to carry things again. Have given said how many times? Come, home don't take these, Lee Ching-gru said, then smoothly took the milk in his hand. The moment of bending over, Zhongquan seems to have seen parts that he shouldn't look at. Non-respect, color is empty, big and white, blah 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 blah. Lee Ching-gru did not notice Zhongquan's eyes, and still took out the slippers she had prepared in advance as usual, just changed his shoes, only to hear from inside the house, Yang Pengfei's voice, am I coming? Zhongquan let out a hey sound and walked into the living room, and saw Yang Pengfei was crossing his legs, sitting on the sofa watching TV. Xiaoquan is here and you don't even sit up. You just know how to watch TV at home, Lee Ching-gru said with a grumble from her mouth, then twisted her waist and went back to the dining room to serve the fruits. Yang Pengfei laughed and greeted Zhongquan sitting next to him. Is not mentioning things again? You're still short of those next time you mention it, be careful I'll clean you up. Coming empty-handed. Isn't that too much? Besides there isn't much money. Zhang Quan scratched his hair and said with some embarrassment. Li Qingru also came over at this time, and after putting down the fruit plate and drinks, she went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. How's work these days? Doing okay. It's okay, the leaders and co-workers are pretty good. Listen, said you were promoted again. Hey, sometimes promotion is not a good thing. The original in Hahai City, when a day monk hit a day clock on the line, and now I am running around. Hungry meal full meal, to suffer. Yang Pengfei whining has not yet finished. The table phone rang. Zhang Quan instinctively glanced. The memo is Secretary Li. Picked up the phone, walked to the balcony location, whispered a few words, hung up and went back to the sofa, and patted Zhang Quan's thigh. The company has a little thing. First past a trip. You. Say down, do not have to wait for me. With those words, he got up, changed his clothes, and hurried out the door. After Yang Pengfei left the house, Zhang Quan was left alone in the living room, bored out of his mind, holding the remote control to change the channel, turning his head to look at the kitchen from time to time. Through the frosted sliding door, one could vaguely see that Li Qingru was busy. For some reason, whenever he was with Li Qingru, he would always treat him as his own sister, perhaps due to the fact that the age difference between the two was less than 10 years. When I was a kid I used to follow each other around, sniffling and begging for goodies. Zhang Quan got up and walked to the side of the kitchen, pushed open the door. Li Qingru was slicing the beef. After seeing him, she softly asked, "Why did you run to the kitchen? The meal will be ready soon. You guys will chat for a while. He hasn't seen you for a long time as well. Just took a call and has gone out. On his way out, he asked me to give you a message that you don't have to wait for him tonight." Zhang Quan smiled faintly and leaned against the doorframe. "Really? Come and go out. All day long you're not busy with anything," Li Qingru said with some complaints. Then added, "You come in and serve the dishes, and when the beef is cut up and a dipping sauce is mixed, it will be ready." Zhang Quan answered and walked into the kitchen, just reaching out to serve the plate of already fried green vegetables. He inadvertently bumped his arm into Li Qingru's arm, subconsciously glancing at Li Qingru. She only saw her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes lowered as she focused on slicing the beef, her hair hanging down next to her cheeks, adding a bit more charm. "I'll help you get it together." Zhang Quan put down the dish tray and took the initiative to walk over to Li Qingru's side, picking up the garlic on the side and preparing to help pound the garlic. "Xiao Quan, can you pound garlic? Don't hurt your hands," Li Qingru asked with concern while cutting the meat. "Don't worry, I'm not a child anymore," Zhang Quan replied with a smile, but as a result, before he could pound it twice, he accidentally exerted too much force, and the garlic juice splashed onto his face, with a few drops drilling into his eyes. "Ouch," he said, instinctively going to rub his eyes. Li Qingru hurriedly put down the knife in her hand, turned around and pulled out a tissue from the tissue box on the side, raised her hand and gently wiped the garlic juice on Zhang Quan's face, pouted her lips and said, "Look at you. You're clumsy. I'll wash you with water." Li Qingru took the paper and dipped it in some water and broke his left eye with her right hand. Condescending. Instinctive. The loose neckline was slightly open, revealing pale skin, and Zhang Quan's eyes were once again drawn to it. For a moment, he was actually a bit disoriented. His heartbeat steeply accelerated, and his breathing became rapid. He could feel Li Qingru's warm breath, and his face was a little numb, causing his heart to be in turmoil. Chapter 26, Blood Donation. "Xiao Quan, hold back a little. It'll be over soon." Li Qingru's voice was gentle. It was hard to clean up and bring the rice meal to the table, and before he could eat a few bites, Zheng Quan felt an unbearable fiery stinging pain in his left eye, and his eyelid began to redden and swell, as if he had been stung by a bee. "Auntie, my eyes hurt so bad. They seem to be getting worse." Li Qingru took a look and immediately panicked. Her hand trembled slightly and her eyes were full of worry. "I guess I just didn't wipe it clean. I'll take you to the hospital to take a look." The two hurriedly packed up and went downstairs to take a taxi to the city hospital. To the hospital, Li Qingru, anxious to bring Zheng Quan, hung up the emergency room, did not wait long to find an ophthalmologist. After carefully examining Zheng Quan's eyes, the doctor said, "The eye inflammation is more serious. The garlic juice is very irritating to the eyes. You need to stay in the hospital for 1 night's observation and anti-inflammatory treatment. Otherwise it may affect your vision." As the night passed, Zheng Quan woke up feeling that the pain in his eyes had lessened a lot, and the redness and swelling had subsided a lot. Sent a message to Yumu Shui in advance and took a half day off in the morning. When Li Qingru saw him wake up, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She hurriedly came forward and scrutinized his eyes. "Xiao Quan, how do you feel? Does it still hurt?" Zheng Quan gently blinked his eyes and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. "Auntie, it's much better. It doesn't hurt much anymore." As the two were talking, the doctor came into the room and reviewed Zheng Quan's eyes. After the examination, the doctor's face showed a look of relief. "Recovery is good. The inflammation has been effectively controlled. There is no big problem. You can go through the discharge procedures." Li Qingru's hanging heart finally fell to the ground. She thanked the doctor again and again, after which, she took Zheng Quan to go through the discharge procedures. Just finished, ready to go out, only to hear the radio is also constantly playing the emergency help information. Jinzhou City Hospital has a serious patient in urgent need of Rh-negative blood, which is commonly known as panda blood. The patient's current situation is very critical. I hope to meet the requirements of the caring people. Can lend a helping hand. To give love. Zheng Quan couldn't help but stop in his tracks when he heard the broadcast. For some reason, his heartbeat became particularly fast all of a sudden, and he always felt that something was going to happen. He thought that he was Rh-negative blood, so he said to Li Qingru, "Auntie, wait for me for a while, I'm going to donate blood." Li Qingru froze slightly. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. "Xiao Quan, you just came out of the hospital. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. It's just that I didn't sleep well last night. Donating some blood won't affect it. Besides, I'm a party member." Zheng Quan smiled and headed towards the blood donation house. When the medical staff learned that he came to donate Rh-negative blood, their eyes were full of gratitude, and they hurriedly arranged for him to have a checkup and preparations before donating blood. Originally he intended to donate 300 milliliters, but in the preparation process, the medical staff told him that this time the patient's situation is more critical. 2 days ago there was a car accident, resulting in hemorrhaging, and it happens to be Rh-negative blood. This type of blood is too rare. The entire Chuanan province blood bank is not much. Zheng Quan heard, directly let the doctor to pump another 200 milliliters. Although the other side has always said that the hospital has rules. A one-time cannot exceed 400 milliliters, but in his strong request, or more 100 milliliters. When the blood donation was finished, the paramedics rushed off in an ambulance with the blood bags. The head is a little dizzy, the sky is spinning, accompanied by some nausea. If you can save a living life, suffer a little bit of crime is no big deal. Li Qingru assisted Zheng Quan. Mouth repeatedly said, "What can you do?" Eyes full of heartache. Originally, Li Qingru wanted Zheng Quan to go directly to her home, but thinking that she had to work in the afternoon, plus some inconvenience, she ended up taking a taxi home. "I went back to my room and dried 3 glasses of milk first to replenish my nutrients and sleep again." The alarm clock that was set went off right on time. Zheng Quan rubbed his headache-ridden head, his body only feeling drained. "I washed my face with cool water to feel slightly better." After stepping into the Water Conservancy Bureau building again and entering the office, Zheng Quan realized that the way these people looked at him had changed. After all, it wasn't just anyone who could dare to challenge the city secretary in that situation. The most critical thing is, also really he made. Now the white secretary was taken away by the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. Natural Snow Water Purification Company, all the relevant personnel were arrested. All the departments that met that day, except for the Water Conservancy Bureau, all the rest, including Lin Hai, the secretary of the County Party Committee, were scolded by Mayor Yu. Zheng Quan was not too proud of himself and entered the office building to go to Yumu Shue's office first. Knock on the door. Yumu Shue was the first to ask, "Hospitalized last night?" "Yu Bureau. In fact, there is no big problem. Is cooking time?" Garlic juice into the eyes. Now much better. Zheng Quan now clearly felt Yumu Shue's attitude towards him, compared to the previous shift, a lot. If he had a goodwill system, the value of rice should have been negative before, but now it's all positive. Up to 20 or 30. If you're not feeling well, I'll grant you 2 more days of vacation. The body is the capital of the revolution. You can't sacrifice your body for work. Thank you for Bureau Yu's concern. I'm really fine. I've already rested and won't delay my work. Yu Muxue gently nodded, her gaze lingering on Zhang Quan for a moment before she stood up, walked around the desk, and walked over to Zhang Quan. Give you a task? Recently the letter and visit office received many copies of the public complaint letter. Reported Baoshan Fine Chemical Limited Company random sewage, resulting in the surrounding rivers and agricultural pollution. These 2 days you first go to investigate. What are the difficulties in a timely manner to contact me? Yu Mushue's voice was soft. Then she lifted her hand and gently patted Zhang Quan's shoulder. Zhang Quan, do a good job. The bureau is in great need of young people like you. Zhang Quan office after the first to find Zhang Cheetah 3 of them. This kind of chemical plant sewage problem. The most tricky. First find a few helpers. Brother Zhang, you're a big celebrity now. You have to bring me along on this mission, so my little brother can follow suit. Just as he entered the office, Wang Jian took the lead and walked over, serving tea and pouring water with an attentive face. There was a loss in Zhang Cheetah's eyes. He didn't expect Zhang Quan to be so lucky that he was able to flip his limit. However, all of these emotions were well concealed as he pushed up his glasses and said, Unit Chief Zhang, how are you going to handle this sewage matter? Since it's a report from the public, there must be a lot of problems. However, this kind of chemical plants are all big taxpayers. There are too many departments involved, so it's better to investigate first. As Zhang Quan spoke, he began to arrange the tasks. Wang Xihan and Zhang Cheetah mainly investigate the background of Baoshan Fine Chemical. Wang Jian tomorrow with him to the scene to explore the bottom first. When he finished arranging his work, he was about to go back to his office, but he saw Yu Mushui walk in with wind and fire. I was just notified that all the water board personnel are going to the water board meeting in the 3rd floor conference room in the new town. Bureau Yu, is something wrong? Zhang Quan blurted out, and the other 3 looked at her. Yu Mushui frowned, sighed long and slowly said, Deputy Director Wan was taken away by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Ah, this can't be right. Chapter 27, Storms. The May winds are still blowing in Wingate County. It was thought that the removal of Secretary White was just the end of this natural snow purification water poisoning incident. But I did not think that this is just the beginning of the anti-corruption storm in Riverhead City and even Yangon County. The first to be taken away was Wei Haidong, the Minister of Organization. And at the panel meeting, the other party was explicitly and implicitly telling the world that he was Secretary Bai's man. This is a good thing. It's a direct spillover, pulling out the carrot and bringing out the mud. Secretary Lin Hai has been disciplined. Deputy Governor Shen every day at home in fear, contacting acquaintances around. But now at this juncture, many people are difficult to protect themselves. Who dares to meet with him? If Yu Mushui hadn't told them today, Zhang Quan really didn't know that Wang Yinfeng could be taken away as well. When the people came to the Water Conservancy Bureau of the new city, it could be said that people were on edge. And Zhang Quan walked into the conference room and saw Chen Jiai sitting in front of him. Usually beautifully dressed, her whole body looked shriveled today, and her makeup wasn't even cleaned up much. Originally, the two were at work, they were acting very close, and now that something has happened to Vice Bureau Wang, who knows if it will implicate her as well. Zhang Quan wanted to speak. Sitting on the right side of the conference room, the forefront of the Water Conservancy Bureau sat a Han Luo director. The other party this year more than 50, the hair on the temples are a lot of white. It looks like this incident, the blow to him is also very big. Wang Yinfeng after all, he is the one who brought up. The area to the left is the New Town Water Authority and the Old Town Water Authority is distinct on the right. Only, the left side of the handle was now empty, and on the right side sat Yu Muxue. The content of the meeting was very simple, emphasizing the current anti-corruption work of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. All departments and personnel should actively cooperate with the early explanation of any problems. Hearing this, everyone in the room lowered their heads and buried their heads in their records. In fact, many corrupt officials took a chance and thought they were doing a very covert job before they were caught. There was no remorse until they were taken away. Just as Director Luo stood up to announce the end of the meeting, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open, followed by the entrance of 3 males in suits carrying briefcases. Upon seeing these people, Director Luo's white eyes rolled and he slumped into his chair on the spot. The Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection came uninvited and took Director Luo away. Office of the Mayor of Riverhead, Mayor Yu Haozhe, who was standing on the ground, looked over to the male sitting on the couch with sweat pouring down his forehead. The other party leaned back on the sofa, eyes closed, playing with a cigarette in his hand. Hose, this time, you've done something that makes me very dissatisfied. Old senior, indeed blame me, did not arrange as early as possible, resulting in MS. Lu, Yu Haozhe hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Before he finished his words, the other party waved his hand, put the cigarette on his nose and took a deep breath, and only then put it in his pocket fondly. People I have captured. As for how to deal with, give me a list before tomorrow morning. After all, you are the parent official of Hahai City. The grassroots team are scattered also how to sing. After the man finished speaking, he got up and patted Yu Haojia's shoulder, giving him a meaningful look. On the way to the door, he added, "That little comrade from the water board is great." That's when he eased out of the office. Exhale. The old schoolmaster's official authority is getting stronger and stronger. I really didn't expect that the small thoughts I moved were still discovered by the other party, but it was good that it was only a verbal criticism. This natural snow-purified water poisoning incident, he learned of it originally did not take it seriously, until he saw Lu Chunlan on the list of patients, then pay attention to it. Yu Haojia hurriedly sent his secretary to investigate, and the other party was indeed his high school teacher, who himself happened to be the last class that year. At the graduation ceremony, he happened to know the Signorine Weiming, and accidentally learned that the senior's family is poor. Mr. Lu put out his own meager salary, until he graduated from the university. It could be said that in Yin Weiming's heart, he had long treated Ms. Lu like his mother, and the old schoolmaster. The current position has been seated in the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection Supervision Office Deputy Director. Another 2 years is expected to turn vice for positive. His relationship with his old senior, outsiders seldom know. On New Year's holidays also rarely come and go. Only in the spare time, go out fishing together. In this incident, Yu Haojia had planned to let the bullets fly for a while, and wait for the situation to expand before informing the old senior. According to the temper of the old schoolmaster, Mr. Lu is his only scale. As long as the other party goes out, maybe he can pull down the old rival by Yulun. But I did not expect. He arranged the TV reporter before the foot, but not yet had to spread the news. The old schoolmaster, who was on the back foot, found out about this news from somewhere, which led to the old schoolmaster being very unhappy with him. Hey, one wrong move and you lose everything. Yu Haojia stood in front of the window and sighed several times when Secretary Wang's knock sounded at the door. Come in, Mayor Yu, there's a meeting at 3:30 p.m. Look, when the time comes, let Mayor Lu preside over it, and you and I will go to the Yangon County Water Conservancy Bureau. Okay, Mayor Yu, I'll make the arrangements right now. Wingate County Water Authority. The first and second in command of the bureau were taken away, and many people didn't know what to do at the moment, but it was good that Yu Mu Shui was still there. Organized staffing, working along the lines, waiting to see what happens after she reports to leadership, but before she could report back, she received a text message on her cell phone, and after glancing at it, she hurriedly told everyone to clean up their hygiene first. Mayor Yul is coming to the water board. The whole bureau was busy when this news broke. About half an hour or so, Yu Mu Shui, with Chen Jiayi and Zhang Quan as well as the other 2 unit chiefs, stood at the entrance and waited. This time, Mayor Yu traveled with very few people, only the secretary and the driver. A black Audi, slowly parked in front of the Water Conservancy Bureau. Yu Mu Shui hurriedly went forward to open the back seat. Yu Haojia stride out of the car, handing the other side a cryptic look. Welcome Mayor Yu to inspect the work of the Water Conservancy Bureau. Yu Mu Shui held Yu Haojia's hands with a smile on her face. Yu Haojia smiled brightly and shook hands with the people present before heading towards the building. There were very few people in the conference room. Except for Yu Haojia, there was only 1 deputy director and 4 unit chiefs. Comrades, the work of the Water Conservancy Bureau in the past 2 years, but I have witnessed, most people have done a very good job. The higher authorities have been emphasizing anti-corruption and integrity, but there are still some people who are against the wind. Everyone should also know that Luo Yucheng and Wang Anfeng are suspected of bribery and abuse of power, and have been taken away by the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. However, there is no need for everyone to be nervous. The work that should be done continues to work well. The follow-up work of the Water Conservancy Bureau will first be presided over by Yu Mu Shui. Alright, that's all I'll say for now. Comrade Xiao Zhang stays for a while, the others can go. After Yu Haojia finished speaking, everyone else in the conference room was a bit shocked. Comrade Chang? Isn't that Zhang Quan? How could Mayor Yu keep him alone? Is it because he was outspoken on the natural snow poisoning incident? Jealousy, naked envy. For many people, it is difficult to meet the mayor, and they can only see him on television. Zhang Quan made the mayor stay personally, the intention of which must be unusual. I just don't know what, exactly, they talked about. Chapter 28 Invitations. Mayor Yu came in a hurry, left in a hurry. Only a simple meeting in the Water Resources Bureau. Apart from Zhang Quan, no one knew what Yu Haojia had said to him during those 5 minutes in the conference room. On his way out, Mayor once again shook hands one by one and waited until Chen Jai, who was standing at the end, paused slightly and said with a smile, "Comrade Chen Jai, the Water Conservancy Bureau is in great need of a woman of honor like you, and I hope that you can play a leading role." With that said, he got in his car and left. This scene caused many people present to have infinite reveries. So many people, but also at this juncture, Mayor Yu is the only one who said these encouraging words to Chen Jai. Is there a purpose to it? Yu Mushui likewise thought the same thing. Could it be that second uncle had a crush on the other party? Chen Jai felt doubly flattered and quickly calmed down after being excited. He himself was not halfway related to Mayor Yu, so why was the other party treating him like this? Murphy? It's him. Thinking of this, his eyes glanced at Zhang Quan, and the other party just happened to turn his head over at the moment as well. A imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The wind stopped. After a half-month-long anti-corruption storm, it gradually began to calm down along with the departure of Director In of the Supervision Office of the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Bai Yulan, Secretary of the River Sea Municipal Committee, transferred to Yongchuan City. The position is not yet determined. However, discerning people know that the white secretary this time is considered finished. Jinchuan City in the Southwest Province ranking has always been the bottom. From the River Sea to Jinchuan can be said to be demoted. In addition to this, Wei Haidong, Minister of Organization of Yangon County, Luo Yucheng, Director of Water Resources Bureau, and Wang Yinfeng, Deputy Director of, nearly 20 officials, large and small, suspected of serious corruption and bribery and other charges, were all double-checked. They say pulling out the carrot brings out the mud. All officials associated with Secretary Bai, almost all have been swept away. Good thing the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection did not kill all of them with one stick. As long as they take the initiative to give an account, or the circumstances are not too serious, they are taken lightly. Fortunes and misfortunes. When someone falls, someone has to step up. Wingate County Water Authority. Yumu Shui, Deputy Director of the Water Resources Bureau. As Director of the Water Resources Bureau, Chia Yi-chen, Director of the Water Resources Planning Unit, serves as Deputy Director of the Old Town Water Resources Bureau. Tian Weiqing, Head of the Water Resources Protection Unit, serves as Deputy Director of the New Town Water Resources Bureau. Learning this news, Zhang Quan was not surprised, and the words Mayor Yu had said to him once again came to mind. Comrade Zhang, you've done a great job in this matter. The organization is very short of young comrades with drive like you. After a few compliments, he was suddenly asked what he thought of the position of Deputy Director in the Water Resources Bureau. At that time, Zhang Quan almost revealed himself, but the thought of just becoming a unit chief not long ago, neither seniority nor age. After briefly thinking about it, I recommend Xia Yi-chen. Sure enough, Mayor Yu was satisfied with this answer and smiled as he encouraged a few more words. His own top boss is Chen Jai, and it might be a lot easier to go to work in the future. Jingle bells. Zhang Quan picked up the phone and was just thinking about it when Chen Jai called. Can't help but read. Will there be time for this? I'd like to take you to dinner. Director Chen kindly invited me. How could I not have the time? Send me an address and I'll go over right away. Okay, I'll send you the address on WeChat. Chen Jai hung up the phone, walked inside the bedroom, took off the jacket on her body, opened the closet and kept picking out clothes. Today, when she learned of the appointment, her heart was in a state of confusion. Wang Yinfeng was double-regulated. Not only did not implicate her, but also promoted. The only person Chen Jai could think of was Mayor Yu, and no one could do it except him in. There were too many questions in her heart that she had to unravel from Zhang Quan today. Unbuttoned, the clothes on his body slowly fell off, revealing his white skin. Bending down, she took the black lace lingerie panties out of the cupboard, put them on and stood in front of the dressing mirror. The front and back are so sexy and alluring that it's almost too provocative. After her self-appreciation, a smug smile appeared on Chen Jai's face. This time, I was able to become a director, and I took a big step up in my career. Thinking of the last time Zhang Quan braved the flood to save her, it would be better to just let him come to the house for dinner. Anyway, her deadbeat husband was away on a business trip and she was the only one at home. Thinking about it, he sent a message to Zhang Quan, sending his home address. At this time, Zhang Quan, who was just about to go out, saw the text message sent by Chen Jai and was overjoyed. Going to a beautiful director's house for dinner is like a plot in a novel anyhow. Sheesh, will something happen? Zhang Quan thought darkly and called a cab to drive to the place. Chen Jai said, old city roads, or as always difficult to walk, just 5 kilometers of road, hard to walk for almost half an hour. When we got to the entrance of the neighborhood, we walked into the supermarket next door and bought some fruit and red wine. Since you go to the leader's house as a guest for dinner, you can't go there with your stomach. Building 3. Unit 2, Room 602. Press the doorbell of the cell block and after a few rings, click, the cell door opened. Zhang Quan pulled open the door and sat in the elevator. He could feel his heart beating faster. Just as the elevator doors opened, the door to the room on the left opened. Director Chen. I'm not late, am I? Zhang Quan smiled cheekily and placed the things in his hand inside the house. Chen Jiai, dressed in her home clothes, with an apron hanging from her chest and a spatula in her left hand, said, what else to carry? The slippers are in the cabinet. Make yourself at home first. I have one more dish to go. Okay, then I'll be polite. Zhang Quan smiled and nodded his head. To the left was the kitchen, to the right was the living room. The house space is quite large. Roughly took a look. 3 rooms, 2 bathrooms. How is it 145 square meters? It was the first time he'd been to the other man's house, where a photo of the couple hung on the wall behind the couch, wearing a white wedding dress and holding flowers in her hand. Chen Jiai lies on her side in her husband's arms with a happy smile on her face. Chen Jiai's husband's skin color is a bit on the dark side and his features are very ordinary, so I really don't know how the two of them met. Zhang Quan walked to the dining room, sat on a chair, and watched Chen Jiai stir-frying dishes in the kitchen. With an inadvertent glance, he unexpectedly discovered the peak of light within Chen Jiai's cuffs. The other party already had a good figure, of the type that was round and rounded in the front and back. Even though she was only wearing the wide clothing for home, she still couldn't hide her proud curves. 2 straight calves with pink manicure on their feet. The old saying, a wife is better than a concubine is better than stealing, and stealing is better than not being able to steal. Sure enough, that's a pretty gold-plated statement. Just as he was thinking about it, Chen Jiai suddenly turned her head to look over, and Zhang Quan hurriedly picked up the empty water cup on the table and pretended to pour water. Xiao Zhang, the food is ready. Come in and serve it. Chapter 29, Secrets. When Zhang Quan heard Chen Jiai's voice, he let out a hey sound, and busily put down the cup of water in his hand and got up to walk into the kitchen. The place in the kitchen was already small, and the aroma of meals filled everywhere, mixed with the faint smell of Chen Jiai's body shower gel. Zhang Quan walked over to the stovetop and just reached out for a plate when Chen Jiai extended her hand as well. The two men touched their fingers lightly. For a split second, as if electrocuted, each quickly retracted their hands. Chen Jiai's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked up at Zhang Quan and said softly, be careful of the heat. Zhang Quan's throat tightened a bit, and he laughed dryly. Okay. 3 dishes and 1 soup, all home-cooked and colorful. Zhang Quan shallow taste a mouthful. The flavor is very good, better than what he did. Really did not see that Chen Jiai not only beautiful, cooking is also so delicious. In today's society, it's not often that you see a. Chen Jiai took out 2 bottles of Fanta from the refrigerator, and after removing her apron, she sat down in style with her legs together. There are fewer dishes at home, so I simply made a few, and they tasted okay. It's comparable to a 5-star chef, and it's so delicious that you won't let go of it even if you slap it. Zhang Quan smiled cheekily and picked up the braised pork and tasted it. It's fatty, but not greasy, and it's got a nice kick to it. As long as it's delicious, come on, little Zhang. Clink a glass first. Chen Jiai picked up the Fanta and drank a few mouthfuls, her eyes staring at Zhang Quan, and continued, last time, Mayor Yu, what exactly did he say to you? Can you? It's nothing really, it's just that I was asked who in the bureau is suitable to be the deputy director, and then I elected you. It's as simple as that. Ah, really? The Fanta cup in Chen Jiai's hand almost didn't hold steady. Her face wore a surprised expression, her eyes wide with disbelief. Before, she did guess that it was likely to be related to her, but she didn't expect it to be. Chen Jiai froze for several seconds before she slowly came back to her senses. Inwardly touched, her eyes instantly became moist, and her voice trembled slightly. Xiao Zhang, why are you doing this? What more reason is needed? You'll be my director from now on, so you can cover me in general, and you can go to work easily and comfortably, don't you think? Director Chen, ha. ****** you. If you don't behave yourself at work, I'll still cut you. Gu, Bureau Chen, you're too ungrateful. Zhang Quan snickered a few times, and Chen Jiai blankly glanced at him, getting up and walking to the wine cabinet in the back, choosing a bottle from it, taking out 2 red wine glasses and a wine opener. He opened them and poured 2 halves of a glass, one handing it to Zhang Quan. Bureau Chief Chen, let me toast you first. Congratulations on your honorary promotion to director. Zhang Quan had a smile on his face. Chen Jiai's eyes blinked as she glanced at Zhang Quan and lifted her red wine glass. Thank you, for doing me such a great favor. After saying that, he opened his rosy lips, took a few small sips, and put down his glass of red wine again. Seriously, last time you saved my life in the flood. I wanted to thank you very much. And this time, if it wasn't for you, maybe I would have also been. By the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Chen Jiayi's cheeks floated red, and she said with a hint of affection, "This is not good. Besides, even if I put myself forward, I'm sure I won't be able to get on, so I might as well give you this opportunity right here." Zhang Quan was generous, picking up his wineglass and clinking it with Chen Jiayi again. The corners of Chen Jiayi's mouth revealed a charming smile, and her bright eyes seemed to be able to condense water droplets as she raised her wineglass and clinked it with Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan knew that Chen Jiayi's alcohol consumption was not good, and after only 3 touches, the other party's eyes were almost mesmerized, and her tender white cheeks were turning red. "Do you feel in your heart that I'm cheap? Being a married woman, and hooking up with men in their 40s in order to rise to the top." Chen Jiayi drank a few sips to herself, elbowed her chin with her right hand, and said with her head down. Zhang Quan was choked by the other party's words and didn't know how to speak, as if he did think about it like that. "Oh, I know that a lot of people in the bureau look down on me. They all think that I slept in Wang Yinfeng's bed to become a unit chief. Xiao Zhang, you shouldn't be too old. You're only 24-5 this year." Chen Jiayi smoothed the hair in front of her forehead behind her ear, a subtle action that made her look flavorful. "Actually, I'm 26, almost 27. Zhang Quan didn't know what the other party was suddenly asking this for, so he could only answer truthfully. "If my brother didn't die, this year should be the same age as you. When I first came to the Water Conservancy Bureau, my brother had leukemia and needed a lot of money. That's why I talked to Wang Bureau. Although in the end it still wasn't saved, but I'm still very grateful to him." As Chen Jiayi said this, her eyes reddened once again, her voice carrying a hint of choking, tears welling up in her eyes. She had suffered too much criticism over the years, and although she didn't show it outwardly, she still hurt herself secretly every late night. Zhang Quan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, looked at the usually arrogant Chen Jiayi weeping, and his heart was filled with pity. "Director Chen, let's not mention the past, and don't be too hard on yourself anymore. You were all compelled to save your brother." Zhang Quan's voice was very low and Chen Jiayi slowly raised her head and looked at Zhang Quan with teary eyes. "Little Zhang, thank you for understanding me. Today, I don't know why, but I just wanted to say all these words from my heart, and I feel much better now. Director Chen, in touching one, I wish you a bright future in the future." Chen Jiayi took the rest of the red wine this time and drank it all in one go. The mouth gulped the blazing airflow, and the tone was very gentle. "Xiao Zhang, what do you think of my person?" "That. You are quite good. Long beautiful body and good body. And also can cook. Who if you marry you?" Ba 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 ba. "Sorry, Bureau Chen. I forgot that you are already married." "No. Alright, my family that mouth, do not mention it. Anyway, the two of us now, but also let's get together and leave a lot, each living their own. Marriage is not so. 2 strangers get together to partner life." Chen Jiayi smiled miserably, perhaps because she was a bit drunk, and kept spitting out her heart. "That Director Chen, I have a personal question that I really want to ask you, and I am afraid that you will be angry." Zhang Quan stammered. Chen Jiayi raised her eyebrows and smiled as she sipped from her red wineglass. "You ask. It's whether there's a problem between you and your husband." Hearing this, Chen Jiayi froze for a moment and suddenly put down her wineglass and said, "Since you're the one who asked, I'll tell you the truth. In fact, my husband he has no fertility." When Chen Jiayi finished speaking, her shoulders shook a few times, and her eyes were filled with tears, which could no longer be held back from dripping at this moment. "Married for more than a year. There has never been a child." At first she thought it was her own problem, but after going to the hospital for examination, this is to know that it is the husband's problem. That day, she had a big fight with her husband. The other party rode a bicycle for fun when he was a child and accidentally injured his testicles. At first, he did not care about it, and only when he was examined later did he learn that the testicular tubes had atrophied and could no longer produce sperm. In a woman's life, the most important thing is to get married and have children, but now this wish seems to be impossible to fulfill. Because of this, 2 people have a very unpleasant, coupled with both public officials, had to be delayed again and again. Now, the 2 of them are living their own lives, except for holidays. Hearing this secret uttered by Chen Jiayi, Zhang Quan was all a bit shocked, his right hand holding the wineglass, unable to speak. After all, Chen Jiayi's husband is only thunder, not rain. Ah, what a shame about such a beautiful wife. Mud. Wastefulness. Chapter 30, Clutter. Is it because you think I'm pathetic? Chen Jiayi picked up the paper on the dining table and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, sniffling and letting out a rueful laugh. Zhang Quan received too much information. For a moment he didn't know how to comfort. When he reacted, he said in a gentle tone, "Chun Bureau, I don't know what to say. In fact, these things, none of it is your fault. Chen Jiai smiled bitterly. I know you're sympathizing with me. Now that life has become like this, I've long since thought about it. When Zhang Quan heard this, he felt even more sympathetic to the other party, who was also only 35 or 36 years old, the age of a woman's beauty. But today, Bureau Chen, without going into all that sad talk, I'm quite excited that you invited me home for dinner today. Let's toast to tomorrow and the future. These words have been hidden in the bottom of my heart for too long. Now all of a sudden I say it out. I feel that the whole person is much lighter. This secret that I tell you today, you must keep it for me. Chen Jiai pulled a smile from the corner of her mouth, sniffled, and raised her wine glass to finish half of it in one gulp. Don't worry, Bureau Chen. Out of this door. Never let others know. Zhang Quan also finished his drink in one go. Chen Jiai, with a red face, picked up a piece of cucumber and crunched on it. Seeing that Zhang Quan did not move his chopsticks much, getting up and bending down, he gave him another piece. Don't just drink. The food will get cold if you don't eat it. I don't know if it was because his eyes were in a trance, or if he had an illusion, but when Chen Jiai bent over, the already loose neckline became even looser all of a sudden. The overhead light, just in time, shot straight down again, and Zhang Quan vaguely saw the lace-wrapped bra. The scene. It directly caused Zhang Quan's blood pressure to spike, and his eyes felt like they were tracking and locating, not reacting until Chen Jiai met his eyes. When Chen Jiai saw Zhang Quan staring at her chest, she immediately realized that she was naked and her pretty face turned red all the way to her neck. In his own home, having dinner and drinks with a male subordinate and having his private parts seen by the other. I don't know why so again remembered Kong Youngjin that time. The other forced himself to have sex with him in the hotel. The heart is in turmoil. I'm going to the restroom. Chen Jiai coughed lightly twice and hurriedly got up to hide her inner panic. Go into the bathroom. Chen Jiai washed her face, and only then did she feel that her restless heart quieted down quite a bit. Back at the table, neither man mentioned the awkwardness of what had just happened. Paralyzed by alcohol, the two chatted about things at work and in their daily lives. A bottle of red wine that quickly bottoms out. The backbone comes with it. At this time, Zhang Quan was all confused. The dishes on the table were eaten, and Fanta had drunk 2 or 3 bottles. Chen Jiai got up to clean up the table, and Zhang Quan was playing on the side. His eyes glanced at the wedding photos in the living room, and suddenly ghosted. Director Chen, I really feel unworthy for you. You are such a good woman. How can, if I can marry you, I may be able to wake up laughing in my dreams. There is no such thing as a woman who can resist sweet talk, especially when she is drunk. In the face of Zhang Quan's sudden confession, Chen Jiai's psychological defenses have begun to gradually collapse, put down the dishes in her hands, and winkingly smiled. A man's mouth deceives a ghost. If I were a dozen years younger, maybe I would have been tricked by you. Zhang Quan hemmed and hawed and rubbed his nose as he continued. Bureau Chen, your current state is like a girl in her early 20s, at a dozen years younger. You can go back to kindergarten. Asterisk 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 you. Smooth talker, nitpicking good words to lie to me. Chen Jiai reached out and punched Zhang Quan's arm, pouting her lips, looking like a petulant little girl anyways. Zhang Quan was hit by Chen Jiai in this way. He smoothly grabbed the other's wrist, his eyes gaze locked straight on her face, his voice slightly trembling. Bureau Chen, I really didn't lie to you. You're good looking, have such a good body, and cook well. This kind of woman can't be found in a lantern. Facing Zhang Quan's sweet words offensive, Chen Jiai felt like she was falling, but the last of her inner sanity still kept her calm, and she was just about to try to break away from him, but Zhang Quan clenched his hands even tighter. Cheeks rose a layer of tantalizing redness, eyes full of panic and shyness. "See, cannot break free." Only to whispered Xiao Zhang. You are not drunk. Quickly, don't talk nonsense. I am going to say. I am afraid that if I don't say it, I won't have a chance in the future. Zhang Quan not only didn't let go, but instead pulled Chen Jiai even closer. Their bodies almost pressed together, breathing with the smell of wine, spraying on Chen Jiai's face. It was blazing and moving. At this moment, Chen Jiai's mind went directly blank, and she could clearly feel Zhang Quan's violent testosterone. Don't do this. Chen Jiai's lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something to refuse, but she couldn't. Just then, Zhang Quan slowly lowered his head, and Chen Jiai's body stiffened violently, subconsciously trying to push away. But I couldn't get my hands to work. Chapter 31. Don't. Jingle bells. The cell phone in Zhang Quan's pocket suddenly rang, the sharp ringtone breaking the ambiguous atmosphere in the living room. The two men's movements stalled violently, and Chen Jiai pushed Zhang Quan away with both hands, straightening her not-so-messy hair as a hint of panic and disappointment flashed in her eyes. Zhang Quan stood slightly rushed, helplessly reaching into his pants pocket to pull out his cell phone. Glancing at the screen, it was an unfamiliar landline number. After a moment's hesitation, he still pressed the answer button, tried to lower his voice, and asked with some impatience, "Hello, who is it? Hello, I'm from the office of Yangon County Hospital. May I ask if you're Mr. Zhang Quan?" A female voice came over the phone. "Yes, I am, Mr. Zhang. It's like this. On May 17th, you donated blood at this hospital without compensation, and your family wants to obtain your information to thank you, so I'll ask for your opinion on my side." "Oh, this matter is that patient from Jingzhou City okay? Thanks to your timely blood donation, the patient is safe and sound. It's good that it's okay. As for the thanks, forget it. If they ask, just say my name is Thunderbolt." As Zhang Quan spoke, he hung up the phone, and Chen Jiai, who was standing next to him, was filled with curiosity. He was briefly told what happened that day, not realizing that the patient's family could find him through the hospital. "I really didn't see it. You're still a living lightning rod." Chen Jiai laughed and joked, then continued, "It's almost 10 o'clock. Shouldn't you?" When Zhang Quan heard this, he felt disappointed. Was he going to return today without any success? Blame it on this phone call. It's a bad guy's good deed. There was no excuse at the moment, so he could only reluctantly say, "Then, Chun Bureau, I'll return first." Slow down on the road. Zhang Quan walked all the way to the door without Chen Jiai uttering a word to stay. Sighing in his heart, he squatted down and was just about to change his shoes when he felt his eyes go black and the sky swirled as he planted himself on the ground. Zhang Quan, are you okay?" Chen Jiai saw that he was still changing his shoes with his head down on his front foot. How come he was lying on the ground in the blink of an eye? At first, she thought that the other party was doing it on purpose, but when she ran over and tried to help get up, she saw Zhang Quan's eyes close tightly, his face showing a difficult expression. A few minutes passed. Zhang Quan opened his eyes and felt a strange smell in his nose. Then he saw Chen Jiai's anxious face and opened his mouth to ask, "Where am I?" "I in this. Just not in. Changing shoes." "How? You just really scared the hell out of me. How can I yell at you but you don't respond?" "Luckily we have Windex at home. It should be the after effects of the blood donation before. Plus I drank more today. That's why I feel so dizzy." "Then let me help you to the house first and lie down for a while." Chen Jiai didn't think much about it, stretching out her arm around Zhang Quan's waist and dragging his body towards the side bedroom. Zhang Quan also still had some strength. At this time, he leaned against Chen Jiai's body, feeling soft and having the illusion of floating in the air. Little by little, she walked to the side bedroom. Chen Jiai placed Zhang Quan flat on the bed, and just as she was about to get up, her feet were unsteady, and her entire body flopped over. The two crashed into each other. Zhang Quan instinctively reached out and wrapped his arms around Chen Jiai's body, and he could even feel those two masses on his chest. After the intimate contact, Chen Jiai panicked and hurriedly just stood up, blushing and stuttering. "You, rest first, wait until you feel better. I'll leave first. I've just finished talking, and I haven't even turned around to go yet." I heard Zhang Quan softly say behind me. "Bureau Chen, can you accompany me? I want to hug you, just for a moment, can you?" When Chen Jiai heard this, her legs felt like they were filled with lead, and she couldn't walk at once. Inside constantly do some thought work, hesitate for a moment, slowly turn around and say with a red face, "Then, just, let you hug it." The words just fell. Zhang Quan was like a flashback. The whole person was like a chicken blood. After sitting up from the bed, he reached out and wrapped Chen Jiai in his arms. First time face to face and chest to chest. The scent of jasmine on the other side was so good, like poppies in bloom. It was intoxicating. Since they were already hugging each other, how could Zhang Quan let go of this good opportunity? The blazing airflow from his nostrils constantly slapping against Chen Jiai's earlobes. A tingling sensation made Chen Jiai's body shake a few times. She felt that she was breathing a little fast. If she continued like this, sooner or later something would happen. Is Xiao Zhang holding it well? Quickly, let go. But at this moment, Zhang Quan was unrelenting, his two arms tightly holding Chen Jiai's waspish waist. "Look at those dainty earlobes. Take it gently." Chen Jiai subconsciously pressed her hands against Zhang Quan's chest and tensed her legs. I wanted to push him away with all my might, but I was weak and lost all my strength. "Xiao Zhang, don't do this." Chapter 32 Background. Omitted here, please make up your own mind. I don't know how long I slept. Zhang Quan opened his eyes, saw the unfamiliar ceiling above his head, and turned his head to look around. Turns out it wasn't a dream. Everything was real. But where did Chief Chen go? Zhang Quan looked at his watch. It was only 3 o'clock in the morning. Getting dressed and stepping out of the side bedroom, the sound of the TV came from the living room. Chen Jiai, who was lying on the sofa, saw Zhang Quan walking out from the side bedroom, and recalling the passion she had just experienced, a blush floated on her face once again. In a shy tone, he said, "Little Zhen, you're awake, why am I here?" Zhang Quan asked somewhat knowingly, as a way to hide his inner embarrassment. When Chen Jiayi heard this, she was even more ashamed that she wanted to cover her face with the quilt. "You said you were dizzy, and when I helped you and you wanted to hug me again, and then..." The latter words were impossible to say. Zhang Quan pretended to be surprised. "Director Chen, I didn't do it on purpose. If you don't hit me twice, oops, you quickly stop talking. I don't remember anything, and you're not allowed to say anything more about this thing. Oh, I may not be rambling. You go back. I'm going to bed." Chen Jiayi wouldn't dare to leave Zhang Quan at home again, and just now considered it as a drunken mess. Now sober, she still couldn't take that step. Zhang Quan also knew that it was too late now, although he was very reminiscent of the feeling he had just experienced. But a strong melon is not sweet. Since there was a first time and a second time, can a third time be far behind? "Bureau Chen, you go to bed early. I will leave first." Zhang Quan put on his shoes and closed the door and left. The door closed. Chen Jiayi walked to the bedroom. The exciting scene came back to her mind, especially those shameful positions, making her ears redden a little. The same man, Zhang Quan, but more than Wang Yanfeng. Chen Jiayi didn't dare to think any further. Her entire head was covered under the quilt, the corners of her mouth chanting Chen Jiayi. "What the hell are you thinking? It's so shameful." The Baoshan Surprise Chemical Plant is located near the upper reaches of the Tangli River in the Old Town. It was established in 2005, just in time for the surge in oil prices, coupled with the country's vigorous development of the energy economy. With the support of local policies, the plant was continuously expanded. When it was built, the bureau downtown was still far away, but now with rapid economic development, the once urban area is gradually spreading to the surrounding area. Many real estate companies like to build on the river, which leads to the old city of Yangon County. The largest river Tangli Canal is very much in the spotlight. In recent years, the higher authorities began to pay attention to environmental protection issues. The seriously polluted Tanglewood Canal has been repeatedly put on the bill, although many times jointly with the Environmental Protection Department, want to stop Baoshan fine chemical industry, order each other to rectify the problem of sewage, but in the end, all to no avail. As an enterprise that once contributed to the development of Yangon County, it still provides employment for nearly 3,000 people even though its benefits are now declining. Forced by a variety of pressures, coupled with departmental shirking of responsibilities, as well as collusion between business and the government, Baoshan Fine Chemical has not stood so far. It can be said that if you do not solve this business, the old city Tanglei Canal sewage treatment is difficult to carry out, cannot be managed, will affect the development of urban areas. It's like a domino effect. As Zhang Quan sat in his office, Wang Xihan and Zhang Qita summarized all the information they had investigated. "Hey, another headache, right? Brother Quan, I also inquired about a shocking secret. The first plant manager of the Baoshan Fine Chemical Company Limited, although he has retired now, his cousin is the deputy director of the Provincial Party Committee office." Zhang Quan realized after hearing this. No wonder, if this old plant manager is nostalgic, plus the company's employees to play the emotional card, I guess no one can come. It's not a good idea. Zhang Quan pondered again and again, or decided to go to the scene to see the situation. Thought of this drive with Wang Jian, ran to Baoshan Fine Chemical Company. An hour or so later, Zhang Quan parked his car on the side of the road, and from a distance, he saw a green rice field and interlocking ditches. Further in the distance, there is a chimney and tank farm, and installations standing tall. What a beautiful view. How nice it would be without this chemical plant. Zhang Quan sat in the car and drove for a few more minutes, finally arriving at Baoshan Fine Chemical Company. The factory is large, and from time to time you can still see workers in red. And the landscape trees on both sides of the entrance road are neatly trimmed. The roads are clean and tidy, giving the impression that they are well managed. Zhang Quan and Wang Jian walked towards the security room, and the security guard standing at the door was alert, reaching out to stop them before they got close. "Hello, may I ask what unit you are from? Any appointments?" Chapter 33 Investigations. "Dude, come on, have a cigarette first. I'm looking for Director Zhang. He's my distant cousin. Make it easy for me later." Wang Jian skillfully took out a cigarette and handed it to the other party before lighting it up. "Director Zhang of the joint workshop? Right, that's him, my second uncle. You guys check in first, then." Wang Jian winked at Zhang Quan, signaling him to keep quiet, and walked into the security room to register as requested. With that, the two strutted towards the office area. Entering the factory, he followed the security guard's directions to a 4-story office building. Good boy. When did you come up with a second uncle? Isn't your surname Wang? Ha ha. All over the world, everyone can be my second uncle. I'll borrow it for today. Zhang Quan laughed bitterly for a few moments. This kid was quite resourceful. Enter the office building, take the stairs directly to the 3rd floor, and knock on the door of the general manager's office. Gao Ping, who appeared to be in his 40s, had thinning hair, thin-framed glasses, and was wearing light blue overalls. When the other party saw them walk in, his eyes revealed a puzzled look and he spoke. And you two are? Hello, Manager Gao. I'm Zhang Quan, the unit chief of the Old Town Water Conservancy Bureau. Zhang Quan briefly introduced himself. When he finished speaking, the other party stood up alertly, and then said with a smile on his face, Gu, Unit Chief Zhang. Hello, please sit down quickly. Manager Gao, no need to be this polite. I just came over to understand the situation. It won't take up too much of your time. Gao Ping smilingly said can. Hands began to busy to them tea pouring water. Zhang Quan and Wang Jian sat on the sofa, diagonally across from Gao Ping. Manager Gao, then I'll make a long story short. Our Water Resources Bureau recently received a report from the public that Baoshan Fine Chemical privately discharged sewage, leading to serious pollution of the Tangli Canal water. Gao Ping, after hearing the face, changed a few times, but in and quickly recovered. Right hand pushed the glasses, said, Chen Unit Chief, you said this situation. I'm not very clear. After all, above me there are other general manager, factory director and chairman. I'm only responsible for the operation of the sales of this segment of the business. About the environmental protection problem, really can't help. In that case, then we won't take up Manager Gao's time. Zhang Quan was about to get up when he finished speaking. Wang Jian, who was sitting on the side, hadn't reacted yet. He had just picked up his teacup. How did he ask a question and then leave? This is too perfunctory. Gao Ping obviously also did not expect. Originally he was ready to utter wording. First the small unit chief in front of him to fool. It suddenly screwed up, like a punch in the cotton. By the way, Manager Gao, are you a local? Zhang Quan, who had walked to the door, suddenly asked again. I'm from the north. I came to work over here after graduation at that time. Married my daughter-in-law from Yangon County, and then settled here. As the son-in-law of Yangon County, Manager Gao should also have some feelings for Yangon County. Once the Baoshan fine chemical industry did pay a lot for the development of Yangon County, but now the form has changed. You cannot ignore the environmental issues for the sake of economic development. You do not want to drink the water in the future are poisonous and harmful, right? Zhang Quan spoke in a light tone, and without waiting for Gao Ping to speak, he headed downstairs. Gao Ping stood still inside deeply, taking out a cigarette and smoking it silently. Brother Quan, we're just leaving like this? Wang Jian was still in a bit of disbelief. Drive well and go around the back of the factory later. Zhang Quan handed the other party a cigarette and lit it himself. Okay. Wang Jian is quite familiar with this side of the terrain, and drove along a small road, twisting and turning to a river. The road in front of him gradually became narrower, and it was already impossible to walk in, and Zhang Quan could already smell the sour odor after getting off the car. Wrinkling his nose, he said to Wang Jian, walk ahead and see if you can find the outfall. Quan, the flavor, it's also just too uptight. Wang Jian pinched his nose and followed behind the other party. After walking almost 300 to 400 meters, they were getting closer to the factory. Brother Quan, there's someone in front. Wang Jian exclaimed in alarm. Zhang Quan looked up, and sure enough, there were a few patrols outside the factory wearing factory security uniforms and masks wandering around the neighborhood. He hurriedly pulled Wang Jian to hide into the bushes next to him. But fortunately, these people were on the other side of the river, and just turned a few times towards their side and left. Mud. The laborer was about to be smoked to death, and Zhang Quan felt like he was on the verge of tears. This place is so inhospitable. Zhang Quan was afraid of being discovered by patrol officers, took out his cell phone and took a few pictures of the sour and smelly ditch. Just as he was getting up to return, Wang Jian, who was next to him, suddenly pulled down his arm, half squatted up, and pointed his finger to the right position in front of him. Zhang Quan looked in the direction. A very thick black pipe, emerging from the dirt slope, was continuously discharging sewage. Click, click, take the picture and immediately retreat. It was only when he sat in the car that Zhang Quan felt that the smell was much smaller. These bastards are really lawless. It is an abomination that the sewage produced by the factory is discharged directly into the ditch without any means of treatment. Zhang Quan slapped the seat in anger, which startled Wang Jian, who was driving. Brother Quan, you just saw it. In fact, we've all reacted long ago, but no one cares. They're all afraid of getting into trouble. So much farmland in the neighborhood. If we leave it unchecked, Sooner or later it will become wastewater wasteland. And how are we going to give account to the hundreds of thousands of people in Yangon County? The more Zhang Quan thought about it, the more angry he became. And he directly asked Wang Jian to drive to the County Environmental Protection Bureau. An hour later, Lu Chongyang, Deputy Director of the Environmental Protection Bureau, received Zhang Quan. Originally this kind of thing did not need him to go out, but in front of this Water Conservancy Bureau chief, it's been a hot streak in officialdom lately. Can let the mayor of you personally looking for a conversation? The significance of which is intriguing. Inside the office, Wang Jian still looked a bit rushed, just went in not long before he found an excuse to go out. Only Lu Chongyang and Zhang Quan were left in the room. Director Lu, thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule. I just want to ask this time, the problem of Baoshan fine chemical sewage discharge. This well, how to say, the factory director does have a problem. The sewage matter we also know, but the other side of the situation is more special. Director Lu, recently there have been many reports from the public that the poisoning in the water of the natural snow water purification company some time ago was actually partly due to the private mining of groundwater, which may have been polluted by the Baoshan fine chemical plant. Lu Chongyang's right eye involuntarily jumped a few times when he saw Zhang Quan say this. Just because of this, it brought down the city commissioner, and a whole lot of other officials were double-crossed as well. Now that I think about it, I'm still a bit scared. This brat suddenly mentioned this. Is he hinting at me? Lu Chongyang picked up a teacup and drank a few mouthfuls, then stood up and sighed. According to reason, this is indeed to our Ministry of Environmental Protection to lead the supervision. But in March this year, the Deputy Director of the Municipal Environmental Protection Bureau has already been to Baoshan fine chemical industry. After saying this, there was no follow-through. Zhang Quan knows that the other side of the words have meaning. The City Environmental Protection Bureau cannot be fixed. You think my small county-level units can be resolved? Chapter 34, Mrs. Government Official. Bureau Lu. Today I came also to understand the situation first. Since there are difficulties we have to think of ways to solve them. I went to look around the factory today. It's really shocking. Zhang Quan was silent for a while, opened his mouth and said, sitting across the table Lu Chongyang, inwardly actually want to solve, but it is really not enough. To tell you the truth, Baoshan Fine Chemical Factory, according to the current development requirements, is certainly not up to standard. At present, in addition to relocation, in no other way, but if you really relocate, which involves too many problems, more than 3,000 people's employment problems, plus the county government financial pressure is also very tight. Zhang Quan knew that the other party was speaking from the heart, and it did seem to be a headache at the moment. Stop. Can't stop. Move. Can't afford to move. Xiao Zhang Ah. Look, you came all the way to the EPA. It's almost afternoon. Why don't I treat you to a meal? Lu Chongyang opened his mouth and inquired. How can this be a good idea to let Bureau Lu break the bank? I have just said that I just want to come and get a better understanding of the situation. As for the next lunch, it will be waived. Zhang Quan politely waved his hand. What's there to break the bank for? They're all brotherly units. There'll be more walking around in the future. Bureau Lu. Thank you for your kindness. It's really not necessary. I'll leave you alone for now. I still have to go back and write a report. Zhang Quan smiled again and refused, finally walking out of the office building under the other party's retention. Brother Quan, how's the battle going? Ken Wang saw him come out and jogged over. It's very unsatisfactory. Let's go. Go back to the Water Conservancy Bureau first. Zhang Quan sighed and got into the car. Back at the station, Zhang Quan thought about going to find Chen Jiai first to report on the situation, but he thought about the day before yesterday, when he had sex with her at the other party's house. There's always a weird feeling in the back of your mind. Knocked on the door, pushed it open and walked in. Chen Jiai looked up at Zhang Quan. The other party's eyes were staring colorfully, which made her face burn a little. Zhang Quan, what do you want? There's not much going on. Just came over to have a look around. Zhang Quan hemmed and hawed and walked over to the desk, half of his but resting on it. Eyes swept over the other woman's neckline, open to reveal white skin. Seeing him being so casual, Chen Jiai said without a trace of anger, Hey, there's no such thing as the concept of superior and subordinate. Those who don't know would think you're the director. Whether you go up or I go down, it's not all the same. Zhang Quan's words carried an ambiguous tone. Chen Jiai really thought too much after hearing this. Raising her slightly red cheeks, she faintly said, The last time, it was just an accident. Don't think that if I have had sex with you, I can be unscrupulous in the bureau. Bureau Chen, then you've really wronged me. How dare I? Zhang Quan's eyes shifted away from the snowy white skin and began to stare at the other party's eyes again. You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Gouge out your eyes if you keep looking around. Chen Jiai raised her eyebrows. Zhang Quan laughed, and after getting down from the table, he talked about the matter of going to Baoshan Fine Chemical Industry today. I've heard about this before. The departments and people involved are all ones we can't afford to mess with. Wait for me to report to Director Yu tomorrow. Let's talk about the specifics later. That's fine. Anyway, this job, in the first place, was also given to me by Bureau Yu, then Bureau Chen. I'll go out first. Zhang Quan exited the office after he finished speaking, and when he left, Qin Jiayi patted her chest before taking a long breath. This little ingrate. He's so bold. Back home from work, before he could change out of his shoes, his cell phone rang. Su Wanyu, who was nowhere to be found, actually sent him a message, and at first Zhang Quan was a bit disbelieving. After double-checking, he was so excited that the other person asked him, yes or no. There was a hint of strangeness in the words. This half-month, where have you been? Call you to send a message, how no reply. Just send over. The other party called voice. Zhang Quan hands are a little trembling. After connecting, no sound. It didn't take long for a faint cry to be heard. Zhang Quan instantly panicked and kept asking her what was wrong. But Su Wanyu just didn't say anything, and about another minute passed. Zhang Quan, let's not contact each other anymore in the future. I'm sorry. Toot toot toot. Zhang Quan held the phone and froze. This is why. He tried to call and ask why, but the other party never answered, and his tweets showed a red exclamation mark. Pulled off my radar. I really don't get it. Zhang Quan leaned helplessly against the sofa. At that moment, there was a very rhythmic knock on the door of the room. Zhang Quan walked up to the cat and took a look. A man and a woman. The man's figure is very bored, carrying a lot of things in his hand. The woman is quite good-looking, a graceful and noble temperament. Don't seem to recognize it either. Zhang Quan thought about it for a while, but opened the door and asked in a somewhat uncertain tone, you guys are? The borderman didn't say anything, but the young woman next to him opened her mouth and laughed. You must be Zhang Quan. Yes, I am. What's the matter with you guys? Zhang Quan nodded. Actually, knowing his name was quite a surprise. The young woman saw Zhang Quan nodding his head. His expression were a little excited. Hurriedly opened his mouth. May 17th? You donated blood in Yangon County Hospital. I am the patient's mother. It is really thanks to you. Otherwise my daughter would be. I purposely came over today. It is to thank you. Xiao Zhang. Do you have time this time? Our family would like to invite you for a meal. Zhang Quan didn't expect the other party to find this place, but at this time, he couldn't care less, and hurriedly waved his hand and said, Auntie, there's really no need. I just donated some blood. It's not like I did anything big. How can that be? You're my family's great benefactor. Little Zhang. Just think of it as Auntie begging you. The young woman's mother-in-law's eyes were full of pleading, and she looked at him blearily. Zhang Quan was a little embarrassed by the look, so he could only squirm and say, that is fine. You guys wait for me for a while. I will go and change my clothes. The other man was full of joy when he saw that he had agreed, and he asked the borderman next to him to put all the gifts on the floor. When Zhang Quan finished packing and walked to the door, he saw that the empty space next to him was full of things. Mutai wine, Chinese cigarettes, tea guanyin. Auntie, this is too expensive. Xiao Zhang, just take the stuff. It's not worth a few dollars. Consider it a little bit of Auntie's heart. That's a little bit? The miscellaneous math adds up to tens of thousands of dollars anyhow. What a family. Out to be so generous. Zhang Quan couldn't resist, so he had to accept it first, and after following the other party downstairs, he saw an Audi parked in front of the entrance of the unit building. Kawasaki B00013. The license plate of the city of Thornton is not ordinary in any way. The borderman jogged to open the rear door, and the young woman reached out and smiled. Xiao Zhang, come. Hey, okay. Zhang Quan nodded in agreement and sat in the car. The young woman was sitting next to him. At first, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and didn't know what to say, but as the young woman next to him opened her mouth, Zhang Quan gradually let go. The young woman's name is Su Qingman, a native of Jingzhou. As for the other information, Zhang Quan was too embarrassed to ask for it. However, from the point of view of her dress and temperament, the family conditions of the piece is not bad, may still be an official wife. Chapter 35. Kedar Hotel. Top 3 hotels in Riverhead. Banjang Man parked his car at the entrance. Su Qingman walked in front, and Zhang Quan followed behind, walking into the hotel. On both sides of the red carpet at the doorway, there stood handsome men and women, and when they saw the two of them, they bent down and bowed in unison. Good afternoon, sir and madam. Upon entering, he was greeted by a lobby manager in a light blue suit. Ms. Su, the 808 box you booked is ready. Su Qingman slightly nodded her head, but did not say anything. and she was a different person from the one who had just smiled in the car. Led by the lobby manager, he took the elevator to the 8th floor. Upon pushing open the door, only 2 people sat in the large box. Right in the center, there was a man in a white shirt. The other had a country face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, exuding an untouchable aura. The other man got up and walked over when he saw him come in. At that moment, the long-haired woman with her back to him also slowly turned around. The small, round face, still pale in color, blinked wide eyes under the black-rimmed glasses, mixed with a few moments of surprise. The skin was white, even a little scary white. She was wearing a light green floral dress with a slightly open neckline, revealing even more snow-white and snow-white skin. Look further down. The chest was a little overdeveloped, and the waist was quite slender, as if it could be broken in a single grip, forming an extremely strong visual impact with that plump chest. The other person's body is like out of a manga. Cute face, proud breasts. Wait, why does this feel a little familiar? The head rumbled. Jung Kwan was instantly fixed in place. You are Su Wanyu? The other party obviously recognized Jung Kwan as well and covered her mouth as she was on the verge of crying with excitement. Su Qingman, who was standing next to him, didn't react for a moment. It was only after a few moments that she spoke in surprise. Wanyu, you and Xiao Zhang still know each other? How come Mom didn't know? At this moment, Su Wanyu's eyes were red and tears were welling up in her eyes. She really couldn't believe her eyes as she said with a slightly trembling voice, Mom, he's the Zhang Quan that I've told you about, the one who is very important in my heart. Hearing this, Su Qingman's face revealed a look of dawning realization as she mouthed, Mom, I also didn't expect both Zhang Quan to be the same person. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes, and he sighed in his heart that fate was truly marvelous. And the man in the white shirt, who had been wearing a scrutinizing gaze, was more than a little curious. Zhang Quan's face was full of doubts. How could he have never imagined that Su Wanyu, who had just cut herself off from him, would appear in front of him in such a way? Su Wanyu bit her lip. Tears of aggression came out of her eyes and she choked. Zhang Quan, I'm really sorry. I didn't think. It was actually you who donated the blood. Su Qingman walked up and gently patted Su Wanyu's shoulder, comforting her. Alright, Wanyu, since we've all gotten our words out of the way today, let's not be sad anymore. Little Zheng, I'm really sorry. Our family is all messed up about Wanyu's illness. At this time, the country-faced man who had been silent all this time also suddenly opened his mouth. His voice slightly low, Xiao Zhang, I am Wanyu's father, Li Guotai. This time, thanks to you donating blood to save Wanyu, otherwise our family really doesn't know what to do. On behalf of our entire family, I would like to express my gratitude to you. With that, he solemnly extended his hand to Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan was a bit at a loss for words. He subconsciously held Su Ziyu's hand and said, Uncle Li, this is all what I should do, as long as Wanyu is fine. Actually, it's not Wanyu's fault for this. Cutting off contact with you was also a decision I made. Ah, Uncle Li, at that time, when I was in the hospital for resuscitation, the situation was rather urgent, plus it was a panda blood type, and the stock was too small. Although Wanyu has been discharged from the hospital, but also left after effects, need to change blood once a year. For the sake of her body, I just decided next time, originally invited you to dinner today. One is to thank you, and the second is to discuss with you, within the permitted range, to donate blood for Wanyu once a year. Before Li Guotai finished speaking, Su Qingman interrupted with a smile and said, Okay, today is a good day. Everyone don't stand. Hurry up and sit down to eat. The blood donation thing later. The crowd took their seats, and the original somewhat awkward atmosphere instantly became relaxed. At the dinner table, there was a lot of laughter. Right, let's eat first. Look at me just talking to you about this. Li Guotai followed suit with a smile, reaching out to invite Zhang Quan to sit on the chair. Seeing this, Su Wanyu also sat beside Zhang Quan and looked at him with a face full of excitement. Xiao Zhang, relax a bit. Just treat it as your own home. Quickly clip the food. Let's chat while we eat. Okay, Uncle Li, Auntie, see you guys eat too. Zhang Quan reached out and just picked up his chopsticks when there was an extra prawn in the bowl. Su Wanyu, who was sitting beside him, stared at him with a smiling face and said, Brother Zhang Quan, eat quickly. Su Qingman listened on the sidelines, her eyes filled with relief. She picked up her wine glass, stood up, and said, Little Zheng, I'll toast you with this glass of wine today. You are a great benefactor to our family. If there is anything you need help with in the future, just ask. Zhang Quan hurriedly stood up and picked up the wine glass with both hands, saying somewhat hastily, Auntie Su, you are too kind. After saying that, the two of them drank it all in one go. Li Guotai also smiled at this time and said, Little Zheng, don't be so formal. In the future, you can come to see Won-yu more often. After 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere became more and more cordial. Jung Kwon also learned that Soo Won-yu followed her mother's last name. The family is only this one baby daughter. After the accident also quit her job, focusing on home to recuperate. As they chatted, Jung Kwon gradually relaxed and talked to them about his work and life. By the time he finally did, the white wine on the table was almost finished, and considering Soo Won-yu had just recovered from a major illness, he didn't stay too long. When they parted, Jung Kwon shivered and felt his head was heavy, and Lee Guotai also drank a lot, holding a big belly, pulling his hand, repeating those words over and over again. Little John, you are my family, big benefactor. What is the matter in the future? You come to Uncle Lee. Jung Kwon was still quite good at drinking, and although he had drunk a lot, his mind was still clear. At this time, Banjang male driving Audi pulled up to the door. The crowd helped Lee Guotai into the car. On her way out, Soo Won-yu lightly bit her lips, turned around and walked in front of Jung Kwon, slightly standing on her tiptoes with affectionate eyes, and approached Jung Kwon's ear. With a hint of shyness and pout in his tone, he said, "Brother Jung Kwon, I'm really happy to see you again today. You have to remember to think of me every day." Soo Won-yu reached out and hugged him after she finished speaking, her soft and full breasts instantly clinging to his chest. Despite being separated by clothing, Jung Kwon could still clearly feel the amazing elasticity. At this time, Soo Chingmon's voice came from inside the car. "Won-yu, it's getting late." Soo Won-yu reluctantly broke away from Jung Kwon's arms. She looked at Jung Kwon, her eyes full of reluctance, and said, "Brother Jung Kwon, I'm leaving. You must remember to miss me." Jung Kwon smiled and nodded, saying, "I will. You go back and rest well. Feel free to send me a message if anything happens." Soo Won-yu got into the car, which started slowly, and every now and then, through the window, she kept looking at Jung Kwon until his figure disappeared from her sight. After returning home, Jung Kwon was in bed after taking a shower. Remembering the scene in the hotel, it was so dogged. He accidentally donates blood himself, and the patient turns out to be a blind date, Soo Won-yu. Just as he was lamenting that fate was playing such a trick on him, he received a message on his phone from Soo Won-yu, a selfie of herself, in which Soo Won-yu was lying on her back on the bed, wearing a loose white nightgown, with her hair casually draped over her shoulders. The photo was accompanied by a line underneath. "Brother Jung Kwon, I miss you. What are you doing? Nay-san, you don't even know when you're naked. But, those boobs look huge." Chapter 36, Snow White. Discharging chemical effluents at will. These capitalists are heavenly. It's heartbreaking to see the Green Hills become this way. This chemical plant must be severely punished. For a while, the news was spreading all over the internet. Jung Kwon was thinking of sneaking the photos onto the internet and putting some pressure on Baoshan Fine Chemical when the time comes. But I didn't realize that the momentum was getting stronger and stronger, and that it was already a bit out of control. Privately, he settled for Wang Jian to never let anyone know about this. This matter also once again caused the attention of the county party committee and the municipal party committee. The morning meeting, Chen director also deliberately emphasized that the county government has become a supervisory group. Jung Kwon is honored to be a panelist. Compared to the previous rogue, this time Baoshan Fine Chemical is also a bit unable to take the initiative to send people to dock with the supervisory team. In the conference room, Jung Kwon finally saw the true face of the chairman of Baoshan Chemical, Yang Wanshan, in his 50s, with a blonde figure, not very tall, and a smile on his face, a smiley face at first glance. A meeting that went poorly. Yang Wanshan opened his mouth to talk about the long history of Baoshan Chemical, how difficult the county government was back then. If not for their strong support to solve the employment problem of thousands of people, the annual donation is millions. After saying this, they started to talk about how bad the general environment is now. Many factories have closed down and can't afford to pay their wages. But they, Baoshan Chemical, are still standing firm and haven't added to the government's burden. Anyway, just all kinds of crying. The EPA is proposing a sewage treatment plant, and they don't have the money to build it. If they really want to, you can only get the government to pay for it. And the plant manager doesn't have the money anyway. That's a whole lot of talk from the other side before we even talk about the relocation. The people present looked at each other in dismay. On this unreasonable request, who dared to tap the table to agree? In the end, the result was still unproductive. And Jung Kwon even saw a smug smile on Yang Wanshan's face. It's really outrageous. The more Jung Kwon thought about it, the more angry he became. And he could only use the name of the Water Resources Bureau to send a letter to Baoshan Chemical to rectify the situation. With the support of Chen Jiai, the other party was required to stop and rectify the situation within 15 days. At this time, Yang Wanshan, who was sitting in the office, glanced at the one Han brought by the secretary and directly threw it aside. If he hadn't been photographed and posted online this time, he wouldn't have paid any attention to these people. It looks like some additional manpower will have to be deployed to block off all of that canal. I'll see who gets in to shoot this time. Still, it's time to move the relationship around or these clowns are too annoying to jump up and down. Thinking of this, Yang Wanshan calculates what to bring tonight, and then go to the old leader's home to nag. As long as the other side doesn't give the word, who dares to touch Baoshan Chemical? For a while, things were at an impasse. The supervisory team has also become a joke, and other than Zhang Quan, no one else wants to be in the middle of this. In the last few days, Zhang Quan but psychological frustration. 100 bored sitting in the chair, chatting with Su Wanyu. The two agreed to go to dinner and watch a movie tonight. He was chatting away, coaxing the other man to send a cool picture, when the office door was suddenly pushed open. Chen Jiayi stood in the doorway, glanced at Zhang Quan, and said, "Come to my office." Zhang Quan put down his cell phone, got up and followed the other party, just went in and asked, "Bureau Chen, what is it? You closed the door first." Chen Jiayi turned around and said, "What's the point of closing the door in the middle of the day? Could it be that the other party couldn't help?" Zhang Quan looked at Chen Jiayi in front of him and thought wildly in his head. After turning to close the door, he turned the lock on the room and passing. Click. Chen Jiayi heard the sound and looked at him with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing unlocking the door? You didn't ask me to close the door." Zhang Quan stared with an innocent expression. Chen Jiayi frowned and questioned without any good humor. "How many times have I told you not to think about those things anymore?" "I didn't think much about it." Zhang Quan hemmed and hawed to hide his inner embarrassment. Chen Jiayi was angry with him and laughed out, humming, "It is said that men are animals that think in the lower half of their bodies. This is really not true at all." Seeing Zhang Quan's silence, she continued, "Last time, I also invited you to dinner, and in the end, I let you give. Consider it even. Work honestly in the future. Public is public, private is private." The other party had spoken to this point, so Zhang Quan had nothing to say. "That's not what it looked like the day we ate." Instead of becoming rusty when they arrive at the bureau, they really can't figure out the woman's mind. This is the latest document issued from above. You go back and take a good look at it. When the time comes, give the three of them training as well. As Chen Jiayi spoke, she pushed the folder beside the table in front of him. Zhang Quan walked over and picked it up to look at it for a few moments, and just as he raised his head, he saw the peaked view at Chen Jiayi's neckline, just now only focusing on talking. "I really didn't realize that the other party was wearing a low-cut dress, the open part revealing a large area of white tender skin. Seeing this brings back memories of that night, the drunken pair in bed, that full pair of." It all floored him. When Chen Jiayi saw Zhang Quan's eyes staring at her chest position again, she knew that he must be having crooked thoughts again. "Does it look good? Do you want me to bend down and let you have a good look?" Chen Jiayi let out a laugh, deliberately teasing him. Zhang Quan's throat unconsciously squirmed twice. For a moment there was some speechlessness. Stammered, "Chun Bureau, then I'll go first." "Cut? What a coward." With only the strength of his mouth, Chen Jiayi pulled her blouse to cover a large portion of her skin and turned on her computer to continue browsing the news. 7:30 p.m. Zhang Quan drove to Hahai City, and today Su Wanyu came over from Jingzhou City on purpose. The other party was clamoring to come out before, but Zhang Quan was worried about her health and agreed only after a good deal of persuasion. Tomorrow is Saturday again. Today it is possible to eat and watch a movie with. Zhang Quan stood in front of the door of Wanda Plaza 3 and waited for just over 10 minutes. Su Wanyu was seen walking towards her from afar. The days of June are getting hotter and the winds at night are a little less cool. In Zhang Quan's opinion, Su Wanyu belongs to the kind of lively and lovely type of girl. The last time we met the other party did not wear makeup, and today is only light makeup. Long, dark hair with slightly curly tips was draped very casually over her shoulders. The most prominent thing about Su Wanyu was her body and skin color. Perhaps because she liked to work out before, her body was well proportioned, and she didn't look out of place in the front and back. The skin was extremely white, as if it had just been bathed in tresor, and if it were hidden in a snowbank, it would probably be hard to notice. Slightly babyish, fleshy face with dimples when she smiles, lips are red and teeth are white, and skin is as solid as fat. Today Su Wanyu, wearing a dark green floral dress, said that the green color shows white, and really do not deceive me. The open neckline reveals a large area of snow-white skin, and you can even vaguely see thou ditch, with white canvas shoes on her feet. She is a little more playful and cute. Chapter 37, The Movie. The passers-by in the neighborhood would all fix their eyes on Su Wanyu after seeing her in this outfit. Su Wanyu came in front of him, her eyebrows arched, slightly bent over and smiled sweetly. "It's been a long time. There are too many cars on the road. and I was worried that you were waiting in a hurry. Zhang Quan smiled back with a gentle smile. His voice was tender as he said, how could it be? Boys waiting for girls. It's only natural. Su Wanyu smiled sweetly and naturally walked to Zhang Quan's side. When I talked to her earlier, I also brought up dietary preferences. Knowing that each other liked to eat grilled fish, Zhang Quan came to the 4th floor, went straight to the Shu River Grilled Fish Factory online that this flavor is very good. Feel free to order whatever side dish you like. I'm not squeamish either. Zhang Quan handed Su Wanyu the menu, and the other party hemmed and hawed and said to the waiter, vermicelli, rice cake, and shredded konjac. About 7 or 8 side dishes were ordered, along with a specialty Shu River fish. The grilled fish still needed more than 10 minutes, so Zhang Quan asked for 2 drinks and chatted as he drank. Su Wanyu stared at Zhang Quan with some curiosity, like a good friend she hadn't seen for years, and asked, I really didn't expect that you were really a public servant serving the people. If not for my mom telling me, I really couldn't believe it. Being an official is not quite imposing. Zhang Quan rubbed his nose and said with some embarrassment, it's not imposing at all. Every day is lowly and there are too many disturbing things. Su Wanyu held her chin with both hands and gently tilted her head, her eyes flashing with curiosity as she said, lowering yourself to the ground? That's impossible. I think my dad is quite a bully, and every year at Chinese New Year, there are many people coming to the house. It's really annoying. Right, you just said something disturbing. Quickly tell me, what exactly did you encounter? As she spoke, she leaned forward slightly, staring with wide eyes, a large expanse of snow-white skin at her neckline, hidden as she moved. Zhang Quan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, had his gaze unconsciously drawn over. Isn't this a test of cadres? Mentally recited a few color is empty. Empty as color hastily retracted his gaze, picked up the drink and poured a mouthful to calm his mood. Only then did he open his mouth and said, take the recent pollution problem of a chemical plant I'm dealing with, randomly discharging sewage. The Environmental Protection Bureau put forward rectification measures. That plant manager Yang Wanshan refused to rectify, but also particularly difficult, not only to play the rascal, all kinds of shirk responsibility. Until now, things are still not much progress. When Zhang Quan finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and handed over the photos he had taken earlier. Handing them over, Su Wanyu looked through it for a while, her brows furrowed. Filled with anger, she said, how can this person be like this? The surrounding environment is so good, and there's so much farmland. It's just polluted like this. This kind of enterprise should be properly rectified. Zhang Quan sighed. There are too many departments and things involved. I can only do my best. Su Wanyu was just about to say that she'd go talk to her dad, when the waiter came over with steaming hot grilled fish. Hello, your grilled fish is ready and the sides are served. Happy hugging. Okay, thanks. The aroma of grilled fish instantly filled the air, whetting the appetite, and Zhang Quan picked up his chopsticks, chucked up a piece of charred fish meat on the outside and handed it over to Su Wanyu's mouth, saying softly, try it and see how it tastes. Su Wanyu froze slightly, then opened her mouth and after eating the fish, she said vaguely, it tastes really good. You try it quickly too. Saying that, she also picked up a piece of fish and brought it to Zhang Quan's mouth, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled, their eyes filled with sweetness. The two chatted as they ate, the topics were lighter, and the atmosphere was cozy and sweet. Su Wanyu talked a lot about herself, from kindergarten all the way to college graduation, and Zhang Quan nodded from time to time, acting as a qualified listener. Over the course of the meal, it was as if each other's hearts had moved a few moments closer together. When you finish eating, come to the 5th floor movie theater. Recently the hit Chinese street detective, Zhang Quan quite like Bao Chang, a grassroots star, as long as it is his movie will support. Buy your movie tickets. The nearest show is still almost an hour away. It wouldn't seem right to just sit here. At this time, Su Wanyu suddenly pointed her finger at a big head photo shooting store not far away and said, Zhang Quan, let's go take a big head photo, shall we? I haven't taken one in a long time. There was a hint of petulance in her voice, and her eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at him. Zhang Quan looked at her excited look and nodded without hesitation. Then let's go and take a look. This stuff is not common nowadays. With those words, the two of them walked towards the big headshot shooting store. Entering the store, the layout is very cozy, the style is on the retro side, and the wall is full of all kinds of big headshots, which makes people go back to the 0 years at once. The owner of the store is a young man. The other warmly greeted, introduced a variety of shooting packages and props, and independent rooms. How you want to shoot, how to shoot. Su Wanyu excitedly ran to the props area, picking up the cute rabbit ears hair for a while, and putting on the hip-hop sunglasses for a while, and kept displaying them in front of Zhang Quan, and asked him mischievously every now and then, look at me like this, is it good looking? Zhang Quan looked at her quirky appearance and said with a smile, "Good looking. You look good anyway." When Su Wanyu heard this, her cheeks flushed slightly, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a smug smile. After choosing their props, the two walked into a separate booth with equipment that allowed for self-timer or manual control, and overall much better privacy. Su Wanyu put on an exaggerated wig and pulled Zhang Quan along with her in various trendy poses, and the two of them laughed as the sound of laughter echoed in the private room. When she was finally about to leave, Su Wanyu suddenly stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her hands around Zhang Quan's neck, her cheeks almost touching his face. Zhang Quan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Su Wanyu to be so bold. The other party's hot breath, constantly pounding on his face, couldn't help but make his heart beat steeply faster. "Zhang Quan, thank you." Su Wanyu's eyes were filled with a hint of shyness and anticipation, and Zhang Quan only felt his throat tighten a little. In the face of a mature woman like Chen Jai, he would be much bolder and do things recklessly. But when faced with an innocent girl like Su Wanyu, it was as if she had returned to that shy time in high school, and she spoke and acted with some reluctance. Seeing that Zhang Quan was a bit nervous, Su Wanyu let out a pfft laugh, and her eyes were also a bit lost. After taking the headshots, Su Wanyu picked out a lot of photos, and there were only 10 minutes left before the movie started. Ticket inspection complete, the two found seats and sat down, positioned in the last row, half of the movie theater seated. It was only a few minutes later that a few public service announcements popped up first. "Green mountains and green water are golden mountains." Zhang Quan looked at the sentence on the big screen, and remembered the Baoshan chemical sewage discharge, and could not help but fall into a deep thought. The lights in the theater dimmed and the movie began to play on the big screen. This movie is primarily a mystery plus a funny one with a little suspense in it, with plenty of laughs and plenty of terse moments. Especially the line "I'll sue you for libel" directly made the audience laugh. Su Wanyu, who was sitting beside Zhang Quan, also covered her mouth and laughed so hard that half of her body was almost leaning on him. Zhang Quan's right hand became nowhere at once, and after hesitating for a while, he smoothly put his arm on the back of Su Wanyu's chair and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders. To his surprise, Su Wanyu didn't refuse, instead leaning into his arms, her head resting on his shoulder, finding a very comfortable position. At this time, Su Wan raised her head slightly by the flickering dim light of the screen and kissed her. A touch of separation. Zhang Quan has not yet tasted the flavor, only to hear Su Wanyu's glutinous whispers ringing in his ears. "Now, with your blood running through my body, do you want to feel the sound of a heartbeat? Is this really possible?" Omitted here. Chapter 38, The End. Ever since I saw the phrase "green mountains and green water are golden mountains" in a movie the other day, Zhang Quan was like chicken blood during this period of time, walking between the Water Conservancy Bureau and Baoshan Chemical Plant every day. At first he was entertained, but by the end of the day he was outright unpopular and everyone started avoiding him, jumping up and down all day. He looks like a clown to outsiders. Almost a week or two passed like this, just when Zhang Quan was about to give up. A new media newspaper in Chuanan province published a story about a chemical factory in Yangon County discharges sewage privately, ignoring environmental issues. The report. It also has those pictures taken by Zhang Quan attached to it, although not named, but in the eyes of outsiders, this is an allusion to Baoshan Chemical. This news, a direct sensation of the entire Sichuan province. The major media scrambled to report. The size of the street people are also talking about. South Sichuan province has always been adhering to the concept of green economic development, and with its unique geographical conditions and humanistic landscapes, tourism has always been a key support. But now that such environmental problems have emerged in a major tourist province, public opinion has been flying. Compared to the last report, this one basically covers the whole province, and even other regions are aware of it. Netizens were outraged and launched a denunciation of Baoshan Chemical on major social media platforms, and the topic continued to climb in popularity, with related hot search terms remaining high. Riverhead City Hall conference room. Forced by the pressure of public opinion this time, the Mayor Yu Haojia and the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee Lu Ning urgently convened a meeting, without too much nonsense, directly to the point. How to deal with Baoshan chemical effluent discharge to minimize the local impact of this matter. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy, and anxiety and embarrassment covered the faces of all the people. "Y'all see what the internet says about our Riverhead City? Sewage City." Mayor Yu Haojia heavily slapped the table. His tone was very bad. The crowd present all lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. If this matter is not handled well, the reputation of our River Sea City will be completely ruined. How can we develop our economy in the future? Who will still dare to come to Ahai to travel? Yu Haojia is very angry at this time. If not for this report, he really do not know Baoshan chemical emissions have been so unscrupulous. It was hard to drive his nemesis, Magnolia Bai, down. and now it's time for a change of administration. And as mayor he still wants to bounce up the ladder. At this juncture, such an incident is simply a black mark on his resume. Mayor Yu is right. We must take action as soon as possible to give the public an explanation. The deputy secretary of the municipal party committee also frowned with a serious expression. After the meeting, the municipal government decided to set up a joint investigation team consisting of many departments to thoroughly investigate the pollution problem of Baoshan Chemical and make sure to solve the matter in the shortest possible time. Just the third day after the establishment of the investigation team, in the 19th Party Congress, it is clearly stated that the development concept of harmony between human beings and nature must be practiced, and the policy of green mountains and green water or golden mountains and silver mountains must be practiced, and environmental protection and resource conservation must be adhered to, and severe crackdowns on enterprises that fail to meet environmental protection standards must be carried out. This news, the entire Haihai and even Chuanan province completely exploded. Responsible for in charge of environmental protection Vice Governor Zhu Changshao urgently convened a meeting. A thorough investigation of emissions and environmental protection equipment does not meet the standards of the enterprise. When problems are found, they are dealt with seriously and are not tolerated. Old Town Water Department, Wingate County. When Zhang Quan learned the news, he jumped straight up in joy. He really didn't expect things to develop to this point. Led by the Provincial Environmental Protection Bureau, the relevant departments of Huahai City and Vinan County all joined the investigation team. On the day of the official stationing of Baoshan Chemical, Zhang Quan, who was lucky enough to be one of them, rushed to the entrance of Baoshan Chemical early in the morning. At this time, the factory door is closed. Around the gathering of many media reporters and onlookers, Zhang Quan followed the investigation team, walked into the factory sewage treatment plant. Just walked in, the entire plant filled with a pungent odor, dirty sewage flowing on the ground. The environment is very bad. Mayor Yu's face is very bad. This investigation action, the provincial TV station's reporter also participated, and it is still a live broadcast. The investigation team was divided into several groups and conducted detailed inspections of the factory's production workshops, sewage treatment facilities, and discharge pipes. Baoshan Chemical's wastewater treatment facilities, almost in form. The equipment is old, and still 6 years old, and there is no maintenance records. After on-site testing, the discharged effluent exceeded the environmental indicators by as much as 30 times. And the most alarming thing is that the factory privately changed the effluent testing data in order to avoid supervision and save costs. At the same time, the chairman of Baoshan Chemical, Yang Wanshan, couldn't sit still. He knows too well the situation in the factory. If this is reported out, waiting for him only jail. First, he found some leaders in the county, hoping that they could help to intercede. But when the other party learned that it was him, they all closed their doors. Then he found his former old leader, who had surprisingly moved. Calls aren't answered. Texts aren't returned. Yang Wanshan sat paralyzed on the ground, hanging onto his heart to finally die. In the end, Baoshan Chemical was ordered to suspend production and rectify, but also face a huge fine. It is estimated that it is difficult to open in. Plant manager Yang Wanshan and other responsible persons are also suspected of environmental pollution crimes by the public security organs in accordance with the law criminal detention. Zhang Quan thought that this matter would end here, but with Yang Wanshan in criminal detention, the other party, in order to mitigate the crime, reported all the officials who have interests with him. Subsequently, the investigation team in the process of digging deeper. In addition to the Water Resources Bureau, the county government's environmental protection, inspectors, and many other departments in the receipt of Baoshan chemical pollution reports and complaints, perfunctory without any action. In the end, the county party secretary of Yangon County was penalized. The deputy governor in charge of environmental protection was suspended. The Environmental Protection Bureau and other departments also have a number of people were suspended and double punishment. The previous poisoning incident at the Natural Snow Company had already double-crossed the director and the deputy director, and this sewage discharge incident had also implicated them, prolonging the two men's stay in the jail. Fortunately, Zhang Quan performed well this time, providing a lot of Baoshan chemical sewage material and information. Not only did not notify the criticism, but also praised by the higher authorities. It can be considered a fame and fortune. Later, at a certain time when he was having dinner with Su Wanyu, he was able to unravel the doubts in his mind as to who actually gave him those pictures in the newspaper. It turns out that before that time, Zhang Quan showed Su Wanyu after the photo. The other softly asked for the past, and then sent to the cousin working in the provincial television station. Old Town Water Department, Office of the Deputy Director. Chen Jiai sat on the chair and looked at Zhang Quan across from her. Zhang Quan, you've really made a splash this time. Even Mayor Yu has praised you. You have a bright future ahead of you. Saying that, She stood up and walked to the sofa next to her. Zhang Quan smelled the faint perfume and his heartbeat unconsciously sped up. Actually, I didn't do anything. Don't tease me, Bureau Chen. There's a cadre exchange opportunity next week. I've already put your name in, and when the training is done you should be outpost elsewhere. I haven't been at the water board long. This is leaving? What? You can't afford to go. Other people don't even have the chance to go. Chen Jiayi giggled, her neckline slightly open, revealing a large area of snow-white skin, her exquisite collarbone hidden. The gully in front of her chest was also exposed, and this scene attracted Zhang Quan's gaze over. Right. Just can't bear to part with Director Chen. If I don't see you, a great beauty, in the future, I guess I won't be able to sleep all night, Zhang Quan said playfully. His feet couldn't help but walk towards Chen Jiayi. What are you doing so close to me? When Chen Jiayi saw this expression on his face, an ominous premonition arose in her heart. Before I leave, I still want to hug you in. I'm afraid I won't have a chance after I go over there, Zhang Quan said and hugged over. Xiao Zhang, don't be like this. This is an office. Chen Jiayi hadn't even finished her sentence, and just as she was about to get up, she was pressed by Zhang Quan on the sofa, and she could clearly feel her breasts, which had already been tightly gripped by the other party. The body immediately lost its strength. Chapter 39, Party Schools. Hurry, up and get out. The knock at the door was so sudden that it startled Zhang Quan, who seemed to have left the door unlocked when he just entered. Zhang Quan hurriedly packed up and sat on the chair next to him as if nothing had happened. Chen Jiayi was also in a hurry to straighten her clothes and smooth her messy hair to the back of her head. Director Chen, are you in or out? There's a document that needs your review. Wang Xihan's voice came from outside. Grace, I'm in. Come on in. Chen Jiayi calmed down and responded in a hurry. She was afraid that not replying for too long would cause misunderstanding. Wang Xihan pushed open the door and saw Zhang Quan sitting on her right side, and felt strange and asked, Brother Quan, why are you here? Oh, I came over to talk to Bureau Chief Chen about something. Zhang Quan's face didn't change, and then he added, there's nothing on my side. I'm leaving first. Wang Xihan blinked her eyes, vaguely feeling in her heart that the atmosphere in the room was somewhat ambiguous, but she did not think much about it, and handed the documents in her hand to Chen Jiayi. Back to the office. Zhang Quan thought back to the scene he had just witnessed. It was so exciting. Although Chen Jiayi had a strong character, even a woman who was high and cold could not resist the temperature of a dry fire. Plus the other husband is hit and miss, and it's been a long time coming, and it's awfully empty. It's a pity that Wang Xihan came at a bad time, if she came that 10 minutes late, and he finished it off. Time flies. The triennial exchange of cadres in Chuanan province has once again kicked off. Hahai City sent a total of 9 cadres. Zhang Quan lucky to get one of the places, and is still the youngest. Before being assigned a job, he was also required to spend a week at a party school, which he was told about before enrolling. Militarized, no leave of absence, and exams. Zhang Quan had thought that he could relax for a while, but this was a dashed dream. At the opening ceremony, the deputy secretary of the Riverhead Municipal Party Committee was personally present and delivered a speech, with words of recognition and encouragement for the work of the young cadres. Back in the dorms, they were all single-room standards. Zhang Quan lying in bed, thinking back to their own experience to work in the Water Resources Bureau, suddenly found that everything is so unreal. I really did not think that. At first, with a burst of energy, actually really let him open the situation. Everything was too smooth to be true. The days of study in the party school are monotonous and boring. Waking up early every day to run drills, attending classes, participating in various meetings, and dealing with a variety of exams. Evenings still have to arrange evening self-study. Really all of a sudden back to the high school years. Zhang Quan, although the heart is a little reluctant, but also know that this is a rare opportunity, for their future career development is crucial. One night, Zhang Quan finished his course and dragged his tired body back to the dormitory. Just as he opened the door, his cell phone rang. It was Chen Jiayi calling. Hey, Bureau Chen, why did you remember to call me? Is it because you miss me? Ha ha ha. Zhang Quan's voice had a hint of exhaustion in it. Bah, yuck, ugh, you really think you're a flower. Ghosts miss you. Are you used to studying at the party school? It's okay, just a bit tiring, with a full schedule of classes every day. How about you? How's the bureau doing these days? Quickly, don't mention it. Lately the bureau has been particularly busy, and several inspections have come down from above, so I've been busy. Chen Jiayi sighed. By the way, did you hear any news about assignments at the party school? No. Why? Did you hear something? Zhang Quan instantly came to life and sat up. That's not true. I only know that there will be 3 cadres assigned to Jingzhou City and the rest will go to Yongyong City. The car will be there. Don't worry, Even if we go to Yongchuan City, what can we do? I know it in my heart. Although Zhang Quan said this on his lips, he was still a bit uneasy in his heart. The vice mayor of Yongchuan City in the afternoon is Bai Yulan. When the other party jacked off and then transferred here, if he did go, it might not be a good time. It would be great to go to Thorn City. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Quan lay on his bed, thinking about this matter, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. At this point, Jingzhou City, Xingqing Government Compound. Dad, you should quickly transfer brother Zhang Quan to Jingzhou City so that I can see him every day. Su Wanyu pulled Li Guotai's hand and kept pouting. Li Guotai looked at his daughter's face full of expectation, put down the book in his hands, helplessly shook his head, but with a doting smile on his face. Wanyu cadres randomly mobilized. Is not a word of dad can decide, and not over the family which is so easy. Su Wanyu was beaming after hearing this, but she said unforgivingly, I don't care. I want brother Zhang Quan to go to Jingzhou City. Li Guotai gently patted his daughter's hand and said in a serious tone, Wanyu Dad can understand your feelings. This matter involves too much. Hearing this, Su Wanyu's eyes flashed with a hint of loss, and she beamed with a face full of unhappiness. Wanyu, let's put it this way. Dad will first go and find out about Zhang Quan's situation and see if he meets the requirements. However, Dad declares in advance that he will only provide reference opinions and will not interfere with the organization's appointments. Li Guotai said helplessly as he looked at Su Wanyu. Truly a woman is not a woman. Hearing this, Su Wanyu happily hugged Li Guotai's neck and gave him a kiss on the cheek. I knew you were the best. Dad. Chapter 40, Love Debts. Time flew by and the week went by in a flash. After Zhang Quan graduated from the party school, when he returned to the Water Conservancy Bureau, everyone looked at him strangely, polite with a touch of detachment. Everyone knew he was leaving soon, and Zhang Quan knew it was time for him to go. Chu Xini, who hadn't seen him for a long time, was the first to call him and ask him to come out for dinner. It's been a long time since we've seen each other before. 2. Arrived at the agreed hotel. Chu Xini today dressed very sexy. A slim burgundy halter dress, just right to outline the attractive figure. Long hair casually draped over the shoulders, but added a few points of charm. The corners of his slightly upturned mouth hung with a touch of charming light smile, and upon seeing Zhang Quan come in, he gently lifted his hand and waved it towards him. Zhang Quan, this way. Chu Xini's voice always felt like it carried a hint of provocative flavor. Zhang Quan quickly walked over and sat down opposite her sister Chu. Long time no see, prettier than before. After saying the words, he laughed. Being praised by Zhang Quan, the smile at the corner of Chu Xini's mouth became even more intense. Instinctively blinking her eyes and flirting, is it just pretty? You little guy, you didn't even give me a call for so long, and you had to have people take the initiative to contact you. Zhang Quan was a little embarrassed by her complaining words, and with a light cough, he hastily changed the topic. Sister Chu, I'm not busy lately. I'll make sure to contact you every day. By the way, what have you been busy with lately? Still counting on you to have a bit of conscience. What else can I be busy with? Either working every day or on the way to work. Chu Xini sighed slightly. A trace of fatigue flashed in her eyes. But today is different. In order to ask you out for dinner, I purposely put off all my social engagements. Zhang Quan was a bit touched upon hearing this, and his heartbeat inexplicably sped up a few points as he picked up his wine glass and gently took a sip. Then I'm truly honored, but I'll have to trouble you again. What's the trouble with that? It's too late for me to be happy that I can eat with you. Sister, Chu Xini cackled, her body slightly leaning forward, the skin on her chest hidden. Western restaurants. Zhang Quan always felt uncomfortable eating. Apart from the better environment, it doesn't seem to have much character, and the key is that you can't get enough food. After dinner, the two of them walked down the street, with traffic and neon flashing outside. Zhang Quan, it's still early anyway. How about we go for a walk by the river? Zhang Quan looked at the charming and moving Chu Xini in front of him. His heartbeat became more and more rapid, and he hastily nodded his head and responded, Good, Sister Chu. I happen to have just the right intentions. Not far away, there is the Bin River that crosses the city of Hahai, and when she walks to the river, Chu Xini naturally took Zhang Quan's arm, her body close to Zhang Quan, and the soft touch made him a little bit of a heart horse. The moonlight and the lights on either side of it spilled over the sparkling river, and the breeze brought a slight coolness. It's a beautiful city. Before he left, he also wanted to see more, not knowing when the next visit would be. Chu Xini's long hair fluttered with the wind, and her hair gently swept across Zhang Quan's cheeks, still carrying a faint fragrance. Zhang Quan, you know what? I feel like I'm getting younger when I'm with you. It's like falling in love with you in college. Chu Xini suddenly stopped and leaned against the railing, looking up at Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan turned his head, and after colliding with Chu Xini's blazing gaze, Sister Chu, You look just like a college student. Actually, I'm kinda taking advantage of you. The corners of Chu Sini's mouth rose, revealing a charming smile as she stretched out her right hand and gently flicked his forehead. You little guy. Your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. Zhang Quan obediently held Chu Sini's right hand and said in a deep tone, Sister Chu, what I said can all be sincere. Why don't you still believe it? Chu Sini had just drank some wine. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. She gently struggled a little, but did not break free from Zhang Quan's hand, so she had to let him hold it, pouting. People believe it. You. What a man-child. You're just good at making people happy. Where am I small? Who was it last time that cried and told me not to go on? Asterisk 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 you. Little pervert. As the two flirted, the river grew less crowded. Just then, a breeze blew by, and Chu Sini's burgundy halter dress fluttered in the wind, revealing her fair and slender legs. It's a different kind of light and dark. As a normal male, I'm sure I'd have to salute as a sign of respect when I saw this. The knot in Zhang Quan's throat rolled instinctively and he swallowed hard. Sister Chu, the way you look right now, it's really fascinating. Zhang Quan felt his voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. Chu Sini naturally also noticed Zhang Quan's strange gaze, said that the woman is a confidant. Today dressed like this, is not to give him a look. However, while the heart was pleased, it was still a little shy, and the blush on his face deepened. Chu Sini gently bit her lower lip, with shyness and pouting in her eyes, waving her hand in front of his eyes. You little guy, with your thieving eyes, are you playing any bad ideas again? Zhang Quan smiled and didn't say anything, walking over to Chu Sini's side, the two of them leaning side by side against the guardrail. Sister Chu, can I ask you a question? Oh, what's the problem? Go ahead. Have you missed me in all this time? Zhang Quan tilted his head and looked at Chu Sini. The other party raised her head, her watery eyes full of tenderness. She slightly opened her lips and softly responded, I want to. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Quan could no longer suppress the impulse within him and lowered his head to kiss him. Fiery and deep. Chu Sini was a bit stiff at first, but soon relaxed and responded of her own accord, wrapping her arms around his neck. Zhang Quan's hand began to get restless. Chu Sini's body stiffened violently. She gently pushed Zhang Quan away, a hint of panic and shyness in her eyes. Zhang Quan, this place won't work. There are too many people. Chu Sini panicked and looked around, vaguely still able to see the road. Zhang Quan took a deep breath, and his heartbeat accelerated as he said, Sister Chu, I feel that I can't control a few soon. What a bad guy. It's cheap. Chu Sini bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and walked towards one of the more hidden bushes by the river. The branches and leaves were thick, and the figures of the two men were well hidden. Omitted here. Chu Sini leaned against Zhang Quan's shoulder, feeling the temperature of his body. As she was leaving, she hugged Zhang Quan and muttered, Promise your sister one thing. You name it, 10 pieces if I can do it. Chu Sini looked at Zhang Quan and said, No matter where you go, give your sister a call every day, even if you send a text message. Grace, I promise. What a silly woman. Zhang Quan sighed silently in his heart. There's a long road ahead, but there's a lot of love debt. Chapter 41 Gallop. The 12th Cadre Exchange Conference of Jingzhou City, passed on June 12, decided to appoint Zhang Quan, a unit chief of the Water Conservancy Bureau of Yangon County, as the mayor of Shaguan Township of Guanxi County. The first to see this redhead document is the mayor of Hahai City, Yu Haozhe. After all, Zhang Quan transferred from Yangon County, as the mayors still have to know. Mayor Yu, I remember you talked about Zhang Quan last time. The other party is likely to serve as deputy mayor. How come all of a sudden became the mayor of the town? It will not be. In the office of the mayor of River Sea City, the secretary made tea while talking. Yu Haozhe sat in the conference room, his right hand constantly rubbing his temples, when he saw this red-topped document, indeed shocked for a moment. A leap into the main section level cadres. Step so big? The most important Zhang Quan went to Jingzhou City, Guanxi County, the only one in this cadre exchange. You know Jingzhou City can be ranked second in Sichuan province. On the contrary, Hahai City, year after year in the protection of the bottom three, the comprehensive strength of the disparity is too great. Being a mayor over there is so much better than Riverhead. Yu Haozhe picked up the cup of tea handed over by his secretary. He was also curious to know what kind of energy the small Water Conservancy Bureau unit chief had. Thinking of this, took out his phone to call a college friend. The other just happened to be in the Jingzhou City Organization Department. 7 minutes passed. Yu Haozhe revealed an expression of dawning realization, his right index finger tapping the desk surface very rhythmically. Ding dong. Xiao Wang, to give you an account of something, Zhang Quan to Guanxi County. You drive my car to send him. At least it is also from our Hahai out. The most pro but the mother's family well. Okay, Mayor Yu, I'll get right on it. Senior Secretary Wang thought he had heard wrong at first. Mayor Yu had asked him to send a small unit chief. If anyone else knew about this, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. When the secretary went out and closed the door, Yu Haozhe mumbled something under his breath. Zhang Quan, Unit Chief, Yangon County Water Resources Bureau, Li Guotai, Deputy Secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee. How did these two get involved? However, this news is not what surprised him. Just before his old classmate hung up the phone, but quietly told him that Li Guotai this person background is not simple. The other side of the old man was once the president of the party school of the Sichuan Provincial Party Committee, although it is now retired. But the remaining power is still there. It is estimated that in a few years, Li Guotai will be able to turn deputy to full, with a huge future. You know, in the official world, the teacher-student relationship is very much emphasized. Chi Sniper can become the director of the Public Security Department, which has his benefactor Gao Plant's credit. After all, as a provincial vice-ministerial level, it has a very important influence in the training and appointment of cadres. It can be said that students are spread throughout the entire Kawarthas province, the home of Li Guotai, Deputy Secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee. Dad, is brother Zhang Quan ready to arrive in Jingzhou? Su Wanyu held her rice bowl and gave her dad a prawn. Li Guotai put down his chopsticks, with a few smiles on his face. My baby girl has said, Dad cannot do it. When he goes, his burden will not be light. Shangwan town is at least a big town of 200,000 people. There won't be many problems. Su Wanyu blinked happily. Shagwan town is not far from Jingzhou city, so she can often go to him at that time. Brother Zhang Quan is so capable, he can definitely handle it. Li Guotai smiled and gently shook his head. Dotingly touched Yu Mu Shui's hair, said in a serious tone, the officialdom is not a child's home. Just have the ability is not enough, but also know how to balance the interests of all parties. Every local power are disjointed. As a newcomer, will encounter a lot of resistance. Su Wanyu pouted and said somewhat unconvincingly, I believe in brother Zhang Quan. He will definitely be able to do it. If it really that what? At that time, Dad, you cannot stand by and watch. Silly girl, once or twice is okay. Every time to help let others how to look at your father. There are some things that must be faced on their own. Only in this way, he can really grow up. Su Wanyu, who has never been in the officialdom, how could she understand these truths? And in her heart, she felt that Zhang Quan was the best. In the meantime, Zhang Quan also received the appointment for this expatriation and froze when he saw the red-headed document. From unit chief to mayor. Although the last word matched his human features perfectly, the first word was 1,000 times different. After learning of this news, Zhang Quan first looked for news of the town of Shimonoseki on the internet. The natural scenery is beautiful, and in ancient times it was still a famous place, and the cultural heritage is nothing compared to this side of Yangon County. The hills there are reduced, the terrain is dominated by plains and rivers, and the population is around 200,000 people. In the future, they will become their parents, and the sense of responsibility will increase, and the body burden is also much heavier. Early the next morning, Zhang Quan was packing his things. He was going to take up his post tomorrow, so he had to leave early today. At this time, the cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Quan took a look. It was an unfamiliar local number, and when he picked it up, it was said to be the voice of Mayor Yu. Hello, Mayor Yu. Xiao Zhang. How's the stuff ready? It's all ready, Mayor Yu. Thank you for your concern. Don't mention it. You are at least a person from Hahai. Don't be afraid to go over there, and don't hesitate to ask if you have any difficulties. By the way, I'll let my secretary Xiao Wang drive you there. Should be there soon. Zhang Quan was touched for a moment in his heart and quickly said, Mayor Yu, how can this be a good thing? It's really troublesome for you. It's no trouble, and it's not a big deal. Do a good job when you get there, and don't bring shame to our Hahai. Hanging up. It didn't take long. First Secretary Wang then drove Yu Haozhe's special car to the downstairs of Zhang Quan's house, Kawasaki E00012. The license plate number was domineering, and Secretary Wang in the driver's seat got out of the car and offered to reach out. Hello, Mayor Zhang. I'm Mayor Yu's Secretary Wang Kai. Just call me Little Wang. Hello, Grand Secretary Wang. The two men exchanged pleasantries, put their bags in the trunk, and got into the car. Along the way, Senior Secretary Wang and Zhang Quan chatted a lot, from the customs of Hahai City to the official situation in Jingzhou City, all of which gave Zhang Quan a detailed introduction. It's a lot of benefit for a while. Zhang Quan listened attentively and asked some questions from time to time, which were patiently answered by Senior Secretary Wang. A few hours later, they finally arrived at the Kansai Prefectural Committee compound. Just after getting off the bus, Zhang Quan saw a group of people standing in front of the county government to greet them. At the head was Guangxi County Governor Zhao Haizhu and County Party Secretary Gao Peng, both of whom looked also at each other after seeing the blackout license plate. This Mayor Zhang, he's not a small one. When Zhang Quan got off the bus, Governor Zhao came forward with a smile on his face, shook Zhang Quan's hand, and said enthusiastically, "Welcome Mayor Zhang to Guangxi County. We've been looking forward to the stars and the moon, and we've finally brought you here." Zhang Quan hurriedly responded, "Governor Zhao, how are you? Please take care of me in the future." Governor Zhao, Secretary Gao, "I'm Mayor Hahaiyu's secretary. I've brought the people, so please take care of them in the future." The two men have gone up to shake hands after hearing this, saying that they will definitely protect the young cadres. Chapter 42. Zhang Quan took advantage of this opportunity to go up and shake hands with the county leaders one by one, during which he had also carefully observed. Governor Zhao should be in his 50s, with a long country face with smiling eyes, and Secretary Cao was rather on the thin side, with sharp eyes, and after he got off the bus, the other party had been staring at him and sizing him up, give a person a very uncomfortable feeling. In the handshake, the other party spoke in a very flat tone and Zhao Governor is like two people. A few people exchanged pleasantries at the door, and Secretary Wang drove off. The county government then organized a welcome party for Zhang Quan, and the place was all set. Zhang Quan for the first time to drink and eat with these big leaders. At first a little uncomfortable. Wait until the back will be familiar with. It wasn't until the next morning that Governor Zhao personally sent Zhang Quan to the place where he took office, Xianguan town. Along the way, the other party was introduced to the local customs and traditions, and it is said that one side of the water nurtures one side of the people. In ancient times, this place has produced queens. Mentioning this, Zhao magistrate is very proud, saying that his daughter has grown very watery. It was about a half hour or so of driving before we finally arrived at our destination. Zhan Bin, the secretary of the town party committee, was standing at the door waiting with 3 deputy mayors. Secretary Zhan, do you think that car is Governor Zhao's? Seems like it to me. Why did Prefect Gao Zhao come over? Just as a few people were discussing, Governor Zhao's car steadily stopped inside the compound, and the crowd showed surprised expressions after seeing Governor Zhao and Zhang Quan get out of the car. Especially Zhan Bin, the secretary of the town's party committee, instantly widened his eyes, his face full of undisguised surprise. He originally thought that the new town mayor was just an ordinary transferred cadre, but he did not expect to have such high treatment that he could let the Hall County governor personally press the issue. It was good that Zhan Bin was the first to come back to his senses, and took 3 steps to meet the front, tightly gripping Governor Zhao's hand. A smile appeared on his face and his voice carried a bit of excitement. "Gu, Governor Zhao, how come you're here? It really makes our Xianguan town shine." The other 3 deputy mayors hurriedly followed suit, nodding their heads and greeting County Governor Zhao. Governor Zhao waved his hand, pointed at Zhang Quan and said with a smile, "Secretary Zhan, this is Comrade Zhang Quan, who will be the mayor of your Xiaguan town from now on. I personally sent him here because I hope that you can work together to make the work of Xiaguan town even better." Zhan Bin hurriedly nodded his head yes after hearing this, his eyes unconsciously glancing at Zhang Quan, secretly pondering in his heart, what exactly was this young man's background that he could make the governor take it so seriously? I just don't know how to work with the team in the future, but I hope it doesn't have the impatience of young people. After exchanging pleasantries, Governor Zhao simply explained a few sentences and left. Looking at the distant shadow of the car of Governor Zhao, Zhan Bin, secretary of the town party committee, held Zhang Quan's hand tightly and said, "Mayor Zhang, I can finally expect you to come. We in Xianguan town are looking forward to your future endeavors and bringing everyone together to live a better life." The other 3 deputy mayors also came forward and shook Zhang Quan's hand in turn, their eyes filled with curiosity and envy. Zhang Quan was also flattered and kept nodding his head. "There's a young man in Lower Pass Township, and I'm guessing the news will spread quickly." After a brief introduction, Zhan Bin led Zhang Quan into the township government building, constantly introducing the basic situation of the township government and the division of functions of various departments. Finally, we came to the conference room, where the people were seated around the table. Zhan Bin was the first to speak. "Zhang Mayor, you are new to the town. I'll tell you the specifics. Although our town has rich natural resources and deep historical and cultural heritage, but in terms of economic development, has been less than ideal. Industrialization is too single." Zhang Quan nodded slightly and cleared his throat. "Secretary Zhan, leaders, I've just arrived here, and I still need to learn from all of you in many situations. Next, I would like to first gain an in-depth understanding of the main problems our town is currently facing in order to formulate a more targeted development plan." At this time, Li Yon, the deputy mayor in charge of agriculture, took over the conversation. "Mayor Zhang, our town's geography is very good. and its agricultural base is one of the best in the entire county. However, there is a single sales channel for agricultural products, which leads to unstable prices and slow growth in farmers' income. Li Yon's words just fell. The deputy mayor in charge of investment promotion Wang Junhui pushed the glasses on the bridge of the nose, looked a little gloomy and opened his mouth. Mayor Zhang, the problem of agriculture is really tricky, and the situation in our town in terms of attracting investment is not optimistic. Several neighboring towns are vigorously developing their industries, offering various preferential policies, but our town infrastructure is too weak. The transportation is not convenient enough, which makes a lot of interested enterprises have beaten a retreat. The town's industrial development has stagnated, and the town's financial revenue has been greatly affected. After Wang Junhui finished speaking, Chen Chuanxi, the deputy mayor in charge of culture and tourism, sighed along with him. Mayor Zhang, in fact, our town is blessed with unique tourism resources, like the ancient Ming Dynasty village in Luan Village, which is quite well preserved. However, it has not been effectively developed and utilized, and there are very few tourists visiting the village. This has led to the village's strong men all running out to work, leaving only left behind children and empty nesters. When these three finished speaking, the conference room fell into silence for a moment as everyone looked at Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan frowned slightly. It seemed that this was still a hot potato, fingers gently tapping on the desktop. After thinking for a few moments, he slowly opened his mouth. The problems said by the town mayors, I also roughly understand clearly. Indeed, these problems have been restricting the development of our town. There are difficulties. Let's think of ways to solve the difficulties. I will research the above problems later, and then in accordance with the situation to make the corresponding countermeasures. This little slicker, can't you solve it even after all the talking? Zhanbin thought in his heart, and then cleared his throat. Mayor Zhang just came for his first day, so let's not be complaining about it everywhere. Just now, didn't Governor Zhao also say that the cadres sent out to study must be warmly entertained? When the other three heard this, a thoughtful expression appeared on their faces, and the meaning of Secretary Zhan's words was more than obvious. People are personally sent by Governor Zhao. The background above is certainly not simple, and it's an expatriate cadre. Frankly, it's just here for the gold plating. Stay long enough and then pat your ass and leave. Don't get your hopes up. Do what you have to do. Li Junhui was the first to react and hastily echoed Secretary Zhan, then said that he should welcome it. This night, Zhang Quan couldn't avoid drinking too much, and in the end, he didn't know how to fall asleep. When I got up the next morning, I still felt dizzy. Simply washing up, Zhang Quan finally began his work as the mayor of Shimonoseki town. What awaits him is more opportunity or a different kind of fling. Chapter 43, Business with You. The mayor's office, which is at the end of the hallway on the fourth floor of the township building. It was much larger than the previous unit chief's office, which also had cubicles for changing clothes and taking breaks. Zhang Quan walked into the office and stroked the mahogany desk with his right hand. There was basically nothing to do in the morning, and Zhang Quan found a few books of information about Shimonoseki town and looked at them with great interest. By the time the afternoon rolled around and it was nearing the end of the day, there was a knock on the door outside. Mayor Zhang, I am Zhou Ping, who is in charge of the office. Can I be satisfied with the office arranged for you? The other party came in and started to introduce himself. The other party's age should be in more than 30, long but thick eyebrows and eyes. The body is also very bored. Proper young woman killer. Zhang Quan nodded and said, quite good. Director Zhou, please sit down. Zhou Ping quickly waved his hand and said no, and finally only at the insistence of Zhang Quan did he sit on the sofa, revealing half of his buttocks and looking restrained. Last night he knew that the new mayor was here. Not only was he young, but he was also sent by Governor Zhao himself. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the other party's origins are not simple, and they must have a great deal to offer. Zhou Ping in the office of the director of the post when also almost 3 or 4 years. There has been no progress. Originally thought the original mayor is gone. Can go up one from the deputy mayor? He also spends some effort activities. But who would have expected that a town mayor would be parachuted in from the next city? And so young. The flames of hope had all been doused, but after seeing Zhang Quan, they were rekindled. The office is frankly good service to everyone, suffering not to mention not get much benefit. The only advantage is that they are close to the leaders, and they are the first to know any gossip. Zhou Ping think about this year is only 32 years old. Is the struggle of the great years? No matter what, this time must seize the opportunity. Since last night, he had personally brought people to clean up the mayor's office, and had even brought a few pots of greenery from home. Early in the morning, the first to find each other to report work. After all, the icing on the cake is not as good as the snow. Come early to report the benefits of sure. Zhang Quan looked at the slightly restrained Zhou Ping. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, said gently, Director Zhou, don't be so restrained. I see that you and I are about the same age. We are all the same age. When Zhou Ping heard this, his heart relaxed a bit. He didn't expect this new town mayor, but also quite amiable. Then he stood up his waist and said, Mayor Zhang, you are new to the town. If you have any needs in life and work, just order. I am a local of Shaoguan town, and I am quite familiar with the local situation. Director Zhou is still a local. Then I'll have to bother you more in the future. Zhang Quan laughed and Zhou Ping hurriedly nodded his head and responded. Then remembered the purpose of today's visit and took out a few resumes. Getting up and handing them to Zhang Quan. Mayor Zhang, this is the resumes of the office members. You can be assigned a clerk to assist you in your daily office. So take a look at it and see if that one is suitable. Zhang Quan frowned. The town mayor could be assigned a secretary? Shouldn't this be a treatment only available to prefects? Zhou Ping saw Zhang Quan's expression was not right. Immediately realized the problem. Slapped his forehead. Embarrassed. Said Zhang Mayor, I forgot to tell you. This is all the upper level acquiescence. Originally the office is to work with the leadership. The mayor's secretary is only hanging on to the job. There will be no impact. Hearing this, Zhang Quan was reassured that there were a total of 5 office members. 3 men and 2 women. None of whom were very old. Director Zhou, do you have any recommendations? Zhang Quan roughly browsed through, and could not see any names. Directly and simply asked. Zhou Ping listened. His body obviously relaxed a little, as if guessing that the other party would ask him this way, picking up a few people's resumes to roughly explain. Waiting to finish, before tentatively suggested, Zhang Mayor, I think Comrade Xiao Wang is quite good. Bachelor's degree. Usually work is also practical. Work is also quite nimble. His seniority is too young. Oh, so the comrade with the most seniority? Besides me, it's Comrade Yao Yan, only a year later than me, graduate degree, penmanship without a doubt. It's a lesbian. Zhang Quan's words came to an abrupt end here. It seems that the female secretary is not a good influence, but he does not want to find a rash. After all, he is new to the town. It is best to find a comrade with more seniority, who can help him open the situation in the town of Shimonoseki. It is reasonable to say that Zhou Ping is very much in line with the requirements. Seniority not to mention the local people, but it is a pity that the other party is the director. It is impossible to circle around him all day. Zhou Ping often are in front of a few leaders around. Eyesight is also practiced pure fire. See Zhang Quan some tangled and difficult, and then opened his mouth to say, Comrade Yao Yan's husband is the deputy director of the town's Litong district police station, and the two should have been married for almost 3 years. The seemingly unintentional sentence had caused Zhang Quan's heart to flutter, and his original tangled expression dissipated. Zhang Quan sat up straight, picked up Yao Yan's resume and scrutinized it. Since the family members of the deputy director of the police station may be able to provide a lot of strength when dealing with some issues involving law and order and stability in the future. Plus the other person is quite capable and already has a family. Thinking of this, the last concern within Zhang Quan was dispelled. Since Comrade Yao Yan is so outstanding, then I think she's the one. Zhang Quan raised his head and said to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping's face revealed a trace of imperceptible smile, and he hastily nodded his head and responded, All right, Mayor Zhang, I'll go and make arrangements. Then I'll work hard for you. Director Zhou. Zhang Quan smiled slightly. This Director Zhou was also a luscious character. It's not hard. It's not hard. It's all for the leadership. Zhou Ping gently closed the door. The heart is also a sigh of relief. Finally the thing is done. Tonight someone's wallet is not guaranteed again. Last night, after he finished packing up the new mayor's office, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and by the time he had just left the compound, he was intercepted by Chao Shuowu, the deputy director of the police station. The other man dragged him to a bar he frequented, into a reserved booth. Closing the door, he opened the door and said he had a favor to ask, trying to get his wife, Yao Yan, to be the new mayor's secretary. It is said that once you enter the palace gate, it is as deep as the sea, and everyone wants to be Zhao Gao. The old director in the dry more than 2 years, will soon be retired. He also very much want to move up, when the day the director is gone. When a police station a hand, over the official addiction. But there are 2 police stations in Shimonoseki town. If you don't move around, it's really hard to say whether you can become the director. Just as he was thinking about how to climb up the ladder, he happened to be out on patrol in the car he was driving on the day that Zhang Quan was sent by Governor Zhao. He happened to see the other party shaking hands with the leaders of the town one by one under the leadership of Governor Zhao. Chao Shuowu realized that he had the opportunity to rush to find Zhou Ping, want him to help. Zhou Ping pursed his lips and thought for a moment, and then agreed. After all, the relationship between the 2 people is quite good. Sometimes, also go out to drink and blow awesome. The other party, who had also been in the position of deputy director for 2 or 3 years, could be considered to be in the same boat as him. If it does get done, it might even make a difference. Chao Shuewu received a phone call from Zhou Ping, learned that things are done, happy to jump up, drive the other party to pull to the bar. Without saying a word, first dried 3 glasses of wine, and called the 2 princesses in, began to drink in Huddy and Haiti. At this time, Chao Shuewu's home. Yao Yen had just changed into her pajamas, and after looking at the content in her cell phone, she huffed and puffed and slammed the phone down on the sofa. Her alcoholic husband was not coming back again. Yao Yen was wearing a light silk pajamas, sitting lazily on the sofa, turning on the TV and watching soap operas in boredom. The pajamas were just right, as if they were customized for her. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a piece of white, jade-like skin that was a bit sexy and flirtatious. Hands clasped to her chest, her slender waist appeared to be even more surfeited, and her full breasts slightly bulged, squeezing out a tantalizing career line. Just then, the cell phone on the couch suddenly rang, and when I picked it up, it was my best friend calling. Little Yen Yen, what are you doing? Let's go out and get high. Yao Yen said hesitantly, I'm home alone. It's better not to go. A man can be trusted, and a cell will fall into a tree. Don't worry about your drunken husband. You're bored at home anyway. Why don't you come out and relax with your sisters? Yao Yen thought about it and felt that her best friend had a point and opened her mouth. Alright then, wait for me for a while. I'll go change. Chapter 44, Holding on to a Good Thigh. Mayor's Office. Zhang Quan was new to the city and some things still needed an adjustment process. Plus it was Friday. He wanted to use these days to first briefly familiarize himself with the specifics of industry, agriculture, and tourism in Shimonoseki town. Every Monday morning, the town committee organizes a meeting, and Zhang Quan, as the new mayor, always has to say something. After breakfast, the brain is thinking about these things. After pushing open the office, the house cleaned up extraordinarily neat. The windowsill placed in the monarch orchid seems to be just watered, budding. It was said that beautiful things could put people in a happy mood, and Zhang Quan was feeling that way at the moment. Opening the map of Shimonoseki town, Zhang Quan kept sliding his right hand around on it, muttering in his mouth, if you want to get rich, you have to build roads first. The road infrastructure here is still not very good, with only one national highway running through it and the freeway in the next town over. Transportation is not convenient. Agricultural products and other materials will not be able to quickly circulate. Can repair the road will mean spending money? The town's main source of financial income from agriculture is almost quite meager, and from time to time have to rely on the county to receive assistance. Industrial and tourism development has been stagnant, and around you have to have money to do it. Zhang Quan sighed slightly. Rice should be eaten one bite at a time, and the road should be taken one step at a time. There were too many questions popping up all at once, and he'd have to organize his thoughts today on how to open this impasse. Just as he was lost in thought, there were a few knocks on the office door, only to see a tall, beautiful woman walk in, pursed lips, painted with delicate red lips, wearing overalls, with eyes revealing a measuring look. Zhang Quan looked at the other party, and all of a sudden, he was a bit lost in thought. What a ripe young woman. Mayor Zhang, good morning. I'm Yao Yen from the office. I was previously in charge of file management as well as official document writing. Zhang Quan got up and walked to the other party, reached out and said, Yao, sister, hello, please sit down quickly. Gu, Mayor Zhang, don't dare to call me that. I don't dare to be your sister. In the future, you can call me Secretary Yao or Xiao Yao. Yao Yen giggled. This beautiful young woman was a bit of fun, and could even joke with him. Zhang Quan laughed along with him, not caring. Mayor Zhang, this is the information of Xiaoguan town that I organized in the morning, covering various industries. Yao Yen said as she took out a stack of neatly bound documents from the folder and handed it to Zhang Quan with both hands. Zhang Quan took the information and quickly flipped through it. Sister Yao, you've been working here for so long, you're definitely more familiar with the situation of our town than I am. In your opinion, what is the biggest obstacle to the current development? Zhang Quan put down the information and looked seriously at Yao Yen. Yao Yen pondered slightly and spoke. It must be the transportation. There is also the lack of specialty industries in the town. Although there are some agricultural products that sell well, they are sold sporadically, without forming a scale, and the profits are meager. Listening to you, all aspects of Shimonoseki town are indeed weak. Are there no bright industries? There is. Luan village in our town still retains many buildings from the Ming and Qing dynasties, and there are also some traditional handicrafts, and our town has fresh air and pleasant scenery, so we can create a special B&B to attract tourists from neighboring cities to come for leisure and vacation. Zhang Quan nodded after hearing this, and kept calculating in his heart that the first thing to do was to solve the road problem and develop Luan village properly. Seeing his serious look, Yao Yen silently exited the office. All afternoon, Zhang Quan drew and wrote on a piece of paper, occasionally scratching his ears. I used to not know how much it cost when I wasn't in charge, but now I finally realize it. After calling the finance department, the feeling was even more personal. Funding is very difficult and can only cover normal expenses. It seems that when the time comes to go to the county, first cry poor, see can get some money not, really can not go to the city, to not come again. After Yao Yan got off work, she first went to the food market and bought good usual vegetables and big meat. Today for the first time as the mayor's clerk, was a little nervous, but after seeing that it was a brat, he relaxed. Only one trip to deliver the paperwork, in and not much else, not to mention how comfortable I was, carrying groceries back home. Her husband Chao Shuawu sat on the sofa, smoking a stifling cigarette. The room was choked with smoke. Yao Yan, originally happy mood, immediately dissipated. Usually will let him smoke in the bathroom. Today is good directly to the living room. Shui Wu, how did you make an appointment with me and run into the living room to smoke again? Do you believe me or not? I'm going to throw all this crap away for you. Chao Shuawu saw Yao Yan frowning with a disgruntled look on her face, and with a hefty smile hurriedly extinguished the cigarette, and then cleaned up the ashtray as well. Walking over to the other party, he took the vegetables in her hand. Wife, I confess to leniency, resist to severity, accept the criticism of the organization. What to do this afternoon? Seeing that the other party's attitude was okay, Yao Yan then revealed a smile and said in a good-natured manner, it's the same old three things. You go panning for vegetables first. When she finished, she changed into her pink slippers and went into the house to change and come to the kitchen. Honey, did you see the new mayor today? How did you feel? Is it good to talk? Chao Shuawu, who was holding a cucumber in his hand, stood next to Yao Yan and asked several questions in a row. Yao Yan took out the big meat from the bag and said as she cut it, quite young, not as old as me, just a brat, just met and called me Sister Yao. Speaking of this, she remembered the scene during the day and couldn't help but laugh a few times. Hearing this, Chao Shuawu put down the hands of the cucumber. We'll be cutting meat, Yao Yan interrupted. Hands on his shoulders, said in a long speech, my good wife, these words cannot dare to say in front of others. Don't look at the others young, but now has been when the mayor of the town, which is like I am now the deputy director of the, hey, Yao Yan saw her husband like this, how the words are still sour, cannot help but be a little angry. Chao Shuawu, you still know what kind of when I married you, you said that you could be the director, and later on the mayor of the town material, and now, all day long in my ear read and chatter. Annoying? Chao Shuawu saw that his wife was fuming, and thought that his only hope now lay in the other party, so he had to hold his tongue and say something to admit his mistake. It took a while to coax each other. Wife, then again, when you come into contact with Mayor Zhang in the future, you still need to get along better. The other party's background is quite uncomplicated, and whether or not I can become the director in the future will be a matter of the other party's word. Hearing this, Yao Yan turned her head and said with disbelief, just him? That's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? What do you know? Mayor Zhang came to Shimonoseki town to take up his post, or was it sent by County Governor Zhao himself? Really? It's our Governor Zhao of Guangxi County? There can still be that Prefect Zhao. The brat you're talking about has a background far beyond that. When the other party came to Guangxi County, do you know how it came about? How am I supposed to know? Just say what you have to say and don't make me guess at riddles. The secretary of the mayor of Riverhead City personally drove Mayor Zhang to the Guangxi County compound. Clunk! The kitchen knife in Yao Yan's hand directly dropped on the plate, wide-eyed and full of unbelief. What did you say? The secretary of the mayor of Hahai City personally sent him here? How is this possible? She only felt her head buzzing, and her mind drifted back to the daytime when she met Zhang Quan with a few green looks, and hilariously had to call her Sister Yao. It's true. You're my daughter-in-law. Can I still lie to you? Chao Shuawu picked up the kitchen knife on the tablet and said solemnly. At that time, when he learned of this news, the expression on his face was even richer than Yao Yan. This thick leg, he had to embrace. Chapter 45, Running Away from the Wilderness. Director Zhou, why are you here? Please come in. Zhang Quan is lying in the unit dormitory, is ready to cook a bag of noodles to eat. This thing is not eaten for a long time, still fragrant. Just boiled water. Bubble noodles have not yet unwrapped it. See, the office director Zhou Peng walked in. Mayor Zhang, why are you eating instant noodles? How can this work? Zhou Peng said in a surprised tone when he saw the instant noodles in his hand. It's been a long time since I've eaten. I'm too lazy to cook. As Zhang Quan spoke, he was about to unwrap the bag of instant noodles, but Zhou Peng stepped forward to stop him. Mayor Zhang, what nutrition is in this stuff? Your sister-in-law just bought a big carp and 3 pounds of prawns today. How about going to my house for a meal and rewarding me? Is this too intrusive? it's fine. It's usually just me and your sister-in-law anyway. And the child went to her grandma's house today. I'm happy to be able to invite the mayor to my house for dinner. Seeing that Zhou Ping was so enthusiastic, Zhang Quan thought that it was not good to refuse. So he turned off the fire and left the noodles for the next time. Downstairs, take Zhou Ping's car, came to the neighborhood called Happy Home. Zhang Quan let the other party stop at the door, get off the car and go into the supermarket to buy boxes of milk and yogurt, and carry a big bag of snacks. Zhou Ping how to let the leader to buy things, said no, but finally argued, only to give up. After all, it is the first time to come, and cannot pose as a leader. It is better to mention something. Entering the flat, he went upstairs and opened the door to see a pretty woman in an apron approaching. This is Mayor Zhang, right? Please come in quickly. Zhou Ping, why are you still letting the mayor buy things? Sister-in-law good. You don't blame Director Zhou. The first to come empty-handed is also embarrassed. Shen Xiaomei, my love. Zhou Ping scratched his head and introduced Zhang Quan. Into the house. Shen Xiaomei has already served the meal on the table. 3 meat, 2 vegetarian plus a soup. 4 flavors, looks very appetizing. The other party took off his apron. And only then did Zhang Quan take a closer look. Light blue home dress. Slender, bumpy body, just the right curves outlined the unique flavor of mature women. The biggest impression the other woman made on her was the pair of eyes that radiated a gentle gaze, perhaps added by being a mother. Mayor Zhang, you're too polite to bring so many things when you come to eat at home. Zhang Quan responded with a slight smile. Sister-in-law, it's just a little token of appreciation. It's not worth mentioning. Zhou Ping greeted Zhang Quan and sat down, then opened a bottle of good wine from his collection and filled both of their glasses. Mayor Zhang, you have to drink more today. This wine was specially brought by me from my hometown. It can't be bought on the market. Zhou Ping raised his glass. Zhang Quan also raised his glass, smiled and said, Director Zhou, then I won't be polite. The 3 of them clinked glasses and the white wine went down their throats. Spicy with a mellow aroma and a very sweet aftertaste. It's really good wine. At the table, Zhou Ping talked about some light-hearted topics. How he had caught up with his sister-in-law in the first place, and how he had come here. Shen Xiaomei was full of tenderness, sitting on the side and listening quietly. From time to time, she gave Zhang Quan a dish. Mayor Zhang, try this fish. Okay. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhang Quan's heart was warmed and he hurriedly thanked her. After 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere became more and more enthusiastic, and the conversation box was completely opened. Zhou Ping said, suddenly hit a hiccup. The body shook. The mouth also became less clear. Zhang Mayor, you can have to treat me more this work. What do not do well? Despite pointing out, I will definitely change. Finished, he picked up the wine glass, and fiercely poured a mouthful of wine. Shen Xiaomei looked at her husband's drunken state, shook her head helplessly, gently patted Zhou Ping's back and said softly, you, just stop drinking, you're all drunk like this. Afterwards, she looked at Zhang Quan, her eyes full of apologies. Mayor Zhang, he talks too much when he gets drunk. Don't you mind? Zhang Quan smiled and waved his hand. Sister-in-law, it's fine. Brother Zhou is also true to his character. Saying so, he also picked up his wine cup and took another sip. Zhou Ping, I do not know as the amount of alcohol is not good. Or today drink happy. Right hand on the head. Self-centered continue to say Zhang Mayor. You do not know. When I just became the director of the office, the family, that, but, words to the end, is already broken? Not yet finished. His head tilted, lying on the table, actually huffing and puffing. Shen Xiaomei, who was sitting next to him, sighed and said to Zhang Quan, your big brother Zhou is easy to get drunk when he drinks on the head. Let Mayor Zhang laugh at you. You sit down for a while. I'll help him to the bedroom to rest. Not long after, Shen Xiaomei walked out from the bedroom, and she gently straightened her somewhat messy hair, with a tired smile on his face. Mayor Zhang, I'm really sorry. This is how he drinks. Don't be offended. Zhang Quan smiled and waved his hand, saying, it's fine. Sister-in-law, it's fine. Brother Zhou is also a man of nature. Shen Xiaomei resumed her seat opposite Zhang Quan and reached out to pour herself another glass of wine. Mayor Zhang, it's a rare occasion for you to come to the house today. I'll toast you. Sister-in-law, you're too polite. I'm already embarrassed to be invited to dinner today. It should be me honoring you. Zhang Quan was about to reach for his wine glass as he spoke, but he accidentally touched the edge of the table. The glass fell to the ground with a clunk. Shen Xiaomei reacted quickly, softly said I'll clean it up, and quickly walked towards the falling wine glass. Leaning down slightly, the neckline of the originally slim light blue dress naturally opened up, revealing tender white skin. Zhang Quan happened to lower his head, and his eyesight happened to skim over the other party's collar, and under the paralysis of alcohol, His eyes seemed to stare. "You look so skinny on the outside, but you don't realize what's inside." When he tried to withdraw his gaze, Shinshomei just happened to raise her head and seemed to notice Zhang Quan's abnormality, subconsciously standing up straight and straightening her neckline. For some reason, a delicate blush spread across her face. Mentally, she speculatively wondered if the other person had just been peeking at her breasts. "It's so embarrassing." Zhang Quan coughed lightly twice, as if he was eating snacks in class and was caught by the teacher, sitting on pins and needles. "That, sister-in-law, I see that it's getting late. I'll go back first." With those words, he prepared to get up. Experiencing the embarrassing scene just now, Shinshomei was also a little uncomfortable, retained a little, and saw the other party out the door. The door closed and the house once again returned to its usual calm. Shinshomei sat on the chair, but still felt her heart fluttering wildly. This Mayor Zhang Quan, he's really young. Chapter 46, Study Tour to the Villages. The official struggle is like a battlefield, without the use of weapons and ammunition. All rely on personal wisdom and power. Some people never show their faces and only stab in the back. In the town of Shimonoseki, a weekly meeting is held on Mondays, and this one is different from the previous ones. Zhang Quan, the newly appointed mayor of the town, attended for the first time, and the handlers of the various departments of the town, almost all of them were present. Within the meeting set up a rectangular conference table. Sitting in the middle of the township secretary Zhan Bin, will be the left position sitting deputy secretary Shang Ping, that day on the job. The other party just happened to go down to the countryside. Zhang Quan is also the first time to see. The other party wears thick glasses. The face looks to be older than Zhan Bin. To the right is the mayor's position, with the other deputy mayors and department heads in that order. Officialdom, how to row seat are very delicate. The mayor is usually arranged in the right-hand side of the party secretary, reflecting the mayor in the administrative work of the important position. The deputy secretary of the party committee usually sit on the left-hand side. Zhang Quan walked into the conference room. The room, in addition to Secretary Zhan, basically all arrived. Not far away from sitting Yao Yan, the other side holding a notebook, as the recorder of this meeting. The moment he entered, one could clearly feel everyone's gazes, converging on him. Envy and jealousy are mixed in. It was less than a minute. The town secretary Zhan Bin walked in with a cup of tea, and everyone present stood up. The other man, with his trademark smile on his face, waved his hand and gestured for everyone to sit down. This scene, Zhang Quan is also in the eyes. The other party's prestige in the town is really like a day. Although he is the mayor of the town, but the power and connections are far less than him. Zhan Bin steadily sat down, lightly sip a mouthful of tea, cleared his throat. His eyes swept across the faces of the people, and finally landed on Zhang Quan. "Today we have this meeting. Let's first welcome the new mayor of our town, Comrade Zhang Quan." Everyone applauded. The conference room resounded with sparse applause. Zhang Quan stood up and bowed slightly, with a smile on his face. "Thank you for the trust of Secretary Zhan and all the leaders, and I hope that you will support the work more in the future." The meeting was officially opened with applause. It lasted about an hour or so, and after each department finished talking about their problems, Zhan Bin made a final summary and basically called it a day. During this time, Zhang Quan was all part of the onlooker's stance, and what he needed to answer was also a sloppy return first. After all, he just came before understanding the situation in the town of Shimonoseki, or less definitive, so as not to cause unnecessary pain trouble. The meeting was adjourned. Zhang Quan let Yao Yan arrange the itinerary to visit the villages. The first stop first go to Luan village, the latter by her arrangement to see. Take a day and a half, from this afternoon to tomorrow afternoon, to figure out the village first. The first stop is Luan village, an ancient village with buildings from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Before setting out, Yao Yan told Zhang Quan that the road to Luan village was very bad and he could only take a three-wheeler from the town. Zhang Quan was born in the countryside since he was a child, and it is nothing to suffer a little, but Yao Yan is a lesbian after all. He had thought about this expedition road and asked her not to go, but the other insisted on following. Along the way, the road was really bad, not to mention the potholes, but also twisting and turning, upside down. His stomach acid is coming out. The three-wheeler was rocking the body badly on the rough dirt road. This section is a downhill S-curve road. In order to maintain balance, Yao Yan subconsciously grabbed Zhang Quan's arm. "Sister Yao, why don't I ask Master to stop, so you can slow down for a while?" Zhang Quan said softly, his voice filled with concern. Yao Yan shook her head and said, "Mayor Zhang, there's no need. Just hold on for more than 10 minutes and we'll be there." Suddenly, a big pit appeared in front. The tricycle turned violently, and Yao Yan's body tilted uncontrollably towards Zhang Quan. With a startled cry, her hands subconsciously clung onto Zhang Quan's waist, and her entire body was almost pressed against his. At this moment, Zhang Quan could clearly feel Yao Yan's rapid breathing, her warm breath spraying on her face. What's worse, the other party's full and bouncy breasts were squeezing tightly against his chest. The soft touch came through the clothing, causing Zhang Quan's mind to instantly go blank. The atmosphere instantly became charming. Luan village is here. The tricycle suddenly braked sharply, and the master driver shouted at the top of his voice. Zhang Quan stood up and raised his eyes to look at the western sun, spreading the sunlight in Luan village, like a slowly unfolding ink painting, which is refreshing. A small, crystal-clear river, which turned into a big bay, flowed slowly from in front of the village, wrapping Luan village on three sides. An ancient building of the Ming and Qing dynasties staggered on both sides of the road. The village entrance also stood two stone lions. Li Dazhuang, the village branch secretary who received the news in advance, greeted him with several village cadres. Zhang Quan was a little bumped by the three wheels, and when he saw a small pavilion next to him to cool off, he hurriedly walked over and sat in the shade. Mayor Zhang, I'm really sorry. The conditions in the village are just like this. You should drink some herbal tea first to slow down. When Li Dajiang saw Zhang Quan's appearance, his heart was also a bit abrupt. Zhang Quan poured a bowl for Yao Yan as well, and the other party's situation wasn't much better. Secretary Li, the road leading from Shaguan to Luan village is really bad. Li Dazhuang sighed after hearing this and said, Isn't that so, Mayor Zhang? To tell you the truth, we Luan village folks, day and night hope, just want to early on the cement road, and now finally the mayor of the town of Zhang hope that the mayor of the town of Zhang to guide us to guide the work. Zhang Quan waved his hand. This Li Dazhuang, he just came and put a high hat on him. Secretary Lu, you first accompany me to the village. I'll take a look at the situation. Li Dazhuang quickly nodded his head and responded with a smile on his face. Okay, Mayor Zhang. Secretary Yao, this way please. The group entered the village and traveled slowly along the winding village road. As Zhang Quan walked, he carefully observed that most of the buildings in the village were ancient buildings from the Ming and Qing dynasties, although through the simple and ancient flavor, but many of them are showing a state of disrepair. Mottled walls, brick and mortar mutilated, and some have even been shaken. In short, it was poorly protected, and even saw an old house with pigs and ducks. Continuing to walk forward, Zhang Quan frowned more and more wrinkled, said to the side of Li Dajiang, Secretary Li, these ancient buildings are the treasure of our Luan village. How to damage into this? Did the village not take any protective measures? Li Dazhuang looked helpless after hearing this and said with a bitter smile, Mayor Zhang, we also want to protect but the village really has no money, and simply can't take out to repair these houses. Moreover, the young people in the village have all run away to work outside, and now most of the village is full of old people and children, so we can only watch and be anxious. Hearing this, Zhang Quan stopped and looked at the surrounding ancient houses, pondering in his heart. Not only do we need to protect the ancient architecture of Luan village, but we also need to address the issue of population loss. Walking, and then came to a hillside behind the village, where the terrain is open. Looking out, green mountains and green water of the ancient village as far as the eye can see. There is also quite a bit of farmland in the surrounding area that is deserted, which is a shame to look at. Zhang Quan crossed his waist with his left hand, feeling the coolness brought by the breeze, and sighed with his mouth. What a beautiful place. It must be developed. Originally, after the inspection of Luan village, Zhang Quan was about to go to the next stop Fuxing village, but after seeing this scene in Luan village, he thought about how to change the status quo. Thus, Zhang Quan turned around a few more times, which led to staying a bit longer. By the time I wanted to leave, it was already 5 p.m. It was nearing sunset, and it was not very safe to travel at night. In the end, the duo had to stay overnight in the village. Arranged residences in the village committee. Just 2 empty rooms, although the conditions are almost, but also can live. After an afternoon of epilepsy, plus a lot of walking, after eating, Zhang Quan politely refused Li Dajiang's kind offer of a banquet and a drink. All he wanted to do now was to lie down and go to sleep early. And within a few moments he was in dreamland. And Yao Yan, who lives next door, listens to the snoring coming from next door and tosses and turns, unable to sleep. Sitting inside the tricycle today messed with her gray. Yao Yan, who had some small cleanliness fetishes, was eager to take a bath at this time. Chapter 47, Appreciating Beauty Under the Moon. 1:30 in the morning. The night is as dark as ink. Inside the village committee compound in Luan village, the sound of insects chirping is heard. Yao Yan shallowly slept for a while and woke up again, picking up her cell phone and checking the time, thinking it was almost dawn. After tossing and turning for a while, she still couldn't sleep, the dust sticking to her body and making her uncomfortable, her little cleanliness fetish coming back to haunt her. Yao Yan hesitated and decided to take a shower. The village council's bathroom is in the corner of the courtyard. a modest little bungalow with only an old showerhead and a water-stained concrete floor. Yao Yan hit her cell phone light and carefully pushed open the door. A damp musty smell came out. It looked like it was rarely used. Frowning, he turned on the dim bulb in the wall, the light wavering and barely illuminating the small space. Closing the door behind her, she reached down and turned on the showerhead. The water flowed intermittently with a gurgling sound, then a blast of cold water that made her take a step back. It took a while for the water to warm up. Yao Yan took a deep breath and slowly removed the clothes on her body. Under the dim light, the white jade-like skin was glowing with a faint glow. Droplets of water slid down her long hair and flowed over her delicate collarbone. Following her slender neck, it converged into a crystal water droplet on her full breasts, and then flowed all the way down to her slender waist. The irritation in her body immediately dissipated. Yao Yan closed her eyes, enjoying the comfort brought by the hot water. The fatigue of the day seemed to gradually dissipate with the water flow. The sound of the water was loud and clear in the silence of the courtyard. At this time, Zhang Quan felt a wave of urination coming, sat up in a daze, rubbed his eyes, and turned on the table lamp next to him. Although it is the height of summer, but Luan village night, there is still a hint of cold. Zhang Quan lazy in the clothes. The bathroom is not far anyway. Wearing blue big pants, it jogged to push the sliding door. As soon as I pushed open the door, I heard the sound of water. Zhang Quan scanned around and found a house on the corner in front of him that still had a dim light on. It's late and someone's taking a bath? Is it Yao Yan? The curiosity in Zhang Quan's heart was instantly ignited. Plus the bathroom was in that direction. Jogging to the restroom, he drained his bladder first, and when he stepped out, his feet took an involuntary step toward the side bathroom. There was only one window next to the wooden door, and the glass was all kind of frosted, with moisture hanging off it at the moment. Zhang Quan vaguely saw a delicate figure through the blurred window, exuding a different kind of temptation under the dim light. As the old saying goes, play the Yao Qin under the willow, and enjoy the beauty under the moon. Zhang Quan finally also experienced this feeling. Although he couldn't see clearly, the hazy feeling made him unable to move his feet. Inside the bathroom, Yao Yan didn't notice the difference outside in the slightest, humming a little song from time to time. Immersed in the comfort of the shower, hands gently rubbed themselves together, droplets of water sliding down her skin and making small splashes on the floor. 10 minutes later, Yao Yan finished her shower, wrapped up her bath towel, turned off the bathroom light, gently pushed open the bathroom door, and walked out. The cool breeze of the night hit her, making her shiver and hastily speed up her steps towards her room. At this time, Zhang Quan had already run back into the house and looked out through the gap in the curtains, only to see Yao Yan wrapped in a bath towel, her hair dripping wet. The white moonlight poured down on the other man, and the skin on his chest looked extraordinarily white. I hadn't really realized before that the other party was born so good looking. Yao Yan looked up at Zhang Quan's room at this time and seemed to feel how the curtains moved a few times. Muttering, "Did I blink?" hurriedly took out his cell phone, turned on the flashlight and shined it over. The curtains hung on the window without moving, but only to reveal a gap as wide as the palm of your hand. Back inside, Yao Yan wiped her wet hair, but there was no movement in the next room. Remembering again the gap in the curtains that he had just seen, the movement of his hand stopped and a blush spread across his face. Little rascals, horny bastards, shooey, shooey. Zhang Quan just woke up and sneezed several times in a row, thinking in his heart that he couldn't have gotten cold last night. Taking the toothbrush and toothpaste, he just went out the door and ran into Yao Yan. The other party also took the washing tools. Greeting each other, Zhang Quan vaguely felt as if the other party was alienating him. Could it be that last night? It was discovered? Arranged by Li Dazhang. After eating a not too hearty breakfast, he started to get on the three-wheeler again to rush to the next village, Dongyue Village. Dongyue Village is to the east of Luan Village and the easternmost village in Xiaoguan Township, as well as the village with the largest area of cultivated land. The transportation is much better for Luan Village. At least there are not so many mountain roads. Zhang Quan looked all the way to the Water Conservancy Bureau, and he saw at a glance the water conservancy facilities, which were quite perfect and well maintained. Crisscrossing farmland, very well grown rice, and starry-eyed villagers farming. After getting off the bus, facing the village branch secretary Lu Xianyan who greeted him, the first sentence he opened his mouth was, "Secretary Lu attaches great importance to water conservancy construction. This work is doing very well. It's all about good leadership command. Welcome Mayor Zhang to inspect the work in Dongyue Village." Everyone welcome. As soon as Lu Xianyan's words fell, the surrounding village cadres and villagers applauded, with enthusiastic smiles on their faces. Zhang Quan, amidst a round of applause, shook hands with all the people one by one, and after exchanging pleasantries, he began an in-depth inspection of Dongyue Village under the leadership of Secretary Lu. Along the way, Lu Xianyan followed Zhang Quan around and introduced the village in detail. Zhang Quan listened while carefully observing the situation around him. Although Dongyue village has good water conservancy facilities and good crop growth, the village's infrastructure is relatively lagging behind, with narrow roads and some of the houses in a state of disrepair. Secretary Liu, our village's water conservancy work is really no match, but in terms of infrastructure construction, we still have to work harder. Zhang Quan stopped and looked at the potholed road in front of him and said in a serious tone. Lu Xianyan sighed helplessly and said, Mayor Zhang, we also know that the village's infrastructure is backward, but the village's funds are really limited. With the annual income excluding daily expenses, we simply can't get any extra money for construction. It's still a lack of money after all that messing around. Funding is a major constraint to rural development, but if this problem is not solved, Dongyue village, and indeed other villages, will find it difficult to achieve long-term development. Secretary Liu, I'll figure out the funding, and when the time comes, I'll first build a spacious road for the village. When Lu Xianyan heard Zhang Quan's words, his face instantly erupted with excitement. His hands tightly gripped Zhang Quan's hand, and he said excitedly, Mayor Zhang, if that's really possible, it would really be a great favor to our Dongyue village. The villagers have been looking forward to a good road, and it will be much more convenient in the future. No matter if it's traveling or transporting agricultural products. Zhang Quan patted Lu Xianyan's calloused hands, looked at the surrounding villagers' eager eyes. Words in the mouth half-circle did not say. Yao Yan, who was standing on the side, also had a thoughtful expression on her face. Can this little mayor really ask for funding? Chapter 48, Unbelievable. After a few days of fieldwork, and again for those villages with limited access to all aspects of the city, how can I say the feeling that Shimonoseki town gave Zhang Quan? Too dependent on agriculture. Industry has been slow to develop and is almost non-existent, relying on the town's one cannery to hang on. Luan village is rich in tourism resources, except that the roads are not very good, coupled with the lack of any maintenance. Almost not many people go to travel. Of course, what he sees is not all shortcomings. Take the town's 2 middle schools and a high school. The current secretary Zhang Bin still attaches great importance to student education. Not only set up special school buses for transportation, but also subsidized student lunches. After these 1 or 2 years, the town and several nearby villages, most children can afford to go to school. Overall in the education sector, Secretary Zhang has done a really good job. No wonder so many people have embraced him. Back in the town, Zhang Quan simply held a meeting, mainly to summarize what he had seen and heard in the past few days. He knows that the biggest problem plaguing the town right now is that the road facilities are too weak and not well funded. Zhang Quan pondered again and again, or decided to go on a trip to the county to cry poor, but also to point funds. Not 100 or 200 is not too little, can give 300 is the best. Taking a car to the Guanxi County Committee compound, Secretary Gao Ping was in a meeting, so Zhang Quan had to wait in the building. Almost an hour passed. Finally led by the secretary, Zhang Quan walked into Secretary Gao Ping's office. The space is very spacious to place objects and look brand new. Seeing Zhang Quan walk in, Gao Pingzhang put down the teacup in his hand and looked up, with a few tired yet gracious smiles on his face, signaling him to sit down. Little Zhang, you're doing okay in Xiaguan town, aren't you? If you have any difficulties, just say so, Secretary Gao Ping said as he picked up the thermos cup on the table and took a light sip. Zhang Quan placed his hands on his knees and leaned forward slightly. His tone carried a few points of urgency. Secretary Gao, there's really something I have to say to you this time. I've been inspecting the town of Xiangguan for several days, and I've found quite a few problems. The town currently relies too much on agriculture. Industry is almost a blank slate, relying only on a canning factory to support itself. Gao Ping for Zhang Quan said. In fact, understand quite a lot. The other party just took office can go down to visit. It seems to be a practical faction. This is very consistent with his heart. A satisfied look on his face, followed by putting down the thermos in his hand and listening attentively. There's also Luan village. The tourism resources are actually very rich. If it can be developed properly, it can definitely become a new engine to pull the economy. Zhang Quan continued. But the problem now is that the village roads are too poor, and there isn't any publicity. Secretary Gao Ping nodded and said, Xiao Zhang, the transportation problem you mentioned is indeed a stumbling block on the road to development for many townships in our county. Right, Secretary Gao. Zhang Quan sighed and spoke again. It's the same old saying, to be rich first build roads. Poor road facilities not only affect the tourism industry, but also restrict the transportation and sale of agricultural products. So I came here this time to try to find the county to allocate some money. Good boy, coming to my place to beat the autumn wind, Secretary Gao Ping said half-jokingly, but with a smile still on his face. He then leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms over his chest, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiao Zhang, I am clear about all these situations you mentioned, and the county has also been very concerned about the development of Xiaoguan town. Secretary Gao Ping finished with a pause, and then continued, but you also know that the county's financial situation is not generous. Each town is looking forward to financial support. How this money is divided, to whom it is divided, all need to be carefully considered. And this matter is not something that I alone can decide. Zhang Quan knew that it was already quite difficult for the other party to be able to talk to him patiently like this, and it was better to have hope than no hope at all. Concurring, he nodded his head in a hurry. Secretary Gao, I can also understand the county's difficulties. I'm not a lion's share of the money. Let's see if we can fix the road to Luan Village first, so that Luan Village's tourism resources can also be developed. Gao Ping nodded slightly after hearing this, stood up, walked over to the window, and looked at the street outside for a moment of silence. If other town mayors came over to ask him for money, maybe he wouldn't even receive them. But this young mayor in front of him, even though he hadn't yet found out what kind of relationship the other party had with Mayor Yu of Hahai City, the person who might let his secretary personally drive him here shouldn't be an ordinary person. So he had to give some face no matter what. Thinking of this, Gao Ping turned around and looked at Zhang Quan and said, since you came all the way here to make a trip, then I can't just ignore it and chill the hearts of my comrades. Although the county's funds are very tight. But then, I can assure you that tomorrow I will call the Finance Bureau, Transportation Bureau and other relevant departments to have a meeting first to see how much money is needed and squeeze out some funds from other places. But then, you also have to be mentally prepared. The funds may not be too much. The rest can only rely on you to find a way. Hearing this, Zhang Quan stood up in excitement. First of all, regardless of how much money could be raised, but this was definitely a good start for him. It is said that a new official has 3 fires. As a newcomer himself, just arrived in the town, if he didn't do anything, he would definitely be looked down upon by the others, and it would have an impact on the later stages of the work to be carried out. Secretary Gao, thank you so much indeed. Secretary Gao Ping smiled and waved his hand, saying, don't be too happy yet. After you go back, organize the situation in Xiaoguan town into a detailed report and hand it over to me as soon as possible. Okay, Secretary Gao, I'll do it when I get back. After walking out from Gao Ping's office, Zhang Quan still could not hide the excitement in his heart, and waved his right fist with force. He had already begun to look forward to the expressions of those people who learned about this matter. Jingle bells. At this time, the cell phone in his pocket rang, and Zhang Quan picked it up to see that it was Su Wanyu calling. It's over. I don't seem to have messaged each other much lately with all the busy trips to the countryside. Zhang Quan looked at the left and right. There just happens to be a bathroom in front. After all, this is still the county committee building. It is better to go to the health department. Zhang Quan quickly walked into the bathroom, found a relatively quiet corner, and took a deep breath before pressing the answer button. Hey, Wan Yu, I was just busy. I'm really sorry. I've been really busy lately. I just finished my research in the countryside today, and then I hurriedly ran to the county town. On the other end of the phone, Su Wanyu's voice sounded a bit angry. Zhang Quan, did you forget about me? You're so busy that you didn't even return a message. What a big badass. Wan Yu, how could I forget you? I didn't just take office and want to make something happen. Zhang Quan hurriedly explained. Right. How have you been doing lately? What have you been doing? Humph. I won't listen. I won't listen. Su Wanyu hummed lightly and spoke again. Are you in Guanxi County right now? Then wait a bit. I'll go over to you right away. That's fine. I'll wait for you. Zhang Quan was tempted to say that he had to rush back to town in the afternoon, but the words of refusal still didn't come out. I can't fight it. Go back a little later. We'll talk about it slowly when she gets here. Zhang Quan is also unfamiliar with the county, and gave Su Wanyu that he was waiting for her across the county party committee compound. Sitting in my bus stop chair, I looked across the street at the imposing office building. Sure enough, power is a good thing. It was just over half an hour before a red BMW pulled up in front of him. Su Wanyu opened the car door, looked at Zhang Quan with a smile on her face, and softly shouted, Brother Zhang Quan. At this moment, a black Volkswagen slowly drove past next to him, and Gao Ping, who was sitting in the back row, just happened to see the scene. The pupils were instantly dilated, a little in disbelief of their eyes. Daughter of Li Guotai, Deputy Secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Committee. Before that, he had followed his old leader to the other side's house and had a meeting. But now, the high and mighty government lady, even called Zhang Quan brother. This is too unbelievable. Gao Ping was curious to know what kind of relationship the two had, and hurriedly shouted for the driver to drive slower. Through the reflector, again he saw an even more startling image, only to see, Su Wanyu trotted to Zhang Quan, stretched out her arms to hold the other party tightly, and took the initiative to offer a passionate kiss. This is Brother Love? Chapter 49, CU Villa. At this moment, Su Wanyu hugged Zhang Quan tightly. She hadn't seen each other for several days. After offering a passionate fragrant kiss, it was only as an afterthought that her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush. Su Wanyu brought him to the red BMW, opened the door, and gestured for him to get in. Zhang Quan sat in the passenger side, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. Brother Zhang Quan, I miss you so much. You didn't even tell me about your research trip to the countryside. It was Su Wanyu who was the first to open her mouth. Wanyu, I didn't just arrive at a new place, so I want to familiarize myself with the situation as soon as possible and make some achievements. In the past, I could still get by, but now I can't. Su Wanyu pouted in feigned anger. I don't care. You don't even know. I look forward to you sending me messages every day, but you just ignore me. As she said this, her body moved towards the side of him. The faint scent of perfume on the other man's body came over him, making him a bit apoplectic. Zhang Quan scratched his nose, looked at Su Wanyu and said, Wanyu, when I'm done with this bout of work, I'll go to Jingzhou City to find you to play then, okay? Su Wanyu's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she said happily, this is what you said. Oh, no backing out. After saying that, she suddenly came forward and gave Zhang Quan a peck on the cheek, because they had to go back to the town in the afternoon. Both of them didn't eat at noon, and Su Wanyu knew that there was a B&B hotel near Guangxi County. Turn on your car navigation and drive over. Along the way, Su Wanyu asked him about his work from time to time. Have you encountered any thorny problems in your research in the countryside this time? Maybe I can even help you out. Zhang Quan sighed slightly. There are quite a few problems in Xiaoguan town. The village's infrastructure is backward and the transportation is also inconvenient, so a lot of high-quality agricultural products can't be shipped out, and most of the young people have gone out to work, and those who stay in the village are basically old people and children, so the labor force is seriously insufficient. Su Wanyu listened and spoke thoughtfully. It's true that the transportation problem is a big trouble, but now that e-commerce and the internet are developing so well, can we sell our agricultural products across the country through online sales? This will not only reduce the intermediate links and increase the villagers' income, but also make the village's brand well known. Zhang Quan's eyes also lit up when he heard it. Wanyu, this is a wonderful idea of yours. Why didn't I think of it? It's just that even if we go with the online platform, we still need to transport it out, and the road issue is still the top priority. I came to the county party secretary today just to cry about poverty and want some funding. Su Wanyu but did not continue to say, but instead, his eyes flickering, seems to be planning something. Without realizing it, the car had driven to a B&B in the mountains. The surrounding area was thickly overgrown and uniformed security guards stood at the gate as the others stopped their vehicle. Su Wanyu took out a card with Qingyu Villa and handed it to the security officer, who took it with both hands and swiped it before handing it in again. The road railing slowly rose, and Zhang Quan curiously looked around. The sides of the road were planted with all kinds of unknown flowers and plants. In the distance among them are a few rustic wooden buildings, blending in with the surrounding natural scenery. Wanyu, the environment of this place is quite nice. Zhang Quan turned his head to look at Su Wanyu, his eyes filled with curiosity. Su Wanyu smiled faintly and said, I have a friend who brought me here before, so today it's just right to bring you here to experience the experience. The car continued to move slowly, and within a few moments it arrived at the hotel's parking lot. There were also a dozen or so luxury cars parked around the perimeter, and the owners were definitely either rich or noble. So Zhang Quan got off the car and felt a refreshing breath of air. It's such a great place to get away from the heat. When you walk into the lobby of the B&B, the quaint style is a sight to behold. Wooden tables and chairs, ink paintings on the walls and vintage chandeliers on the ceiling create an antique atmosphere. The attendant at the front desk greeted him early, and with a smile on her face, she said, Welcome to your guests at Qingyu Mountain Villa, Shan Shui Hall, M.S. Su Wanyu spoke indifferently, and the attendant made a quick computer inquiry, then nodded and said, M.S. Su, this way please, I'll take you there. The two of them followed the waiter along a corridor through a bamboo forest, and after swiping the card and crossing the road gate, suddenly the sky opened up in front of them. A spacious and bright wooden house appeared in front of him, and next to it was an exquisite small lake, in the middle of which stood a wigwam, and the crystal clear water of the lake, where colorful landscape fish could be seen. Enter the house. Zhang Quan smelled a warm sandalwood fragrance, and above his head, several chandeliers made of carefully woven bamboo strips hung, emitting a warm yellow light. On the walls, several unintelligible handmade embroideries were hung. The floor was made of thick wooden planks, and the room was furnished with tables and chairs made of solid wood. On the tabletop, there was an exquisite vase of flowers, and not far to the side, Through the oversized floor-to-ceiling sliding glass doors, you could see the lake and the wigwam. Gusts of breeze, blowing the wind chimes overhead, making a clattering sound. People feel refreshed. It's a great view of the landscape room. After being seated, the waiter took out the menu, and Su Wanyu lightly ordered a few of the Mountain Villa's signature dishes. It didn't take long for the dishes to be served, and they were mouth-watering in color and flavor. Brother Zhang Quan, try this bamboo cylinder rice. It's a specialty of their family, steamed with fresh bamboo cylinders and wuchang fragrant rice. The flavor is especially fragrant, Su Wanyu said, and then she picked up a spoonful of bamboo tube rice and put it into Zhang Quan's bowl. Zhang Quan took it and gently bit into it. The soft rice mixed with the fresh scent of bamboo spread in his mouth. The taste was very different. Well, it tastes really good. Su Wanyu looked at Zhang Quan's contented appearance, and then clamped another piece of steamed fish for him. This fish was also just fished out. The meat is tender. After the two of them finished eating, they sat under the gazebo by the lake, and Zhang Quan slightly rocked the recliner, not to mention how cozy it was. Su Wanyu was lying right next to him, and the breeze was gentle, blowing a few strands of hair, which then playfully fell onto her fair cheeks. It's so hard to be alone with you. It feels like time is flying by. Su Wanyu's tone was pampered, her hand unconsciously resting on his arm. Zhang Quan exerted a slight force and gripped Su Wanyu's hand back, sighing, yes, I'm also eager to stay a little longer, or else, I won't return to Jingzhou today. Su Wanyu spoke, turning her head to look at him imploringly. Zhang Quan looked at Su Wanyu's flushed cheeks and moist lips and could no longer restrain his inner urges. With a smooth embrace, he wrapped her into his arms and gently kissed her down. Su Wanyu was slightly stunned, then closed her eyes and took the initiative to respond to him, her hands encircling Zhang Quan's neck, whispering, I like you so much. Omitted here. Chapter 50, Invitation to Dinner. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Quan appeared on time in the town mayor's office. Compared to other women, Su Wanyu and his heart status is not unusual, regardless of the other party's personality or family history. He didn't want to treat them casually. The final Highland defense, after all, had not been breached. However, the rosy, full mouth, and those D-cup breasts are a rare treasure. Sometimes, it's not always necessary to recognize the truth, and it's nice to have a different approach. Only, when they were about to part, Su Wanyu's shy and angry eyes were still a bit cute. It's a sin. Using the last hour, Zhang Quan put the organized information aside. I don't know how much funding can come from Secretary Gao's side. After work, Zhang Quan was still thinking about this matter in his mind, and just walked out of the office when he ran into Yao Yan. Mayor Zhang, do you have time in the afternoon? I'd like to invite you over for a meal. Sister Yao, I appreciate your kindness. Maybe next time. Zhang Quan smiled. The last time Zhou Ping had just invited him to his home for dinner. It hadn't even been a few days. How come Yao Yan wanted to invite him for dinner again? You can stop calling me Sister Yao. Mayor Zhang, my family has entrusted me with this task today, so please do me a favor. Yao Yan's tone carried a bit of petulance in her voice, blinking her eyes at Zhang Quan, who had originally arranged to go shopping with her girlfriends. But just now, the alcoholic's husband called and asked Mayor Zhang to come over to his house and give him a good reception no matter what. I don't know what kind of crazy I'm smoking. In the end, he couldn't resist the other party's begging tone, which led him to walk to the mayor's office with trepidation. Will this be too intrusive? Zhang Quan didn't feel too good about explicitly refusing. Yao Yan waved her hand and said, it won't be. My family, that family, has always wanted to meet you, and wanted Mayor Zhang to guide the work. That's fine. You send an address, and I'll come over after I'm done with the business at hand. Good Lu. Mayor Zhang, then I'll go back first to prepare for the preparation. Zhang Quan looked at Yao Yan's faraway figure and guessed in his heart what the other husband was looking for him for. He just came to the town with unstable foundation. If he really wants to do something, he still needs to have reliable people under him. In that case, it's a trip, and it's not like you're out gorging yourself and violating the 8 rules anyway. Zhang Quan thought before and after taking the organized road improvement documents. Find Zhou Ping after letting him in the embellishment. Returning to the office, he changed into the clothes he wore every day, and according to the address sent by Yao Yan, he opened the navigation and found that there were only 2 intersections, which was quite close. Along the way, the street on both sides of the neighborhood has a lot of old broken small, and there are large and small food markets. The people coming and going looked extraordinarily lively. Zhang Quan walked to the full spring garden community. The door sat a small old man, wearing a security uniform, mouth with a cigarette, closed eyes, holding a senior citizen cell phone, is leisurely listening to the Qin cavity. Building 6, Unit 1, 303. Knock, knock, knock. After a few knocks on the door, a bloated man appeared in front of him. a fawning smile on the other's face. His two hands slightly constricted, slightly bending down and saying, "Gu, Mayor Zhang, please come in. I am Yao Yan's husband, Chao Shuewu." The floor tiles in the house were clean and bright, and Zhang Quan was a little embarrassed to step right in, but there were no slippers on the floor. Chao Shuewu saw Zhang Quan standing in the doorway, constantly surveying the ground, then suddenly remembered that he had not prepared slippers, slapped his forehead and smiled. "Mayor Zhang, no need to change slippers. You can just enter directly. It won't affect it." Hearing this, Zhang Quan could not afford to keep standing at the door and stepped in with his legs open. Zhang Quan was invited to the living room by Chao Shuewu, who just briefly surveyed it and said, "Director Chao, the house is decorated very well." Chao Shuewu smiled and touched his head, took out a soft Chinese from the table and handed it to Zhang Quan to help him light it before saying, "A relative is engaged in renovation. The whole sloppy, to be able to get into the eyes of the mayor of the town of Zhang. It is also considered my honor." Zhang Quan smiled and continued to smoke, thinking about how he hadn't seen Yao Yan, only to see the other party walk out from the left corridor bedroom. Zhang Quan looked up and his eyes lit up, completely different from the usual style of dressing for work. The other party had obviously put on exquisite makeup, with light blush on her cheeks and dainty lipstick on her lips, a light green dress, appearing to have an exceptionally white complexion. Zhang Quan found that this kind of dress, neck-to-chest position fabrics are very little, slightly raised collarbones, and the curves of the breasts bulging out, hidden in a firm, bulging expanse, surplus waist, half of the lower half of her exposed calves, painted purple nail store pink toes on pink slippers. Compared to the last time she went to the countryside and the blurred figure she saw under the moon, the current Yao Yan was dressed in an extraordinarily mature manner. "Mayor Zhang, you guys sit down for a while, I'll go and bring the food to the table." Yao Yan naturally saw Zhang Quan's unblinking eyes and smiled fondly in her heart. What a little pervert. Hearing this, Zhang Quan reacted with an "oh" and hurriedly grabbed the melon seeds on the table to ease his inner embarrassment. Chapter 51, Don't drink too much. "Mayor Zhang, I'll go get you a cup of tea." Chao Shuewu, who was sitting on the sidelines, didn't notice and got up and walked to the tea cabinet next to him, taking out the treasured tea guanyin. "Tea will be brewed." Both hands to the front of Zhang Quan, accompanied by a smile, said, "Zhang Mayor, you taste this tea how? If not good, do not take offense. Director Chao, don't be too polite. I'm not a person who knows about tea either. As long as it can quench your thirst it's good tea." Zhang Quan picked up the cup of tea. The light aroma of tea came to his face, and after a shallow taste, the flavor was refreshing and rich. After all, Mayor Zhang came from a big place, and this is the condition of his home, so if there is any hospitality that is not good enough, you must forgive me, Chao Shuewu said with a sarcastic smile on the side. Zhang Quan put down his teacup, flicked the ashes of his cigarette, and turned his head to look at Chao Shuewu. "Director Chao, that's not right. There is no such thing as a big place or a small place. Since we are here, we are all family." Right. Mayor Zhang is right. Just now I was too dumb to say the wrong thing. Look at my stinking mouth, Chao Shuewu said. He was about to reach out and slap his own mouth, but he was stopped by Zhang Quan. "Hey, Director Chao, don't be so serious." Zhang Quan patted each other's arm and continued, "Since it's dinner at your home, I'm a guest. You don't always call me Mayor. Mayor, call me Xiao Zhang on the line." Everyone shakes to relax a bit. "What do you say, Brother Chao? That won't do. You're an honored guest." Chao Shuewu hemmed and hawed and took a few more puffs of his cigarette. Zhang Quan saw that Chao Shuewu's face and expression were still a bit constrained, which made it like reporting to work. The other party is difficult not to say. He also longed very uncomfortable, then opened his mouth and said, "Director Chao, how long have you been working in Shimonoseki town?" Hearing this, Chao Shuewu's eyes were different, raised his head and began to speak. "It's been a few years. I'm the 22nd session of the Jingzhou Police Academy. I remember when I graduated, I was ranked second in the overall ranking, only 2 points short of the first place. I also didn't expect that I would be assigned here. A job is 6 or 7 years, and now I'm still a deputy director." Zhang Quan was able to Chao Shuewu's feelings, and he was also the first in the public examination back then. If it wasn't for the subsequent coincidence, how would he have become the mayor of the town? This way, really thank Chenjai, although the relationship between the two is now ambiguous, but without her, really cannot reach this height now. "Director Chao, there are times when both opportunity and luck are important. The road ahead is not all darkness. Maybe if you take a few more steps you will see the light of day." Zhang Quan suddenly spoke in a serious tone, picking up his teacup and taking a few more sips. When Chao Shuewu heard what Zhang Quan said, he kept pondering the meaning in his heart. What Mayor Zhang said is true. In the future, I will definitely do my job seriously. report more to Mayor Zhang about my work, and keep up with your pace. Before Zhang Quan could speak, after the sliding kitchen door was pushed open, Yao Yen carried the dishes to the table and walked over to them. What are you chatting about? So happy. It's nothing, the dishes are all ready, right? Mayor Zhang, please take a seat. I'll go open a bottle of good wine. As Chao Shuewu spoke, he had already walked to the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of Wuliangye. Zhang Quan sat on the table, looking at the table full of delicacies, colorful and fragrant, not to mention that the style was quite nice. He couldn't help but praise. Sister Yao, this craftsmanship can even open a restaurant. Ah, I am blessed today. Mayor Zhang, you're joking, it's just some home cooking, don't mind it. After being praised by Zhang Quan, Yao Yan's heart was very flattered. At this time, Chao Shuewu sat on the table with white wine and wineglasses and poured some for Zhang Quan and him respectively. Yao Yan sat on the side and served a drink. Mayor Zhang, I, Chao Shuewu, am really excited that you can come to my home for dinner today. Come, I'll toast you with this cup. After Chao Shuewu finished speaking, he drank his glass of white wine, which was very strong but also strong enough. It's only an honor to come to Director Chao's house for dinner. I'll accompany you with a cup. Zhang Quan also picked up the wine cup and drank it down, only to feel his stomach on fire and his mouth overflowing with sauce. Mayor Zhang, this white wine is too strong. You all drink slowly, eat some food first to suppress it. Yao Yan picked up her chopsticks, picked up the cold head meat and put it in his bowl. Sister Yao, Brother Chao, we're all sitting at this table today, so in the future, just call me Xiao Zhang in private, or else it'll seem so strange. Zhang Quan chewed on the cold meat and said with a serious face. When Yao Yan heard this, she and Chao Shuewu exchanged glances, then smiled sweetly. How can this be a good thing? You are at least the parental official of Xingguan town. Work is work, private is private. It's settled. Come Brother Chao, let's go on a walk. Hey, good Lu, Zhang, old brother. In view of all this, then my sister will accompany one. The three of them picked up their glasses and all drank in one go. Yao Yan, perhaps because she rarely drank, choked and only coughed after drinking. Chao Shuewu, who was sitting next to her, kept patting her back. After a few moments, only to feel better, Yao Yan blush face, at this time even more become red. Get up to go to get a drink on the table. Want to ease a little? Sister Yao, let me get it for you. Zhang Quan put down the dishes in his hands and stood up to hand over the drink. At this time, Yao Yan patted her chest and coughed a few more times. Zhang Quan just happened to be towering over her again, and the other party's clothing collar area was open quite a bit more. It can be described as, well, a view of the mountains. As the old saying goes, look across the mountains and see the peaks. The heights are different from near and far. I'm not kidding. Chapter 52, Stereotypical Women. Yen Yen, if you can't drink, drink slowly. Older brother Zhang, don't be offended. Sister-in-law, she basically doesn't drink. Chao Shuewu gave Yao Yan a few more pats, poured the drink into a cup, and hurriedly told him to take a few sips. Zhang Quan accidentally saw Yao Yan's peak scene. Fearing that the other party would find out, he immediately sat down and chimed in. Right, Sister Yao, you should drink less. If you can't, just have a drink. Yao Yan managed to slow down. Her pretty face was suffocatingly red. I'll just have a drink then. Zhang Quan smiled and nodded, and Chao Shuewu chatted and drank, and the other party said a lot of things in Xiaoguan town, especially said Secretary Zhan Bin. The other party was once the secretary of the party secretary of Anning County next door, and after the old leader became the deputy minister of the organization department of Jingzhou City, he was sent down to Guangxi County to serve as the secretary of the county party committee. It is estimated that it will not take long to be promoted to the county committee, and later, the future will be bright. After that, it was time to start talking about other leaders, what that one had to do with that one, and who was in whose faction. Finally, when it comes to himself, his mouth muttered, without that leadership to carry, all rely on their own efforts, lamenting the injustice of fate, has been drinking their own mulled wine. Zhang Quan also drank a lot today, and his tongue was a bit big, so he felt that his chopsticks were reimagined when he picked up his chopsticks to clip the food. Yao Yan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, saw that both of them were almost drunk, and again, it was her alcoholic husband who had drunk almost half of the bottle. Xiao Zhang, you sit down for a while, I'll go help your big brother Chao into the bedroom. No need, I will sit down and leave. Zhang Quan waved his hand, spitting out words indistinctly. Yao Yan patted the drunken Chao Shuewu, lifted the other's arm and headed towards the bedroom. Zhang Quan reddened his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and looked at the other party's back, shapely, enchanting figure, and the flavor of a mature woman. Chang, are you asleep? Yao Yan's voice rang in his ears, and Zhang Quan jerked his eyes open, only to realize that he was sitting in a chair in a daze. Picking up his drink and taking a sip, he said with some embarrassment, "Did I just snore?" "Yeah, it's kinda loud. LOL. Yao Yan covered her mouth and laughed a few times. 100 charming smiles are very attractive. Zhang Quan stared at the other party's exquisite face, somewhat frozen, while Yao Yan just stood still. When he realized that he had lost his temper, he hastily rubbed his temples in an attempt to clear his head. "Sister Yao, it's getting late. I should go back. Thanks for your hospitality." With that, he just propped himself up on the table and stood up, and before he could take 2 steps, he tripped over the corner of the table and stumbled forward on his feet. Yao Yan happened to be right next to her, instinctively reached out to help. The two collided together. Yao Yan's cheeks immediately stained with a touch of red. Her hand was still on Zhang Quan's arm, and for a moment she actually forgot to let go. "Sister Yao." "Yao." "Yes. Sorry." Zhang Quan felt soft underneath him and apologized in a panic, hastily standing up and stabilizing his body. "Drinking so much, why don't go back tonight? There's another bedroom anyway. Wait until tomorrow when you wake up from your nap." Yao Yan ghostly uttered these words, and only after saying them did she realize that something was wrong. What a shame. How can you say such a thing? In case the other party really live. Then it is not. No need. I'll just go out and take a cab. Luckily, Zhang Quan was not completely drunk yet, holding back the burning desire inside, biting his lip and saying, without waiting for Yao Yan to speak, she walked towards the door with a swing and didn't react until after the door was closed. There was some celebration in his heart, but it was tinged with a hint of imperceptible loss. Standing in the kitchen, looking downstairs, a shaky figure, slowly fading from sight. Zhang Quan did not know how he got on the car, only know that after getting off the car, not yet waiting for him to enter the neighborhood, he was then stopped by a woman, who in the dim light could vaguely be seen to be tall, wearing a pair of glasses and a black dress. The lack of a smile on her face gives the impression of a schoolmistress, maybe even a math teacher. "Hello to you. What's something?" Hiccup. Zhang Quan looked at the woman with the stereotypical image in front of him and was a bit curious as to why she was blocking his way. At this time, there were not many people in the small area. After all, it was already after 9 o'clock at night. The woman didn't say anything. With a tangled look on her face, she said, "I'm sorry, I recognized the wrong person," and then let go of Zhang Quan's arm. It's inexplicable. Zhang Quan was now holding his urine and just wanted to quickly go back and let it out. Just a dozen steps or so later, the stereotypical woman had somehow gone and returned, standing in front of him once again, her eyes fixed on him. I said, "This, lady, are you having a?" Before the word sick behind him could be spat out, the other party suddenly whispered a sentence that instantly exploded in his brain, and his entire being sobered up for a few moments. I'll stay with you for one night, can you give me $100,000? When he finished speaking, he grabbed his arm with both hands and made a move to kneel. Chapter 53, Don't take it off yet. Big sister, this makes, cannot, let's have words to say. Zhang Quan's speech was broken, and he hurriedly reached out to try to help the other party up. The stereotypical woman in front of her, suddenly her eyes reddened, and with a choke in her voice, she said, "Big brother, I'm really desperate. My daughter is seriously ill and desperately needs this money for an operation, or else." At that, she couldn't contain herself any longer and let out a sob. Zhang Quan wanted to help, but he was now drunk and couldn't use any strength in his hands. Upstairs in the unit next to them, several families opened their windows and turned their heads to look this way. "Big sister, you first get up." Zhang Quan, no matter how much he said, the other party was just hugging his thighs. At this rate, it definitely wouldn't work. Although this was a temporary residence assigned to him by the unit, but if he didn't care about this situation now, there might be rumors spreading. Stabilize the other party first, then said, I'll go with you. Now you can get up." There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. What a night. Zhang Quan followed the stereotypical woman until she got to the back door of the neighborhood, and then walked into an alley when she got out. He remembers that most of the residents here are foreign workers, and although the environment is a bit dirty, the rent is cheap. At this time, he had already sobered up most of the wine, and his heart was suddenly beating wildly. It would not be a fairy jump, right? Just as he was about to stop, the woman pushed open a rickety iron door and turned her head to look at him, her expression tinged with a hint of pleading. Mud. What if it's true? Zhang Quan still couldn't get past that hurdle within his heart and coughed lightly as he followed. Crossing to the rusty iron door, the woman turned on the house lights and closed the door again in one smooth motion. There was very little space inside the house. and there was a 3 square meter place on the left that was supposed to be used for cooking on a regular basis. Just inside the door, there was a table on the floor with a lot of math textbooks on it, and an open bottle of doppelganger next to it. True to his word, it was really a math teacher. Just now and smelled the other body. There is a faint smell of white wine. Is it in order to give themselves courage? Behind the table was a curtain that looked like a resting place. The overall space was less than 20 square meters, and the lighting was extremely poor, with the exception of a window in the kitchen, and then the light bulb hanging overhead. Zhang Quan looked towards the kitchen. A dark jar of Chinese medicine stood out, and next to it were several packets of Chinese medicine, neatly yards away. The faint smell of Chinese medicine, constantly drilling into the nasal cavity. Zhang Quan frowned. Looking at this scene is certainly not a fairy jump. Perhaps it is really as the woman said, really short of money to make this move. He did not know what to say, and stood fixedly next to the table, but the stereotypical woman next to him was the first to speak. The house is quite messy. Big brother, wait a moment. I will first feed my daughter some medicine, and then we are in the... A blush appeared on her face as she said this. Perhaps those words were too hard for her to say. Zhang Quan didn't say anything and sat on the limp chair next to him, watching the woman walk into the kitchen and skillfully start the fire to boil the medicine. Not long after, carrying a bowl of soup towards the back of the curtain, Zhang Quan raised his head to look inside, where a little girl was lying on the bed. His face was very pale, and his eyes were large, except that he was all bony and skinny, which made him feel extraordinarily uncomfortable when he looked at him. The stereotypical woman, helping the little girl to her feet, spooning the soup, coughing it out several times, picking up a nearby tissue and carefully wiping the soup from the corners of her mouth. After a few minutes passed, the woman came out from behind the curtain, put the bowl on the table, and said softly, "The child just drank the medicine and has already fallen asleep. Big brother, as long as you can give me 100,000, let me accompany me for a few nights." The woman spoke, tears welling up within her eyes as her hands shivered and she began to undress. Zhang Quan saw the situation, hurriedly got up to stop, just reached out his hand. The other party has already taken off the upper body black clothes. Slightly worn red bra that had been washed a bit, was old-fashioned in style, and seemed to be a bit on the small side. The woman's appearance looked a bit thin, but the fullness of her chest was somewhat contrasting, visually only a bit smaller than Su Wanyu's, and her figure was also a bit taller. Big sister, don't do this. You put your clothes on first. The money matter. Let us talk slowly. Zhang Quan just swept a glance and hurriedly lowered his head, waving his hand to hurriedly let her put her clothes on, but the stereotypical woman, carrying her clothes, walked up to him and took his hand in one and tried to put it on her chest. Big sister, you quickly put on your clothes, or I will leave. Zhang Quan was cornered and had no choice but to come up with this plan. Hearing this, the stereotypical woman let go of his hand and sat down on a nearby stool, whimpering and crying about her situation. The stereotypical woman is called He Jing, 29 years old this year. In the first elementary school of Xinguan town, as a 5th grade math teacher, He Turnip graduated from college, and married a classmate with whom she had been in love for 3 years. Her husband was a native of Shimonoseki Township, and she got her teaching license, and gave birth to a beautiful daughter in the 2nd year of her marriage. She could have been the envy of her family in the eyes of others, but God forbid. When her daughter was 3 years old, she suddenly developed leukemia and needed a bone marrow transplant. Since then their family has been in a bottomless pit, selling their house, tutoring students on their own vacations, and having their husband run takeout after work. It is said that the twine is specialized in breaking the fine points, and this saying is reflected in He Jing. The couple had saved $100,000 and were just short of the last $50,000 to cover the cost of the surgery. But just 3 months ago, my husband was on his way to run a takeaway when he suffered a brain attack and never woke up. Sudden blow, almost did not let He Turnip fainted, and it was not easy to hold on to take care of her husband's aftermath. Unexpectedly, the principal, married and 53 years old, offers to adopt her with the intention of doing so while his husband's body is still cold. He Turnip, as a woman of conservative nature, naturally would not agree to his request. The very next day after she refused, the school suddenly investigated her for privately tutoring students outside of school. The roof leaks again. Ho Turnip, between handing over the fine and preserving his job, still chose the latter. She hadn't planned to go the route of selling her body, but yesterday the doctor in charge of her daughter's treatment told her that a bone marrow match had been found. Let her must take her daughter to the hospital next Monday, as soon as possible to complete the bone marrow transplant. If not this time, the next time do not know when, and her daughter's condition cannot afford to delay. He Turnip hesitated and drank a few glasses of white wine before he came to the neighborhood where Zhang Quan lived, wanting to take his chances. I didn't realize that the first person I met was Zhang Quan, who was quite young and psychologically acceptable by then. Which brings us to the later scenes. With that said, he turnip set his clothes down next to him, got up and walked to the door to put out the lights. The house was suddenly dark. Chapter 54, Discovery of Conscience. Big sister you wait first, oh, Zhang Quan said as he went to pull out his cell phone. What is all this? Actually being forced to kiss. Splat. Zhang Quan didn't know what part of the other party he was shooting at, but it felt very elastic anyway. Taking out his cell phone and turning on the flashlight, he looked at Eternip's eyes and those proud breasts. After listening to what she had told him, Zhang Quan now did not have an ounce of desire. He couldn't desecrate the great mother, and the other man was only trying to save his daughter by doing this. Do you not see me? Think I've been married? Eternip looked a little lost, and cried and begged again. Big brother, as long as you lend me money, in the future, I will be a cow for you. Really, I beg you. With those words, kneeling down on both knees, he was about to start unbuckling his pants. Zhang Quan immediately pulled his pants with both hands and looked down at the other side of this choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo-choo. What a sin. Big sister. I'll add you on WeChat first, or how can I transfer money later? Good talk. Finally let the other party calm down. In the sea he turnip holding an old-fashioned cell phone. The screen is broken are not willing to change. Adding a good WeChat. Zhang Quan added. That. Big sister. You first go behind the curtain, to change your clothes again. He turnip her then, wiped away the tears in the light of the phone, began to change clothes. Zhang Quan looked at the neutral pen on the table, picked it up and swish 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 wrote a few words on the paper, opened Eternip's chat box and transferred $93,800 in batches. Don't ask him why he didn't transfer 100,000 because that's all he had on his card. The bulging bank card had only $86 left. Zhang Quan took a deep look at He Qingyi behind the curtain and quietly walked towards the door with a long sigh. There was a creak, followed by a slam of the door. He turnip, who had immediately changed her clothes, heard this and immediately ran out, her calves hitting the table due to the darkness in the room. When she ran to the door and opened it, she could no longer see Zhang Quan's silhouette. He turnip clutched the black bra in his hand with the new label on it. The whole man sat paralyzed in the doorway, the last glimmer of hope in his heart dashed. As the tears dried up and the sound of a woman's crying came from inside the house, He turnip slowly stood up and closed the door behind her to turn on the lights in the house. It was then that he saw the paper on the table with 2 sentences written on it, and He turnip looked down at it. There's a lot of suffering in life, but it's important to move forward. You are beautiful in person, but my heart is too dirty to take care of your daughter. Looking at these 2 sentences, He turnip pondered, then suddenly remembered something and hurried back to the bed, picking up his old-fashioned cell phone. $93,800. This should be the last money he had on him, and He turnip couldn't stop the tears from flowing again. My daughter, who was sleeping in bed, opened her hazel eyes and whispered, "Mommy, why are you crying again? Baby isn't afraid of needles." He turnip held her daughter in her arms, muttering, "Baby is good." But the youthful face of Zhang Quan appeared in her mind. This face, and this day, she would remember for the rest of her life. The first thing Zhang Quan did after he fell away was to find a nook or cranny to pee in. Exhale. The whole thing is relaxing. When he returned home, his cell phone showed 3 missed calls from Chu Sinny. Not bothering to wash his hands, he gave it back first. "Hey, Sister Chu, I went drinking with my subordinates at that meeting and just got home." Chu Sinny's slightly angry voice came from the other end of the phone. "You little rascal, once you drink, you throw your sister me out of the sky, returning my call so late." Zhang Quan lay on the sofa, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rising, his voice carrying a bit of drunkenness. Sister Chu, how dare I? But I've been thinking about you all the time, so I just arrived home and called you." Oily mouth. "I don't believe it." Chu Sinny smiled gently. "You didn't drink too much, right? But you have to pay attention to your body. You will send the address later. I have a few cans of good tea on my side to mail it to you." "Sister Chu, you've been so good to me. Little brother is unable to repay me, so I can only give my body in return." Zhang Quan borrowed the strength of his wine and also began to babble on about, You're just a poor talker." Chu Sinny laughed and scolded, adding, "Aren't you curious about what sister wore tonight?" Zhang Quan's throat knots rolled slightly, his voice muffled for a few moments. "It couldn't be? The new black lace nightgown you bought yesterday, right?" Chu Sinny laughed a few times. "You a little colorful embryo, just no gluttony sister body. Only a pity. Only guessed half right. Underwear is not black." Oh. Hearing this delicate voice of Chu Sinny, Zhang Quan's breathing stopped, and the scene of the other party wearing a black lace nightgown instantly surfaced in his mind. "Sister Chu, don't tease me anymore. If you don't, I'll hang up the phone. Ah, look at you in a hurry. Don't you know that sister loves to wear purple? After all, purple sister is very charming. Sister Chu, you're forcing me to commit a crime. Oh, be careful, I'll go over there right now and put you on the spot. Little bad boy, you came if you could. Come if you're not afraid my husband will kick you out. Hearing this, Zhang Quan instantly deflated. Today, he first saw Yao Yan's moving appearance, then almost had a one-night stand with He Qingyi, and now he was being teased by Chu Xinyi. What a gas! Straight away, he hung up the phone and lay down on the bed. Forget it, I'm not going to use the 5 against 1 skill. Close one's eyes. The cell phone ding-donged. Zhang Quan thought it was Chu Xinyi's conscience that sent him the photo, but he didn't expect it to be a message from He Qingyi. Thank you. I'll always keep my body for you. The flames of lust that were all but extinguished were once again ignited by the sight of those words. The brain constantly floats. He Turnip-s attractive body. Although it is on the thin side, but the chest is really beautiful. It is the kind of feeling that can't be said. Teacher seduction? No, can't think about it anymore. Zhang Quan shook his head. Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. Pleasant goat, beautiful goat, boiling goat, all of them are sheep. It was hard to get quiet fast and about to go to sleep when the cell phone rang again. Zhang Quan picked it up and took a look. Chu Xinyi sent it. There were a total of 3 photos, followed by a sentence. Little brother, I was wrong. Please have mercy on my slave. Chu Xinyi was half leaning on the sofa, wearing that black lace nightgown that fit extremely well and emphasized her exquisite curves. The white skin was a little shaky. The neckline of the nightgown was slightly open, and a delicate little hand, just blocking. Zhang Quan wanted to peer down the route. There was a hint of teasing in her eyes, and she gently bit her lower lip with a faint smile. The other 2 photos, which are beyond description, are simply too revealing. After all, it has to be audited, respect the auditor, and the traffic will skyrocket. Zhang Quan's eyes were staring at his cell phone, and the splash of purple was so conspicuous that it couldn't help but make one's breath catch a little. Woman, you're playing with fire. Special notice. Unable to view, have a say, please update the app. Even if you are a member, there is nothing you can do about it. After all, there are saved programs here. Chapter 55, Mysterious Phone Calls. Kansai County Commission Meeting Room. Zhao Haizhu, the county governor, leaned back in his white office chair and took 2 puffs of the cigarette in his hand from time to time. Next to it also sat the deputy governor as well as other county leaders. In addition to the town secretary of Shaguan Town, Zhan Bin, also appeared in the conference room. The conference room was filled with smoke, and the centermost position was still empty. The county party secretary Gao Ping had not yet arrived. Today's meeting was a bit special. After all, it wasn't Monday or Friday, and with so many people called, there must be something big going on. Not far away, the director of the Public Security Bureau, Ma Feng, kept looking over to Zhao Haizhu's side, trying to get some news from the other party's face. After all, privately, the 2 were also allies and would share any news. But Zhao Haizhu just smoked. His eyes slightly narrowed and his body settled down. Zhou Lining, the director of the Finance Bureau, frowned slightly, fanning secondhand smoke with his hand from time to time, although he had sat very close to the air conditioning. But the pungent odor was still a little hard for him to bear, and being plagued by rhinitis for the past few years, he had quit smoking a long time ago. If it were usual, he would definitely not attend such a prancing occasion. Plus today he was going to receive the vice president of the Jingzhou City Development Bank, and his schedule was all lined up. But today, Secretary Gao personally called him and asked him to make sure he attended this meeting. It's hard to sit still, as if on pins and needles. Zhou Lining did not know how to raise his head and looked at the conference room door several times, but he just could not see the figure of Secretary Gao. Usually, the other guy's pretty punctual. Why aren't you here today? 10 minutes ago, inside the county clerk's office, after Zhang Quan finished talking about the roads, he set the meeting to focus on the issue of road infrastructure in Shaguan Town. At first, his inner thought is to allocate 5 million, although not much can also be able to cope with the past. After all, the other party is from the next city sent over to study cadres, coupled with the secretary of the mayor of you personally sent. If we don't look at the monk's face, we can all get by. But that day, after seeing the daughter of the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee, making out with Zhang Quan, Gao Ping moved other thoughts. Recently rumored that Li Guotai secretary to turn deputy for the Maine and Guangxi County is attached to the city of Jingzhou. One's every move can be in the eyes of the leader. After thinking about it all night, he finally decided to bring the amount up to $8 million, which was a figure within his ability. You know, this year's allocation to other towns, there hasn't been that one that's been able to exceed the $5 million budget, and that's kind of a precedent breaker. Hopefully, this act of their own can be seen by Secretary Li. However, afterward, It is better to nudge Zhangquan. Do not get to the end. It becomes a falling flower. Flowing water is heartless. Originally, Gao Ping was all set to pick up his teacup and prepare to move to the conference room. But just as he reached the door, the red phone on the table rang. This scared Gopin, and since he took the position of secretary, he's only received 3. At this time he couldn't care too much. He hurriedly trotted over, didn't even have time to put his teacup down, and immediately picked it up. 3 minutes later, waiting for the phone to come beep 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 sound, Gao Ping only then as a relief to put the phone down. The left hand of the cup of tea is still in the hands of the hold. Thump, thump, thump. A knock sounded at the office, followed by the secretary's voice from outside. Secretary Gao, the meeting will begin soon. Grace, I know. Gao Ping put down his teacup, and his right index finger and middle finger kept picking up and down, trying to ease the tension inside. It took a long breath to feel his heartbeat slow down. Li Guotai, deputy secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Party Committee, personally called him and directly opened the door to ask about the construction of the road in Xiaguan town. This was a big enough scare, but it was good that I had read the information sent to me in the morning. Briefly and succinctly, the general situation of the road in Shimonoseki town said. The other party listened and said to cooperate with the work of young cadres. From the time he connected to the time he hung up, only 2 sentences had been spoken, but to Gao Ping, the meaning contained therein was extraordinary. Secretary Li already knows what happened in Shimonoseki town. Maybe it was Zhang Quan who told him, and the other side must know about Secretary Li's daughter's affair with Zhang Quan. Otherwise you could have called in person? It seems that it is necessary to re-examine Zhang Quan. This background of the other party is too scary. At that thought, he crossed out the number with 800 written on the paper again and tapped his right index finger on the table very rhythmically. Think twice and write down the number 1000. There is only so much you can put out, and if you add more, the other towns are going to have a hard time doing their jobs. Gao Ping rubbed his temples, organized his thoughts, and stepped out of the office with a cup of tea. The secretary, who had been waiting at the door, revealed surprise in her eyes. This was the first time he, ever, had seen Secretary Gao late for a meeting, and it was incredible. However, as a qualified secretary, always remembering the principle of do more and ask less, he immediately hid his inner thoughts and silently followed behind. When almost to the door of the conference room, Gao Ping pocket cell phone rang. Behind the secretary's quick eyes and hands to take over the teacup in his hands, Gao Ping's pupils dilated as he reached into his pocket and took out his cell phone. He Yantao, director of the Municipal Finance Bureau. How did the god of fortune contact him? Was it Secretary Li's idea? With that in mind, he walked to the corner next to him, which is where he picked up the phone. Another 5 minutes passed. All the words spoken by Secretary Ho were very few, but the meaning of them was the same as that of Secretary Li. The city's finance department, which will strongly support the road construction work in Lower Pass Township, hopes that he, the secretary, will cooperate well. Finally, it was quietly revealed to him that the City Finance Bureau would allocate $20 million for the construction of roads in Shimonoseki town. Hanging up the phone, Gao Ping tilted his head slightly, his mind becoming confused for a moment. $20 million for Jingzhou City Finance Bureau. Really not much, but the intention of this is meaningful. It is illogical to go directly across the county line and allocate it to the town. But who can say anything? That being the case, how can I, as the superior of Shimonoseki Township, not add more firewood to this fire? Gao Ping took a deep breath, straightened his collar, and walked steadily towards the conference room. The moment he pushed open the door, the gazes of everyone in the room fell on him in unison. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. With an apologetic smile on his face, Gao Ping slowly walked to the very center of the conference table and sat down. Picking up the teacup and taking a sip of tea, his eyes swept over the crowd and finally landed on Zhan Bin, the secretary of the town committee of Xinguan town. At this time, Zhan Bin, who was sitting on the stage, was also slightly stunned. Secretary Gao came so late. He must have encountered some urgent matter, and now he looked at him again. Is there something going on? I'm sure you're all curious as to why we're being temporarily summoned today. Gao Ping cleared his throat and continued. This meeting, mainly to address the issue of road construction in Xiaguan town. Saying that, his eyes looked towards Finance Director Zhou Lining, his mouth smiling as he said, Director Zhou, you first tell us about our county's financial reserves and distribution of funds. Zhou Lining saw Secretary Gao naming him and immediately sat up straight. Although his nose was uncomfortable from the smoke, he still forced himself to start reporting. Secretary Gao, at present, our county's remaining funds that can be flexibly deployed are still around $50 million. According to the previous integrated planning, these funds are to be distributed to each township and then carry out various projects this year, all of which are. Gao Ping was very patient. nodding his head every now and then. And it took about 5 or 6 minutes before Zhou Lining finished all of them. Bureau Director Zhou, take out $13 million first to support the road construction and other facilities in Xiaoguan town. When Zhou Lining heard this number, he thought he had hallucinated. The pen in his hand fell on the table, and the others had similar expressions as him. Both were wide-eyed and opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. This shows how powerful Gao Ping's authority is in the county committee. But $13 million, not a small amount, is almost a quarter of the funds. This means that the percentage allocated to other townships is going to have to be greatly reduced. After all, the deputy secretary and other deputy governors sitting here, all have belonged to their own factions. You give all the money to the town of Shimonoseki. What about the other mayors? What's Secretary Gao up to? Lifting the table and not eating? It doesn't fit his style of doing things at all. Chapter 56, Caked in the Iron Chamber. Secretary Gao. This 13 million is not a small amount. In that case, I'm afraid that the various projects in other townships will be seriously lagging behind, and there will be a lot of trouble to follow once the funding gap appears. Zhou Lining, as a hand of the Finance Bureau, certainly have to consider the actual situation. At this time he did not care about Gao Ping's face, said stiffly, seeing someone take the lead. Lu Jijun, the deputy governor in charge of agriculture, followed suit, eyebrows wrinkled into a pimple. The tone is very flat, Secretary Gao. Withdrawing so many funds at once, the construction of agricultural infrastructure in other townships can be troublesome. Now is the critical period for the construction of irrigation facilities and farmland roads. If there are no reserve funds, in case it affects this year's harvest, this is a major livelihood issue. Li Hui, the deputy governor in charge of industry, also rushed to pick up the conversation. That's right, Secretary Gao. Several key industrial projects in the county are in a critical period. The funding gap is originally large. I just contacted the Bohemia Investment Company today, and the other party also said that in 2 days to visit our county. Now that the money is heavily invested in the road construction in Xiaoguan town, it will be more difficult to attract investment in the follow-up. The people, one by one, expressed their views. In short, all kinds of complaints. Gui Jianwei, the deputy secretary of the county party committee, turned his head to look in the direction of Gao Ping. His expression was not angry or happy, and he sipped his tea as steadily as a mountain. Afterwards, he looked at the prefect Zhao Haizhu, who was currently the only two of them who hadn't made any speeches, and the other party half smiled his eyes, looking like he wasn't going to speak. Gui Jianwei cursed an old fox in his heart. He is deputy secretary of the county party committee, but also in charge of industry, deputy governor, has always been very supportive of his work. It's a job. It's all about helping each other and being united. Gui Jianwei coughed lightly twice and saw everyone's eyes turn to him before he spoke. Secretary Gao, the comrades' concerns are not unreasonable. We have always emphasized balanced development and reasonable distribution of resources. I also know that the road facilities in Xiaoguan town are indeed weak, but we can't lose sight of the other places and let the development of other places stagnate. Can't we deliberate a bit more and take into account the key projects of other townships? As soon as Gui Jianwei's words fell, a slight murmur rang out in the conference room. Everyone nodded, clearly agreeing with him. Gao Ping listened quietly without the slightest change in the expression on his face as he gently turned the teacup in his hand as if he was thinking about something. At this time, Zhao Haizhu, who had remained silent, finally spoke up, extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said slowly, Secretary Gua has a point. But then, I support Secretary Gao's decision. The road development of Xiaoguan town must be put on the agenda as early as possible. Well, that's all I have to say. Zhao Haizhu's statement, in turn, made the atmosphere in the conference room more subtle. The crowd looked at each other, unable to figure out what this governor was thinking. Zhan Bin, who was sitting in the back, almost screamed when he heard that he was going to give Xiaoguan town an allocation of $13 million. Before that, he had come to see Secretary Cao as well as other leaders many times, either perfunctorily or repeatedly. But now, it is a sudden change of wind and clouds. As a hand of Secretary Gao, even took the initiative to put forward the matter of road construction. Is this, Mayor Zhang? Secretly operated. Almost everyone in the conference room couldn't guess what Secretary Gao was thinking, especially since the other party hadn't made a speech yet. Zhan Bin, as secretary of the Township Committee of Xiaoguan, can only guess whether it will be the handiwork of Mayor Zhang, but so much money, the other side can really do it? A big question mark in his mind. In addition to this, after the governor, Zhao Haizhu, finished speaking, he began to maintain his squinting posture again, with a hint of derision, if any, appearing at the corner of his mouth. These people, can't they see the situation? Fighting for self-interest. What else will they resort to but all kinds of grievances? At first, he was a bit shocked when he heard Gao Ping's words, but after careful consideration, he felt that this matter was not right. Why is Secretary Gao, who has always had a strong sense of time, 10 minutes late today? There must have been something significant that caused the other to arrive late. Today's meeting is another special meeting on road construction in Lower Pass Township. If you combine the two, there must be something fishy in there. As for what, Zhao Haizhu has not thought about it. After all, he did not know that Zhang Quan had looked for Gao Ping, nor did he know that the other party had a leg up with the daughter of the deputy secretary of the municipal party committee, Li Guotai. Just as the people were having their own thoughts, the atmosphere in the conference room became more and more gloomy. Kohei set down the teacup in his hand with a soft crunch. The voice was like a signal, causing everyone's eyes to instantly focus on him. I have listened to everyone's opinions. Gao Ping finally broke the silence, his eagle-eyed gaze sweeping over everyone on the stage as he spoke nonchalantly. I understand all of your concerns, and I'm well aware that the $13 million is not a small amount, and it will certainly have an impact on other township development plans, said this slight pause, and then began to say, Shimonoseki town is located in Guangxi County, an important transportation hub, connected to several important surrounding towns, 15 kilometers away from a highway. But over the years, because the road conditions are too poor, always unable to link the neighboring towns and roads, as a result, local products can't be shipped out, seriously dragging the county's economic development behind. At this time, the Deputy Secretary Gui Jianwei interjected, Secretary Gao, what you said are not a problem, but out of so much money at once, the risk is too great. If we invest in it and it doesn't have any effect, how are we going to explain it to the people of the county? Gao Ping smiled slightly. This is to take the people of the whole county to pressure me? Really think I am a 3-year-old child? Inwardly smiling disdainfully, he looked at Gui Jianwei and said, Secretary Gua, I understand your concern. Gao Ping smiled slightly. This is to take the people of the whole county to pressure me? Really think I am a 3-year-old child? Inwardly smiling disdainfully, he looked at Gui Jianwei and said, Secretary Gua, I understand your concern. But before that, I have something else to tell you. Before the meeting I received a message from the City Finance Bureau, deciding to allocate $20 million to support the construction of roads in Xiaguan town. When these words came out, the entire conference room was instantly silent, as if time had frozen. Zhou Lining, with incredulity written all over his face, muttered, the City Finance Bureau allocated $20 million? How is this possible? How did I not know? Wei Jianwei's face is also extraordinarily wonderful. Originally thought that the victory, so that Secretary Gao to dispel this idea, but with the other side of this sentence uttered, he realized instantly that he, himself, had just acted like a clown, jumping up and down far too comically. Gao Ping directly ignored the expression of the crowd, said slowly and methodically, the construction of the road in Xiaguan town, to be listed as the county's key project this year. What else do you have to say about this? After saying this, he looked up at the crowd, saw that no one answered, and slowly spat out the last sentence. Secretary Li is also concerned about this matter. I won't say the rest. Adjourn the meeting. As Gao Ping walked out of the conference room, the scene was in an uproar. Secretary Li? Could it be the Deputy Secretary of the Jingzhou Municipal Party Committee? Li Guotai. When did Secretary Cao hook up with the other party? Zhan Bin's surprised expression. Already don't know how many times it appeared. The prefect Zhao Haizhu's face showed a dawning realization expression, as if he understood what the situation was. As for the Deputy Secretary Gui Jianwei, his face was a little pale, and his fingers were trembling slightly. This time it's a real kick in the pants. The drop has been so bad lately that not many people have been reading, and their grades are so bad. Please, my lords, give a 5-star review and say something nice in the meantime. Bye bye. Chapter 57, You're arrogant. What? Sister Chu, you're coming to Guangxi County? No way. Don't tease me. Zhang Quan sat in the mayor's office. The whole day is not much to do. The secretary Zhan Bin went to the county. The other mayors are also busy with various things. When I received Chu Sini's phone call, I was really surprised to learn that the other party was coming to Guangxi County. At first he thought it was a joke, but Chu Sini told him seriously that she planned to visit Guangxi County on behalf of the company next Monday. Tomorrow she'll come early first, but she's not familiar with the area and there's no one to show her around. The words couldn't have been more obvious, wanting him to come over and keep him company. It had been a difficult 2 days since the other man had teased him a little hot the other day. Now that I learned that Chu Sini is coming to Guangxi County, tomorrow happens to be a day off, so I might as well go over there. After all, he came all the way over, and he did his duty as a landlord. After hanging up the phone, the other party will live in the hotel to send over. Zhang Quanyi laughs and replies, tomorrow I want to see lace pajamas. Back home. flipping back and forth to watch the uninteresting TV, chatting with Chu Sini and Su Wanyu from time to time, the scale of topics naturally not small. Just as he was about to take a shower, the cell phone sitting on the table suddenly rang. Picked up a look. Actually is Yao Yan's. This is 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Call him for what? Hey, Sister Yao, what's wrong? Zhang Mayor, Shua Wu, he had an accident in the county town. I don't know who to look for. Yao Yan's crying voice came from the phone. When Zhang Quan heard the situation, he also froze a little. Chao Shua Wu had an accident in the county town? What could happen to him? A deputy chief of the police station in Xiaoguan town. Sister Yao, don't be in a hurry. What's going on? In that county? Yao Yan choked and broke off, finally finishing the matter. It turned out that Chao Shuawu ran to Guanxi County after work, and before he left, he gave her that a few old classmates came and called him over to get together. Yao Yan Hart also did not take it seriously. His mouth all day either looking for Zhang San or Li Si, socializing a lot. But just now, an unfamiliar number called. The other party told him that he was Chao Shuawu classmates. They were drinking in the KTV. Was the County Public Security Bureau raid to take away? As for what it was about, the case officer just said that he was suspected of whoring and that the family would be allowed to collect the person in 3 days. Yao Yan heard this. The bottom of her heart is 100 do not believe. His husband, what person he knows best, married all these years. In addition to the love of drinking and smoking, basically no bad habits. Even if you go to socialize, will not look for miss. They must have made a mistake. After hanging up the phone, this immediately called Zhang Quan. After all, in the circle of their own acquaintances, only the other party has the highest position. After Zhang Quan understood the general meaning, he told Yao Yan not to panic for now. He would go over immediately now. Windy all the way. When he waited at the door of the county public safety office, he saw a slim woman arguing about something with a large man in uniform. When he took a few steps closer, that's when he heard it clearly. Beauty, I've told you many times. Your husband is suspected of whoring. Come and collect him in 3 days. No visitation now. We are all about rules and procedures. The big man has a sturdy figure, a head taller than Yao Yan, condescending eyes colorful staring at that pair of full breasts, itching to immediately have the ability to see through. Want to take a look at the truth. Today Yao Yan left in too much of a hurry, only wearing a tight t-shirt, and underneath were hip-hugging jean shorts, revealing her long, white thighs, full of seductive power beauty, not to mention the big man standing across from her. Even Zhang Quan couldn't help but look at her several times. Sister Yao, I'm not late, am I? Zhang Quan said as he walked up to Yao Yan and glanced at the big man. Yao Yan heard Zhang Quan's voice and turned around with some excitement, pulling his arm tightly with both hands. Zhang Quan, think of a solution. It's okay, sis, just leave everything to me. Zhang Quan patted the other party's arm and said comfortingly, where is this brat who really thinks he's a wrist? What a big mouth. Do you know what the charge is for soliciting prostitutes? Humph. I'd like to see how you're going to bring someone out today. The big man originally wanted to flirt with Yao Yan a bit more, but this brat came out halfway and even hooked up with the other party. For such a minor character, Zhang Quan didn't care at all and didn't even look at him as he said to Yao Yan, Sister, let's go in first. You wait inside for a while. I guarantee that in less than an hour, I'll definitely let you see Big Brother Chow. Yao Yan's backbone at this moment was Zhang Quan. Whatever he said was right, full of good behavior and nodding her head, her eyes revealing a different look. In front of this small town mayor, there is no leadership frame. They are just a phone call, can immediately rush over, give a person a very stable and solid feeling. Hey, hello, who let you in? Do you really think this place is a vegetable market? Seeing that Zhang Quan was about to go in by pulling Yao Yan, and that the other party directly chose to ignore him from the beginning to the end, the big man was instantly enraged, stomping his eyes and shouting angrily, take one step forward, believe it or not, I'll have you all detained. What an official authority. Do I have to fight for permission to go inside? Who says that the common people can't go in? Zhang Quan glanced at the other party and forced down his anger. The big man suddenly sneered. It's been a long time since he has seen a prick. Today's luck is good. Even let him meet. Then play with him. Nuisance and provocation of public officials. And also tried to break into the police station, affecting the police to handle the case, according to Article 277 of China's criminal law, is in a situation where the person is sentenced to a term of imprisonment of up to 3 years imprisonment. 2 bits? It's better to go in with me before it's too late, and give you a good lesson and popularize your knowledge of the law. Yao Yan's legs went soft in fear when she heard this latter sentence, half of her body leaning on Zhang Quan's arm, her full breast squeezing out of shape. This scene, watching the big man's heart was on fire, his eyes were wide, and he couldn't wait to swap places with Zhang Quan. Ha! Full of smooth talk. You're going to grad school? Zhang Quan was ready to enter after saying that, and when the big man saw that he didn't take his warnings seriously at all, his face was infuriated with a burst of green and white. His mouth shouted, "Little brat, it's really against you. Today the laborer has to treat you." The big man, relying on his stature, violently yanked him. Zhang Quan simply did not expect him to be so violent, did not react at all. A stagger was forced into the Public Security Bureau. Yao Yan was scared and panicked without any idea. She was also pulled and dragged inside by the big man. Once in the hall, several night shift duty police have cast a curious gaze. The big man didn't get an advantage in front of the beautiful woman, and at this time, he was angry, and even pushed and shoved Zhang Quan and Yao Yan into the interrogation room next to him. The two of you stay honestly with me and put all the communication devices on you in this place. The big man closed the door, pushed Zhang Quan to the chair and said coldly, then raised an eyebrow at Yao Yan, "Your husband was whoring, and now you're leading people to provoke trouble. It can be considered as an additional offense. Be good and wait for squatting in the police station." The big man finished his words and then waited for Yao Yan to beg for mercy from him, and then he might even be able to mooch off of her, a trick he had used time and time again. Zhang Quan slowly stood up, his eyes bursting with anger, and said, "Abuse of power and personal vendetta. What a good servant of the people." The big man was sitting on the chair, and hearing this, he was also completely enraged, turning off the surveillance equipment next to him, getting up and walking over to Zhang Quan, grabbing his collar with his right hand. "Little bastard, you're tough with me, aren't you?" Chapter 58, What do you think? Zhang Quan didn't say anything and sat on the chair looking at the other party. Just before he was taken into the interrogation room, he hurriedly sent a message to Secretary Gao Ping. After all, he didn't know anyone else in the county. "I was also going to send one to sue on you, but it was too late. So I just came in and took my cell phone away and turned it off." 15 minutes ago, county clerk's home. Gao Ping had just sat down and flipped through the newspaper when the sound of a message notification came from the cell phone he had placed next to him. Usually after work, he rarely looks at his cell phone unless he has an important call, but for some reason, my eyebrows kept jumping up and down, and I always felt a little distracted. After browsing through the last news item, he then picked up his cell phone, and by the time he saw Zhang Quan's message, almost 10 minutes had passed. What is this Ma Feng up to? What's the point of arresting Zhang Quan for a good reason? Thinking of this, he immediately called Ma Feng, the director of the County Public Security Bureau. The phone just dialed over within a few seconds, and Ma Feng picked up, his tone carrying a few moments of respect. "Secretary Gao, it's so late. You're calling. What are your instructions?" Gao Ping's voice was slightly low. "Ma Feng, your Public Security Bureau took Zhang Quan, the mayor of Xiaoguan town, under arrest." When Ma Feng heard Gao Ping's questioning, he was reminded of the Shimonoseki town, which had been in the limelight during the daytime meeting. And what is this Zhang Quan that he can make Secretary Gao call? Heart immediately thump, a forehead sweat came out. Rushed back, "Secretary Gao, tonight is the deputy director of the LV duty. This thing I really do not know. You give me an hour. I immediately find out about this matter." Hearing this, Gao Ping coldly grunted. "Within 15 minutes. I want to receive a call from Zhang Quan. By the way, report the matter to me originally. If you can't do it well, you go to find Secretary Li to report to the work by yourself." After that, he hung up. People sit at home, but trouble comes from the sky. Ma Feng wearing pajamas, standing on the balcony, the phone in his hand came beep 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 sound. The whole person froze. Reporting to Secretary Li? How does this bring up Li Guotai, deputy secretary of the municipal party committee again? It's a totally different thing. Ma Feng hadn't reacted for a moment, slightly stunned, and immediately felt that his brain wasn't enough. Mud. No matter. Secretary Gao only gave 15 minutes to fix this Mayor Zhang first. With that, he immediately called Deputy Director David Lui. At this time, sitting in the office of LV Dawei, is chatting with a little sister Hot. C is the Ma Bureau phone, immediately connected to open the speakerphone. Before he could open his mouth to speak, there came the growling voice of Director Ma. "Did the Bureau arrest someone named Zhang Quan tonight? What the hell is going on here? Within 5 minutes, you must release the person to me, or you can go and explain to Secretary Gao yourself." Toot toot toot. As soon as he heard this, his entire body stood up and immediately ran towards the stairs. After Ma Feng finished the phone call, he walked around the balcony and thought for a moment or put on his clothes and went to the station to see what was going on. While dressing, he called his old comrade, Governor Zhao, and wanted to explore the path of this mayor of Shimonoseki town. After dialing and briefly describing the situation, Zhao Haizhu told him in a grave tone, "This young mayor to Guangxi County, was personally sent by the secretary of the mayor of Hoshi City, and it is very likely that there is also a little relationship with Secretary Lee. As for what it was, he hadn't inquired as yet. Finally, tell him to get it over with as soon as possible and not get in trouble. After talking to Governor Zhao on the phone, Ma Feng felt even more vaguely uneasy in his heart, and picked up his cell phone to call LV Dawei again. Inside the interrogation room, the big man stepped forward and glared viciously at Zhang Quan. Aren't you capable? Why don't you say anything? Still want to take people away? Like to be in the limelight, don't you? Zhang Quan stared at the big man with an icy gaze. Oh, you won't be able to laugh later. Yo. So scared to death. The thing I'm not afraid of the most is threats. The big man laughed openly. I'm molesting her in front of you now. What can you do to me? With those words, he was about to reach out to pull Yao Yan's arm. When his hand was about to touch Yao Yan's arm, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. The big man frowned impatiently and was going to just hang up. But when he saw the word uncle on the caller ID, he picked up the phone and put it to his ear before he could speak. On the other end of the phone came the other side of the roar. Are you arrested, the mayor of Shimonoseki town? Now immediately put people to me. You a mixed kid even ing to me to cause trouble. The big man muttered. This brat is the mayor of the town? He must have been lying to him again. It must be the old uncle who is lying to him again. And he hurriedly said in a sly manner, Uncle, don't listen to their nonsense. It's just a brat who is looking for a fight. Shut up. What the hell are you like? I still don't know. The county party secretary Gao called to ask about it. Do you know how much trouble you've gotten into? After saying the words, the phone hung up. Lu Dawei ran all the way, itching to fly to the interrogation room immediately. He knows this nephew of his too well. A day does not do the right thing. Just know to make trouble for himself. This time really drag the laborers into trouble. Over here, the big man held the cell phone, his face a little white. He had never seen his uncle get so angry. So young to be mayor? Not a moment later, the door of the interrogation room was violently pushed open, and Deputy Director LV Dawei rushed in sweating profusely. After entering the door, he first looked at Zhang Quan sitting on the bench, and seeing that the other party was unharmed, the stone in his heart finally fell. Seeing Zhang Quan looking at him, his face immediately piled up with apologies and he turned his head to give the big man a slap on the face. The face of the laborer has been disgraced by you, so in the future, you'll be left to fend for yourself. The big man stood still, covering his face and not daring to utter a breath. Afterwards, LV Dawei hurriedly walked over to Zhang Quan and said with a nod and a bow, Mayor Zhang, I'm really sorry. There must be a misunderstanding here. The large man standing aside had a shocked expression on his face. It's really the mayor? As soon as LV Dawei's words fell, the door to the interrogation room was pushed open once again, and Ma Feng, the director of the Public Security Bureau, rushed over in a hurry. The first thing I did when I walked in the door was to raise my left wrist and check the time. 2 minutes to go. So I wasn't late after all. Mayor Zhang, you've been wronged. Why don't you call Secretary Gao back first? I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer on this matter. What do you think? Chapter 59, Unbelievable. Zhang Quan slightly nodded his head. There was no need for him to make things difficult when the other party had spoken to this point. Only, what puzzled him a little was why Secretary Gao was so nice to him. Ma Feng was relieved to see Zhang Quan take out his cell phone and finish reporting the situation to Secretary Gao. Finally, I didn't screw it up. Then he looked at Lu Dawei and his nephew Lu Xiaoliang, and was immediately furious. Usually do not say anything. Turn a blind eye. But now he almost offended the High Secretary, and came all the way here. The heart nestled in that fire can no longer hold back. After Zhang Quan finished the call, he said lightly again, Director Ma, your officers indiscriminately abused their authority and used lynching. Hearing this, Ma Feng immediately became enraged and took a few steps to LV Xiaoliang, pointing at his nose and roaring angrily, LV Xiaoliang, you're really capable. Do you really think this is your home? Lu Xiaoliang lowered his head in silence, not daring to utter a single breath, and the red marks on his face from Lu Dawei's slapping were still there. Ma Feng turned his head to look at Lu Dawei again, his eyes filled with disappointment and anger. Old Lu, this is the good nephew you brought up. Usually, you let him do whatever he wants and don't discipline him at all. Now he has stirred up such a big basket. Even Secretary Gao has been alarmed. Tomorrow you will go and talk to the secretary yourself. He knew that he was not justified, and he did not expect his nephew to be so unscrupulous and openly beat the mayor. At this time, I can't wait to cut a knife. Really looking at it, but at the moment, it is better to calm this matter first. His lips mumbled, Ma bureaucrat, this is indeed a matter of me not disciplining properly. You see to it. Ma Feng took a deep breath. The other party's attitude was okay, so he said in a deep voice, the nature of this matter is too bad. It must be dealt with seriously. Lu Xiaoliang, From now on, you are suspended from work and reflecting at home. As for when to go to work, wait for Mayor Zhang's nod. When Lu Xiaoliang heard this, his body shook violently and his entire body almost fainted. Suspension? This is not handled too seriously. He could not have imagined that his impulsiveness would lead to such serious consequences. It must not be possible to be suspended. In time your position will be replaced. You are so hard to become a vice captain. In desperation, he threw a pleading look at Lu Dawei, his eyes full of pleading. When he saw his nephew's eyes, he could not bear it in his heart. After all, he only had this one nephew, and he said that 1,000 times it was also the heart of the hand connected to the back of the hand. But now, in this situation, how dare he open his mouth to speak? Just have to be ruthless and look away, and pretend you didn't see the look in the other's eyes. When Ma Feng saw that LV Dawei remained silent, his prepared wording was put away. Turning his head to look at Zhang Quan again, he said in a sincere tone, "Older brother Zhang, don't worry, this time I will seriously rectify the bureau's morale and clean out all those assholes." Zhang Quan also knew that the other party was like this, and was also doing it to him, remembering that Yao Yan's matter had not yet been done. He continued, "Director Ma, you are too polite. It was not a big deal in the first place. By the way, I have a friend named Xiao Shuewu, now still locked up here. You see, Mayor Zhang, I'll take care of this for you. Let's go over and raise the people now." LV Dawei, who was standing at the side, hurriedly walked over and said eagerly. Zhang Quan said, "Then I'll trouble Bureau Lu." "No trouble, no trouble, it's all work." LV Dawei waved his hand. Seeing that everything was settled, Ma Feng bid farewell to Zhang Quan and left. As for Lu Xiaoliang, he stood frozen in place, with no one paying any attention to him at all. LV Dawei walked in front, followed by Zhang Quan and Yao Yan, almost reaching the holding cell. The front walked over a person. Lu Dawei beckoned and said, "Xiao Wang, today your team went to Qingping Street to sweep pornography, is not arrested a person called Xiao Shuewu. Bureau Lu, there is indeed such a person. You go and release the man now, the formalities come later." Just as Captain Wan was about to leave, Yao Yan, who was standing beside Zhang Quan, spoke up and said, "How could my husband prostitute himself? Are you guys mistaken?" When Captain Wang heard this, he stopped and first glanced at LV Dawei, casting a solicitous look at him. Can let the LV Bureau personally brought over to mention people? Certainly are not simple characters. But if this is the truth, is not it too? He can only stand in place and opened his mouth, with a look of wanting to speak on his face. LV Dawei, how smart some people, immediately realized that the situation is not right. The small Wang business has always been very stable. Since he captured, surely no one was wrongly accused. Thinking of this, he immediately passed him a look to keep his mouth shut, but before he could pass the signal on, Captain Wang had begun to speak. At that time, we received a report from the public that someone was gathering a crowd of prostitutes at the Qingping Street Quantitative KTV. When we rushed over, just in the 618 box found Xiao Shuewu with 3 other men, each embracing a lady. And there is proof of the transaction. Said this, and afraid of the other side do not believe. Continued, we law enforcement are full video recording. The other boxes also have this situation. The lady have admitted their identity. And, hearing this, Lu Dawei immediately kicked the other party. "Why don't I usually see you talking so much? Hurry up and go and raise the people." At this time, Yao Yan's face was full of disbelief. Her eyes instantly red, tears came out of her eyes, and her voice trembled as she said, "Shuewu, how can he do this kind of thing?" After saying that, biting her lower lip hard, she turned around and headed out the door. Zhang Quan hurriedly shouted, "Sister Yao, don't be impulsive. Why don't you wait for Big Brother Chow to come out?" But at this time, Yao Yan's heart is like a mess, can't listen to it at all. Tears have wet her eyes. "Mayor Zhang, this." LV Dawei scratched his head. "This thing is messed up. How did it become like this?" Zhang Quan casually said, "Bureau Lu, I'm sorry, let's leave the person alone for now. I'll go persuade her." After saying that, he hugged and apologized, and hurriedly went after Yao Yan. Brigadier Wang looked blearily at LV Dawei and asked cautiously, "Bureau LV, is the person still lifting? You're a dick. Hurry up and get as far away as you can." After chiding, LV Dawei walked away with his hands behind his back. Inside the corridor, only the Wang Brigade was left frozen in place, with their mouths still muttering, "I'm obviously telling the truth. Why don't you believe it?" Yao Yan rushed out of the Public Security Bureau in a state of disorientation, tears flowing freely down her face. A husband and wife for 6 years, and they're still looking for a lady behind her back. Am I worse than them? Yao Yan even began to doubt her own charm. Walking aimlessly on the street, unknowingly came to a bar street, walking into a random one. The music was deafening. Yao Yan walked towards the bar and said in a low voice, "Give me the strongest drink." The bartender glanced at her, but didn't ask too many questions, and quickly mixed up a glass of wine and handed it to her. "Give me one too." Zhang Quan also chased all the way over. He was afraid that the other party would do something stupid. Yao Yan glanced at him, crying and laughing without saying anything, tilting her head back to drink the wine in one go, the stimulation of alcohol immediately paralyzing her nerves. After a few glasses of wine, Yao Yan's cheeks flushed and her eyes became mesmerized. Suddenly grabbing Zhang Quan's hand, her voice was tinged with a sobbing tone, and with a long pent-up grievance, she said with tears, "How could he do this to me? What have I done wrong? Little Zhang, do you think I look ugly? Sister Yao, how can you say that? When I first met you, I thought you were a fresh graduate. You just know how to make your sister happy. Zhang, why are you so nice to me? Is it because you have something in mind for sis? Greedy for sister's body?" Yao Yan sipped her wine and smiled dementedly, already starting to babble as her entire body leaned over. At this moment, Zhang Quan only had to look down to see the snow-white glimpses of the sky and the breasts that revealed a large portion of skin. I didn't Zhang Quan stammered. "The other party is a married woman. How can he think of that nonsense? Coward." Yao Yan giggled, then took another large gulp of wine. Her pretty face was red, and just as she was about to get up, she planted herself towards the side. "Sister Yao, are you alright?" Zhang Quan hurriedly stepped forward to support her. She was drunk after only a few drinks? Yao Yan shook her head. Usually she was down in 3 cups. She just drank 5 or 6 cups in one gulp, and now her eyes felt disoriented. Seeing the other man leaning over him, grunting and panting without any reaction, it looked like he was really drunk. Snapped his fingers and called the waiter for the check, then assisted toward the door. Diagonally across the street, there is a Speed 8 hotel. So late, can only temporarily stay. This is omitted, smokers. Forced liver almost 7,000 words. For the poor author to watch 10 seconds of ads. Charity, a little free gift is not too much. Right. There are more chapters for tomorrow's update. Chapter 60, The Eye of the Beholder. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Just when Zhang Quan was on a roll to achieve another success, the cell phone next to him suddenly rang. Cocking his head, he saw that it was Chu Sini calling. Yao Yan's mouth made a barfing sound, if anything, as if she was a bit disturbed by the noise. Zhang Quan had no choice but to exit the high ground first, pick up your cell phone and walk out onto the balcony. "Hello, Sister Chu, calling so late. Brat, taking so long to answer. Are you fooling around with that woman behind my back?" No, I just took a shower. "Che, I don't believe you. I'll hit you with the video later." Toot toot toot. Without waiting for Zhang Quan to explain, the phone hung up. Holy, for real. Zhang Quan suddenly had the feeling of being caught in the act of adultery and hurriedly jogged to the bathroom. Just turning on the shower, Chu Sini then launched a WeChat video. "Sister Chu, look, I've told you it's in the bathroom, and you still don't believe me." Zhang Quan was naked and took his cell phone and scanned the bathroom, afraid that the other party would see that this was a hotel. Immediately pointing it at himself, he had just made a point of wetting his hair, which should look pretty real now. "Sister, just kidding with you, and you took it seriously. Guess where I am now?" In the picture, Chu Sini was wearing a slim-fitting dress and standing in front of an oversized floor-to-ceiling window. The camera reverses and focuses on the view outside. West County? Nope, there's the word off in front of it, and she's just about halfway blocking it. "Sister Chu, when did you arrive in Guangxi County?" "Just drove here. Other places I do not know. Just in the county government near the hotel. People give you 15 minutes. Oh, if you're late, there's no reward." Chu Sini smiled charmingly and reminded him not to be late after sending him the address. Hang up the video call. Zhang Quan held his cell phone, looked at the sleeping Yao Yan, and thought about what Chu Sini had just said. What's all this? Turned on my cell phone navigation to see how it would take 10 minutes to get from here to the county office. Only 5 minutes left at the end? What he can do? It's really up north. After a few seconds of agonizing, Zhang Quan walked to Yao Yan and quickly put the other party's clothes in order. Mooching in the process is still possible. Tucking in, he looked again, stomped his feet, and headed outside in his top. When I went out, I remembered that my car was still at the county office, and I had just had 2 more drinks, so I'd better take a cab. Reaching out to stop the cab that happened to be passing by, after finishing his destination, the whole person leaned back in the seat, again recalling the scene just now. The day is still long. We'll talk about it later. Thump, thump, thump. There was a knock on the door outside the house, and Chu Sini was reclining on the sofa playing with her cell phone. Walking to the door, He opened the cat's eye to see Zhang Quan's playful appearance. Bastard! You don't know how to ring the doorbell. You're a minute late. Chu Xinyi stepped on the carpet with her bare feet, her eyes looking him up and down. The elevator goes too slow. I'm already fast. Zhang Quan gasped slightly and changed into his slippers and walked in. I don't know if you're fast or not. Chu Xinyi twisted her waist and sat on the dining table chair. And at this time, there were quite a few snacks on the tabletop. Zhang Quan laughed and teased him just after entering the door. He would teach him a good lesson later. Kinda hungry. I'll taste how it tastes for you first. Zhang Quan picked up the fork on the dinner plate and forked a piece of cupcake first, chewing on it with a big mouthful. It's too sweet. A bit mushy. Chu Xinyi gave him a blank look and said softly. Your mouth is so picky. This plate of dim sum costs more than 300. As she said that, she reached out and ruffled the broken hair around her ears, her eyes looking towards Zhang Quan, the other parties wolfing down of the food. There were still a few points of cuteness. Then, said this time I came to Guangxi County, not simply to find you. The company intends to invest in this side of the project. The preliminary investigation, I am responsible for, and now also almost finalized. Next Monday to dock with the local government specific details. Chu Xinyi stood up, walked to the window, red wine glass in her hand, and said, then turned back to look at Zhang Quan. Little brother, how are you doing in Shaguan town? Do you want my sister to bring someone to inspect it as well? Zhang Quan swallowed the cake in his mouth and walked behind her, his hands gently resting on his shoulders. Sister Chu, since you're saying it like that, I'm not going to be polite. Actually, let me tell you, I've recently planned to ask for some funds to build a few roads. A hint of surprise flashed in Chu Xinyi's eyes, and she asked with interest, oh, really? Quickly tell sister in detail. With those words, she pulled Zhang Quan to sit on the sofa, her body slightly leaning forward, her full curves hidden. Zhang Quan cleared his throat without slanting his eyes and began to sell his words. Road construction is a major event that concerns the town's development, but it's currently still in the bidding stage. As he spoke, he played with Chu Xinyi's hair with his hand. Sister Chu, do you want to take part? Gold Bridge, Silver Road, Copper House. Chu Xinyi lightly patted Zhang Quan's chest with her hand, and pouted with her charming eyes. You bad boy. You're still beating around the bush with your sister. When the time comes, if you can catch it, can you still be short of your benefits? As she said that, her pretty face slightly came closer, her soft breasts pressed against Zhang Quan's arm, gently blowing in his ear. Little brother, what do you want? As long as my sister can do it, I'll follow you in everything. What a charming little leprechaun. Zhang Quan fixed his mind and a bad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sister Chu, this is what you said. Oh, in case I really make any excessive demands, don't regret it. Chu Xinyi gently pushed him away, walked to the side of the wine cabinet, poured another glass of red wine, lightly sip. Sister has always spoken, but never go back on her word, so go ahead and say it. Zhang Quan stood up, his hands ringed Chu Xinyi's waist from behind, his chin resting on the other party's fragrant shoulder. I've already searched for Secretary Gao. I don't know how much funding I can coordinate, if it is too little, but also choose sister to help, when the benefits are certainly not less. Said here, he deliberately paused for a moment. Chu Xinyi turned around, put down the red wine glass in her hands, and wrapped her hands around his neck, her eyes full of anticipation and charm. Little bad guy. Say it, what price do I need to pay? Zhang Quan whispered in her ear. Chu Xinyi's cheeks instantly flushed red, her right hand lightly pinched his ear. You little pervert, did you learn this from the internet? The tone of his voice took on a bit of a pouty flavor, and there was a shyness in his eyes that made him look more and more seductive. The expression on her face refused to welcome her, and her hot, plump body, gently twisted in Zhang Quan's arms. You're just going to bully people. Chu Xinyi raised her hand and gently pounded Zhang Quan's chest. Zhang Quan obediently held her hand and whispered, Sister Chu, I can't afford to bully you. Speaking of which, I'm still begging you to do something. Just arrived in Shaguan town. Some work is too laborious to carry out. The sound of fiery breathing, coming closer and closer. Chu Xinyi's breathing quickened, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, and her eyes gradually drifted away. Omitted here, brothers. One shift today to slow down the brain. Still 2 tomorrow. Early disclosure, there are 4 pictures. Chapter 61. Early morning. Zhang Quan rubbed his waist and opened his hazy eyes, and the luxurious chandelier above his head came into view. Last night, it was crazy. Physical fitness meets excessive emptiness. It can be a chess match. Reaching out to feel around him, he didn't find Chu Xinyi's figure. This is going nowhere. Zhang Quan sat up. The suitcase is still placed, just missing the other side of the clothes. Fumbling for his cell phone from under the covers, he then saw the message from Chu Xinyi. I'm going to go to the company branch. so rest up little one, and call customer service if you want anything. Speaking of food, the physical exertion did get a little rough and my stomach was a little rumbly. Picked up the customer service number next to me and ordered a breakfast first, even though it was almost 10 o'clock. Just after hanging up, Yao Yan called. Aha, it can't be that you did something bad last night and got caught. After a moment's hesitation to connect, on the phone, Yao Yan was silent for a few seconds, and I don't know if she was shy or what, before she opened her mouth and spoke. Xiao Zhang, I asked you something. Last night. Was it you who helped me to the hotel? Seeing that the other party's tone was still a bit embarrassed, it looked like he hadn't realized it. Zhang Quan said flirtatiously. Right, last night I chased you to the bar. Then, you began to drink. How can not stop? Not a few cups on the drunk, and finally had no choice but to send you to the hotel across the street. Hearing Zhang Quan's words, Yao Yan also felt that she was a bit paranoid. She had just woken up from her hotel bed. It was as if the previous events were out of sequence, and I couldn't remember them. The dress pants were all there, except for the jersey jacket, which was placed on the chair as if it were nothing uncomfortable. Then you didn't have that anything last night at the hotel, Yao Yan stammered, somewhat unable to speak. You mean last night, after I sent you to the hotel, I sat next to you for a while and saw that you didn't have anything to do. Then I left. Why? What are you trying to say? Sister Yao, Zhang Quan said playfully. I didn't. Just ask. Yao Yan felt her face getting a little hot, and then continued. Thank you so much for last night. Wait for the next time I have a chance to treat you to dinner. Is your stomach alright? It doesn't hurt. Nothing much. Chow big brother's matter. Yao sister, you don't worry about it. Maybe. Zhang Quan still wanted to try to persuade, but not waiting for him to finish. Yao Yan said in an icy tone. Xiao Zhang, you don't say anything, and you don't care about this matter. Alright, I'm going to take a shower first. With that, he hung up. Walking over to the couch, he took off his shirt, revealing his black bra, and bent down to pull his pants off as well. The 3-point lingerie is unbelievably sexy. She couldn't recall what happened last night, but only vaguely remembered saying something to Zhang Quan. Seems like the words are kinda revealing. Hey, it's better to drink less in the future. Yao Yan was just about to walk into the bathroom when her cell phone rang again. Frowning, who could be calling her early in the morning? Pick it up and see. BFFCO Yo-Yo. Hey, Yao, it's early in the morning. What's wrong? Yao Yan's voice still had a few moments of laziness in it. Su Yao said in a loud voice. My good Yan, I found an awesome treasure store with lots of new clothes. Let's go shopping. Yao Yan wanted to refuse, but the words reached her mouth and swallowed back. Yesterday were too annoying. Sighing, he said. Yao, I'm really in a bad mood today. I really don't have much heart for shopping. Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately sensed that something was wrong and asked with concern. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Tell me about it. Yao Yan hesitated for a moment, but finally did not hold back, and brainstormed the matter of her husband's whoring. Yao, I really didn't expect that he would actually do such a thing. I always thought that my marriage was still happy, but how could he do this to me? As she spoke, Yao Yan's eyes began to redden. Su Yao, as his longtime best friend, has long known Chao Shuawu's behavior, spending all day outside. So, on the other end of the phone angry scolded, your husband is really too much. Yan, don't feel too bad. If you can't do it, just get a divorce. Big deal. We each live our own lives. Yao Yan smiled bitterly and said, it's not that easy. My mind is in a mess right now. I don't even know what to do. Su Yao comforted. Then don't think so much. You now. Hurry up and pack up. Come out and stroll around with me. Take a break. Yao Yan thought about it and agreed. Alright then, I'll pack up first, or I'll see you at the usual place. Walking into the bathroom and unclasping her bra in the mirror, she saw a faint red mark vaguely visible where her left breast had been. Yao Yan took a few steps closer towards the mirror and finally got a better look. A very visible tooth mark. At this time, Zhang Quan had just finished eating and had planned to wait for Chu Sini to return, but unexpectedly received a text message from Chun Jai, the other party to come to visit Guanxi County. Said that there is an aunt who lives over here, and is planning to come over to see today. Didn't say he should stay with him either. That's all it said. Zhang Quan casually asked if he needed him to pick it up, and the other party surprisingly agreed. This messed up. A person came over. How it all came together. But speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've seen my old leader, so I'll give Chu Sini a word later that I have something to do and wait for the evening to come back to her. Total razzle-dazzle, I guess. Thinking of this, after sending a message to Chu Sini, the other party did not reply, and then dressed to drive. Chen Jiayi said she took a private car and sent her directly to the bus station, which should be more than 10 minutes away. Zhang Quan had just arrived at the place and waited for just a few minutes when he saw a white Jetta parked in the waiting area. After the rear car door opened, he saw Chen Jiayi's figure. The other party wore a white skirt, plump body, but it was even more provocative. Zhang Quan honked his horn, and when the other party heard it, he walked over in style, waiting quite anxiously. "Aren't you?" Chen Jiayi sat in the co-pilot and said with a smile. Zhang Quan playfully said, "As long as I'm waiting for you, I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. Here we go again, aren't we? I'm starving. Quickly take me to eat something." Chen Jiayi smiled right after. "Okay, you sit and stabilize." Zhang Quan stepped on the gas and casually found a restaurant, and during the meal, he learned that Chen Jiayi's aunt was in Tongda town, which just happened to be right next to Xiaoguan town. She has a tight schedule this visit, going today and returning to Wingate County tomorrow. Zhang Quan did not ask how her husband did not send, or why he did not know to take the car to Tongdezen. After all, he is not the size of the cute. Ordering 3 home-cooked dishes, Zhang Quan also tasted them, and they tasted okay. After eating, the two of them walked down the street. Zhang Quan took the initiative to buy a lot of gifts for the car when they first arrived. Chen Jiayi, however, said, "I have a shuttle bus at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so you're walking with me for a while." Zhang Quan looked at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock now, and there were still 2 hours left. Sigh, what a rush to come and go. At this time, Chen Jiayi suddenly came forward to hold his arm. The whole body also leaned on his shoulders. Tone of grievance said, "How are you over here? Usually do not give me a phone call. Men really is to get it will not cherish. This, Sister Chen, that, you don't have a husband." Zhang Quan stammered, not knowing how to answer. Chen Jiayi heard this and pinched his arm vigorously. "You still know that I have a husband, and that day in the office you still treated me. In fact, this time I came to say that I want to tell you one thing." "Ah, what is it?" "I'm divorced." "Not this? Sister Chen, you're not kidding me, right?" Chen Jiayi suddenly stopped and looked up at Zhang Quan. Seeing his face full of shock, miserably mocking to himself, he said, "My affair with Wang Yanfeng was known to him, and he filed a request for separation with me, still claiming to be husband and wife to the outside world." Seeing that Chen Jiayi was on the verge of tears, Zhang Quan hurriedly went forward to hug the other party and softly comforted. "It's alright sis. In the future, if you have any problems, just tell me and let me be your backup. Asterisk 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 you. The position is not as high as mine. It's better for sis to cover you." Chen Jiayi smiled sweetly. Her mood seemed to have changed for the better again. Zhang Quan hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything, just quietly looking at her. Chen Jiayi suddenly asked in a low voice, "During this period of time, did you miss me?" The delicate red lips were pasted next to Zhang Quan's ear, whispering in a thin voice, "Why don't we go to a room? This is omitted here, watch and cherish." The protagonist is going to get down to business later on. Chapter 62, Going to see Grandpa. Sister Chen, really no more deliveries? Zhang Quan stood in front of the car, looking at the delicate Chen Jiayi. After some watering, the other party's face was even more rosy. "No, I'll just take the bus. You go back." Chen Jiayi waved her hand and walked towards the bus. Zhang Quan smiled and watched the other party get into the car, waving goodbye before getting into the driver's seat. The legs were shaking slightly for some reason. The invincible second brother of the world has met his match this time, and there are still 2. Zhang Quan leaned back in his seat, ready to drive back to take a nap, when the cell phone in his pocket rang. "What's going on here today? With so many phone calls?" I just reached into my pocket, but I felt something soft. Immediately take it out and look at it. I've got a tart, does anyone know this? Black silk cutout 3-point bra. This seems to be Chen Jiayi's, right? When did he stuff this into his pants pocket? If people saw this, wouldn't they take him for a pervert? Never mind, let's answer the phone first. Wan Yu, what's wrong with the phone call? "Ah, a trip to your house today and your grandfather wants to see me? This is convenient. I haven't prepared anything yet." Okay. You send an address and I'll be there now. Grandpa Su Wan Yu wants to see him? DD. Zhang Quan even said to find a place. First recuperate and slow down his body. As usual, there's no stopping today. First Yao Yan, then Chu Sini, then Chen Jiayi, and now Su Wan Yu. The women who had a relationship with him took turns. A little too much womanizing today. New Century Mall. Zhang Quan drove to his destination, parked his car, and came to the main entrance. This was the first time he had been to downtown Jingzhou City. There were a lot of shopping districts. The infrastructure was perfect, and there were luxury cars everywhere, as well as coolly dressed girls, white thighs, super short skirts that rose and fell with the wind. breasts that bounced up and down. Sheesh. Zhang Quan was enjoying himself, when suddenly someone behind him tapped his shoulder. Hey, what are you looking at? People come up behind you and don't even realize it. As soon as he heard Su Wanyu's voice, Zhang Quan hurriedly turned around and was about to explain to prove his innocence, when he was stunned by the other party's pure dress. Su Wanyu was wearing a light blue floral dress, the hem of which fell just above her calf belly, revealing her slender white calves. Wrapped around the waist is a black ribbon, just the right design, highlighting the yin and yang waist, but also adds a bit of playfulness. The slender waist, in dramatic contrast to the plump breasts, shows a tantalizing S-curve. Although he didn't know the cup size of the other party, based on his experience, it was at least above D, most likely reaching the standard of E, and the breast shape was still particularly perfect. It reminded him of a certain actress, Young Si-min, in a costume drama, and the two of them were almost on par with each other. Even Su Wanyu was even better, proudly towering, the dress chest position, holding up the neckline slightly open, revealing a small piece of white skin and delicate collarbone, a head of long, shiny black, slightly curly hair, very casually draped over her shoulders, and her delicate face was already a perfect color on earth without applying any powder. Zhang Quan froze in place for a long time before reacting. Wanyu, you look really good today. Su Wanyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she stepped forward and took the initiative to wrap her arms around him. You're the one who can be poor. I'll take you to buy a dress first. Let's go. Saying that, she led him towards the mall. Walking into the mall, Su Wanyu pulled Zhang Quan straight towards Ralph Lauren's store. The store is lavishly decorated with wooden displays of various styles of clothing, and warm yellow lighting sprinkles down to create a cozy atmosphere. As soon as she entered the store, the female shopper greeted her enthusiastically with a professional smile on her face. Welcome, what do you two need? Su Wanyu pursed her lips and said, help him pick out some suitable clothes. He's going to meet the elders, so he needs to be more formal. The shopper looked Zhang Quan up and down and quickly picked out a few shirts and pants in the store. Hello sir, you try this classic Duran blue shirt first. The fabric is top quality Egyptian long staple cotton, skin friendly and breathable, and in combination with these dark gray casual pants, it's perfect for meeting your elders. The shopper introduced the clothes as she spoke, handing them to Zhang Quan and leading him to the fitting room. The store is so large that you have to walk all the way to the end to see the fitting room behind the screen, which is almost alone for privacy. Su Wanyu sat obediently in the waiting area next to her, and Zhang Quan walked into the fitting room with the clothes. Just after taking off her pants, she saw Chen Jiai's black silk skeleton bra revealing a shoulder strap. How could I forget this? Zhang Quan looked left and right, but did not find a place to throw, only to force into the pants pocket, which if Su Wanyu found, cannot be explained. Zhang Quan just took off his upper body clothes and was ready to change into the clothes recommended by the guide. Suddenly, Su Wanyu's voice was heard from outside the fitting room. Have you changed yet, brother? I'll come in and see if it fits. That is still not ready yet. You are waiting a little. Just as Zhang Quan finished his words, the door to the fitting room pushed open. Seeing Su Wanyu reveal a small head first, her big eyes twirling. Seeing Zhang Quan naked, she hurriedly lowered her head, and her pretty face also slightly reddened. Oops, you're too slow to change. Let me help you. As he said that, he walked in and closed the door behind him before taking down the Duran blue shirt recommended by the guide on the wall. Standing behind Zhang Quan, he patiently put one sleeve on him before pulling his other arm through. Finally, he carefully straightened his collar and buttoned his coat again, one by one, waiting until he reached the top one. The distance between the two instantly closed, and Su Wanyu's face was almost pressed to the tip of the other party's nose. Zhang Quan had already felt the softness of his chest, and it was really a woman with a big chest. Sometimes it's not always the feet that step through the door first, it can be the boobs. Slightly demented. The scent of a demented child still had a tickling sensation as it gently pounded on his face. Sure enough, much more handsome. Su Wanyu cocked her head and surveyed, and was about to take 2 steps back when she was embraced into Zhang Quan's arms, murmuring in a low voice, Wanyu, why are you so nice to me? I have always quite believed that fate is to give me the opportunity to be reborn. That day I was really so afraid that I would never see you again. Su Wanyu hugged Zhang Quan tightly, her side face pressed against his neck, and whispered again, I was on the internet yesterday, and secretly learned that. Brother, you wait. Having said that, slowly bending over and crouching down. Omitted here, it's time for everyone's favorite part. I'll fulfill your requests as long as you all give it a go, as well as the gift-giving dudes and dudettes. Humble author, kneel again and thank you. I wish you all the best of luck and prosperity, and a lover for all time. Chapter 63, Like a Fish in Water. Jingzhou City, Jingying Tianchuan neighborhood. Zhang Quan stood in the doorway, looking a bit rushed. carrying a number of gifts in his hands. Su Wanyu followed beside him, holding her arm and saying daintily, let's go in quickly. My grandpa is very nice to talk to. I'm not a little nervous. It always feels like meeting the parents. Zhang Quan's heartbeat accelerated a bit, and he didn't have the same kind of frankness that he had in the fitting room. Su Wanyu's family lineage was too prominent, and who knew what kind of divine figure his grandfather was. Plus, it was the first time he had ever gone to a woman's home so formally, so it was only natural for his heart to be vaguely uneasy. Don't worry, there's me, Su Wanyu hemmed and hawed, and with that, she pulled Zhang Quan towards the small area. The security guard at the entrance, with a walkie-talkie hanging from his left chest, stood at the gatepost with an upright posture, and was in his 20s from the looks of his face. The neighborhood is well treed and the winding roads are very clean. Zhang Quan found that the floors here are only 3 floors, the highest did not exceed 5 floors, and the unit building is also very scattered, and even saw some unit vehicles and white license plates. This doesn't seem like an ordinary neighborhood, Zhang Quan kept muttering in his heart, and after just a few hundred meters, Su Wanyu led him to turn into a small alley, and after walking to the head, he saw a 2-story building. The thick gate was covered with creepers, and Li Guotai's special car was parked at the entrance, with the same domineering license plate as always. As you walk into the compound, there is a large vegetable patch on the right with red peppers and green cucumbers that are growing nicely. Zhang Quan is also from the countryside. After seeing the first glance, I felt that this land is very sufficient fertility, and it is sufficiently over the top. If we don't take care of it, I guess it's all leaves and no fruit. Brother Zhang Quan, what are you looking at? Su Wanyu couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw that Zhang Quan had been staring at the vegetable garden next to him. Zhang Quan laughed, pointed his finger at the vegetable garden and said, "This land is too well fertilized, and when it comes to blossoming and fruiting, I don't think I'll be able to harvest much. This is all my grandpa's whole thing, so let's just forget about it for now and get in the house. My parents should all be here," Su Wanyu said as she pulled Zhang Quan towards the house. At this moment, by the second-floor window, there stood an old man with gray hair, holding a cigarette in his right hand just in time to see the scene. Both of them conversed. He also vaguely heard some. Eyes slightly fluctuated a few times. Mouth muttered, "Interesting little guy." Pushed the door open. He saw Su Qingman standing behind the sofa and was saying something to Li Guotai who was sitting on the sofa. Seeing Zhang Quan carrying a gift in his hand, Su Qingman said in a complaining tone, "Little Zhang is here. We're all family. What else do we need to carry?" Hearing the words family, Su Wanyu unnaturally began to squirm, while Zhang Quan was also a bit surprised. Su Qingman gave him the feeling of gentle and virtuous, and exudes affinity, so that people cannot help but want to get close. "Auntie Su, this is also a small token of my appreciation," Zhang Quan said with a joyful smile. Li Guotai stood up from the sofa with a hint of a smile on his face. "Little Zhang is here. Have a seat." With that, he pointed to the sofa next to him. Zhang Quan nodded in agreement and had just sat down on the sofa when he heard footsteps coming from the stairs, only to see a kind-faced old man with white hair slowly walking down the stairs. The other party's stance was upright, and his face carried an aura of unruffled authority. Su Wanyu immediately stood up after seeing this, jogging to the other side, both hands tightly hugging the other side's arm, shouting in a petulant tone, "Grandpa, you're coming down. I haven't seen you for a long time." The old master lovingly touched Su Wanyu's hair, and his gaze went down to Zhang Quan on the sofa, who had already stood up at that moment. Su Wanyu took Grandpa's hand and walked over to Zhang Quan, introducing, "Grandpa, this is Brother Zhang Quan. If it wasn't for him, I might have." Zhang Quan hurriedly got up and said respectfully, "Hello Grandpa, I am Zhang Quan." The old man nodded his head slightly, his eyes sizing him up, and said, "Well." The young man looked spirited. At this time, Su Qingman walked out of the kitchen with a plate of fruit and greeted everyone with a smile. "Don't stand around. Quickly eat some fruit." The crowd took their seats. Zhang Quan could feel Su Wanyu's grandfather's eyes, glancing at him from time to time, and was just a bit nervous. Only now, after sitting down, did he feel that this face of the other party was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, but he could not recall it for a while. Zhang Quan and Su Wanyu sat on the 2-person sofa. Su Qingman and Su Wanyu's grandfather sat on the main seat on the left side, and across from him on the single sofa sat Li Guotai. Lifting his head slightly, he saw that the other man was obviously a little restrained as well, only it was well hidden. Zhang Quan heart cannot help but begin to guess, Xuanyu with her mother Su Qingman's surname, and Li secretary of the high-powered but feel also a little afraid of Xuanyu grandfather, combined with the described. The other grandfather's origin is certainly not simple. Xiao Zhang I saw you pointing at the vegetable garden when you entered. Did you see something? The old man was the first to open his mouth. Zhang Quan didn't expect that his unintentional action was seen by the other party, and hurriedly said, "Grandpa, your vegetable garden has too much fertilizer. If you don't deal with it in the future, the back may just grow leaves, and the blossoms and fruits will be affected." The old man heard this, but came to be interested. Since his retirement, he likes to tinker with this vegetable garden in his spare time. "But I recently planted cucumbers that only bloomed and didn't bear fruit, and I'm still struggling with the matter." Then he asked, "What else does little Zhang know about this?" "Old master, I grew up in the countryside, and I have a bit of experience with vegetable plots. In fact, this vegetable garden of yours is not a big problem. Just spread out the top layer of fertilizer and turn the soil up and down." After hearing this, the old man stroked the beard on his chin and said, "Young people nowadays, most of them don't know the difference between grains and cereals. Not to mention the matter of fertilizing. I didn't expect Xiao Zhang to know farming. Not bad. Good." Saying this, he picked up the teacup on the coffee table and took a sip. At this time, Su Qingman also smiled on the side and said, "Dad, this kid Zhang Quan is a down-to-earth young man at first glance, and it's thanks to him that Wan Yu is sick." Li Guotai also chimed in. "Yes, Dad, little Zhang is very nice." Su Wan Yu sat on the side. Seeing her parents and grandfather praising Zhang Quan, her heart couldn't be happier. Zhang Quan was said to be a little embarrassed, scratched his head and said, I grew up following my family to take care of the farmland and vegetable plots, and I have a more or less good understanding of these. In fact, it is nothing." When the old man saw that Zhang Quan was not in a hurry, a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes and he laughed brightly. "It's good to come out of the countryside, not to mention down to earth and able to endure hardships. It's quite good." Putting down the cup of tea in his hand, he excitedly discussed farming with Zhang Quan. "Xiao Zhang, look at my piece of vegetable land. In addition to turning the soil, what else should I pay attention to?" "Grandpa, after turning over the soil, you also need to control the amount and frequency of watering. Now that the fertility is too sufficient, if there is too much water, it will easily lead to oxygen deficiency in the roots, causing nutrient loss. In addition, you can plant some bean plants appropriately to balance the nutrients in the soil, and also supplement some trace element fertilizers." The old man listened with great interest, and asked about some other aspects of agriculture. Zhang Quan is a real rural people, naturally, like a fish out of water. Small mouth Labara said. Li Guotai was on the sidelines, watching his father-in-law and Zhang Quan talking happily. "This young man, he's pretty good, and he can talk to the old man in 3 words. Looking again at the daughter beside Zhang Quan, the other party's eyes were glowing and her entire body was about to lean up. LOL, a woman is not a man. Chapter 64 Allocation of Funds. Zhang Quan was at Su Wanyu's grandpa's house and stayed for the afternoon and had a meal. It was a happy time, and although his face looked majestic, he got along like a neighborly grandfather. There were no inquiries about his work, just a brief question about his family, and then he talked about what was going on in farming. Originally, at night, Su Wanyu still wanted to keep him overnight, but Zhang Quan always felt that it didn't look good to stay at home for the first time they met. It took a lot of persuasion to calm the other party down, and Su Wanyu sent him all the way to the entrance of the neighborhood. The two embraced and said goodbye. Su Wanyu was going to stay at her grandfather's house for a while. Zhang Quan was basically at home on Sunday, and tossed around all day on Saturday, drained of all his energy. It's a good thing I don't have much to do today, so I can rest in peace. Monday, Shimonoseki Township Committee Building, Conference Room. Today was the usual meeting as usual. Zhang Quan sat in the mayor's seat. Not far away sat Yao Yin. From time to time looked up and glanced at the other side. It seems that the mental state is not very good, and the face is not glossy. As Zhan Bin, the town secretary, walked into the conference room, Zhang Quan also withdrew his measuring gaze. Several other deputy mayors, as well as office directors Zhou Ping, and other department heads have arrived. Zhang Quan looked at Secretary Zhan Bin. The other party had an undisguised smile on his face, and it looked like he was happy about something. Secretary Zhan Bin cleared his throat and said with a loud voice, "Comrades, today I bring you a great piece of good news. Last Friday I went to a meeting organized by Secretary Gao. The City Finance Bureau has finalized to allocate $20 million to our Xiaoguan town for infrastructure construction and industrial support." When he said this, he paused slightly, and his eyes involuntarily looked at Zhang Quan. Last time, just after the meeting finished talking about the problem of insufficient funds, the other party said that they would go to the county to feel the situation. At first he thought, although the other side of the origin is not simple, the High Secretary at most to give High $2 or $3 million to finish the fight. However, he did not expect that he would directly come to more than $10 million. As for the $20 million from the city treasury, what exactly is the situation? He is still not very clear. But in any case, Now that funds are plentiful, the previously proposed construction of roads, as well as the development of tourist resorts, can now be carried out. As the saying goes, when you have money on you, you don't panic. Now Jeanbin is such a state. As a hand of the town of Shaguan, he also wants to make some performance. When the time comes in the activities, jump to the county or the city. In that moment of pause, the room was abuzz with chatter and smiles on everyone's faces. Behind the scenes, they are ready to fist pump and want to ask for more funds from Secretary Jean. Jeanbin picked up the teacup, sip and continue to say, moreover, the county party secretary Gao Peng also attaches great importance to the development of our town. An additional grant of 13 million to help us build rural roads in Shaguan town. The conference room instantly exploded with these words. 33 million. That's a number that's just unthinkable. If we can get a few $1,000,000, why don't we worry about our people doing a good job? Afraid that the facilities and performance won't go up? Thinking about this, several deputy mayors could hardly sit still, with a look of desire to speak on their faces. At this time, Zhang Quan also sat up straight. The amount of funds seriously exceeded his prediction. Secretary Gao Ping can allocate so much? As for the city treasurer, could it be that Secretary Li Guotai had operated? After all, this matter he only gave Su Wanyu said. The other party is likely to give Cheap Dad again said this matter. Thinking of this, Zhang Quan decided to ask her when the meeting was over. Mayor Zhang, what specific plans do you have for this grant? You deserve a lot of credit for the fact that Xiangwan County has received so many grants. How this funding will be used, you just make a direct show of it. Gao Ping handed the words to Zhang Quan, and several other people also looked over upon hearing this. Yao Yan, who was sitting at the corner, her eyes went wide, and if not for her efforts to restrain herself, she even made a sound in surprise. I also remember that the other party just became the mayor of the town, took her to Luan village and other villages to visit, and on the way out, he also assured the townspeople that he would surely ask for funds to help them build roads. At that time, she still maintained a skeptical attitude, but she didn't expect that the other party had really done it, and it was still $33 million. Zhang Quanxi Zhanbin will be transferred to his side, in accordance with the previously organized ideas. Began to speak eloquently. Just now Secretary Gao also said, the city's finance bureau of 20 million, mainly used to repair our town's roads in disrepair, as well as to improve the traffic situation in other villages. I have done the budget before. According to the current market conditions, the cost of each kilometer of the third level of highway is about 1 million, and the fourth level of highway is also 400,000. The above data is more real. The error will not be too big. You do not pay too much attention to. Comrades, the road infrastructure in Shaguan town is so backward that many villagers who want to buy and sell things can only take the worn-out mountain road, with materials and people unable to circulate. It's hard for the economy of Shaguan town to take off. After finishing in one breath, Zhang Quan recalled that time he went down to the village to visit the village. He and Yao Yan rode in a three-wheeled vehicle, but it didn't shake him out of his soul. There is a real urgency to build country roads. My current idea is to build a Class 3 highway leading from Shimonoseki town to Donyue village, a distance of about 12 kilometers. Then using Donyue village as the base point, radiate out to the surrounding villages and build a Class 4 highway. As for the exact number of kilometers, it will have to be based on the actual situation. As soon as Zhang Quan's words fell, a brief silence fell over the conference room, and a lively discussion soon erupted. A few deputy mayors exchanged words. All of a sudden will be the majority of the funds all out to repair the road. Is not too. At this time, Li Yon, the deputy mayor in charge of agriculture, was the first to speak up. Mayor Zhang's plan is indeed very forward-looking. As long as the road is passed, the transportation cost of agricultural products can be drastically reduced, and what the villagers have in their hands can be transported to the foreign markets more smoothly. However, for 12 kilometers of tertiary roads, more than $10 million will have to be invested. So what should be done about the agricultural facilities in the town and villages? Wang Junhui, who is in charge of industry, also spoke immediately after. With a bit of urgency on his face, Mayor Zhang, I also understand the importance of road repair, but our town's industrial development cannot be left behind. I think we need to allocate $5 or $6 million to support the town's industrial enterprises. And by the way, we can also raise tax revenue. Chen Chuanxi, who is in charge of the tourism industry, followed suit. I mentioned the tourism resort project before, and just now, Mayor Zhang also said that the personnel must circulate, and if we don't develop the tourism industry, how can we attract outsiders to spend money? I suggest to take out 7 or 8 million, repair the road at the same time. By the way, the tourism infrastructure is also driven up. Promote each other, is not very good? For a while, everyone in the room was on their own, all hoping to secure more funding. Secretary Zhan Bin looked at the crowd underneath. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, and his brow was slightly wrinkled. It was really uncharacteristic. After a light cough, the scene quieted down, only then slowly opened his mouth. I'm reiterating once again, how the funds are allocated to utilize, all by the mayor of the town of Zhang to make the decision. Later I am only responsible for the flow of funds to supervise. Zhan Bin gazed like a torch. Expression majestic swept a circle of people. See, these people are honest. And then continued. This $33 million was fought for by Mayor Zhang by actively running around. What qualifications do you have to meddle? P.S. Thanks again for all the great rewards. I sleep with my gift list every day. There are too many people, so I won't kowtow to each other and pay my respects. People say, should we set up an incentive system? Clothesline comes to reward, and the humble author adds more? Chapter 65, Don't You Dare Hit Me. Boom. As soon as Zhan Bin's words left his mouth, he then tapped the table. Aside from Zhang Quan, the people present immediately lowered their heads, and the scene became silent for a moment. Yao Yan, who is responsible for recording in the corner of the conference room, also stopped the pen in his hand, and it was the first time he saw Secretary Zhan get so angry. Zhang Quan slightly raised his head to look at Zhan Bin, only to see that the other party's face was majestic and his eyes swept over the crowd from time to time, only to retract his gaze after seeing Zhang Quan, the corner of his mouth pulling out a smile, which quickly disappeared again. At this time, Zhang Quan also understands the intentions of Secretary Zhan, how to use the funds, now all by his say, if others want to use, but also have to nod his head. Suddenly there was a feeling of holding the emperor hostage. In this case, he cannot say anything else, since there is a secretary behind the back, still afraid of not being able to do anything? Alright, meeting adjourned. With Zhan Bin's words uttered, the tension in the conference room only eased, and when the other party went out, several deputy prefects and departmental leaders all looked at Zhang Quan. Since Secretary Zhan's side has given the word, now we can only look for Mayor Zhang. No matter what, we have to get some funds. Seeing that the situation is not good, Zhang Quan picked up his laptop and strutted back to the office. Yao Yan, like a little follower, also followed closely behind. Just into the office, Yao Yan took the initiative to make tea for him. Originally wanted to sidestep today, ask her about the lip print on her chest, but after the meeting she just had, she forgot about it again, and now she was wondering how Zhang Quan, in the end, had come to ask for funds. The curiosity within is like a greedy cat seeing a fish in the water and itching to get out. But after Zhang Quan returned to his office, he had been standing by his desk, his eyes staring at the map of Xiaoguan town on the wall, and his mouth no longer muttering anything. After making the tea, Yao Yan couldn't help herself and said softly, Mayor Zhang, the tea is put away for you. Zhang Quan gave a N without looking back, which made Yao Yan furious. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed. Just as Yao Yan was planning to change the topic to ask, a knock sounded at the door, followed by Zhou Ping's voice, Mayor Zhang, I'm coming over to give you a report on my work. Director Zhou, come in. Zhang Quan finished speaking before he turned around and saw Yao Yan standing behind him, which startled him. Sister Yao, you startled me. Humph, what guts? You guys chat first. Sister Yao pouted and twisted her waist towards the door. When Zhou Ping also walked in, the two of them smiled at each other, and after Zhou Ping closed the door, he stood in front of Zhang Quan with a respectful smile on his face. Director Zhou, sit down. Zhang Quan waved his hand and sat on the sofa. Zhou Ping waved his hand and said no. No. Zhang Quan looked at Zhou Ping in front of him, and remembered that he had just come to Xiaoguan town, and the other party was still the first cadre to report to him. This time he has $33 million in his hand. He can't take it all out to build the road. Surely he has to give other departments a share of the pie. If you drink the thick stuff yourself, you have to make the thin stuff for others. Director Zhou, there are no difficulties in the office lately. Zhang Quan opened his mouth and asked. Zhou Ping immediately said, Mayor Zhang, everything is fine on this side of the office. It's just that a lot of the computer equipment is a bit outdated. It would be great if we could update a bunch of them. After saying that, he slightly bowed his body. Zhang Quan nodded after hearing this. This request was not too much. Plus the office equipment was indeed a bit old and usually affected the office. Director Zhou, you first count the number of equipment, and I will arrange a sum of money for you at a later stage. When Zhou Ping heard this, the smile on his face became even brighter and he quickly said, Alright, Mayor Zhang, I guarantee that this money will definitely be used on the blade. Zhang Quan waved his hand. Director Zhou, it's all for the sake of work. The equipment that is eliminated can also be distributed to other departments or lower-level units. It is also considered making the best use of things. It's still Mayor Zhang's thoughtfulness. I'll go and do it now. Zhou Ping gave a small pat on the back and left the office after saying that. Zheng Quan looked at Zhou Ping's faraway figure, thoughtfully thinking about this funding and other leaders. These 2 days first go out to hide from the wind. Then he picked up the phone and called Yao Yan. Hello, Sister Yao. You will pack up this time. We will go to Dongyue village in the afternoon. We may have to investigate for 2 or 3 days. Hanging up the phone, he walked out of the office toward Secretary Zhan's side and knocked gently on the door. Come in. Zheng Bin's voice came out from inside the house. Pushing open the door, Zheng Quan said with a smile, Secretary Zhan, at today's meeting, if it wasn't for you to make the final decision, this matter of fund allocation, I still don't know when it will be pulled. Zheng Bin rubbed his temples, leaned back in his chair, smiled and waved his hand. Mayor Zhang, what is there to be thankful for? This funding was originally fought for by you, and it's also to develop the road construction in this town. So what reason do I have not to support you? Secretary Zhan, you also know that this funding concerns the development of this town in the following years. I intend to go to Dongyue village this afternoon to inspect the road situation and plan this money properly. Dongyue village is the benchmark village of our town's agricultural cultivation. These years has been affected by transportation, always unable to export agricultural products out. At the meeting you put forward the point of view that I agree with. First of all, open up the road from Xiaoguan town to Dongyue village, as a base to radiate to the surrounding villages. I'm relieved that you were able to go on the expedition yourself. Coming out of Secretary Zhan's office, Zheng Quan returned to his office. At this time, Yao Yan knocked on the door and asked in confusion, Mayor Zhang, did you just say that we're going to visit Dongyue village? Didn't we already go there last time? I didn't even have time to prepare. Zheng Quan smiled and said, Sister Yao, this time is different. The main investigation of the road situation. And by the way, go to other villages to take a look. After all, there is still a difference between what you see on the map and what you actually see. Hearing this, Yao Yan also came to a realization. No wonder the other party had just been staring at the map. So it was to conduct a field trip. I really didn't see that the other side is still a practical person. I'll go back and clean up first then. Meet at the bus station at 1 p.m. Yao Yan hurried back home and had just packed her clothes when she heard the sound of the door opening. Without guessing, I knew that it was Chao Shuewu who had returned. And when the other party saw the slippers at the door, he shouted, Yan Yan, are you back? Didn't you go to work today? Yao Yan put her clothes and toiletries into her backpack, and just as she raised it, she ran into Chao Shuewu, her eyes glancing at her without speaking. Because of the other side of the prostitution thing, Yao Yan are not going to pay attention to him. The heart just cannot pass that hurdle. Chao Shuewu was released on Saturday night, and only afterward did he realize that it was Yao Yan who took Mayor Zhang to do the job. And when he returned home he looked for Yao Yan to explain that he really didn't look for a lady, but the other party just wouldn't listen. It was hard to see today, and seeing Yao Yan with a backpack in her hand, she thought she was going to go out to live, and hurriedly pulled her arm. Yan Yan, why don't you believe it? I was really framed. Chao Shuewu, let go of your hand. I still have to visit the countryside with Mayor Zhang in the afternoon. Don't affect my work, Yao Yan said expressionlessly. Chao Shuewu frowned and asked, why are you going on another expedition? Are you planning to go down to the countryside with the other party for a few days? What do you mean by staying with each other for a few days? Yao Yan shook off Chao Shuewu's hand with force and said angrily, what do you take me for? Don't mess around here. Chao Shuewu's face flashed with a hint of displeasure, and his tone was tinged with sourness. Who's messing around? I don't think that Zhang is a good person. Why does he bring you along every time? Besides, if you go to the countryside for an expedition, who knows what will happen when you are alone? You're not allowed to go this time. Yao Yan heard this, angry teeth to fight, can no longer hold back, threw the bag on the ground, pointing at Chao Shuewu's nose scolded, Chao Shuewu, you feel your conscience? Who let Zhou Ping transferred me to the side of the mayor of the town of Zhang as a secretary? Also, your own prostitution was arrested. If not Zhang mayor intervened, you can come out so quickly out? The already high chest was angry up and down, and then sneered, what's wrong with being a lone man and woman? Since you can do that kind of thing, can't I do it? I have to talk to Mayor Zhang today. Splat. Before Yao Yan finished speaking, a red handprint instantly appeared on the left side of her tender white face. She couldn't believe that Chao Shuewu dared to hit her. Covering the left side of his sore face, his right hand trembled and pointed at the other side, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Chao Shuewu, you dare to hit me. I want to divorce you. P.S. Comrades, we're still over 200 short of 1,000 fans. I'm sure the requirements will be set by then. Or so the saying goes. Follow early, join early, enjoy early. Chapter 66 Sleepless Nights. Boom. Yao Yan carried her bag and slammed the door. Looking at the other party's distant figure, Chao Shuewu stood in the living room, his teeth clenched hard. Sitting on the sofa, he smoked several cigarettes in a row, which made him somewhat remorseful, whether he had just been too heavy-handed. But after thinking about it, I always feel that the top of my head, vaguely some green, as a man and how to endure. After stubbing out the cigarette with force, his eyes flashed with a haze, as if he had made up his mind of some sort. Shimonoseki Town Station. Zhang Quan didn't bring much with him and stood in the shade of the tree, waiting in boredom, lifting his wrist every now and then to check the time. Why haven't you come yet? It's almost 1 o'clock. Muttering in his mouth, he saw a beautiful woman from afar. Looking at the body seems to be Yao Yan, but the other party is wearing a sun hat and a mask. The face could not be seen clearly, so Zhang Quan was a little afraid to confirm it, seeing the other party walking towards him, closer and closer. Sister Yao. Yao. Zhang Quan took a look at the chest. The scale was very similar, and asked with some uncertainty, Mayor Zhang, let us go. Yao Yan's tone was a bit low, and the words she uttered were also breathless. Zhang Quan saw Yao Yan's eyes a little red, but also this packaged tightly dressed. The heart suddenly felt a little strange. Hastily asked with concern, Sister Yao, you are all right? I'm fine. Hurry up and get to the bus. In late the bus will be gone. Yao Yan finished her words and walked towards the green bus in front of the station. The more the other side is like this, the more Zhang Quan feels that something is not right, and now is not the time to ask. Wait for the meeting to get on the car and then say, today's trip was different from the last one. First, take the green bus from Shogun Town to Ningyi Village, and then transfer to a three-wheeler or other means of transportation before going to Dongyue Village. When it comes to the village of Ningyi, it is truly blessed with geographical conditions. It is close to Shimonoseki Town, not to mention that a national highway passes through here, so the economic strength is much better compared to other villages. Zhang Quan's visit to the countryside this time, there is only one purpose, that is, the Winter Moon Village as well as several nearby village roads, all included within this project. We will strive to lift these places out of poverty and out of the depths of the mountains within 2 years, so that they will no longer have to endure transportation problems. The green bus was a bit worn, and when it was full, it started humming and humming. Yao Yan sat in the penultimate third row, near the right window, and Zhang Quan got on the bus and sat next to her. As the vehicle starts, gusts of cool air come in and blow away the dry heat inside. Zhang Quan turned his head to look at Yao Yan, and the other party was staring out of the window with her sideways face out of focus, not knowing what she was thinking about. A few strands of hair around her ears moved with the wind. Expression of surprise. Why are there 2 red marks on your face? Zhang Quan didn't hold back and directly reached out to try to undo the other party's mask, wanting to ask her what was going on. Mayor Zhang, don't! Yao Yan reflexively shrank back, her voice tinged with tears. Zhang Quan's right hand froze in midair. Sister Yao, I'm at least your brother. Can't you tell me anything? Yao Yan hung her head low and said after a moment of silence, it's really nothing. I accidentally touched it. Do you really think I'm a child? I've never seen you wear a mask. And it's so hot today. Zhang Quan naturally wouldn't believe it and continued to pursue. Yao Yan bit her lips and hesitated for a while before she choked and opened her mouth. Chao Shuewu he hit me with his hands at noon today. As soon as the words left the mouth, tears immediately seized the socket. What? Chao Shuewu hit her. How can a man hit a woman? Zhang Quan's heart anger miso jumped up. Expression is very angry. Said, Sister Yao, wait for this inspection back. I must find him, to help you out of this breath. Yao Yan wiped her tears and slowly shook her head. No need. I've also thought it through. It's just whoever lives in the future. I don't want to see him either. Just as Zhang Quan was about to speak, the bus lurched violently, and Yao Yan just didn't grab the handrail, and her whole body fell directly into his arms. Zhang Quan instinctively reached out to hug the other party, and as the vehicle lurched again, he could clearly feel the soft touch coming from his arm. Luckily, it was only this section of the road that was a bit bumpy, and Zhang Quan didn't want to take advantage of people's danger, so he hurriedly helped Yao Yan up. Sister Yao, are you alright? You hold on to the handrail. The short physical contact made Yao Yan a little hearthoarse, her pretty face with a few moments of redness. She didn't know what to say after sitting on her body. For a moment, both men fell silent. It was already after 3 o'clock in the afternoon when the two arrived at Dongyue Village by tricycle. Zhang Quan got off the car and patted the dust on his body, sighed in a low voice and said, this road has to be repaired. Otherwise every time I sit in the car the old waste will have to flash off. Yao Yan heard Pfta laugh. She is wearing a mask. Feel better. At this time, has been notified of Lu Shanyan village branch secretary, also led people rushed to the village entrance. After seeing Zhang Quan again, full of excitement shook hands and said, Zhang Mayor, you finally came. I on behalf of all the villagers in Dongyue village, to express my gratitude to you. Zhang Quan shook Lu Xianyan's hand and also sighed. Branch Secretary Lu, you are still so polite. Last time when I came here, I told the villagers that no matter what, the road problem should be solved. Today I came to our Dongyue village to bring you all good news. Said this gaze swept over the crowd in front of him, and then looked at the path deep in the village. Continued. The town decided to build a 3-stage highway from Shimonoseki town to Dongyue village. I came here this time as to examine the road situation first, and so on the end of the report to the relevant departments. I believe that it won't be long before construction can begin. Hearing this, Lu Xianyan's eyes were full of surprise. His voice trembled with excitement. Mayor Zhang, you are really the savior of Dongyue village. You don't know, this road problem has always been our village's heart disease. If it can really be built, it will be great for the villagers. A few others chimed in, and a hearty ringing ensued as some of the villagers gathered around the perimeter, probing the area. On hearing that the road was to be built, a great clamor swarmed over, and the whole entrance to the village was piled directly with people. Yao Yan looked at the star-studded Zhang Quan in front of her, and the string inside her heart seemed to have been plucked a few more times. He's really so charming at this point. Zhang Quan was also infected by the warm atmosphere of the townspeople. Constantly waved his hand and said seriously, fellow townspeople, the quality of the crops and fruits grown in our Dongyue village is good. As long as this road can be repaired, in the future everyone will be able to produce products shipped out, and the income is naturally not less. Also, you can do some temp work later to subsidize your family when construction starts. From getting off the bus until 7:30 p.m., Zhang Quan said dry mouth to the villagers after the mobilization meeting, and let Lu Xianyan take him around the neighborhood. The last time I was here I was just checking out the agricultural land and didn't get a good look at the roads. So this time it was a mission accomplished. After a late dinner, it was time to start making arrangements for a place to stay. Since the village brigade did not have any rooms for temporary living, Lu Xianyan finally brought Zhang Quan and Yao Yan directly to his family's newly built house. The location is slightly out of the way, just to the far east of the village, with farmland and drains a short distance away. Because the house has just been built not long ago, coupled with the wedding room prepared for the son working outside, furniture and other things have not yet had time to add. Good thing there are beds in the house. The house is not small, lined up with a sunny doorway. In the center was the hall and kitchen, and to the left and right were rooms, just one for each of the two men. As for the issue of the difference between men and women, but it is not Lu Xianyan's concern. Besides, Mayor Zhang is so young, what's wrong with having a pretty secretary? It would be better to be a man of honor and maybe even kiss Mayor Zhang's ass. Lu Xianyan put down the bed and threw down the room key before running away in a direct puff. Inside the courtyard, the two looked at each other and turned their heads away from each other, saying nothing, and the scene seemed a little awkward, so they just went back inside their respective houses. Tonight, it's destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 67, Don't Blame Me. Although the conditions are limited, Zhang Quan is not too sophisticated. After all, he is also a rural doll. After a brief wash, it was flat on the bed with the sound of frogs outside and a few damn mosquitoes killed every now and then. Yao Yan livened the room, and he separated from a hall. Also cannot hear what movement. I do not know sleep or not. Tossing and turning for a while, how can not enter the state of sleep? So he had to take out his cell phone again. Sent a text message to Su Wanyu. Wanyu, sleep? It was only a matter of 10 seconds or so before Zhang Quan's cell phone rang. Zhang Quan picked up his cell phone and saw Su Wanyu replying. I just finished taking a shower, and this is lying on the bed. Send your brother 2 cool pictures. Enhanced the quality of sleep. Zhang Quan hemmed and hawed and said flirtatiously. 8 or 9 seconds passed. 2 cool photos immediately appeared in the chat box, followed by a shy expression. This, isn't it too cool? What's the difference between that and a see-through dress? Bad brother. Just know how to bully people. Next time we meet, I'll bite you. Nay-san, there's something in the words. Zhang Quan rubbed his fingers. He had to change the topic, or else he would be burning with desire later, and he might not be able to sleep all night. Thinking of this, immediately entered the content again. Right. Let me ask you something. Did you tell Uncle Lee about the lower pass town road? Yeah. How did you know about it? Hey, that day you finished for me, and when I got home I told Dad. I don't want my brother to suffer in that place. The tone of voice carried a bit of petulance. Zhang Quan was in a mental state at this time, not knowing how to express it, and froze for half a day with his cell phone. Remember, at that time or Qin Jiai introduced him, at first just hold the idea of trying, just chatting casually, but then, it turns out that the other person is simple-minded and a little bit silly and cute. In the end, the blood donation by mistake has brought the two closer together. Childlike, huge, distinguished, innocent and lovely. What a rare and wonderful girl. Interjection of surprise. An ear-piercing scream echoed through the compound. Zhang Quan felt like he had just fallen asleep and immediately sat up when he heard the voice. Turned on my cell phone to see that it was 2:30 in the morning. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he grimaced and slipped on his slippers and headed for the door. Opening the door and turning his head to look, the light in the room where Yao Yan was sleeping was on. It looked like the sound just came from her. Zhang Quan was afraid that something would happen. He jogged to the door and patted the closed door. Sister Yao, I'm Zhang Quan. You're alright. Quickly, come in. There are cockroaches and rats here. Yao Yan's shout came from inside the house again, and it didn't take long for the door of the room to open, only to see Yao Yan wearing light pink pajamas, chest slightly bulging, compared to the usual altitude to be much shorter. No need to touch, no. Certainly did not wear underwear. The bottom reveals half of the white tender calves, feet wearing cartoon slippers. With a sweep, Zhang Quan's eyes drifted to the house, only to see a few small powerhouses shivering in the corners, and as for the rats, don't seem to see it. It's right under the bed. Oh, scared me to death. Yao Yan pointed her hand towards the bottom of the bed. Her face was all a bit pale, and the red marks on the left side of her face seemed to have faded a lot. Zhang Quan patted her arm, signaling her not to be nervous, and comforted. Sister Yao, don't be afraid. It's just cockroaches and rats. They're still everywhere in our place. As soon as she heard Zhang Quan talk about cockroaches and rats, Yao Yan cried and said, I'm most afraid of these things. Just now when I was sleeping, I felt the rats bared their teeth under the bed, and when I turned on the light, I found a lot of cockroaches on the ground. Scared me to death. Okay, it's alright. I'll go in and take a look. With those words, Zhang Quan walked into the house, turned on the flashlight, and just squatted down to shine the bottom of the bed. I saw a dark rat, followed by a dozen or so other little powerhouses, stimulated by the bright light, and ran out with all their brains. Interjection of surprise. Rats, cockroaches, quickly, kill them. When Yao Yan saw this scene, she was so scared that she couldn't wait to jump to the roof immediately and stood on the bench next to her with a big shout. Zhang Quan was also startled, but fortunately, he was mentally tough and his right hand only shivered. Cockroaches like damp places. Yao Yan lives in this room near the shade. Not far outside the house is a small river, plus it is a new house. Moisture is also heavy. Sister Yao, I'll go see if there's any cockroach medicine. This thing is just undefeatable. The rats should be gone. Zhang Quan took his cell phone and took another picture, came out and said to Yao Yan, or forget it. After all, it's Secretary Lu's house. How bad it is to rummage through things. Yao Yan still looked a little alarmed, with a pitiful expression on her face. Zhang Quan yawned and said, what should we do then? It's only after 2 a.m. It's still early to dawn. If not, I'll go back to my room first. Finished making gestures to go. Not yet walked a few steps was Yao Yan pulled the arm. No, not. I'm scared. Zhang Quan, why don't you change rooms with me? Well, Sister Yao, I'm actually quite afraid of cockroaches. I just stepped on 2 of them, so I have to wash a slipper to go. Zhang Quan said with some difficulty on his face, walking over to the water well and taking the water to wash his slippers. Just as he turned around, he saw Yao Yan holding the quilt and running into his house. Hey Sister Yao, don't take you like this, Zhang Quan said loudly with his hand outstretched, when he came inside the house, only to see Yao Yan already wrapped in a quilt, lying on his bed, which was supposed to be a single bed, more than a meter wide at most. This is great. There's only half a pullout left, barely enough room to sit on your butt. Sister Yao, why are you still playing tricks? Aren't you afraid that I will molest you? Zhang Quan said helplessly, sitting on his butt on the edge of the bed. Yao Yan wrapped her whole body in the quilt, opened her big eyes and said in a squirming tone, good brother, just change houses with your sister. I'm most afraid of cockroaches and rats. That's fine. I'll make a bunk and forget about it. Zhang Quan yawned several times. After flirting with Su Wanyu until after 12 last night, he was really too sleepy. Gotta get to bed and get up in the morning to go to the next village. When Zhang Quan finished speaking, he half squinted and carried down the mattress and quilt, just so there were 2 wooden boards on the ground that could be used if they were spliced together. Folding up his shirt and pants and using them as a pillow, he then lay down on the plank and began to brew sleep. Mayor Zhang, are you asleep? Yao Yan had changed places, plus being in the same room with the opposite sex, she always felt something strange in her heart and couldn't help but call out to Zhang Quan. Sleeping, Zhang Quan whispered, and then nothing more. At that moment, the moonlight was just about through the window, spilling over the bed and the floor. Yao Yan was wearing her pajamas and hiding under the quilt. Thinking about it, she always felt that it was inappropriate to let Zhang Quan sleep on the floor. What if he caught a cold? Zhang Quan, why don't you come up? You can sleep even if you squeeze. Yao Yan hesitated. but still uttered these words, her pretty face adding a few shades of red. That is better. I'll just make do on the floor. Zhang Quan had just finished speaking when he sneezed and was about to rub his nose when he saw Yao Yan come down from the bed and pull the covers over him. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? What a coward. Don't blame me if you catch a cold. Okay. Listen to you. Chapter 68. Tonight only. Zhang Quan, are you asleep? Sis, sleep. You talk when you're asleep. Because I'm sleepwalking. You move over a little. I can barely turn around. Auntie, half my body is already hanging in the air. For almost half an hour, Yao Yan was repeating this sentence, and in the end, Zhang Quan was made to feel almost sleepless. Sis, go to sleep. It's already 2 o'clock. Zhang Quan opened his mouth and didn't know how many times he yawned. Yao Yan suddenly turned sideways, stared at Zhang Quan with both eyes and said, Little rascal, I just remembered something. You have to be honest. If you dare to lie to me, you will be dead. Seeing Yao Yan's tone so formal, Zhang Quan also turned around and the two of them faced each other. Looking at each other, the faint scent of jasmine drilled within the nostrils. Sis, how am I at punk? Please call me Lord Mayor, Zhang Quan said with a ghostly smile. Lord Rogue Mayor, my daughter has something she would like to ask you. I wonder if you have the time. This young woman, go ahead. You have 3 minutes. Yao Yan reached out and twisted Zhang Quan's arm, pouting her lips. Brat, give you a pole to climb up ah. After saying that, she sat up, clasped her hands in front of her chest, pursed her lips and continued. Last Friday, after you sent me to the hotel, sure you didn't do anything? Aha, how to ask about this again? Zhang Quan instantly lost his sleepiness. His eyes rolled, also sat up and opened his mouth to say, Did it ah? If you didn't do it, how could you be lying on the bed with a quilt over your body? Oops, I'm not talking about this, or that. Yao Yan stammered for half a day. She couldn't say the last few words. That ah? Sister, don't let me guess the riddle. You should not suspect me. To do to your body. If so, can be too wronged me? Your clothes are not all fine. Zhang Quan is also a big complaint, and talked about how sweet he is, always guarding her side. Yao Yan bit her lower lip and said directly, Then, why is there a tooth mark on the left side of my chest? This how do I know? Zhang Quan's face did not change, but in his heart, he was a little worried about how he had forgotten about this. Yao Yan's red face, seeing that he was dead set on denying it. She huffed and puffed and lay down with her back to him. Zhang Quan blinked his eyes, neither sitting nor lying down. At this time Yao Yan just happened to have her back to him again. The curve of her buttocks was particularly exaggerated. It's good to have a quilt at least. Wearing a sexy nightgown in this kind of enchanting pose. Isn't this forcing someone to commit a crime? Take a deep breath. Nonchalant. Sister, cover the quilt. The night is cool. Zhang Quan picked up the quilt next to him and covered the other party. Yao Yan was originally a little angry. But when she heard this, her shoulders slightly shook, and the anger in her heart subsided for a few minutes, but she still didn't turn around, and just gave a muffled The room fell into a brief silence, and only the slightly rapid breathing of the two could be faintly heard. Zhang Quan rested half of his buttocks on the edge of the bed, put his hands behind his head, and said to himself, Sister Yao, do you know, when I first came to Xianguan town, I was stunned by your delicate appearance, and at that time, I was thinking With that, it came to a screeching halt. Zhang Quan turned his head slightly to glance to his left, and Yao Yan clearly changed her posture, looking eager to know the following. So, then continued, I was just thinking, if I could marry a daughter-in-law like you, how happy I would be. What happened last time was indeed the latter words have not yet said. Suddenly Yao Yan turned around, covered his mouth with her hand and said with a red face, the latter words are not allowed to say. You just take it as if it has not happened. Later, also not allowed to mention well, I'm going to sleep. The two people's faces were so close that Zhang Quan could even feel each other's breath. Gulp. Zhang Quan swallowed his saliva. His left arm couldn't help but wrap it towards Yao Yan. The other party didn't expect him to be so bold. The right body fell right into his arms. Lowering his head and wanting to kiss, he was stopped dead in his tracks by Yao Yan's small hand. Don't do this. Then glared again, tone slightly angry. Really cannot. In this way, sister is angry. When Zhang Quan saw Yao Yan's angry look, the fire of lust that had just been ignited was immediately doused. He knew that the other party looked hot on the surface, but her nature was very strong. Sis, I just want to hug you. Zhang Quan gasped slightly. No, I can't. I'm a woman with a family. You can't like this. I'm going back to my room. Yao Yan was conscious at this time, fearing that Zhang Quan would do something out of the ordinary. Just as she was about to get up, She was pressed by Zhang Quan's shoulder, only to see the other party stretch out his left hand and slowly caress the left side of her face, his eyes revealing a few moments of compassion. In a grim tone, he said, "Does it still hurt?" After saying that, he reached out and slapped himself again. "Sis, I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. I'll go sleep in that room of yours." Crisp slap sound echoed in the house. Yao Yan saw the red handprints on Zhang Quan's face, full of heartache, pulled his hand. "What are you doing? Silly or not, while you? Sister didn't blame you. Sister Yao, you trusted me so much before you came over to sleep in a room with me, and you were worried about me catching a cold, and you let me sleep on the bed again. But I was thinking about those nasty things. I'm really not a human being." Zhang Quan lowered his head. His expression was very self-condemning. "What a silly boy. Sister is not angry." Yao Yan reaches out and tenderly touches his face, saying softly, "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." Just as Zhang Quan's words fell, Yao Yan suddenly stretched out her arms to hold him in her embrace. "Sister, you." Zhang Quan subconsciously wrapped his hands around Yao Yan's waist and whispered. Yao Yan also seemed to acquiesce to his move, her chin resting on her shoulder as she muttered, "Sis knows those little thoughts of yours. You are an excellent man with a great future ahead of you, while I am already old and have become a broken flower, not worthy of your effort. Sis, I forbid you to say that. Say it again and I'll get angry." Zhang Quan's tone was a bit hard and he wanted to spank her, but he managed to hold back. "In my eyes, there is no such thing as an old man, much less a broken flower. I remember the first time I saw you, I thought you were a fresh graduate." Yao Yan laughed and shed a few tears, her eyes slightly reddened. "Little rascal, smooth talker just knows how to coax people to be happy. Say it, what reward do you want? Apart from that matter, I can satisfy you with the rest." Zhang Quan raised his head and said in surprise, "Really?" Yao Yan charmingly smiled, came to his ear and whispered, "Only tonight. Afterward is not allowed to hit sister's idea. P.S. Thanks to Folding Wood, Chen-In and Maple Sunset for their rewards, as well as the other boobies. Thanks again." Chapter 69, Enchanting Woman. After inspecting Dongyue village for another morning, he politely declined Secretary Lu's kind offer and headed for a nearby village without stopping. In total, Zhang Quan spent 2 days with Yao Yan to record all aspects of the road conditions and the villagers' lives and travels. Part of the village. The problem of population loss is more serious. Zhang Quan thought to open the road is not the only way. Must improve the local per capita income is the right thing. Nowadays, all of them are strongly advocating specialty agriculture. Why not find a village from it and use it as a demonstration base? Integrated planning and rationalization. All the way Zhang Quan was thinking about this matter. With the end of the expedition, after returning to the town, he first gave Yao Yan a day off, which just happened to be connected with Saturday and Sunday, without stopping, and went to find Secretary Zhan Bin. In any case, reporting is still the first task. Inside Secretary Jambin's office, Zhang Quan will visit the situation in the past few days. First made a detailed report, from the bad degree of the state of the roads in the villages, into the villagers and the travel problems, and finally to the loss of population and the situation of farmland abandonment. "Zhang Mayor, this trip to visit you have worked hard. We as cadres, we have to be down to earth to serve the people. This point you do very good." Zhan Bin's secretary put down the pen, leaning on the back of the chair. Tone of voice, "You just mentioned the construction of special agriculture. This idea, I think it's quite good, but the specific implementation, the difficulty is quite a lot." Secretary Zhan, "I'm also aware of the difficulties involved. After all, this is still a not so mature idea, but even if it's difficult, we have to find a way to overcome it. I've thought about it before. First selecting a village, and from agricultural planning to technology introduction, as well as the final marketing, all of them will be intervened by the department to make coordinated arrangements." Zhan Bin nodded as he listened and made a few more points of his own. Subsequently, the location of the agricultural demonstration base and deliberated for a long time, and finally finalized the Dongyue village for the time being. Unconsciously, it was also getting dark outside the window. "Let's put it this way, Township Shang, you go back to the content of our day and sorting it out, and next week we'll gather the relevant departments together to study and research it." Secretary Zhan Bin stood up and patted Zhang Quan's shoulder. "It's been a busy couple days. Go back and rest and eat first." After coming out of the secretary's office, Zhang Quan only felt exhausted and his stomach was rumbling with hunger. Just returned to the office. I saw Li Yong, the deputy mayor in charge of agriculture, knocked on the door. Zhang Quan's face revealed a few surprises, waved his hand and said, "Deputy Mayor Li, sit down." Li Yong walked in with a smile, rubbed his hands together and said with a slight sense of urgency, "Mayor Zhang, before, I have not been looking for you to report on the work. Today I purposely set up a table of wine, chatting under the table. I hope you can appreciate a face. Zhang Quan hesitated a little, but guessed something, so he nodded his head and responded. Vice Mayor Li, this is too out of the ordinary. You send me the location. I just came back from the village inspection. I'll go back and change my clothes first. Li Yong hurriedly answered and sent the address in the box before exiting the office. Welcome to the Spring House. Zhang Quan just stopped the car. Saw Li Yong jogging all the way over, followed by two people. One of them is the director of the town's rural agricultural office. Guatao. Townships do not set up agricultural bureaus. The remaining one is not seen. Gu, Mayor Zhang, you're here. Let me introduce you first. This is Guatao, the director of the rural agriculture office. And behind him is Chang Zhong, the village head of Shaba village. Mayor Zhang, the two said with humble smiles and respectful attitudes. Zhang Quan nodded and walked inside the hall under Li Yong's leadership. And just as he entered, he was greeted by a woman in a black professional outfit. The head should be around 1 meter 6.5. Waist surplus, should be all the women he has seen. The most thin woman. Zhang Quan even feel narrower than A4 paper. The waist is slim, thus accentuating the plump hips. And the curves are extraordinarily exaggerated from the waist down. Mud. Who turned on my self-targeting? Zhang Quan swept a few glances, his eyes lifting several times, still resting his gaze on the other party's buttocks. Extreme peach ass. Mayor Li, the box you arranged is ready. Is it time to start the food? The female manager had a professional smile on her face and greeted Li Yong enthusiastically. Li Yong stopped, slightly behind Zhang Quan, half a body position, reached out and pointed to Zhang Quan, introduced, Manager Shen. This is the mayor of Xiaoguan Town, Zhang Quan. Today can be well entertained. Good wine and good food are set. Then he said to Zhang Quan that the manageress was called Shen Xiangxiang. Shen Xiangxiang is 34 years old this year. Her figure is well maintained. If not for her charming face, many people would mistakenly think that she is only in her 20s. Seeing Zhang Quan's young age, he had already become the mayor of the town, and she had usually seen more leaders, so she was naturally clear about the gold content of the other party's identity. Unable to help but measure up, her eyes delicately said to Zhang Quan, Mayor Zhang, your visit to Yingshanlu today has really brought our hotel to light. I'll have to honor you with a few cups later. Zhang Quan dryly laughed a few times, but did not say anything, secretly saying in his heart, really a vixen. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Shen Xiangxiang didn't care and twisted her waist to lead the way in front. Take the elevator to the 4th floor. Fragrant garden, private room. The interior decoration is set up in the ancient style. The wall is also hung with landscape paintings. In a small place like Shimonoseki Town, it can be unique in both its compulsion and mood. Zhang Quan sat on the upper seat, Li Yong sat on the left side, and the remaining two were on the lower seat. The table of 8, with only 3 people seated, seemed a little empty. Shen Xiangxiang carried the tea and personally poured it for them. The rose fragrance on her body was extraordinarily strong as she passed by Zhang Quan. It didn't take long for a few waiters to just serve food and wine. When the dishes were basically almost ready, Shen Xiangxiang slightly bent down and said a few pretty words before leading people out. Li Yong glanced at Zhang Quan, slightly sidestepped and whispered, Mayor Zhang, I heard that this manager Shen is still unmarried. Zhang Quan held a cup of tea. Then no further, though he loves young women alone. He is afraid that this kind of social flower is a rose with thorns. Untouchable. There are some beautiful things. Just look at them. It's easy to get in too deep and get in trouble. Li Yong couldn't catch Zhang Quan's mind, and seeing that he didn't seem very interested, he started to change the topic again. Mayor Zhang, you should try his family's specialties first to see if they suit your appetite. Good. Let's all eat together. Don't all be too formal. Zhang Quan reached out to greet them. The others saw him move his chopsticks before they began to move. A random piece of meat was soft and lubricated and tasted great. A few people chatted as they ate, basically talking about family stuff. After 3 rounds of drinking, Li Yong raised his glass and the other two stood up. Mayor Zhang, I, Li Yong, don't admire anyone in Xiaoguan Town. Just you. You can apply for more than $30 million just after taking office. Come on. I'll toast you first. Chapter 70, The Beauty of Manhood. Zhang Quan smiled and raised his glass, clinking glasses with Li Yong and the others before drinking it down. A clear bamboo wine with a rich flavor. Put down the wine glass, picked up a paper towel, gently wiped the corner of his mouth. Spoke, Deputy Mayor Li, you can be high, praise me. 33 million. Say more, not much. Say less, not less. Although Secretary Zhan will be the use of the right to me, but some things are not my one person to say. Hearing this, Li Yong hurriedly filled up Zhang Quan's wine again and said with a smile, Mayor Zhang, you are too modest. How to use the funds this time? We are definitely following the arrangements of the higher-ups. Speaking here, he paused slightly, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Mayor Zhang, I heard that you want to create an agricultural demonstration base after you came back from your inspection today? Do you see any chance for our Xiaoba village? Just finished. Sitting across the small dam village, Mayor Chang Zhong hurriedly stood up, full of smiles, said, Zhang Mayor, our small dam village terrain flat, not to say that the land is also very fertile. The villagers are diligent and willing to work. The most important thing is also rich in water snails. If not, the road is not good to go. Certainly do not worry about sales. Oh, your place still produces clear water big snails? Zhang Quan looked up and asked curiously. Right, Mayor Zhang, after all, the tributaries of the Qingshui River also pass through our village, and the quality of the field snails is no worse than the ones from next door Qingshui County. Chang Zhong bent his waist and spoke with a respectful face. Zhang Quan leaned on the back of the chair, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop, and said after a moment of contemplation, you turn around and give me a report related to your village's clear water datura snails, and I only have one requirement, and that is to be truthful and accurate. As for the matter of the agricultural demonstration base, it is still in the preliminary planning stage, and the selection of the site has to be considered in many ways. Chang Zhong hurriedly nodded his head in agreement, and Guo Tao followed suit. Village Chief Chang, why don't you hurry up and give Mayor Zhang a toast? After saying that, he also immediately stood up. Chang Zhong picked up the wine cup, hands slightly trembling, said, Mayor Zhang, thank you so much for giving this opportunity to Xiaoba village. This cup of wine I toast you, said, the cup of wine in one drink. Guo Tao, also full of smiles, raised his glass and said, Mayor Zhang, this to build agricultural demonstration base is a big event for the benefit of the masses. Our agricultural office must fully cooperate with your work, whether it is specific planning or later implementation. What you need to command. Zhang Quan smiled and clinked glasses with them one by one, and put down the glass after taking a shallow sip. I appreciate everyone's thoughts, and as long as they meet the conditions, I will definitely consider them seriously. Mayor Zhang, don't worry about it. This we all understand and will never go down the wrong path. I also have some understanding of Xiaoba village. In addition to this clear water big snails, there are quite a few specialty agricultural products. It's just that it lacks a development opportunity. Zhang Quan smiled thoughtfully and said, Village Chief Chang, after you go back, compile another detailed information on the village's land resources, crop cultivation types, and labor force situation for me. The more comprehensive the better. Chang Zhong hurriedly responded, saying in an excited tone, Mayor Zhang, I'll go back tonight and start preparing, absolutely guaranteeing the authenticity of the materials. At this time, after the door of the private room knocked a few times, only to see Shen Xiangxiang twisting her waist and walking in, holding a plate of exquisite snacks in her hands. Mayor Zhang, this is the signature dim sum specially prepared for you by this store. I hope it will be to your liking. There was a bit of softness in his voice, and a flirtatious smile on his face. Zhang Quan raised his eyes, frowned slightly and flickered again, then returned to smiling and said, Boss Shen, you're too polite, and you're still bothering you to come over in person. Shen Xiangxiang gently placed the snacks on the table and said in a pouty tone, Mayor Zhang, you're out of line. It's my honor to serve you. With those words, she wiggled her way out of the box. This woman, really. When Shen Xiangxiang went out, Li Yong did not mention the matter of the agricultural demonstration base again, and a few people chatted about things in the town, and the content of the topic gradually opened up. The wine is over. Zhang Quan had drunk a lot today and felt dizzy, and a few others were no better. At first, I thought the wine was not too strong and silky smooth in the mouth, but I didn't realize that after only half an hour or so, the aftertaste came up. He never drinks without blushing, but today it was rare for him to blush. Mayor Zhang, are you alright? Why don't I go find Manager Shen and ask her to arrange a place for you to slow down first? Li Yong assisted Zhang Quan and walked towards the restroom with a wobble. Zhang Quan burped a few times and tried to stand still, aiming at the urinal and starting to release water. No need. I'll get back myself. The speech was broken, and it looked like it was hard enough to get home. Li Yong's drinking was quite good and he was still sober. The other two followed him and looked after Zhang Quan together. Chang Zhong, you help Mayor Zhang first. I'll go find Manager Shen, or arrange a room. With that, he went to find Shen Xiangxiang. Just a few minutes time, Li Yong brought Shen Xiangxiang over. The other party looked at the drunken Zhang Quan, covered her mouth and giggled. How did you get the mayor of Zhang Town into such a state? You guys aren't afraid that he'll wake up and clean up after you? I've already told the back kitchen to prepare some sobering soup. The resting place is also ready. Come with me. Li Yong smiled sarcastically and didn't say anything, his eyes hotly sizing up Shen Xiangxiang. It's a real beauty. This woman, whom he had hinted at several times, was like a slippery loach, either flattering herself or avoiding him. It would be better to be adult about it. And maybe even bring the relationship closer. Chapter 71, Forced to do so. Several people assisted Zhang Quan into the lounge. The room was not very spacious. The floor was clean and tidy. And the overall style was on the feminine side. Li Yang guessed that this was Shen Xiangxiang's usual resting place just by looking at it. Manager Shen. I'll leave Mayor Zhang to you, so don't make any mistakes. Shen Xiangxiang smiled charmingly and said, Gu, Mayor Li, look at what you said. I can still eat him up. That's fine. We'll leave first. Li Yang said and left with his men. Wheezing, deafening grunts resounded in the room. And Shen Xiangxiang sat on a chair with her legs crossed. Her eyes scanned Zhang Quan on the bed, and the flirtatious smile on her face disappeared. Frowning thoughtfully, the other man went from entering the restaurant to giving himself refreshments, almost without even looking at her squarely, which made Shen Xiangxiang feel a little surprised. Young age, not to mention the ability to hold back in the face of a mature woman of her stature. She hadn't really seen it over the years. Curiosity killed the cat, and that was the mindset of Shen Xiangxiang right now. She was curious to know what kind of background this young man in front of her had that could make Li Yang so humble and respectful. Dum 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 dum. A knock sounded outside the house. Shen Xiangxiang returned to her senses and opened the door to see Chef Wang serving sobering soup and greeting the other party to put it on the table. After a few more looks, he couldn't wake up for a while, so he went out first. Welcome to the entrance of the private room. A short and fat man with a big belly pulled Shen Xiangxiang and said colorfully, Shen Xiangxiang, why did you wait for half a day to come? The director of our county health bureau, Mr. Chow, has been waiting for you for a while. Director Wang, I have other things to do. Should I go over later? Shen Xiangxiang looked at the short fat man in front of her, completely lacking the flirtatious look she had before. The other party is called Wang Tao, is the director of the Market Supervision and Management Office in Xiaoguan Town, specializing in the inspection and supervision of the town's food and beverage. If you don't flatter this person, you can be out of business the next day. Most of all, the other party is very close to Chao Zibo, the deputy director of the county health bureau. The last time the two came, she took the opportunity to slip away, not realizing she'd run into them again this time. You can't hide from it, and you can't offend it. The other party had been trying to get her to meet with Chao Zibo, the meaning of which, could she not understand? It wasn't because she valued this body of hers, although Shen Xiangxiang had always had her eyes on the ground and had always wanted to find a backer. But Chao Zibo, this person, but has a family, let her be a mistress or lover. She couldn't convince herself. Manager Shen, this is where you're wrong. Director Chow came all the way here, and I don't like your pushy attitude. Have you forgotten what I do for a living? Wang Tao finished his words, rubbed the tips of her hair with his upper hand, and sniffed his nose close enough to inhale. Director Chow is going to turn deputy into regular this year. Manager Shen, you are also sensible. Women's youth in these years. Grasp the opportunity. Give you 3 minutes to consider. Boom. Shen Xiangxiang looked at the closed compartment door and bit her lower lip so hard that blood soaked out. Sometimes she kinda hated her size and looks. It always got her into a lot of trouble. Shen Xiangxiang stood outside the box, full of unwillingness, but forced by the threat of Wang Tao, and really cannot do anything. 3 minutes will soon pass. Shen Xiangxiang gritted her teeth and could only slowly push open the door of the box. As soon as the door opened, he was greeted by a strong odor of cigarettes and alcohol. This made Shen Xiangxiang choke and wrinkle her nose. And Wang Tao, who was sitting on the left side of the table, was full of smugness when he saw her come in. Chao Zibo, who was sitting on the main seat, also raised his eyes towards her, his eyes carrying a few playful looks. Again, his eyes narrowed at the sight of the hip position. Chao Zibo had a fetish for women with big asses. The quality that Wang Tao had introduced to him this time was very high. Even though he had played with countless women, he had never seen such a perfect body. Shen Xiangxiang was uncomfortable being looked at by Chao Zibo. She felt like a stripped commodity. Shen Xiangxiang, you're finally here. Come over and sit. Wang Tao said while getting up and pulling Shen Xiangxiang to the empty seat beside Chao Zibo. Chao Zibo barred his cigarette and grinned, revealing a mouthful of smoky yellow teeth as he said with a smile, Manager Shen, I've heard a lot about you. At first sight today, you really are very pretty. Saying that, he picked up the white wine in front of him and handed it to Shen Xiangxiang. Come on, drink this glass of wine first, as if you know each other. You just walked in here and you want a drink. A big one at that? Shen Xiangxiang glanced at Wang Tao, but the other party urged. Manager Shen, Director Chow personally gave you a toast. Don't you hurry up and drink it, and Chow Lu will be able to take care of anything in the store in the future. Shen Xiangxiang heard something in the words, so she had no choice but to take the glass and drink the white wine. Spicy to the core. It's like burning knives in your stomach. Before she could slow down, Chao Zibo poured another glass of wine, and his right hand even rested on her shoulder. lightly pinching. I didn't see that Manager Shen has a good capacity for alcohol. Let's clink a glass together. Shen Xiangshan was pinched with some revulsion. Her body stiffened violently and wanted to dodge, but she was tightly pressed by Chao Zibo. Director Chao. Chao, I really can't drink white wine. Manager Shen, you can't do this. You're saying you can after just one drink? Are you looking down on me? Chao Zibo had a serious expression and looked like he was about to slap the table. Wang Tao stood up from his seat, walked behind Shen Xiangshan, pressed his hands on the back of her chair, and said in a serious tone, Manager Shen, don't make Director Chao unhappy. When Chao Zibo saw Shen Xiangshan's face showing difficulty, he let out a sneer and said, Manager Shen, I'll tell you the truth. If you don't make me happy today, believe it or not, I'll let your store close tomorrow. Hearing this, Shen Xiangshan clenched her hands so hard that her knuckles turned a little white from the exertion, and she could only be forced to drink. Cough cough. I don't know whether the drink is too choking, or the wine is too spicy. Shen Xiangshan continuously knocked several times. At this time, Chao Zibo handed over a cup of water, and said falsely, Manager Shen, quickly drink some water. Don't be in such a hurry. Shen Xiangshan swept a glance and did not think much about it. Plus this time her throat was indeed uncomfortable. She took it and swallowed it. The taste seemed a little odd. It didn't feel like plain water. Perhaps it was the drinking that was causing the taste buds to go haywire. Chao Zibo, who was sitting next to her, saw her drink the water down and a smirk of triumph appeared on his face. Then he handed Wang Tao a wink. The other party immediately understood, raised his glass and said, good things come in pairs. Let's clink a glass. I'll do it first. After saying that, he drank it all in one go. Chao Zibo also held a glass of wine and looked at Shen Xiangshan. Before he could speak, the other party's voice trembled and said, Director Chao, I really can't drink. Why don't I replace it with tea? Before the words were finished, Chao Zibo placed his wine glass heavily, followed by a crisp sound. Manager Shen, pushing around, you're making me lose face. You drink this glass of wine first. We'll chat for a while later, and this will be over. At this time, Shen Xiangshan felt dizzy, her right hand on her forehead. Her pretty face was slightly red, her breathing became rapid, and her eyes became more and more disoriented. This wine, it doesn't seem right. P.S. Thanks to Scottish bagpipes, scale wind dogs, and the rest of the old-timers for the bounty. Thanks again. Your rewards are the author's greatest motivation, kneeling for ratings and free gifts. Chapter 72, The Fire of Desire. When Shen Xiangshan realized this moment, she found that it was already too late. Normally, though, she did socialize, and her drinking shouldn't be this bad. How come it doesn't work after 2 drinks? It must be the glass of water. It was hot, and there was a strange feeling. Just can't help wanting to undress. Director Chao, I will go to the bathroom, and wait for me to come back, and we will drink. Shen Xiangshan braced herself and drank the glass of wine, saying with a charming smile, she just got up, but Chao Zibo pulled her arm. Manager Shen, don't slip away. I'll wait for you here. After saying that, he reached out and slapped her arse. Shen Xiangshan dared to be angry, and in order to stabilize the other party and prevent him from suspecting herself, she hurriedly smiled and said, Director Chao, how could it be? People are like this. Where else can they go? LOL. 100 charming smiles are very attractive. Chao Zibo looked a little dumbfounded, and coupled with some wine, at this point he couldn't wait to just pounce on him. Finally got loose. Shen Xiangshan forced herself to endure the discomfort, holding her forehead and opening the door, walking towards the direction of the bathroom with a shake. That is, 2 minutes after she just came out, Wang Tao sat at the table. His right eyelid kept jumping, always feeling that something was going to happen. That's not true. This woman is cheating. Bureau Chief Chao, I'll go check the situation. This woman is slippery. Wang Tao got up and said to Chao Zibo. The other nodded and let him out. Wang Tao often comes here. The environment is naturally familiar. Striding towards the bathroom. At first, he resisted, but then he started to resist. There's something wrong. Waiting for him to come to the bathroom door. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, still no one came out. Taking out his cell phone and calling the number, there was also no answer. At this time, just a waitress passed by. Wang Tao stopped, directly let her go in to see. Shen Xiangshan in the end is not in. A few moments passed. The waitress came out of the women's restroom, shook her head and said, there's no one in there. Marred. This woman, Shen Xiangshan, dares to run. I'm going to catch you today, and I'm going to you. Wang Tao returned to the box in anger and just pushed open the door to see Chao Zibo was taking out a pill and drinking it with the water. Eat this again. Sooner or later you'll die on a woman's belly. Bureau Chao, Shen Xiangshan isn't in the bathroom. She's probably hiding there. Boom! Chao Zibo angrily slapped the table. An abnormal redness surfaced on his face. Hurry up and go look for it. In 5 minutes. I have to see her. Your secondment to the County Health Bureau will be arranged next week. Hearing this, Wang Tao was instantly delighted. This old pervert finally agreed. Okay, Chao Bureau. The restaurant is so big. She can't run away. Definitely in some house. Wang Tao finished and rushed out. As for Chao Zibo, his eyes were also tightly closed. And the pills he had just consumed had already begun to take effect. Chicken feathers are flying all over the place. Pressing his hands hard on the table, he tried to restrain himself from waiting a moment. The third floor of the restaurant. Wang Tao asked several waiters in a row. All said they did not see Shin Shangxiang. The heart cannot help but mutter in the end where to go. The other guy drank that glass of water and surely couldn't run far. Wang Tao was walking and wondering where the other party could go, when Chao Zibo called again, saying that he could not hold back any longer and asking where he would be at this time. Holy, what does that mean? Raoul doesn't have a dragon's yang, and he doesn't like to play defense. After waiting a little while, he saw a red-faced Chao Zibo, walking in a somewhat awkward posture, as if he was still holding his legs. The first thing you say when you meet is, "Did you find it? Bureau Chao. Why don't you go to the restroom? In case it's not there, I'll find someone to let off some steam for you first," Wang Tao said with a suggestion. Okay, don't dawdle. Hurry up. I feel about to blow up. Chao Zi urged while letting him lead the way. The two went straight to the first floor, walking through the corridors and into the deepest part of the room. I finally saw the sign manager's lounge. Knock, knock, knock. After a few knocks, there was no response from the house. Wang Tao tried to twist the door handle. It seemed to be unlocked. Chao Zibo just wanted to speak, but he stopped him and made a shushing gesture. With that, Wang Tao took out his cell phone and put his ear on the door to dial Shin Shangxiang's number. Toot toot. Inside the house really rang each other's cell phone ringtone. Wang Tao contemptuous smile, forcefully tapped the door said, Manager Shun. So like to play cat and mouse game? I only count down 3 counts. If you do not open the door again, I can be rough. 3, 2. Just when Wang Tao was about to shout out 1, there was a click. The door to the room opened, and a smug smile appeared on Wang Tao's face. And just as he reached out to push the door, a person who he had never expected suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhang Mayor, why are you in? The back of the words are not finished. Chao Zibo thought it was Shin Shangxiang. At this time he was already almost unable to hold back. With his left hand on the belt of his pants, he was ready to meet the dragon. As soon as he pushed Wang Tao away and just stepped out his left foot, he saw a young man standing at the door of the house, and through the gap he could still see Shin Shangxiang lying on the bed behind him. Where did the brat come from? Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Chao Zibo had never seen Zhang Quan and didn't know who he was. At this moment, he just wanted to rush in to get rid of the fire. Who are you guys? What do you want to come here for? Zhang Quan's voice was low and he spoke coldly. Chao Zibo's face turned red as he yelled, You little brat, don't be so damn nosy. With that, he was about to barge into the house. Zhang Quan was not in a good temper after being woken up, and this person in front of him was indiscriminately about to come in, so how could he let him have his way? The body stood steadily in the doorway, reaching out to hold on to the doorframe. I'm still in charge of this today. Try moving me. When did Chao Zibo ever receive such anger? Just about to make a move but was stopped by Wang Tao. Toward the tugging side of the whispered reminder, Director Chao. This is the mayor of Xiaoguan town. Zhang. Ah, Mayor Chang. When Chao Zibo heard this, his wine was almost half awake. The other party's level was higher than his, and this was still the other party's territory. Those who know what's good for them know what's good for them. Chao Zibo hurriedly swallowed the latter words and forced himself to endure the discomfort to hurry away. On the way out, I heard Zhang Quan muttering, Are you Wang Tao from the Market Supervision and Administration Office? What are you doing here? Hearing this, Wang Tao cold sweater almost down. To say who has the most authority in the town now, when counting the town mayor Zhang in front of him. In less than half a month after taking office, he asked for more than $30 million from above. Who can do this? There are so many implied doorways. Wang Tao saw that Zhang Quan closed the door after he finished speaking, scaring him so much that he hurriedly led Chao Zibo towards the outside. As for why the other party was here, it was not for him to ask. At this time, inside the house, Zhang Quan picked up the sobering soup on the table and gulped a few large mouthfuls, turning his head to look at Shin Shangxiang on the bed. 10 minutes ago, the other party suddenly came in, shook him awake and only said, Mayor Zhang save me, and then fainted on the bed, only to see Shin Shangxiang reclining, her cheeks scarlet, her expression delicate, and her hair disheveled. His mouth mumbled something, not knowing what he was saying, and every now and then he let out a few gasps. Zhang Quan had just gotten up to see what was going on when he saw the other party's hands restlessly roaming over his body. Her left hand tugged at the neckline. Her right hand stroked her thighs. And the black work dress at the neckline, all pulled mostly away, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Just a drink. Why are you touching yourself? Before she could appreciate it enough, Shen Xiangxiang rolled over on the bed again, and that pair of rounded buttocks directly made Zhang Quan's nerves tense up. He'd never seen such a perfect peach ass. Legs slim and straight, merged together in unison with barely a gap. The crotch-to-waist ratio is just perfect. I'm so hot. Ooh-hoo. Shen Xiangxiang muttered. She just felt like she was about to burn up. Chapter 73, Zhou Tian is looking for you. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Headache. Shen Xiangxiang opened her sleepy eyes, and the first thing that came into her eyes was the ceiling above her head. Seeing the familiar chandelier, he immediately sat up. Last night, he was called by Wang Tao for a drink, and then felt that the cup was not right, and finally stumbled and ran back to the lounge. In the backward, it seems to say something to the mayor of Zhang, and then there are some inappropriate images for children. It felt like a dream, but the clothes and broken stockings placed on the bed seemed to tell that last night's scene had really happened. From slight resistance to mutual cooperation, and finally more and more frantic. His ass still felt a little sore, and he was just about to get up when his whole body went limp on the bed. There was something about last night that she just couldn't remember, and she didn't know who the hell she was making love to. 1 or 2 tears of aggravation kept slipping from the corners of my eyes when I realized that there was a piece of paper sitting next to my pillow. The handwriting is neat, with a touch of showmanship. I ordered breakfast for you and it's already on the table. I'm sorry about last night and I'll take responsibility for you if I can. Zhang Quan, 173 ****** 2344, Shimonoseki Township, Conference Room. Secretary Zhan went to Guangxi County for a meeting, and today's meeting was chaired by Zhang Quan. Sitting in the main seat, he rubbed his temples, still feeling some deficit in his lower back. Mayor Zhang, the jasmine tea you asked for. Yao Yan carried the teacup and spoke softly as she walked next to him. Zhang Quan and no sound, picked up and drank a few mouthfuls. His brain finally cleared up a lot. Basically all of the people present today, except for Secretary Zhan, are here. The main content of the meeting, to create an agricultural demonstration base in Shimonoseki Township. Li Yon, who sits next to him and is in charge of agriculture, looks up in Zhang Quan's direction from time to time, secretly thinking in his heart that no matter what, he wants Sheba village to take this demonstration base. Other governors in charge of industry and tourism, but the lack of interest, always feel that this meeting has little to do with them. Further down, there was Guo Tao, the director of the Rural Agriculture Office, mumbling something, as if preparing what he was going to say later. Not far from the corner next to the market supervision and management Wang Tao sat. The other has not dared to look up. Last night at the Yingchun building, I wanted to threaten and seduce Shen Xiangxiang as a way to fulfill Chao Zibo, the deputy director of the county health bureau, but to my surprise, I ended up finding Mayor Zhang in the other side's lounge. When he got home, he realized he was in big trouble. When did Shen Xiangxiang hook up with Mayor Zhang, and what exactly is their relationship? Will she talk about the scandalous things he did afterward? The more Wang Tao thought about it, the more fearful he felt. Chao Zibo prepared that pill, but the imported goods, in the chaste woman can become a. Either way, the two certainly. Today, Mayor Zhang held a meeting right after he went to work, and Wang Tao was on the list, which made him feel vaguely uneasy. At this time, Zhang Quan, who was sitting in the main seat, put down the teapot and started today's meeting. Today Secretary Zhan went to the county for a meeting. This meeting will be chaired by me. Secretary Yao Yu then pass a copy of the minutes to Secretary Zhan. Yao Yan hurriedly nodded after hearing this, her eyes looking up at Zhang Quan every now and then. We are building an agricultural demonstration base in Xianguan Township, and this is a very important matter that concerns the pocketbook of every farmer in Xianguan Township. The traditional agricultural model in today's society has limited benefits, and you can't get much money for a year's hard work. So the introduction of demonstration bases is imminent. Now many rural villages in the east have begun to introduce intelligent irrigation systems, which can precisely control the amount of water and time. It not only saves water, but also reduces labor and material resources and greatly improves crop yield and quality. Creating an agricultural demonstration base, which is an important part of promoting the overall economic development of our Xiaoguan Township, has swept a wave of revitalization of the countryside in support for the three agricultural industries today. We need to ride this wind and create a unique brand that belongs to Xiaoguan Town. I won't say too much. Let's move on to the second item of the meeting. Selecting a village as the town's agricultural demonstration base. and everyone can say anything they have to say. Li Yong, who is in charge of agriculture, cleared his throat and looked at Zhang Quan after sitting up straight. Mayor Zhang, you just mentioned that this agricultural demonstration base is crucial for the future development of our Xiaoguan town. Assignment in charge of agriculture a hand. I personally recommend Xiaoba Village. First of all, Xiaoba Village has sufficient water resources and the water quality is also very superior, which can provide stable water security for crops. In addition, the town has just organized several agricultural technology training before, and the villagers are quite enthusiastic about learning. Whether in terms of geography or humanistic conditions, Xiaoba Village is very much in line with the requirements. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. Zhang Quan nodded after hearing this. Although the other party had a part of selfishness, this information was well prepared. It looked like he had done a lot of homework. After Li Yong finished speaking, Chen Xuanxi, who was in charge of the tourism industry, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and followed closely. I have also heard the speech made by Deputy Mayor Li just now. The advantages of Xiaoba Village are indeed many, but there are some shortcomings in terms of transportation and roads. Coupled with the number of people in the village compared to other villages, it is not very advantageous. Although I am not in charge of agriculture, but from a personal point of view, I would like to think that Lijia village is quite good, only about 2 kilometers away from the town, which means that in terms of transportation of agricultural products, it can greatly reduce the cost of transportation, but also save a lot of capital investment, coupled with the fact that Lijia village is a large village with a large population, and if it can lead to the development of the village, it can also solve the employment of a lot of people in the meantime. Chen Xuanxi finished his words and gave Li Yong a meaningful look, and the other party's expression was not rippled, as if he was not affected by anything. This old man, what is he up to again? Wang Junhui, who is in charge of industry, did not say anything, picking up a teacup to drink some water from time to time, as if the matter in front of him had nothing to do with himself. The scene became cold for a moment, and Yao Yan rubbed her sore wrists and looked up at the conference table, only to see Zhang Quan turning his head to look at her, raising an eyebrow in the process. Put. Yao Yan didn't hold back her laughter, but it broke the awkward scene in the conference room. Several people are slightly side-eye. Yao Yan realized that she made a mistake, hurriedly lowered her head and did not dare to look at the expression of the crowd, and in her heart, she also secretly cursed a little rascal. What the hell? Li Deputy Mayor and Chen Deputy Mayor, just raised the opinion are very reasonable. This matter I go down in and Jean's secretary to meet ahead. By the way, is the comrade in charge of market supervision here yet? As soon as Zhang Quan's words fell, all the people looked at Wang Tao in the corner, confused as to why he would suddenly start him. At this time, Wang Tao heard Zhang Mayor name him, so scared that the pen in his hand fell down. This should not be looking for him, right? Mayor Zhang. Zhang, I am Wang Tao who is in charge of the Market Supervision Institute. Wang Tao immediately stood up, and his speech was a little sloppy. Zhang Quan's eyes stared. His right index finger tapped the desktop very rhythmically, and said in a light tone, Director Wang, recently I received a report that quite a few restaurants in the town's hygiene does not meet the requirements. This matter you implement as soon as possible, and turn back to me to organize a report. Good, good, Mayor Zhang, I'll do it this afternoon. Wang Tao hurriedly nodded his head in agreement, but in his heart, he was thinking about the intent of the words. Is this to stand up for Xin Xiangxiang? The meeting was adjourned. Zhang Quan carried his teacup towards his office, and just as he went downstairs, he received a message from Secretary Zhan. The county just met and decided to hold a bidding meeting for the start of the road in Lower Pass Township next Monday. That's good news. As soon as the bidding is done, construction can begin. Zhang Quan is also looking forward to the early day of construction. The villagers will be able to early day on the road. Hey, Sister Chu, I'll tell you some good news. Next Monday there's going to be a bidding conference. You have to prepare for it. I'm not necessarily going to go. The investment capital is in the neighborhood of $20 million. Give me what favor? You also know the special nature of my work. Money and wealth those or forget it, lest it fall into the handle. But well, last time's game, I do still want to play with you. Just afraid of Sister Chu you. Okay. Weekday I'll come find you. Chapter 74. Kansai County. VIP Building. 4th floor banquet hall. Bidding conference on the construction of roadway foundations in the town of Shimonoseki. As soon as you push open the door, you can see the huge banner, and after more than a week of preparation, the road construction has finally kicked off. With the rise of real estate, today's construction industry is like a rainbow. Large and small builders and investors, sniffing the news, have rushed to Kansai County one after another. In the construction industry, there's an old saying, gold bridge, Silver Road, Copper House. A series of studies have been done on the Class 3 highway from Shimonoseki Township to Dongyue Village, as well as the Class 4 highway in the surrounding villages. Preliminary delineation of the total amount of funds in 35 million. The town government of Xiangguan contributed 25 million, the remaining 10 million for investment. Revenue from the road year profits will be split based on a percentage. In the face of such a bold project, after learning the news, not only Jingzhou city builders want to get a piece of the pie, but also other city builders also heard the win to come. Some of those who have access are already up and running. After all, to take this big project, not only have the money and strength, but also have a hard relationship. Of course, there are some companies want to come over and try their luck. Maybe they can drink some soup. For a while, Kansai County was completely bustling with out-of-town license plates everywhere, and hotels, bathhouses and restaurants were doing well. Zhang Quan went to find Chu Sini on Saturday and communicated in depth, although he is only a small town mayor, but this time he basically pulled the funds. Plus Secretary Gao called him and asked him to make sure to be there. The time soon came to 10 o'clock in the morning. The waitresses, dressed in work clothes, have already started to add tea and pour water, and there are quite a few developers and investors sitting below. Of course, in addition to these, there are also relevant departments such as the Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce, the Finance Bureau and the Bank of Jingzhou. It is also primarily responsible for verifying the qualifications of the company as well as the relevant certificates, and of course the financial situation is also reviewed. Today's participants in the meeting more leaders. The county level almost all arrived. The town of Xiaoguan only came to Zhang Quan and Secretary Zhan. How to bid, how to allocate. Zhang Quan also know a general situation. Although the road construction in the town of Xiangguan, but still need to be supervised by higher departments. They also only propose specific programs, and the finalization has to be decided from above. As the meeting began, Secretary Gao made a brief introductory statement and then immediately got to the point. According to the requirements of the meeting at the higher level, the three-tier road from Xiaoguan Township to Dongyue Village, designed for a total length of 12 kilometers, involves a bridge and a toll station. Taking into account a number of factors, it was decided to split the tender into two parts. 6 kilometers of road each with a bridge and a toll booth will avoid the possibility of one investor bidding for the road, in case there is a shortage of funds, or other problems that prevent the road from being constructed or delayed. The remaining 4 levels of rural roads, the initial planning kilometers of which currently amount to 23 kilometers, involve 4 villages. It was then decided to divide it into 4 segments and invite bids. Some construction companies that learned the news in advance are targeting the 3-tier highway from Shimonoseki town to Dongyue village. Even if they can't take 6 kilometers plus a bridge, they have to take 6 kilometers plus a toll station. As for the remaining class 4 roads, the profits are too small not to mention the short kilometers. Zhang Quan sat at the conference table, his eyes scanning the bottom and seeing Chu Sini's figure in the second row to the right. The other party was wearing a rare professional dress, her face painted with light makeup, holding a pen with her head down and not knowing what she was writing. There were 4 other people sitting on both sides, dressed similarly to her. They should all be Chu Sini's team. New Beginnings Construction and Investment Ltd. Once the high clerk's opening remarks were over, 10 minutes were set aside and the first segment would be solicited later. Time passes in an instant. The atmosphere in the conference room was also tense. Secretary Gao cleared his throat and announced, "The first section of the bidding is now open. The first 6 kilometers of the 3-level highway from Xiaoguan town to Dongyue village, including the construction of a bridge. And now we ask the representatives of the interested enterprises to come up to the stage to introduce their programs." As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw a man in a suit walk up to the stage, open the PPT and start talking about their construction plan and budget proposal. This was the first time Zhang Quan had participated in this kind of meeting, but he found it quite refreshing, elbowing his chin with both hands and watching with great interest. This company is a Jingzhou city, a quite famous developers, programmed to do a very professional. All aspects are also very well thought out. The construction cycle is also more reasonable. But finally when it comes to cost, Zhang Quan feels a little beyond the cost. After all, there is only so much money, but also to attract investment, the budget will be strictly controlled. Thinking of this, took out his cell phone and sent 2 messages to Chu Sini. As for how the other party grasped it, it could not be his call. Chu Sini was the 4th to go on stage, and as a beautiful and sexy mature woman, she naturally attracted a lot of attention. The other man's eyes were fixed on him before he went on stage, and then he licked his lower lip with so much teasing. This little goblin, she's going to be a demon again. Chu Sini's style of doing things is the kind of dry, concise, open mouth said their own company will use the most advanced environmentally friendly materials, not only to shorten the construction cycle, but also significantly reduced the cost of late maintenance. For the construction of bridges, top bridge experts in China will also be invited to ensure their safety and durability while controlling the cost budget. Finally, the company's funding level was mentioned again, as well as the previous projects it was responsible for completing, which were basically overdue. From start to finish, Chu Sini only spoke for less than 10 minutes. It was short, but it left a deep impression on the crowd. It was a bidding session that lasted until 3 p.m. An hour is set aside at the end to deliberate and decide on the winning company. The final results will be announced at 5 o'clock, and there will be a dinner at 7 o'clock in the evening. Backstage conference room. Gao Ping sat in the main seat. Next to him sat the head of the relevant departments of Jingzhou City. Time is running out, and without much ado, the results of the first section of the tender will be discussed directly. Various departments have expressed their opinions, and finally after screening only 2 builders remain, including Chu Sini's New Beginnings Construction and Investment Company, and the other is a local Jingzhou City. Gao Ping took a sip of tea and said, "In that case, it's better for everyone to vote by a show of hands." And those who agree with Baohua Sanjian Company raised their hands. When the words were said, 6 of the total 13 people in the room raised them one after the other. Zhang Quan raised his eyebrows. He always felt that something was wrong. What was the origin of this Baohua? Gao Ping scanned the crowd, and when he saw that Zhang Quan had no intention of raising his hand, his right hand, which was holding a teacup, was also slowly placed on the table. Time passed by, and although the few people on the stage didn't look at each other, there was quite a bit of eye contact, especially Leon from the Department of Transportation, holding up his right hand but looking at Secretary Gao. I muttered to myself, "What's going on? I thought we had a deal yesterday." Chapter 75, Unexpected Phone Calls. Time to go back to Sunday night. Jingzhou Kaida Hotel. Lu Qirong, General Manager of Baohua Sanjian Company, invited Gao Ping, Secretary of Guangxi County Party Committee, Liang of the Ministry of Transportation and Communications, and Zheng Qingchuan of the Development Committee. There was nothing else to this reception but one purpose, and that was to make sure to take the first section of the tender. In order to ensure that nothing is wrong, Lu Qirong is also blood. First find his buddy He Zijuan, explained the intention, and promised a lot of benefits. He Zijuan, as a famous son of Jingzhou City, relying on his status as the only son of Mayor He Lin, he can be said to be a bully on weekdays, although in the eyes of many people, the other party was a second generation who did nothing wrong and did things without any bottom line. But in Lu Qirong's opinion, this is a money tree. As a classmate for many years, he knows too much about each other's proclivities. Being hurt by love in high school, this led to the other side, which is still in love with the Big Bear high school student. Last year, he knocked up a high school student, and if it wasn't for his dad, he would have been in jail. Over the years, relying on this relationship, coupled with the usual close communication, pitched in to send him several Big Bear girls, some government projects, are all kinds of green light, only less than 4 years, to become one of the 3 major builders in Jingzhou City. The county leaders invited this time. Among them, Liang has a good relationship with him, and after the other party learned that he had a great relationship with the mayor's son, he became good friends with him as well. At first, Gao Ping did not intend to come. After all, at the juncture of the bidding, rashly participate in this kind of banquet, but the risk is very high. But after Liang spoke of the relationship, Gao Ping sighed helplessly in his heart and could only attend with a stiff upper lip. As for the latter, talk about it. Wine and rice. Lu Qirong talked about the tender. This time he contacted a total of 6 people. In the money and beauty lure, has promised that he will help when the time comes. In order to ensure that he wins the bid, he also wants to bring in Gao Ping, the county party secretary in charge of this bidding conference. As long as the other party agrees, it's basically solid. At first, Gao Ping was also ambiguous, not wanting to do such a thing, but also unwilling to offend Du Qi. In the end, Lu Qirong had no choice but to reveal the bottom card, promising that after the success of the matter, he can give He Gongzi said, let him blow in the ear of Mayor He. Hearing this, Gao Ping did get a little moved. I've heard that the city clerk is stepping down next year and the position will be vacated then. In all likelihood, it will come down to Deputy Secretary Li and Mayor He. Now that many people had begun to take sides, Gao Ping, as a person with ideas, naturally wanted to get on the bandwagon. Only, there has been no doorway. He also approached Zhang Quan yesterday and didn't express too many opinions about the bidding, and it looks like he doesn't intend to make any money out of it. Originally, he thought that if the other party put forward some personal ideas, he would do a favor. After all, Zhang Quan's relationship with Deputy Secretary Li's daughter was there. Gao Ping drank a few mouthfuls of wine and looked at Lu Qirong on the opposite side of the table. If it was really as the other side said, It would be a good choice to get on with Mayor. With this in mind, and after some weighing, he agreed to go ahead, but didn't make it too complete. When the time comes, he'll see what happens. Leon really couldn't figure out why Secretary Gao didn't raise his hand and what he was waiting for. The good thing is, everyone else I contacted yesterday voted, and now with a total of 6 votes, I think it should be a sure thing. Even if the following vote on the New Beginnings CIC, it is unlikely that the remaining 7 will vote for all of them. After all, a vote by show of hands does not necessarily mean that you have to raise your hand, but you can also abstain from voting. Once Leon had raised his hand, he rubbed his throbbing left eyelid, trying to quiet his disorganized mind. Wait one more minute and you'll get the $500,000 that Mr. Liu promised. After the incident, I have to go to the Taoman Footbath City, find 2 coolly dressed little girls, and enjoy a good time. At this point, Gao Ping continued to speak. Those who chose the New Beginning Construction and Investment Company, please raise your hands. Zhang Quan turned his head to look at the other 5 people, except for him and Secretary Gao Ping, who slowly raised their hands. Seeing this scene, Leon's heartbeat sped up a few points. Okay, only 5 votes. The advantage is mine. Just as he was secretly happy, Zhang Quan, who was sitting diagonally across from him, also raised his hand. What? 6 votes now? What's going on here? Mayor Zhang has been in Shimonoseki for less than a month. How did he get involved with New Beginnings Construction and Investment? Now 6 votes to 6. As long as Secretary Gao abstains, the scene can still be saved. Before Liang could think of a remedy, he only saw that Gao Ping, who was sitting in the main seat, also raised his hand. 7 votes to 6. Well, I'm announcing that New Beginnings CIC has been awarded the bid for this section of road. Gao Ping was fast and furious, and after seeing Zhang Quan raise his hand, he immediately realized that there must be something fishy going on in there. Without doing too much thinking, the results were announced directly after a show of hands. As for what Lu Qirong said last night, he just said that he would do his best. Compared to Duke he still preferred Zhang Quan. Barf. The cell phone in Leon's pocket fell to the ground, breaking the heavy atmosphere in the conference room. Gao Ping glanced at it, directly ignoring the other party's shocked expression. Next, start the second segment. The final announcement of the results of the bidding and investment promotion was still a bit surprising to the people present. The popular Baohua Construction and Investment Company, which is in the ascendant, has lost the election. Not a single one of them. Chu Sini's New Beginnings Construction and Investment Company became the final winner. Not only were they granted the right to start the first section of the highway, but they also became investment partners. For a while, many companies flocked around Chu Sini, wanting to become partners with her. No one noticed how ironic Lu Qirong's face was as he sat within the corner. Zhang Quan did not attend the banquet in the evening. Originally he wanted to go to Chu Sini, but he was affected by a phone call. On receiving a call from Ho Turnip, Zhang Quan was also a bit surprised that the other party would call him. In the beginning, in a brainstorm, he transferred all the money he had left on him. This, come to think of it, is almost 2 weeks past this person. Turnip Ho's daughter had a successful surgery and was discharged safely from the hospital this morning. The purpose of the caller's call was to show his appreciation by inviting him to dinner tonight. The tone of He Turnip's voice on the phone carried a few moments of begging. Plus Chu Sini was busy with socializing. Zhang Quan simply agreed and asked her to wait for an hour, walk out of the hotel and drive to the town of Shimonoseki. On the way back, Zhang Quan's mind kept floating back to the dilapidated rental house. He Turnip was topless, wearing the whitewashed bra, and although the other's figure was a bit slim, her breasts were surprisingly large. P.S. Thank you to Battlefield. Who loves bone marrow omelets? Maple Sunset, Sakura Kumo from Stardust. Why love L Big Brother? And all of you clothespiners for your bounty. Kneel down and thank you. Chapter 76. Shimonoseki Township No. 1 Elementary School. Zhang Quan stood at the entrance of the school and read the message sent by He Turnip again. The other guy told him to wait here, but when he got to the place there was no one there. Just as he was about to take out his cell phone, he saw a woman's figure running out of an alley diagonally across from the school. As he approached, it was none other than He Turnip, still dressed in that conservative style today. Shirt last time, short sleeves this time. For some reason, the other man's clothes looked loose, and if it hadn't been for his last visit to the house, he wouldn't have been able to tell that He Turnip would be in such good shape. The bottoms were still black sweatpants, and they were a little white at the knees, so they should have been washed too often. Zhang Quan is reminded of his junior high school math teacher when he sees He Turnip. All of them are the kind of women who are stereotypically dogmatic and don't smile. At the time, the class was terrified of each other, and the same was true for myself, afraid of being called up to answer questions. Mr. Zhang, let you wait for a long time. He Turnip jogged all the way over, breathing a little sharply. It's fine. I just arrived as well. Zhang Quan signaled her to take a breath first. There was no rush. The corners of Turnip's mouth pulled out a smile, and after smoothing out her chi deficiency, she led the way towards the alley, speaking as she walked. Mr. Zhang, after Nyo was discharged from the hospital, I moved, and the original place wasn't very suitable for recuperating from her illness. Zhang Quan nodded and asked, how did the surgery go? The doctor said it was pretty successful. It's just that Nunya's body is too weak. She still needs to rest and recuperate for a year or two, and she'll have to go for checkups every month after that. Just make it work. Hey, it's a real pain in the ass to have surgery when the kid is so young. The two walked and chatted. Not a moment's effort to walk to the Chanyuan neighborhood. Zhang Quan looked up and looked. The neighborhood is not big. There are a few old men sitting at the entrance, and there are only 6 5-story buildings, and the red wall skin outside is a little mottled. Compared to the place where he lived before, this place should be much better. Plus the other party is a teacher in the first middle school, so it can be quite convenient to walk around in general. Room 202, Unit 5, Building 3. Turnip took out the key and opened the door to the room. The other went in and first took out a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them thoughtfully in front of him, just about to reach out to untie Zhang Quan's shoelace. It was immediately stopped by him. Mr. I will do it myself. For a moment, he didn't know what to call the other party, and instinctively addressed Mr. Turnip didn't care when he heard this address, but didn't insist on changing his shoes, slowly standing up and then walking towards the kitchen. The house was neatly cleaned up, and Zhang Quan even wondered if Turnip was a Virgo. She had a cleanliness fetish. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 kitchen and 1 bath. The total area does not exceed 60 square meters. Inside the house, the lighting was a bit dim. The furniture and everything was quite complete, and although some of it looked old, it was polished and shiny. Zhang Quan changed into his slippers, walked into the living room, and sat on the slightly worn sofa. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, there's no tea at home, so you can have a sip of plain water first. Turnip brought out a cup of hot water from the kitchen and placed it in front of him. Zhang Quan waved his hand and said, no need to be so troublesome, sipping a mouthful of hot water, and turning his head to see that there was a table placed on the balcony. A small desk lamp sat on top of it, with a few textbooks and a stack of workbooks neatly arranged next to it. Teacher what grade are you teaching? Feeling that the atmosphere in the room was a bit awkward, Zhang Quan took the lead in opening the conversation and asked. Turnip sat on the sofa next to him with his legs together, his waist straight, and although the top half of his clothes were loose, they held up stiffly in this sitting position. 4th grade. Students are starting school tomorrow. I was just preparing my lesson plan and almost forgot to pick you up. Speaking urgently, a trace of apology flashed in his eyes. Zhang Quan was just about to ask about some other topics when he saw the little girl's voice coming from the bedroom, as if she was looking for her mom. Turnip heard the commotion and immediately stood up and hurried into the bedroom, and Zhang Quan also stood up and followed. Just as I approached the bedroom, I smelled a strong odor of medicine, and there was a large trash can sitting at the end of the bed with a number of diapers stuffed in it. A wide-eyed girl, half squinting on the bed, pale and skinny, was better compared to last time. At the position of the bedside table, there was also a small respirator, and the little girl saw Turnip come in. The corner of her mouth squeezed out a smile. Mommy, is there someone at home? Turnip walked to the bedside with a face full of favor and gently stroked his daughter's hair. Nyo, Uncle Zhang is here to see you. Zhang Quan smiled and walked over to the bedside, squatting down to hold Nyo's skinny right hand. Nyo, how are you? I'm your Uncle Zhang. Nyo slightly tilted her head sideways and laboriously pulled out a smile and said, Uncle Zhang. Thank you. Hearing those 3 words behind, Zhang Quan's heart clenched violently, and his eyes felt a little sour. Reaching out, he touched Nyo's head. Listen to mommy. When you get better, Uncle will take you to the amusement park. Okay. When Nyo heard this, her eyes lit up and she glanced at her mom. Her eyes darkened and said, Uncle Zhang, can I not go to the amusement park? When I get better, I want to buy my mom a new dress. But I don't have any money. Turnip's eyes instantly reddened when she heard this, and she turned around, secretly wiping her tears. Uncle promises you, as long as you get well, not only will he take you to the amusement park, but he will also buy your mom and Nyo a lot of new clothes. What do you think? Zhang Quan hid on the ground, but he didn't see Chingy wiping her tears. In his cognizance, he had not seen such a well-behaved and understanding child, and after seeing Nyonya, feelings of compassion arose in his heart. Mr. Zhang, can you stay with Nyo for a while? I will go and make you some food. Turnip wiped away her tears and spoke to Zhang Quan. After Zhang Quan got up, he sat on the edge of the bed and pulled Niu Niu's hand and smiled at Chingy. Teacher there's no need to be so troublesome. Just some home-cooked food. It doesn't matter. He turnip said and headed towards the kitchen. The hospitality was overwhelming, so Zhang Quan couldn't say anything else and turned around to continue talking to Niu Niu. What a cute little girl. Zhang Quan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Chu Xinyi, asking her if her company had any major help or charity funds or something like that. This was followed by a general description of what had happened to Turnip and her daughter. This time, when the road was tendered, Chu Xinyi had promised him that he could fulfill any request. I was going to play around with the last episode, but after seeing how Nuno looked, I moved on from that idea. The message was sent over. Chu Xinyi hadn't replied yet. It looked like she was still socializing at the hotel. Clink a few times. Zhang Quan twisted his head to look over at the kitchen, as if something had fallen on the floor. Gently patting Nix's small hand, he got up and headed out of the house. Inside the kitchen, Turnip was hiding on the ground, wiping the wet soup stains, when Zhang Quan approached and asked, Teacher are you alright? It's fine. It's just that the bowl was too hot and I accidentally spilled some. Turnip said as he wiped and looked up. At this moment, Zhang Quan just happened to be standing in front of the other party again. Condescending. God's perspective. Tender, white and round. Once again, the work of Ms. Simin Yang comes to mind. It was a good thing that Chi didn't realize that she was naked. And when the other party stood up, Zhang Quan was about to serve the bowl of nori soup, and Chi reached out her hand at that moment. The two hands touched each other, and Zhang Quan just happened to hold on to Turnip's right hand. For a moment, both men froze in place. Turnip instinctively tried to pull it out, but Zhang Quan held it tightly. Never mind. This stump of a body of his own is already his. Thinking about the back, what might be about to happen? Turnip's heartbeat sped up a few points. Chapter 77, Near Misses. Teacher why is your hand burning a blister? Zhang Quan held Turnip's right hand and asked with concern. Just now when serving the soup, accidentally scalded it. Actually no. It's fine. Turnip was suddenly held by a male's hand, and her heart was in disarray. Zhang Quan pulled her towards the living room. It's blistered and you still say it's fine? It's easy to get infected and scar if you don't take care of it. There were a few moments of dominance in his tone. Turnip's mind was now in turmoil, like a puppet on strings being brought into the living room and sitting honestly on the couch. On the right side of the TV cabinet, there is a small medical box. Zhang Quan got the coffee table, from which he took out iodine povine, cotton swabs and burn cream. With his left hand, he gently lifts up Ho's right hand, and with gentle movements, dips a cotton swab in iodophor and gently wipes around the blister. Turnip looked at the serious man in front of her. Her heart was also mixed. All these years were always by herself. She really almost forgot when was the last time she was taken care of in such a thoughtful way. There were a few deer in the headlights in the apprehension. The iodine vapors may be a bit stinging, so bear with it a little. Zhang Quan lifted his head and looked at Ye's eyes and said. Turnip nodded slightly, her pretty face slightly red with a few rare shyness. Zhang Quan didn't see Qing's appearance at this moment, and took some cotton swabs in his right hand, picking the blisters and then gently dipping and wiping them. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. After all, 10 fingers are connected to the heart. When the iodine vapors touched the wound, Turnip subconsciously grabbed Zhang Quan's arm, and his shoulders shook a few times. Seeing that Qing's expression was a bit painful, Zhang Quan couldn't care less about the pain coming from his arm and raised his eyes to her, saying in a concerned tone, Does it hurt a bit? How about I go a little lighter? Turnip bit her lower lip and gently shook her head. The index and middle fingers of the right hand, each with 2 small blisters, Zhang Quan patiently handled, and then wrapped gauze. Turnip's hands, completely unlike the hands of a woman in her 30s, although the shape of her hands was very nice, but the years of correcting assignments coupled with the washing, led to some index fingers being a bit deformed, and the skin was also dry and rough. What a bitter woman! Zhang Quan sighed in his heart and let go of Qing's right hand. He was about to pack up the medicine box when Qing hurriedly said, She'll pack it up. Just as he got up, his calves went a little numb, and his entire body fell sideways into Zhang Quan's arms. Zhang Quan instinctively hugged the other party's waist, and the two of them looked at each other, their eyes moving downward and finally resting on the slightly heaving chest. The loose short sleeves, which had slipped off his shoulders at some point, revealed slim shoulders and sheepish skin that looked white in the living room light. Turnip also didn't expect his calves to be anti-numb, and after his entire body fell into Zhang Quan's arms, he was a bit stunned. Seeing Zhang Quan's eyes with a bit of blazing heat, he immediately felt uncomfortable. His lips slightly opened, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. The hormones coming from Zhang Quan's body kept drilling into his nostrils, and a strange feeling was born in his heart without a second thought. He teacher. Zhang Quan stared down at Turnip's tantalizing body, his mouth lightly gasping for air, the knots in his throat involuntarily squirming a few times. I don't know if it's because of the other party's identity or this feeling of squareness, plus the fact that Turnip is actually not ugly and has a good figure. It's just that he usually looks very serious, but it's this different feeling. It made Zhang Quan a little restless, and the right hand that was wrapped around Turnip's waist unconsciously exerted itself, slowly lowering his head. The two were getting closer and closer. Turnip was initially a bit nervous, but after he figured it out, he became open to it. Eyes squeezed shut, jaw raised. It's like waiting. When Zhang Quan saw Qingyi's appearance, he couldn't hold back any longer and reached out his hand to touch the other party's towering breasts. Cough cough. Turnip was the first to wake up when she heard Nyonya's coughing coming from the bedroom. Standing up in a panic and stuttering, I'll go to check on Nyonya. Well. Zhang Quan looked a bit overwhelmed and looked a bit embarrassed. How did not hold back just now? Patting his right hand hard for his near crime, he picked up the cool water on the coffee table and drank it down. Zhang Quan got up and walked over. Nyonya was only coughing slightly and was not in any serious trouble. After dinner, I didn't stay too long. After all, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Before leaving, Zhang Quan gave Turnip a word about the support of the big disease fund, and whether there are any eyebrows, he will tell him later. Politely refusing Turnip's kindness, he stepped out of the unit building, a gust of evening breeze blowing. Turning to look up at the second-floor kitchen location, Turnip was standing at the window, waving goodbye at him. Zhang Quan smiled and raised his hand to wave, suddenly having a feeling of going out to work and his wife's reluctance to leave. With the end of the road bidding, the start of construction is imminent. Zhang Quan on the burden is also a lot heavier. The matter of agricultural demonstration bases, which he raised last time, has not reached a unanimous view for the time being after the meeting. After Zhang Quan found Secretary Zhan to report on his work, he proposed that he wanted to go to Xiaoba village. Although the village head, Chang Zhong, had sent him a report, he still wanted to go on a field trip. If this matter is done well, it will surely become an important performance after he arrives at Shimonoseki Township. Explain the intention. Secretary Zhan is also quite reasonable. Let him work not too hard. Pay more attention to health. The schedule is set for Wednesday. This time Zhang Quan did not intend to bring Yaoyan. 2 days ago he heard her talk about her quarrel with Chao Shuawu. Plus every time he brought a female comrade, the influence is really bad. The main thing is that Xiaoba village is too far away. Not to mention the bumpy road and the mosquitoes. Walking out of Secretary Zhan's office, he first called Li Yong and roughly explained the arrangements for tomorrow Wednesday. The tone of the other party on the phone is very excited. Although the demonstration village has not been finalized now, but Zhang Quan went to Xiaoba village to visit, which is a very good signal. Near the end of the day, Zhang Quan received an unfamiliar phone call, and a female voice came out from inside when he answered. Zhang Mayor, I am Shen Xiangxiang. Tonight I want to see you once. Manager Shen. Send me the location. I'll be there after work. Hang up. Zhang Quan rubbed his brow. That night was so. It's true. Men are animals with lower body considerations. Hey, just fulfill each other as long as you don't ask for too much. Zhang Quan thought about this and waited for the end of work. Shen Xiangxiang's appointment was in a very special location, a very isolated cafe. By the time he got to his destination, he even thought he was in the wrong place. This coffee shop? What's wrong with you? Zhang Quan walked into the store and turned his head to see Shen Xiangxiang's figure in the corner. The other man was sitting in front of the window, turned sideways, ignorant of what he was looking at. Zhang Quan took a deep breath and walked towards Shen Xiangxiang's position. The other party was wearing a dark green dress, with a large area of snow-white skin exposed in the shoulder area, and her slender arms were casually resting on the table. When Shen Xiangxiang heard the footsteps, she turned her head to look at Zhang Quan. A complex smile flashed across her face, and she rose in style, saying, Mayor Zhang, you're here. Chapter 78, Let's go to my house. Zhang Quan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over her bare shoulders as he sat across from Shen Xiangxiang. Manager Shen. I'm not late. Shen Xiangxiang slightly lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Zhang Quan's gaze. No. Zhang Mayor, you still call me Xiang it. Today called you to come is to want to tell you clearly one thing. Is the last time we said this paused, face flooded with a trace of redness. This is all an accident. In fact, I was under drugging, if not for you. Maybe on the. Zhang Quan heard, but he sat up straight. His eyes stared at Shen Xiangxiang puzzled and asked, at that time, the situation. How to say it? After you came in, I felt that you were not right. Later, there were two people looking for you, also sent away by me. Further things, Zhang Quan feels a little difficult to speak. After all, the other party is at least white. Although there are certain external factors, but this, Shen Shangxiang heard the heart is also relieved. Slowly said, that night, our town market supervision and management Wang Tao, to want me to introduce the County Health Bureau Deputy Director Chao Zibo. That person. I don't like it very much, but I have no choice but to go to the appointment. I didn't expect these two people to dare to drug me. Speaking of this, Shen Shangxiang raised her head to look at Zhang Quan. At that time, after I felt that something was wrong, my whole consciousness was blurred. I only remember that I later returned to the lounge. When I woke up the next day, I realized that you had left a note. Zhang Quan pursed his lips. What's meant to be will always be meant to be, and cleared his throat and began to speak. Shen Shangxiang, this matter is indeed my impulsive. You also know my identity. If you want to, Mayor Zhang, you misunderstood. Shen Shangxiang hurriedly reached out to interrupt Zhang Quan, and then continued. I came here today, just to thank you. Last time for me to solve the siege. If not for you, maybe I would. Interjection of surprise. This is not a condition with him. Zhang Quan was a little embarrassed in his heart, and really misunderstood what the other party meant. Also, really quite a few restaurants have been reorganizing lately, saying that their hygiene is not up to standard, and Director Wang has also come to my side. What? He went to trouble you again? This Wang Tao, let's see how I'll clean him up when I get back. No. Director Wang just turned around and left. Zhang Quan hummed, but did not say anything else. Seeing this, Shen Shangxiang picked up the coffee on the table, gently poured it a few times, and added 2 spoons of sugar and handed it to Zhang Quan. Speaking softly, he said, that night's incident has already passed. I am a businesswoman, can't get on the stage, like Wang Tao. I've seen too many people. As an ordinary woman, what can be done? I just want to. Before finishing his words, Zhang Quan got up and walked to Shen Shangxiang's side. His eyes stared at her eyes. His expression was serious. Shangxiang, I said, that thing will be responsible for you. You are now my woman, and as long as I am in Xiaoguan town for a day, no one dares to touch a hair on your head. If you don't want to do this, I also have some contacts, can arrange other jobs for you. When Shen Shangxiang heard these words from Zhang Quan, her heartbeat unnaturally accelerated, and her eyes revealed shyness and excitement. Facing that pair of blazing eyes, Shen Shangxiang subconsciously lowered her head and said in a glutinous way, Mayor Zhang, I don't want anything, as long as, don't treat it as goods, and give them to others, casually, I'll be satisfied. As she said this, her entire body leaned on Zhang Quan's shoulder. Feeling Shen Shangxiang's soft body, the faint perfume odor, if any, kept drilling into her nose. Zhang Quan instantly had some heart in mind. His left hand smoothly wrapped around Shen Shangxiang's waist, and his gaze glanced downward to see the bare shoulder. Under the dark green dress, wrapped in voluptuous curves, the already hot weather added a few more points to the heart. Zhang Quan's big hand slowly lifted up and stroked Shen Shangxiang's back, his fingertips feeling the other party's delicate skin. You are really a silly woman. Can you go to my house tonight? Shen Shangxiang tilted her head. Her cheeks floated up with a touch of redness, and her tone carried a bit of shyness. Hearing these words, Zhang Quan's parched heart trembled violently, and the repressed desires at the bottom of his heart instantly ignited. The knot in his throat involuntarily wriggled up and down, and his voice stuttered slightly as he said, Can. The two men smiled at each other, getting up and leaving the cafe. The streets were not so quiet at night, and the occasional vehicle could be seen speeding by. Shen Shangxiang's house was not far from the coffee shop, just 10 minutes away. Along the way, although both of them remained silent, the ambiguous atmosphere in the car became more and more intense. Tendu Huafu neighborhood. Zhang Quan seems to have some impression. In the town of Shenzhen should be considered a few neighborhoods. I really didn't see that the other party is still a little rich. After parking the car in the underground parking lot and walking into the elevator, Shen Shangxiang took the initiative to lean over, holding Zhang Quan's arm with her right hand, as if she was a sweet young couple. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Zhang Quan's heartbeat inexplicably sped up a few points. Opening the door of the house, Shen Shangxiang took the lead and walked into the house, followed closely by Zhang Quan. Just as the door closed, Zhang Quan could no longer hold back. Not caring about taking off his shoes, he pulled Shen Shangxiang into his arms and wrapped his hands tightly around her slender waist. Oops! Shen Shangxiang let out a soft cry. Her hands subconsciously propped up on Zhang Quan's chest, tilting up her swan neck. All that overflowed from her eyes was shyness and anticipation. Let me first, go take a shower. Shen Shangxiang was still a bit put out, and after finding out her slippers, she asked in a consultative tone. Zhang Quan nodded slightly and responded with a dry throat. Good. Shen Xiangxiang smiled sweetly, gently broke away from Zhang Quan's embrace, casually took a piece of pajamas, and walked towards the bathroom with slightly flustered steps. The bathroom door closed slowly, and it didn't take long for the sound of pattering water to come. Zhang Quan took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner agitation. Shen Xiangxiang house had a lot of space, almost around 145. The overall decoration style is more inclined to the European and American style, with exquisite ornaments everywhere, and many of Shen Xiangxiang's selfies. Zhang Quan walked to the balcony floor-to-ceiling windows, and the night view of Shimonoseki town was unobstructed. The heights are too high. No wonder. Many people like to stand on high ground. They can think about things well and let go of themselves. I don't know how long it took. The bathroom door slowly opened. Zhang Quan turned his head to look behind him. Shen Xiangxiang was wrapped in a white bath towel, her wet hair coiled in a shower cap. The slender legs were hidden, outlining tantalizing curves. Shen Xiangxiang held a hairdryer in her hand and said softly, You go wash it too. Zhang Quan let out an "oh" and hurried into the bathroom. He was afraid that if he looked any further, he would want to put her on the spot. Hot water at the right temperature, flowing down from the top of the head, taking away all the tiredness. After washing for almost 10 minutes, just as Zhang Quan was about to turn off the water, however, he saw Shen Xiangxiang wrapped in a bathrobe and walked in. P.S. Kneeling down to ask for rewards, followers, and bookmarks from your clothes horse. Chapter 79 Born to Charm. Little Dam Village, located in the northernmost part of Shimonoseki Township, neighboring next door to Clearwater County. It is high in the east and high in the west, with 1/3 of the land plain and the rest hilly. Topography. The village has a tributary of the Qingshui River, which serves as the main water source for agricultural irrigation in Xiaoba village, and also produces the far-famed Qingshui giant snails. Although the yield is not as good as the platform village next door in Clearwater County, the flavor is not too different. Limited by geographical and human factors, it has not been emphasized. This time Zhang Quan personally traveled to Xiaoba village inspection, is to see if it is. Chang Zhong said that, after all, hearing is false, seeing is believing. Concerning the construction of agricultural demonstration bases, he had to pay attention to it. Zhang Quan's route is a bit more rugged this time, first taking a detour to Qingshui County, then reversing to Platform Village. From where he enters Xiaoba village, the road is a bit winding, but the roads are better, and at the very least, you don't have to take a bumpy ride in a tricycle. Along the way, Zhang Quan was resting with his eyes closed. This time he didn't bring anyone with him, he only let Li Yong greet Chang Zhong. By the time we got to the Platform Village, there just happened to be an old-timer who was visiting family in Xiaoba village, and the other guy was driving a slightly dated van, above pulling miscellaneous things. Zhang Quan explained the intention. The other party is quite enthusiastic to entertain him on the car. Nyo Dali, as his name suggests, the body was long and strong, just a little short, with bare arms that exuded a beauty of power. Zhang Quan sat in the co-pilot and chatted with Nyo Dali in one way or another. The other's daughter-in-law was a villager from Xiaoba village and was going there to haul some stuff this time. Nyo Dali was very talkative, talking a lot along the way, constantly talking about the strange and interesting stories of Xiaoba village. Zhang Quan slowly also learned that the basic conditions of Xiaoba village is not bad. It is because of geographical factors that limit the development. Although the plains are quite large, they are all to the south, surrounded by hills to the east and north, and rivers to the west. Many agricultural and aquatic products, just to be transported to the Platform Village, have to take a long way around. Road blockage, so that the village of Xiaoba Clearwater Big Snails has been in a stagnant state. The inability to go up in per capita income has indirectly led to a loss of population, with many people running away to platform villages. Nyo Dali's small mouth blathered, and Zhang Quan looked at the scenery outside the window, and his entire body fell into deep thought. Along the way, it seems that the development of Platform Village in Clearwater County is indeed much better than that of Lower Pass Township. First of all, in terms of roads, the requirement of connecting villages to each other is basically met, and many people have their own means of transportation, which shows that the per capita income is very good. In the end, Nyo Dali mentioned someone who did give him a few moments of interest. Ma Yani, secretary of Xiaoba village, female village secretary. This is the first time Zhang Quan heard. Secretary Ma is a native villager of Xiaoba. The other party has a brother named Ma Gang, who lost his footing and fell into the water 4 years ago while running a business. The siblings grew up depending on each other, and this incident hit Ma Yani hard, and later ran for village secretary. All these years without getting married, there was only one purpose in mind, and that was to create a real road belonging to the village of Xiaoba. Big brother Nyo, from what you said, This secretary Ma is still a strong woman. Zheng Quan took the cigarette handed by Nyo Dali and smacked his lips as he spoke. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Cough cough cough. Why is this stuff so choking? Nyo Dali was smoking quite vigorously. Grinning Big Mouth said, that's for sure little damn Mulan. You think it is called in vain. Only 2 years. The village within the big old man governance of obedience. And, Zheng Quan listened to Nyo Dali can this and that. Whose family had a daughter? Which family married a daughter-in-law? Almost clear. As we get closer and closer to Shoba village, a path along the mountain appears in front of us. The road is narrow and steep, only 4 or 5 meters wide. To the left are rolling hills and mountains, and to the right is a clear river. The water was running very fast. Downhill. Older brother. Hold on to the handrail. The road ahead is not easy to walk. Almost every year people fall from here. Bad luck will have to go to Hades to report to the Lord of Hell. After Nyo Dali finished speaking, he stared at the road in front of him with all his concentration. And Zheng Quan also hurriedly grabbed the overhead handrail and, swinging left and right, the road was still a bit rough, but it was much better compared to the road he took in a tricycle to Luan village. After about 10 minutes or so, the area suddenly opened up in front of us. From a distance, a neatly organized village that relies on the river. The smoke curls up, the surrounding rice paddies are scattered, and looking farther away, there are high and low rolling mountains, just like the Peach Blossom Garden written by Tao Yuan Ming. What a great place. Shoba village is here. The road ahead is all much flatter. Nyo Dali hemmed and hawed, and his foot stepped on the gas. When I waited at the entrance of the village, I didn't see many people, only 4 or 5 old men smoking dry cigarettes. Zheng Quan opened the door of the car, thanked Nyo Dali's invitation to go to his daughter-in-law's home, took out 2 boxes of soft center from his pocket, and forced it into the other party's pocket. This made Nyo Dali a little embarrassed. After all, having given him a ride and a lot of strange and interesting stories, he would have wanted to give more if he hadn't only brought 4 cartons of cigarettes this time. Let's go, big brother Nyo. See you later. Zheng Quan waved his hand and bid farewell to Nyo Dali before asking the grandpa at the village entrance about the exact route and then turned around and walked into the village. The roads were swept neatly, and you even saw a couple of intersections where trash cans were placed. After walking along the main road for 700 or 800 meters, you will see the village council compound. At this time, the door stopped a lot of wheelbarrows. There are some electric tricycle. The crowds of villagers gathered at the door. I do not know what in the crowd. Zheng Quan quickly walked 2 steps, squeezed into the crowd. There are a few villagers also just looked at him, but did not ask him what he did. Under the shade shed in the courtyard of the village committee, a dozen old men dressed as villagers were gathered around a young woman, talking loudly about something. Secretary Ma, this year every household is farming snails. Many people have borrowed money to do so, and in a month or so, it will be time to catch them, but now there is not a single buyer coming. Right, Secretary Ma, you have to solve this for us. I've borrowed $20,000 from my old husband. If no one comes to collect it, how should I explain to my daughter-in-law? The crowd was in a state of disbelief. Zheng Quan also roughly understand what the meaning of. Looks like the female secretary want to drive the Qingshui big snail farming, but now there is no outlet. If this matter is not resolved properly, it will easily cause discontent and public anger among the villagers. Everyone stop arguing first. I'm trying to figure out a solution with Chang village chief. There will definitely be a solution by then. After all, I also farmed 10 acres of land. Today Chang village head has gone to the platform village. See if you can pull off the buyers. Surrounded by a group of people, Secretary Ma spoke in a clear and organized manner, without the slightest bit of timidity. The people heard this, but not too difficult. After all, are a village, plus the other party is still the village secretary. Today is also to ask for a statement. One after another are dispersed. Zheng Quan also see the legendary small dam village flower Mulan. In the end, what is the person? The skin was slightly darker, and he was quite tall, almost 6'7", wearing flat shoes. The body is convex and concave, wearing crushed half sleeves. The chest is bulging. For the time being, I can't visually estimate the size, but it should be above C. And the shape is still in the shape of a teardrop. Standard melon face, high nose, willow leaf eyebrows under a pair of fox eyes. Under each corner of the eye a light black mole. When Mayani saw Zheng Quan staring at her, she frowned slightly and walked over with a light step, twisting her waist. The moment. 3 words immediately surfaced in Zheng Quan's heart. Born to win. Chapter 80, blaming him wrongly. Mayani walked up to Zheng Quan and looked up and down. With a puzzled look on her face, she opened her mouth and asked, "It doesn't look like you're from the village. What's the matter with you at the village committee? You're Secretary Ma, right?" "My name is Zheng Quan. the mayor of Shaguan town. Zhang Quan realized that he was a bit dazed and said as he stretched out his hand after returning to his senses. Ma Yanni's expression flashed with a hint of doubt. The town mayor was so young? Just now. He was also eyeing her colorfully. It can't be a denizen. Seeing that the other party didn't seem to believe it, Zhang Quan touched his nose a little awkwardly. My visit this time is also considered a private visit in a microcosm. I only asked Vice Mayor Li to give a word to the Chang village chief. If you don't believe it, you can call the Chang village chief to confirm it. Hearing this, Ma Yani is believed 3 times. This year no one really dared to pretend to be the mayor of the town. Then he remembered about the clear water snails and had to keep the colorful mayor no matter what. So, immediately and enthusiastically said, so it's Mayor Zhang. Look at me. This joke, also thought that you are an imposter. You quickly please enter the office. As he spoke, a warm smile appeared on his face. Welcoming Zhang Quan into the office of the village committee, he turned around and poured a cup of water, placing it in front of him. Mayor Zhang, I really didn't expect you to come personally. Chang de brother went to the platform village. It's not right away when the big snails are captured. The village never has a sale. We are both worried about this. Ma Yani just sat down opposite Zhang Quan, began to pour out bitter water. Zhang Quan drank a mouthful of water and looked at Ma Yani across the table. This person is an acute person. Although there were some misunderstandings just now, but it does not matter. Putting down the cup of water, he cleared his throat and said, just now I was outside, and I heard a generalization. I do have a question. Why don't the collectors come to Xiaoba village? Ma Yani sighed slightly and said, Mayor Zhang, I'm not lying. In fact, the quality of our village's snails is not worse than that of the platform village in Qingshui County, whether it's from the head or the character, and even better than them, and there were people who came to buy them before, but it is because the geographical location is too remote, coupled with the road to the village, often accidents, which leads to buyers are not willing to take the risk to us. This year, we have increased the scale of breeding, thought of sending out, but those buyers said as long as the fresh, said this, and sighed a few breaths. Zhang Quan pondered for a moment. After all was said and done, it was still inconvenient transportation, and he took Niu Dali's car into Xiaoba village. It was also heartbreaking to pass that trail along the mountain, which was dangerous even for him, not to mention the acquirers. After all, no matter how much money you make, your life still needs to be taken. Secretary Ma, about how many snails are waiting to be caught in Xiaoba village now? Do you have any specific data on your side? Zhang Quan looked up to Ma Yani and asked. After hearing this, Ma Yani hurriedly took out her computer, pinched her fingers and began to read out the words, saying, Lao Li's family has 3 acres, Wang's family has 6 acres, and Antigue's family has 2 acres. About a few minutes passed. Mayor Zhang, I just did some rough calculations. The whole village together should have nearly 90 acres of rice paddy land. Our farmed clear water big snails. This year's expected output is around 18,000 pounds. Ma Yan and I finished in one breath, then looked at Zhang Quan with expectant eyes, wanting to see what method this Mayor Zhang had. I see. Can Secretary Ma arrange a place for me first? I want to go to the rice fields tomorrow to inspect them. Just as Zhang Quan finished saying this, he felt that Ma Yanni's attitude had changed. Just showed a smiling face and an attentive attitude. Now it is a sudden change in the picture. Reluctantly said, there is a place in the village committee. I will arrange for someone to clean up for you. Zhang Dazhong Mayor, you first busy. I still have to go beforehand. After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Quan's reaction, he walked out of the office in a flurry. What about playing Ike against me? Engage or bipolar reversal? Zhang Quan looked at Ma Yanni's departing back and wondered a little in his heart. Forget it. Good men don't fight with women. Did not wait long. A young village cadres walked in. The other learned that he was the mayor of the town. The attitude of respectful, and even a little constrained. Trotting ahead, he led the way to a room around the corner that was small, furnished with a bed, a table and 2 chairs, devoid of any electronic equipment, but well tidied up. Zhang Quan didn't bring much with him this time, and after putting down his book bag, he placed his things on the table. Take a look around to see what's going on while it's still early. Say it and do it. Zhang Quan, along the village path, looking east and west, encountered people who greeted. Will also sit down and chat with the villagers. By noon, I was also pulled into a home for dinner by a warm older woman. It had been a long time since he had eaten this kind of farm rice, and the moment Zhang Quan swallowed the rice, he felt like he was back in his childhood. The villagers are all very simple, and although their families are not very well off, they are all hardworking. After politely declining the goodwill, Zhang Quan was ready to take a look outside the village when he vaguely heard the sounds of men and women arguing from the courtyard in front of him. Old man, if we can't sell the snails in this paddy field, how can our family repay the money we borrowed? Hey, This morning you also saw, everyone went to find the secretary Ma. I cannot help when also heard the secretary Ma said that raising snails can make money. You can take the villagers to get rich, nowadays. Hey, I see that you are by my yen and I that female demon. Lost your eyes, lost your soul. Good end of the peaceful days do not have to engage in what snail farming. How can you say that about Secretary Ma? He has good intentions too. Look at that. You're still favoring her. This is no way to live. The quarrel grew louder in the house. Zhang Quan stopped and let out a long sigh. It looks like this marketing problem is really a big trouble. Without realizing it, thinking about it, I walked to the edge of the paddy field. The wind was blowing the wheat, and the smell of fishy earth was coming from it. Zhang Quan stood on a higher ground and looked out over the distant rice paddies. It's crisscrossed and intertwined. After stopping to watch for an unknown period of time, Zhang Quan walked down the small hill to the rice paddy field. Along the ridge, deep and shallow to a small canal, cluttered with reeds, crystal clear river water, and a number of small fish and tadpoles. At this time, in another field, Ma Yan and I had just stood up when she saw a person standing not far to her right. When he fixed his eyes on it, it was actually Zhang Quan. Just when she was curious about the young mayor, running in the field to do what? Only to see the other side of the shoes off, bare feet into the rice paddies. Bending down, he grabbed a handful of snails and held them in front of his eyes, studying them. This scene has made Ma Yani curious about Zhang Quan. Just like that, Ma Yan and I stood in place, fixedly watching Zhang Quan bending over for a while and grabbing the snails. After changing several rice paddies in succession, I found a plastic bag full of snails from somewhere. Then he went back to the small canal and washed his feet and carried his shoes in his hand towards the village, waiting for the other party to walk away. Ma Yan and I then realized that her legs were numb from standing and shook her legs, muttering under her breath, I really didn't see it coming. Or a mayor who does the right thing. Thought the gilded official was wrong about him. Then I at noon. Speak tone is not too. Chapter 81, Good Taste. The sun was setting, and I had just put my dug-in snails in the house and was about to go wash my feet. At that moment, a figure hurried toward him. Mayor Zhang, I'm really sorry. I went to the platform village in the morning. The person who came was none other than Chang Zhong. The other party's face was apologetic, and he said in a formal manner, I received a phone call from Vice Mayor Li in the morning, and I was thinking of going back earlier, but I just encountered something, so I was a little late. Mayor Zhang, I really can't apologize to you. I didn't meet you at the village gate. Zhang Quan smiled and waved his hand, opened the water wheel head in the courtyard, sat on a small bench, scrubbing the soil on his ankles. Chang village head, you cannot say so. We are all for the sake of work. I am also a person this time, is to understand the situation in depth, do not make too big a battle. Chang Zhong was busy nodding his head, helping Zhang Quan with the towel while saying, You're right, Mayor Zhang, is this visit about the agricultural demonstration base? Zhang Quan wiped his feet and stood up, smiling and joking as he walked. Village Chief Chang, let's not talk about this for now. This bag of field snails is what I dug up in the rice paddies today. So help me with it, but don't enrich yourself. Mayor Zhang, if you don't mind, go to my home now. The field snails in our village are all purely natural, and they taste especially delicious. Chang Zhong hurriedly took the bag full of field snails with a naive smile on his face. Let's dispense with dinner. It's too much of a bother for Village Chief Chang. If it's convenient for you, just bring it over to me when it's done. Mayor Zhang, this can't be done. As a guest, how can you eat here? No matter what, you must eat at my house for dinner today. I'll have your sister-in-law cook a few more good dishes then. The hospitality is overwhelming. Chang Zhong pulled Zhang Quan's arm and spoke for a long time. Zhang Quan originally didn't want to trouble the other party, but looking at the situation, if he didn't go, he was afraid that it wouldn't work. They followed Chang Zhong to his home. Once in the house, the aroma of food came from the nose. Chang Zhong daughter-in-law has long been prepared a table of sumptuous peasant dishes. Chang Zhong carried the field snails. Zhang Quan followed. The two walked and talked, not far to pull to each other's homes. Before we entered, a woman dressed as a woman stood in the doorway looking left and right, with a boy of 8 or 9 years old hiding behind her. After seeing Chang Zhong and Zhang Quan, he smiled and greeted him. Old Chang, this is Zhang. Zhang Mayor, right? Gu, can be really young, really handsome Hello, sister-in-law. I didn't bring anything with me here. What a nuisance. Only then did Zhang Quan realize that he had come empty-handed, and said with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Chang Zhong's daughter-in-law giggled. Mayor Zhang, look at what you're saying. It's our honor to have you come to our home for dinner. It's not important whether you bring something or not. Lao Chang, Mayor Zhang, fast into the house, said the words, took the field snail in the hands of Chang Zhong. The little boy hiding behind him, timidly poked his head out, staring at Zhang Quan with eyes full of curiosity, muttering in a low voice, "Abba, this is the town's big official Ah." Chang Zhong reached out and touched the child's head with a smile, and pulled him aside to introduce him to Zhang Quan. "Mayor Zhang, this is my son Chang Xiaohu." He then said, "Don't be unruly, brat." Then said, "Brat, don't be unruly, quickly call Uncle Zhang." Chang Xiaohu lowered his head for a while before shouting in a low voice, "Good day, Uncle Zhang." After saying that, he ran into the courtyard in a huff. When you eat in the countryside, you like to sit outside. The concrete floor of the yard of Chang Zhong's house is beaten, and it is very smooth. The two sat at the table, which had been set with 2 bottles of white wine, a plate of melon seeds, and 3 cold dishes. After chatting for a few moments, Chang Zhong's daughter-in-law brought a few plates of hot food and a large plate of steaming fried snails. "Mayor Zhang, we're just farmers, and we don't have any mountain treasures or wild food at home. These vegetables are all homegrown, so you mustn't dislike them." Zhang Quan hurriedly got up and waved his hand, saying, "Sister-in-law, I'm also from the countryside, so I don't need to break the bank too much. This is already very good." Chang Zhong's daughter-in-law smiled and greeted them to eat first. She was going to the kitchen the whole purple cabbage soup to go. "Mayor Zhang, how about you taste these field snails? They are all dug by you from the field. Absolutely no entrapment of private goods." Chang Zhong laughed, picked up his chopsticks and gave Zhang Quan a few field snails. Zhang Quan waved his hand, telling him to eat with him as well without being too formal. His right hand picked up the somewhat piping hot snail and gently sucked on it, the meat instantly slipping into his mouth. "It's so moist and fresh. It's a real treat." Although Zhang Quan usually seldom ate these, but could not help but make it too delicious. "Feel like an addiction. Eat a dozen or so in a row." Before lifting the wine glass and Chang Zhong clinked one. "Sister-in-law, this fried snail's craft is excellent. I feel that it is even more delicious than those made by big hotels." "Mayor Zhang, in order to fry the snails deliciously, the raw material is also the key. The clear water big snails of our Xiaoba village are not only big, but also tastes okay. It's just a pity that the sales have not been able to do so." Speaking of this, Chang Zhong sighed heavily, put down the chopsticks in his hands, and then continued, "Over the years, Secretary Ma and I have been seeking development. Originally, last year came a few collectors, but also look at the village of small damn clear water snails. Said that this year to collect, but late to see people. The morning I deliberately went to find a bit, but the other side said that the road here is not good, not willing to door-to-door collection, to let us use the preservation of refrigerated trucks to send over. The village would not be able to get much money. How can we go to buy a car? It really put us in a bad way." Zhang Quan listened to sip wine, put down the wine glass, said with a grave expression, "The road problem is indeed the shortboard of our Shaguan town. The last time I have to come from the county and the city to more than $30 million, is to solve this matter. Xiaoba village is too remote geographically, and is also not within the program of the village pass." Hearing this, Chang Zhong's expectant eyes became a bit dim. He would have hoped that Zhang Quan would have allocated some money to Xiaoba village this time he came. At the very least, he would have repaired that road along the mountain first. Zhang Quan did not notice Chang Zhong's eyes, holding the snails in his right hand, eating while continuing, "But then, I can report back to Secretary Zhan. Can we squeeze out $2 to $3 million from this batch of funds to repair that road along the mountain first? And these villagers can come in and out a lot more conveniently." "Zhang Mayor, are you telling the truth?" Chang Zhong stood up in excitement when he heard that he was going to allocate funds to Xiaoba village. Zhang Quan smiled, gesturing for him to sit down first, drew 2 pieces of paper to finish wiping his hands, took out his cell phone, and dialed Secretary Zhan in front of Chang Zhong. 10 minutes ago, Ma Yanni's house. After a pretty long afternoon in the fields, I came home and took a shower first and changed into a loose dress. I simply ate some rice and sat down at the table, pondering about the marketing of the clear water big snails in Xiaoba village. Transportation is closed and underfunded. There's still no money." Mayani slammed the neutral pen on the table and stuck her hands into her hair, rubbing it hard several times. "Why don't we go to Brother Chang and see if we can talk to that colorful young mayor and ask for some money from the town while the other party is still in the village today?" Said Dry. Ma Yan and I clothes did not change. Anyway, the distance between the two is not far. Wearing slippers and walked over. Wait until you're almost at the door. Just hear the conversation between Zhang Quan and Chang Zhong coming from the courtyard. Especially the last sentence. To allocate funds to Xiaoba village. Ma Yan and I was instantly delighted. Just about to step in. But then she remembered the scene at noon. The right foot that had been raised dropped again, and tiptoed over to the gate, leaning his body against the frame and listening sideways to the courtyard. Since he had just finished showering and hadn't bothered to put on underwear, if there was someone next to him, he would have been able to see the slight bulge. At this time, Ma Yanni's posture was also extraordinarily enchanting. Her right chest area was affected by external forces and had begun to squeeze and deform, holding up the loose clothes in a rather rounded manner. Chapter 82. Toot toot toot. After 3 rings, the call went through. Zhang Quan opened the speakerphone and placed the phone on the table, taking the lead in saying, "Secretary Zhang, not asleep yet. It's only 8 o'clock. It's still early. Mayor Zhang, how was the expedition to Shaba village? The situation is not too ideal, and the road into the village is a tricky one. But then, the quality of the clear water big field snails produced in the village is quite good, and today I even went to the fields to dig up quite a few of them. They taste delicious. When I return to town at that time, I'll bring you some as well." Hearing this, Secretary Zhang's cheerful laughter came from within the phone. "Zhang Mayor, snails this time will be exempted. The last physical examination, the doctor said my cholesterol is too high. To control the diet, the situation in Shioba village, I am also clear about some of the road repair is not overnight can be up. We can first think of other ways." Zhang Quan looked at each other with Chang Zhong after hearing this and said thoughtfully, "Just sat down with Chang village head, also considered this problem. Shioba village's clear water big snails, firm meat, delicious flavor. If we can solve the road problem, later form a large-scale farming, can greatly increase the villagers' income." Secretary Zhang was silent for a moment and said, "The road bidding is over. Mayor Zhang, you know the current situation. There are too many people and too little porridge, and some areas always have to make some sacrifices." Sitting on the opposite side of Zhang Quan Chang Zhong, and standing in the doorway Ma Yani heard this, the heart immediately cooled half. Secretary Zhang, as the first hand of the town of Shagwan, has said such words, the appropriation of funds is certainly not a chance, just as the two were as good as dead. No longer have expectations for this matter. Secretary Zhang but then came on the phone and said, "Then again, the heart of the hand are meat. You personally ran to visit. No matter what, I have to support your work." Before the meeting I also said, "This road allocation, full responsibility by you, as long as it does not affect other road construction, the rest of you to make the decision." Then, on behalf of all the villagers of Shioba village, I would first like to thank Secretary Zhang for his full support. Zhang Quan chuckled as he spoke. Finally, Zhang Bin said a few more words of concern, telling him not to work too hard during the expedition. Hang up the phone. Chang Zhong has not yet had time to get excited. Zhang Quan will call again to the town of Shagwan Finance Director Wang. The other party was also startled after receiving Zhang Quan's call, and his tone was extraordinarily humble. Zhang Quan briefly and succinctly, after explaining the intention, led him as soon as possible from the 33 million road allocation, the first to take out 3 million for the construction of the road in the village of Sheba. Formalities, such as he went back to make up for it. Zhang Secretary's side also greeted. Town 1 or 2 hands have spoken. For this matter, Wang Director is naturally personally, but also on the phone to beat his chest, said tomorrow before the end of the day will be done. Chang Village Head, the money I but for you to ask, the rest is in your hands. These days to start to put the road problem to catch up on the implementation. Chang Zhong was so excited that his eyes were red. His hands held Zhang Quan's hands tightly, and for a moment he was a bit speechless. Zhang Mayor, you are the great benefactor of our Shioba village na. I really don't know what to say. After saying that, he made a gesture to kneel down. Zhang Quan hurriedly went over and pulled back, waving his hand and saying, "Village Chief Chang, what are you doing? We're in a new society now, and we don't want to be a cliché. We are cadres, not to benefit the people. As long as we can solve this problem and let the villagers live a good life, it's worth it no matter how hard it is." And at that moment, Ma Yan and I, who was hiding outside the door, also heard this conversation clearly, eyes wide, heart full of shock. When the other party came, the welcoming season was also a little bit of profiling. The main Zhang Quan was excessively young. She thought it was just a walk in the park, but after the scene just now, directly subverted her cognition. Just made 2 phone calls, for the small dam village to get the funds to repair the road. There is also the latter phrase to benefit the masses, but also Zhang Quan's outlook has changed dramatically. Yes, Mayor Zhang, you're right. I will tell the townspeople about this tomorrow, so that the group can be happy first. Chang Zhong smiled and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He had waited for this moment for a full 5 years. He was really afraid that he couldn't afford to wait after he got old. The dust has settled, and things are mostly settled. Improving the road problem alone is not enough to make the villagers really rich. The sale of clear water snails in Sheba village is the most urgent matter at the moment. Zhang Quan picked up a piece of very large field snail in his hand and once again fell into deep thought. At that moment, Chang Zhong's daughter-in-law saw that they had finished chatting, so she was ready to come out with the nori soup. When Chang Zhong saw this, He hastily made a gesture for her to stay out for a while, and then pointed to Zhang Quan, who was seated at the old man's place, signaling her to keep quiet. Chang Village Head, I'm not going to hide it from you. This morning when I rode into Shoba Village, I was thinking about this marketing problem. Even if the funds are available now, the road can't be repaired in a short period of time. Zhang Quan said this, rubbed between his eyebrows, his right thumb constantly rubbing with his index finger. Look at it this way. First find a piece of unused land within the village. Will be collected, snails will be cleaned, sorted. The snails are simply processed, unified for short-term storage. Can't let the snails rot in the ground. As for the problem of marketing, I'll think of a way tomorrow. Chang Zhong slapped his thigh. Mayor, your idea is good. Why didn't I think of it? Tomorrow, I'll discuss with the village cadres and find a suitable site first. Zhang Quan smiled. In fact, he thought in his heart to be more than that. When he went back to give Chu Sini a phone call, the other side has a wide range of contacts, to see if he can find a partner. Shen Xiangxiang's side of the restaurant should also be able to handle some. In any case, first of all, the immediate needs of the moment solved, to give the villagers some confidence. The wine was full and it was getting late. Zhang Quan politely declined Chang Zhong's kind offer to send him off. The village is so big, not far from the village compound, and he did not drink much. It's inconvenient for each to stay at the other's house. Chang Zhong kept sending Zhang Quan to the intersection, stopping to watch him disappear before returning home. Shoes are worn, hats are worn, and robes on the body are worn. Zhang Quan hummed a little song in his mouth and swayed left and right towards the direction of the village compound. The starry evening breeze blows, with occasional mosquito infestations. Expression of surprise. Am I going the wrong way? Zhang Quan walked 600 or 700 meters without seeing the village committee's compound, which is not that far away. There are more alleys in the village, and with the lack of streetlights, visibility is somewhat obstructed. Hurriedly took out his cell phone, turned on the flashlight, looked around. This place seems to be in the westernmost part of the village, and really went astray. Zhang Quan had no choice but to return the way he came, heading towards the middle of the village based on his memory. It was only 3 or 4 minutes later that the flashlight suddenly turned off, and when I picked it up I realized that my cell phone was dead. It's true that when people have bad luck, they drink cold water and stuff their teeth. Zhang Quan could only stuff his cell phone into his pocket and fumble around in the dark taking his chances. The village was extraordinarily quiet at night, and basically all the lights were out and asleep. 7 twisting and turning, do not know where to go. Zhang Quan really cannot help. Into an alley, looking for a corner to take off his pants to pee. The sound of water being bared was loud in the silence. Exhale. Get comfortable. Zhang Quan just to lift his pants. The alley stretches out. A small door was suddenly pushed open. He did not have time to turn his head. He heard a woman shouting that, in my house next to the pee. The hand also played a flashlight. Zhang Quan's pants were still up at this time, and when he saw the light shining over, he didn't want to be late. Hurriedly lifting it up to run. Before he could take 2 steps, a clod of dirt smashed into his face with precision. Chapter 83, Inquiring about the sale of goods. Early morning, Zhang Quan stood in front of the mirror and looked at the bruise on the right side of his cheek, which was slightly red and swollen. It still hurts a little when you touch it lightly with your hand. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Zhang Quan inhaled a mouthful of cold air. Last night can be really unlucky. Lost, not to mention that the phone is still out of battery. And finally was treated as a denizen, and received a piece of dirt pimple. But that woman's voice, why did it sound like Ma Yan and I? Hey, it's a real pain in the ass. Simply washed his face, just put on his clothes and walked out the door. He saw Chang Zhong and Ma Yan and I one after the other, walking over. Mayor Zhang, getting up so early. Chang Zhong was the first to speak, and behind her, Ma Yan and I was just about to follow in greeting when she saw the red and swollen right side of Zhang Quan's face. Zhang Quan waved his hand and sat on the bench at the entrance, crossing his legs and leaning against the wall, his tone revealing some fatigue. It's 9 o'clock. What's early? Chang Zhong smiled and sat beside Zhang Quan, and upon seeing the injury on his face, he hurriedly asked with concern, Mayor Zhang, what happened to the right side of your face? Wasn't it still fine when you left yesterday? It's fine. It's just that on the way back yesterday, I accidentally touched it. It'll be fine after 2 days of reprieve. Zhang Quan couldn't say anything about yesterday's embarrassing incident. He is at least the mayor of the town, running to someone else's door to pee in the middle of the night. If this is known, is not it too? Ma Yanni's eyes looked at Zhang Quan suspiciously and remembered that it was after 11 o'clock last night. She was just about to go get up when she heard the sound of clattering water coming from the back door. Ma Yanni thought it was a leak in any house, and hurriedly ran to the back with a lamp, and opened the door to see a dark shadow, standing by the fence to pee. After cursing, He picked up a piece of dirt and threw it at him, and the other party only made an ouch sound and then ran away with his pants in his hand. It's reasonable to say that everyone in the village has their own outhouse, plus it's late at night, so they wouldn't run here to pee. Could it be this Mayor Zhang in front of us? Ma Yan and I more and more think that this matter is somewhat strange. Just stop to watch. Sitting in a chair, Chang Zhong glanced at her, hurriedly said, Xiao Ma, still standing dry what? Go to the mayor of the town of Zhang to find some safflower oil. Good. Chang big brother, I'll go now. After saying that, he trotted off to the infirmary. See, Ma Yan and I walked away. Chang Zhong heart muttered, usually quite clever girl. How today wood in the wood. The first rays of sunlight in the morning spread on Zhang Quan. All of a sudden all felt a little drowsy. Barf. Chang Zhong handed Zhang Quan a cigarette, and after lighting it, he also squinted his eyes, his lips wriggling up and down as if he wanted to say something. Originally wanted to come over early today with Ma Yan and I, asked about the sale of things, but after seeing Zhang Quan this lazy look, or will swallow the words into the belly. The sound of nipping tobacco, the nicotine wisps, taking away last night's exhaustion. After Zhang Quan finished his cigarette and put it out, he looked at the time. It was almost 9:30. Taking out her cell phone, she found Xin Xiangxiang's contact number and dialed it. And at this time Ma Yani also came over with her medicine box. Seeing that Zhang Quan was on the phone, he could only sit beside Chang Zhong, and the two of them stared at the young Mayor Zhang in unison, wanting to see if he could still bring good news. It rang for a few seconds before the call was answered. Zhang Quan's tone is slightly gentle and lazy, but it makes Ma Yan and I cannot help but be a little curious. The phone in the end is, who is it? Hey, Xiang, have you gone to work yet? I just got up. I arrived in the village of Xiaoba yesterday. I may have to scout for a few more days. Well, the stuff is with me. It's just that there are a lot of mosquitoes. By the way, there is one thing for you to say. Do you need freshwater big snails in your restaurant? Not from the platform village of Qingshui County. I'm not on an expedition to Xiaoba village. This side also abounds in Qingshui big snails. I dug up some last night. The flavor is very good. The roads over here are not very good, and it's almost time for the capture, and not many acquirers are willing to come, so I just found you to see if I can consume some of it. That's fine. It's a deal. 3 days later, the first delivery of £1,500 to your hotel, the follow-up according to the situation, and then see. That's all for now. You take care of your rest too, and I'll meet you when I get back. Doodle. After the phone hung up, Zhang Quan closed his eyes and sighed and said, Chang village head, first give you a solution of £1,500. The other hotel daily dosage is not very large. These are enough for her to use 10 days and half a month. As for how to distribute, you and my secretary to see how to do. I only have one request. First, tight low-income and difficult families. Hearing this, Chang Zhong excitedly stood up, rubbed his calloused hands, and for a moment did not know what to say. £1,500. The villagers finally have something to look forward to. Mayor Zhang. Then when the time comes, we send it over, or the other party comes to collect it? Ma Yan and I asked tentatively. Zhang Quan still maintains this indecent posture. 3 days later, Manager Shen will send a car over to pull it. I'll give you the contact information at that time. This is also considered the first order in our Shoba village. We must ensure quality and quantity. After saying that, he remembered something, not giving Ma Yan and I a chance to speak, then said, £1,005, or too little. I'm contacting a friend. Although Zhang Quan did not turn on the speakerphone when he called just now, Ma Yan and I vaguely heard a woman's voice. Soft and sticky not to mention, but also particularly gentle. What exactly is this Manager Shen's relationship with Mayor Zhang? The fire of gossip, Ma Yan and I, burned in her heart. Both eyes stared curiously at Zhang Quan, only to see the other party dialing another phone and ringing for more than 10 seconds before connecting. Sister Chu, what about a meeting early in the morning? Why don't you get busy with yours first and just call me back later? At this point, the other end of the phone. Kansai County, Taiyan office building, 12th floor. Chu Sini was sitting in a conference room with 7 or 8 people sitting on each side. Next to it, on the projection wall, is the very road construction program for the town of Lower Passage. After Chu Sini received the call from Zhang Quan, she waved her hand, signaling her secretary to stop first, and then stepped on her high heels and walked towards the door. Returning to the temporary office, leaning back in the boss chair, she said in a petulant tone, "Little guy, what's the matter? Say it, Sister Chu. Can you contact the merchants who buy field snails? There's a village on my side that produces large field snails in clear water, and this is about to reach the harvesting season, with a production of almost 10,000 pounds or so. Because the roads over here aren't very good, Not many manufacturers are willing to come. Sister is engaged in investment and development. As for what you said about the acquisition of snail manufacturers, there is really no acquaintance. But you do not worry, I will let someone to inquire for you later. Then thank you, Sister Chu. If this works out, I'll go back and personally cook for you down there. Aren't you afraid I'll click you? Chapter 84, Eat at My Place. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Ma, secretary, cannot use so much force. How do you take a cotton swab like taking a shovel? Zhang Quan bared his teeth and flirted as Ma Yan and I stood next to him, holding a cotton swab in her right hand and holding Yunnan Baiyao cream in her left hand. Hearing Zhang Quan say this, an embarrassed look appeared on Ma Yanni's face. As far as she could remember, she hadn't really applied ointment to anyone else. Chang Zhong sat next to him, smiling cheerfully. After these 2 days together, the mayor of the town of Zhang's temperament he also feel out a 2 or 3. Practical, approachable, and unassuming. This year Ma Yan and I age is not small. Zhang Mayor is also quite young. If you can set up to together, but also to achieve some beautiful talk. Chang Zhong smoked a cigarette, thinking as he watched the two men, and then said, Secretary Ma, Mayor Zhang, I just remembered something. I'll go to Wang Er's house at the village entrance first. After saying that, he walked away with his hands behind his back, and at this time, only Zhang Quan and Ma Yan and I were left in the courtyard. Zhang Mayor, I will be a little bit lighter. If it hurts, you can say it. Mayani looked at the not-so-even ointment on Zhang Quan's face and spat out her tongue. Zhang Quan let out a hum and slightly turned on his side, finding a position that was still suitable for applying the medicine, half squinting his eyes, squinting her eyes. Mayani just happened to raise her arms, and the other party was wearing a very loose body shirt today. Inside the loose cuffs, peaks of light are infinite. Sheesh, black. Does that color mean stuffy? It's not polite. It's not polite. Zhang Quan only glanced at it lightly for several moments before immediately closing his eyes and carefully recalling the scene he had just seen. A few minutes later. Alright, Mayor Zhang, how about you look in the mirror? Ma Yan and I said as she clapped her hands together and then started packing up the medical kit. Zhang Quan took out his cell phone, aimed it at the left side of his face, and immediately lost the mood. That's a big chunk of it? It doesn't seem to be that bad on its own, and it's not as bad as getting the walls painted. Ma Yan and I saw Zhang Quan staring at the phone, but hesitated to speak. Her heart thumped. Mayor Zhang, ISN, that too little? Do you want to give you more? Before the latter words were finished, Zhang Quan immediately waved his hand and said, That, Secretary Ma, you painted very well. Hearing this, Ma Yan and I was relieved, and with a smile on her face, she carried the medical box and left. Hey, so feminine looking, but works like a big old man. The sense of contrast is pulled way too full. Zhang Quan let out a long sigh and prepared to go around the rice paddies with his hands behind his back. It was just after 10 o'clock, and many people in the village had already begun to work in the fields. I am preparing to go down to the ground, digging some snails, then let Changzhong daughter-in-law, at noon to give him a pot of fried snails. I ate a lot of it last night and I still have some flashbacks. Just as she was about to get off the ground, Ma Yanni's voice came from behind her. Mayor Zhang, have you not eaten in the morning? It just so happens that my house is nearby. Zhang Quan turned his head to look. Ma Yan and I jogged all the way over, and when she arrived in front of him, she crossed her arms and panted, wavy and feeling a little milksick. Secretary Ma, you walk over not just run what? Zhang Quan laughed, then said, It's 10 o'clock, or forget it, just wait 2 hours for lunch. That, Mayor Zhang, we usually basically don't cook at noon. We only cook at 9 o'clock with 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and after we eat in the morning, we bring some water and buns, and then we work in the field. After Mayani finished speaking, Zhang Quan remembered that in most rural areas, it seemed to be really like this. When I was a kid myself, I also ate in the morning and rarely ate at noon, so how could I have forgotten about this? If you let someone else start another stove, it is also a bit troublesome, and when I think of this, I laughingly said to Mayani, since this is the case, I can bother the secretary of the horse. What's so disturbing about this? It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. Let's go. After Ma Yan and I finished speaking, she led the way in front of her. Zhang Quan followed behind. It is only 3 or 4 minutes away. Wait until the back door of Mayani's home alley. He always felt that this place is somewhat familiar. Expression of surprise. It wasn't me last night. Zhang Quan blared. Well, without too many mood swings, Ma Yan and I, who was walking in front of him, turned her head to look at him and saw him walking slower and slower, turning her head to look around from time to time. So urged, said Zhang Mayor, this is my back door alley. Our broken earth wall, not much to see. When she finished speaking, Ma Yan and I also remembered what happened last night. Could it be that the peeing moonlight man is really Mayor Zhang? This wouldn't be the end of it if anyone else knew about it. My Yanni heart cannot help but a weak. Now Zhang Quan is the big savior of Shoba village. The other party came to do a lot of things in the past 2 days. If you really offend, you might go back to being liberated again. Just as she was thinking about how to explain this, Zhang Quan walked over quickly. Secretary Ma, why aren't you leaving? Hearing this, Ma Yan and I hurriedly jogged a few steps and invited Zhang Quan to walk in after pulling the back door open. The dirt courtyard was flat, with only 2 rooms and a well and a small vegetable garden in the courtyard. Mayor Zhang, feel free to sit down. I'll go make you some breakfast. It'll be ready soon. Ma Yan and I said and headed towards the kitchen. Zhang Quan nodded and told her not to do too much. Just eat something simple. It was only 10 minutes. Ma Yani made a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and fried meat with onions. And there were 3 steamed buns in the bowl. Ma Yani rubbed her hands and poured Zhang Quan another cup of water and said, Mayor Zhang, don't mind. It's not like the big fish and meat cooked in town here. It's just 2 home-cooked dishes. And the steamed buns were steamed by me yesterday. Usually I seldom eat rice. It's fine. This is fine. Secretary Ma, you eat some too. Zhang Quan picked up the chopsticks. First clamped a piece of meat, fat but not greasy. The flavor is very good. Then half joking, really did not see out. Secretary Ma cooking skills so good. In the future I have to come every day to dine. Then do not drive me away. How can this be? Mayor Zhang, you're a man of great deeds. It's already thankful that you can come to my house for dinner. Ma Yanni's words carried a few hints of flattery. Zhang Quan took a bite of steamed bread and a bite of vegetables, but he ate with a lot of flavor and his mouth was full of oil. Just halfway through eating, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang, and Zhang Quan hurriedly put down the steamed bun and reached into his pants belt to take it out. Chu Sini's phone. Hey, Sister Chu, it's just breakfast. Have you eaten yet? What? We've already heard from the acquirer? So fast. Okay. You send me that Boss Shen's contact information. Okay. I'll go find you when I'm done here. Zhang Quan hung up the phone, was about to go get steamed buns. Sitting opposite Ma Yan and I has been a little hard to sit still. Just called the content of the phone. She also heard some. It looks like it is. The sale has a brow. But Zhang Quan just eats and doesn't give a damn. This matter concerns the clear water snails of Shoba village. Whether there is any outlet. Mayani has been in 2 minds about this lately, and she wants to know so badly. With that, he picked up the small horse zipper and made it to Zhang Quan's side. Bending over and twisting his head, he asked, Mayor Zhang, have the buyers been found? Found it. The other party is a manufacturer of canned snails. Tomorrow morning we will send some samples first. The other party wants to see the quality. If the quality is fine, we can cooperate for a long time in the future. After saying that, Zhang Quan took the steamed bun and looked at Ma Yan and I. The other side at this point posture. Really, the already loose neckline, coupled with the fact that the other man was bent over. The view below the neck was almost entirely exposed to him. I'm going to retract my internal guess from the first meeting, certified by the scan I just did. Ma Yanni's breasts were definitely above a D cup, only a little smaller than Su Wanyu's. Gulp. Zhang Quan swallowed his saliva. This action just happened to be captured by Ma Yan and I, and it was then that he followed the other party's eyes and realized that he was naked. Hastily covering her chest, she straightened her back, a blush rising to her face. For a moment, it was hard to know what to say. The scene was also a bit awkward. Chapter 85, Let's Stay Together. Zhang Mayor, I will first. Go prepare the field snail samples first. After you eat, just put the dishes on the table. Ma Yan and I fled after saying that. She felt like her heart was in turmoil. If any other man had dared to look at her like that, he would have kicked his ass a long time ago. However, when facing Zhang Quan, for some reason, he just couldn't get angry. Maybe it's the other party's status as mayor, or even more so because, did the village a big favor? Ma Yan and I didn't know how she was thinking right now. She just wanted to hurry up and leave this place. The fangirls are in disarray. She hadn't really thought about these things in the years since her brother's death. So much so, that it's almost 30 in a flash. When Ma Yan and I walked away, Zhang Quan still maintained the posture of holding a steamed bun in his left hand and chopsticks in his right. Wasn't that a little presumptuous just now? However, the other party didn't seem to be angry, so I really couldn't figure out the woman's heart. Perhaps he was really hungry. Zhang Quan ate the vegetables and steamed buns in 3 batches, brought them to the kitchen and then washed and cleaned them. Rural gates, which are almost always open and don't need to be locked in broad daylight. Zhang Quan went out through the back door, looked at the massive watermarks on the wall, and smiled helplessly. Hopefully, The other guy doesn't know that the guy from last night was him. Throughout the afternoon, Jung Kwan did not see the figure of Ma Yan and I. Listening to Chang Zhong said that the other party in the rice paddies to pick snails for the acquisition of the manufacturer's sample requirements. Chang Zhong and Ma Yani are extraordinarily attentive. Try to select the best quality snails to ensure the successful completion of the task of sending samples. Jang Kwan ate snails once. For the small dam village of Clearwater Big Snails, he is extraordinarily confident. Just now, he had called Shen Inghong, the general manager of the Good Happiness Snail Cannery. The other factory is in Nanping County, some distance from Guangxi County, but not very far to the side of the platform village in Xiaoba Village. Previously, the other party has been in the platform village to buy clear water snails, originally also considered the village of Xiaoba, and then inquired about this side of the road is not good, coupled with the yield is not high, so they did not take into account. This time, for manager Shin to agree to this matter, Chu Sini had made a lot of effort, regardless of the final result. When we go back, we must thank Chu Sini properly, and we must have a triple battle anyhow. In accordance with the requirements of the other party, first send a batch of samples to Zhangping Town. The other party has a warehouse there, specializing in the acquisition of snails as well as other products. Zhang Quan originally intended to go with Chang Zhong, but the other side said that the hand is too busy to go. These 2 days to be busy planning warehouse, but also the distribution of various villagers in the hands of snails. If Zhang Quan could run down this trip, he might even speed up the harvesting process. In the end, Zhang Quan decided to go with Mayani, and the two of them, early the next morning, carrying the samples, took the car to the platform village, and then in reverse to Zhangping Town. Time is short and the task is heavy. The two of them hoofed it, chartered a special car and rushed to their destination. Finally, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, on time, I arrived at the place that Shen Inghong had mentioned, Zhangping Seasonal Fresh Wholesale Market, Warehouse No. 3, No. 182-inch. After Zhang Quan and Ma Yan and I exchanged a glance, they lifted their feet and stepped into the warehouse. The library filled with a faint smell of earth. The ground placed a number of baskets. There is an office on the right. Through the open light window, a middle-aged man with a slightly chubby figure could be seen, looking down and busy with his computer. May I ask if you are Manager Shin? Zhang Quan knocked on the window and politely opened his mouth to inquire. The other party raised his head, sized up Zhang Quan and Ma Yan and I, and nodded. You are? Mr. Zhang, did you bring everything? Hearing this name, it looked like the other party did not know his identity. Zhang Quan passed a wink to Mayani, and the other party hurriedly carried the box with the snail samples over. Manager Shen, this is the clear water big snail of our Xiaoba village. You have a look to see how it is. Shen Inghong stood up and walked out, and after opening the lid, he casually picked up a few field snails and scrutinized them. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, the size and appearance of the snails look quite good, and the meat is also very fatty. As you know, Mr. Zhang, we are a manufacturer specializing in canned snails, and we are still taking the mid to high-end brand route. So whether or not the meat quality of the snails meets the company's requirements will have to be sent to the headquarters for testing before we know. Zhang Quan let out an O and asked, Manager Shen, you're right. How long does this test take? Shen Inghong got up and walked to the pool next to him. While washing his hands, he said, this afternoon there just happened to be a batch of goods to be sent for inspection. Without accident, tomorrow noon we'll be able to get the results. If you are not in a hurry, you can find a hotel nearby to stay. Then thank you Manager Shen. We came all the way here is not easy, or wait for tomorrow's results. If it meets the requirements of your company, then it is good to talk. Mr. Zhang is too polite. That's what I mean. After all, it's General Manager Chu herself who made the call. No matter what, I have to sell her some face. The snails in your village, they're all of good quality. I feel that there should be no problem. That's fine. Manager Shin, we'll go back first and get in touch tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Zhang, take your time. Zhang Quan took Ma Yan and I out of the Four Seasons Fresh Wholesale Market and casually found a restaurant to fill her stomach first. In the process of waiting for the meal, Ma Yani couldn't help but ask, Mayor Zhang, we really want to stay here tonight? Yeah, what's going on? You didn't take your ID card. Zhang Quan took a bottle of ice-cold cola and started one for Ma Yan and I as well, gulping it down. That's not true. It's just that it feels uncomfortable to sleep outside. Ma Yan and I stammered. Her heart was something else. She had never lived with a man outside, and now that she heard Zhang Quan say this, it felt a little weird. However, it also occurred to me that Manager Shin had just said that the test results would only come out tomorrow. They'd had a bumpy ride in the morning and all the way to now, and if they went back today, they'd still be coming in tomorrow. Traveling back and forth is enough of a hassle. However, by the time you wait until the afternoon to get a room, you'll need 2 rooms anyway. Otherwise, how bad would it be for a lone man and woman to spread the word? Zhang Quan only focused on eating and drinking in a muffled voice, but did not notice Ma Yanni's face, sometimes frowning and sometimes despondent. Orchid Flower Inn. With the Four Seasons fresh wholesale market, there aren't many hostels around, let alone any hotels. Zhang Quan looked around, and it seemed that this was the only one that looked better. Walking into the hotel, the little girl at the front desk was brushing a short video, immediately raised her head after hearing the commotion, and piled a smile on her face. Welcome to Orchid Flower. Do you two want a room? Before waiting for Ma Yan and I to speak, Zhang Quan raised his hand and extended 2 fingers, directly speaking. Hello, open 2 deluxe suites for me. Sir, I'm really sorry. A lot of foreign acquirers have come over in the past 2 days, and the rooms are all booked up, so there is only 1 double room left. Do you guys want it? The front desk little sister said while staring at Zhang Quan and Ma Yan and I. Ma Yan and I saw the front desk girl's smiling eyes, must have taken her and Zhang Quan as a young couple. Face swisher red. Zhang Quan was also a little embarrassed, dry coughing a few times and said to Mayani, Ma's sister, why don't we go to other hotels to take a look? The little sister shook her cell phone and said in an affirmative tone, it's no use. There are only 3 hotels nearby. The other 2 have much less rooms than my house. They must be full. If you don't believe me I can call you and ask. Ma Yan and I bit her lip, her heart a little torn in a million directions. These 2 sleeping in a house would be too. Zhang Quan naturally see Ma Yan and I difficult look. The other at least is also a yellow flower girl, always have to be concerned about the feelings of lesbians. So he opened his mouth and said, how about this? You stay here tonight. I just saw that there is a small internet cafe outside. I can't go there to make do for 1 night. Zhang Quan had just finished speaking when the front desk phone rang. The little sister picked it up and after 10 seconds or so, she took the phone and said to Zhang Quan and Ma Yan and I, hello, sir, this double room, are you still booking it? I'll let someone else have it if you don't book it. Little sister, where's the booking? I'll pay the deposit now. As Zhang Quan spoke, he made Ma Yan and I hurriedly take out her ID card. The little sister smiled, hung up the phone, and in no time, she finished the formalities, took out a key from the drawer, and threw it on the counter. Room 307, there is hot water in the house. If something happens, call the front desk. After saying this, she continued to look down and play with her cell phone. Secretary Ma, go get some rest. I'll go to that small internet cafe to make do for the night. Call me if you need anything. Zhang Quan walked towards the door after saying that. Upon hearing this, Ma Yan and I heart was a little too much. The other party is at least the mayor of the town, but there is not the slightest shelf. Just as Zhang Quan stepped nearly out of the doorway, Mayani gathered her courage and said to him, why Don? You stay here too. It's just for 1 night. It should be fine. After saying this, Ma Yan and I felt her entire face turn bashful red. P.S. Thanks to all of you. There are just too many of you to pay your respects. Gift list and fan list synchronization is relatively slow. Everyone rest assured. Have contacted customer service. Thanks for understanding. Chapter 86. ISN. This. Not. Too good? Zhang Quan was also stunned by Ma Yan's words and stood in place in some disbelief. Ma Yan and I saw Zhang Quan with this squirming look, as if she had to force the other party. The spirited nature in her heart flared up again. He took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Zhang Quan, saying furiously, I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of as a big man? Love to go not go to pull down. As if who begged you? It is not thinking that you are the mayor of the town. With that, he turned his head and walked away. Zhang Quan scratched his hair somewhat awkwardly, and the receptionist girl stretched her neck, her eyes revealing a gossipy look. Seeing Zhang Quan looking her way, she hastily retracted her neck and pretended to continue playing with her cell phone. That's right. If the other side isn't afraid, what am I afraid of? It's a double bed anyway, so let's make do for 1 night. It's better than that little internet cafe. Zhang Quan turned around and walked into the hotel again, coming into the corridor already seeing Ma Yan and I turn around and go upstairs. Taking a few small steps, he hurriedly followed. Click a couple times, open the mahogany door with some varnish, and then there is a creak and creak sound. Just entering the door, on the left-hand side is an independent bathroom. Straight into the door, the left side of the 2 double beds, the right side of the wooden TV cabinet, hanging on the wall of more than 40 inches of TV. Beyond that, in nothing else. No wonder it's only $68 a day. It's really good value for the money and simplicity. Zhang Quan walked to the innermost bed, and there was a window next to it, which opened up to the Four Seasons fresh wholesale market. A man and a woman alone in a room. Ma Yan's heart is not messed up, But after seeing Zhang Quan, it was a mixed bag of emotions. This man she really couldn't understand. Since she became the village secretary, all her heart on the villagers, the town and county also ran several times. She knew all too well what those leaders were like, taking bribes, shirking responsibilities, and not doing the right thing. Several times, she was still trying to get her to drink with her in order to get her meager allotment. Since then, she had rarely gone to town and basically had Changde on the run. As a geographically unadvantaged village, it is really too difficult to develop on your own. No matter what you do, you can't do it without money. There are several times, Ma Yani wanna give up, but see the villagers' eager eyes. She is still some heart. Before I heard that a young mayor came, Ma Yanni's first reaction is the second generation of officials or relations. Down to the gold-plated for sure. But after actually meeting Zhang Quan and after these few days of contact, Ma Yanni's opinion of him changed quite a bit. Personally ran to the county, to come to more than 30 million funds for the construction of roads in Xiaoguan town, but also to set up an agricultural demonstration base. Last week, Brother Chang told her that he had made connections and spent some money to hitch a ride with Vice Mayor Li, and that he would be able to hook up with Mayor Zhang when the time came. At first, Ma Yan and I thought it was not worth it, and in the end, it might be a basket case, but only a few days later, the legendary mayor of Zhang, even personally one person ran to the small dam village inspection. Young and talented, pragmatic, hands-on and approachable. Too much of what she had seen and heard was very different from any relationship she had ever known. Ma Yan and I life is the most hate those who do not work. Blind trouble assholes, sitting in the office all day on high, do not care about the following people's life and death. The feeling that Zhang Quan gave her, on the other hand, was just the opposite. Even Ma Yan and I did not realize that within herself, she had already developed a trace of admiration for Zhang Quan. That was why, just now downstairs, she suddenly called Zhang Quan to a halt. With anyone else, it wouldn't have been possible. Ma secretary, I see here toiletries. Seems like the quality is not too good. That, what you need. When you give say I send a message, I will go down this by the way to buy on. Zhang Quan is also a little hard to sit still, although he has a lot of love affairs and women, but in the face of Ma Yanni's words, always feels some. Zhang Quan also ignored what Ma Yan and I needed, stood up and headed downstairs. There are not many large supermarkets in the neighborhood, basically small stores. Zhang Quan was afraid of buying fake goods, turned around for a long time, and finally found a fairly large living supermarket. Things were quite complete inside, and the owner, a middle-aged male, even politely greeted him when he saw him come in. Zhang Quan smiled and nodded, walked to the innermost daily necessities area, took out his cell phone and looked at it. Ma Yan and I did not send a message. Nevertheless, Zhang Quan bought 2 sets of toothbrushes, and a small jar of toothpaste, and incidentally a bottle of face oil. Walking over to the cooler, I grabbed 2 more cans of beer. I think I saw a deli when I was passing by just now. The smell coming out of it was pretty good. I could stop by and pick some up on my way back later. Just before reaching the cash register, the cell phone vibrated twice, and Zhang Quan took it out to see that it was a message from Ma Yan and I. Mayor Zhang, can you help me buy a pack of paper and a pack of sanitary napkins? Thank you. Egu, there are relatives here today. Zhang Quan looked at the text message and smiled, then returned to the daily necessities area and took a picture of the top and bottom 3 rows of tampon area. Secretary Ma, want to buy that brand? Sent over. Half a day no response. Zhang Quan and pick up the phone to see. The other side do not know when even the message was withdrawn. What is this? Operation? Is it even shy? Zhang Quan did not continue to pursue the question. Thinking about it also know what brand the other party uses. So he took 3 different brands in hand, and then took a packet of more expensive toilet paper. Then walked over to the snack section and bought some puffed food and chili bars and other snacks. After settling the bill, carrying a large bag of things, he walked in the direction of the hostel, and bought some chicken claws and duck necks, as well as more than $10 of spicy vegetables when he passed by the deli. Anyway, this will only be more than 3 o'clock, which to the evening is still a good while. Mention something back, but also can eat with Ma Yan and I side chat, so as to avoid the atmosphere is awkward. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Quan went upstairs and knocked on the door, and it didn't take long for the door to open. Ma Yanni's face was a little pale, her forehead was densely covered with beads of sweat, and her right hand was covering her stomach as if she was very uncomfortable. When she saw Zhang Quan come in, she didn't say anything, and her whole body was balled up on the bed again. Secretary Ma, are you okay here? Zhang Quan put the bag stuff down and walked over to ask with concern. Ma Yan and I shook her head without speaking, her teeth biting hard on her lower lip. It's so stupid. The other party had just said that he should buy sanitary napkins, and now he looked like this. so he must be having a period and not feeling well. Zhang Quan will bag of sanitary napkins and toilet paper handed over, and then went to find the kettle. Received a pot of water plugged into the socket, pressed but did not respond. Holy, what a piece of. Repeatedly dialed a few times. There is no response. Zhang Quan called the front desk, but the girl said that should be broken and then no further. What a bargain. Zhang Quan picked up the water cup, which was caked with a layer of dust, and he didn't know how long it hadn't been used. Never mind. I'll just buy a new one. Who knows what this thing was used for before. Ma's sister. The things first put here for you. I go to rebuy a kettle and cup of water. You wait a moment. Immediately I will be right back. Zhang Quan put down his words and jogged to open the door and go downstairs. After Ma Yan and I heard the sound of the door closing, she looked at the sanitary napkins on the bed, and a touch of redness appeared on her pale face. It's so humiliating. When women get menstrual cramps, they are pretty intense anyway, but of course this has a lot to do with body type and mood. Today, the fire came in a hurry, and there were all kinds of bumps along the way, and seeing Ma Yan's appearance, the condition should not be light. Trotting over to that lifestyle supermarket, I picked out an expensive kettle and mug, and bought a bag of ginger and brown sugar, and wondered if the stuff would help. After checking out, it's back on the road in a hurry. Before leaving the house, he deliberately put the room key into his pocket to save the other party from opening the door again. Opening the door, Ma Yan and I was still in the same position, but the tampon on the bed was gone. Zhang Quan glanced at it, didn't say a word, put the stuff down and started boiling water, then swished the pot with the water cup several times. By the time the water was boiled and the ginger and brown sugar added, more than 10 minutes had passed. Zhang Quan carried a cup of water, walked next to Ma Yan and I, and said softly, Sister Ma, I brewed a cup of ginger and brown sugar water for you. Why don't you drink it while it's hot? Ma Yan and I slightly turned her head sideways and saw Zhang Quan carrying a steaming cup of water, and specially melted brown sugar water. A warm feeling rose in her heart. The corners of his mouth grinned, and he forced a smile and said, Thank you, Mayor Zhang. It's all ready this time. What's the point of saying those words? Let me help you up. As Zhang Quan spoke, he placed the water cup on the bedside table next to him and reached out to help Ma Yan and I up. Zhang Quan picked up the cup of water, blew on the hot air, took a shallow taste, and said, The temperature is slightly high, so be careful not to burn it when you drink it. Ma Yan and I let out a sound. The other party is quite thoughtful, and then hands holding a cup of water, slowly drank up. Continuously drank 3 cups of brown sugar water. Zhang Quan took out a drawer and wiped the beads of sweat on Ma Yan's forehead. Compared to just now, this face is a little bit more rosy. Looks like the brown sugar water helped a bit. Ma Yan finished drinking and then lay into the quilt. Her body curled up into a ball. Her shoulders still a little shaky. The corners of her mouth trembling as she said, Zhang Mayor, I will be fine after a nap. You also rest. Rest. You are now a patient. The main thing now is to lie down at ease. Don't worry about the rest. Zhang Quan got up and tucked the quilt on Ma Yan and I, under her body. Ma Yan and I laughed and stared at Zhang Quan with wide eyes. So this is what it's like to be taken care of. Really good. Happy. Half an hour later, Zhang Quan looked at Ma Yan and I, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and reached out to touch her forehead. The temperature wasn't very high. It should just be a weak sweat. From the time he entered the hotel until now, he had been busy for 3 or 4 hours, but it really wore him out. Zhang Quan sat on the single bed next to him, opened a not-too-cold can of beer, and gulped it down. Also just halfway through the drink, the phone vibrated several times, but it was a message from Chu Sini. Little pervert. Sister, immediately to Zhangping County. Send a positioning, I go over to find you. Only 3 hours time. Oh. Zhang Quan rubbed his eyebrows. What was this little goblin up to again? The address was sent and it wasn't even 10 minutes old. Chu Sini called right away, and Zhang Quan walked into the bathroom with his cell phone. The other man told him that he was already downstairs. Zhang Quan hung up the phone and walked out of the bathroom to look at Ma Yan and I. The other party was still sleeping. Then, taking the room key, he quietly opened the door and headed downstairs. Just after leaving the hotel, he saw Chu Sini's red Hummer with the passenger window down. Chu Sini wore sunglasses and waved for him to hurry up and get in the car. Sister Chu, what are you doing like that? Why did you suddenly run to Zhangping town? Zhang Quan opened his mouth and asked after getting on the car. Chu Sini took off her sunglasses and hung them on her chest, and Zhang Quan's gaze followed her over, only to find that the other party was wearing a black low-cut dress, revealing a cleavage length of 7 or 8 centimeters at the very least. At this point, he hated to incarnate those sunglasses. I just got back from out of town and happened to stop by here to see you. I have a meeting tonight and can only stay for a couple hours or so. Sister Chu, don't tire yourself out too much. or I'll be heartbroken. Little mouth smeared with honey, talking so sweet. Hey, Chu, where are we going this time? You'll see later. Little one. Half an hour later, Zheng Quan looked at the surrounding bushes, somewhat confused as to why Chu Sini had brought him to this deserted, less place. Just when he was a little puzzled, Chu Sini, who was sitting in the driver's side, turned off the car and unbuckled her seatbelt, got out of the car and walked to the passenger door, opened the door. In Zheng Quan's somewhat stunned state, he reached out and wrapped his arms around his neck, leaned down to his ear, and spoke in a low, flirtatious voice. Little brother, did you miss your sister? Want to be here? You have over an hour. Omitted here, for the full version. Follow the author and enter the fan club. P.S. Thanks for all the great gifts, and a big update today. For those of you who haven't made it to the fan list yet, don't worry, the system hasn't been synchronized yet. Chapter 87 Between Men and Women. By the way, Sister Chu, how's your counseling going on the matter of Mr. He that I told you about last time? Zheng Quan held a cigarette in his right hand on the car window and looked down at Chu Sini, who was snuggled in his arms. After the afterglow, the other party's face seemed to have flushed a little more, and the whole person looked extraordinarily hydrated. Chu Sini let out her right hand still wrapped around Zheng Quan's neck, and said in a light tone, our company has a foundation, although it's only for internal employees and their families, but as the general manager, I still have this power. After waiting for a few days, the formalities should be completed. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble Sister Chu again. Without you, there are some things that are not really easy to straighten out. Zheng Quan inhaled 2 puffs of smoke, the whole person feeling a bit tired. Che, little ingrate, is that a mess? You're talking about pretty? How else could you be so concerned? Really eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. After Chu Sini finished speaking, she pretended to be angry and punched his chest a few times, pouting and questioning. Whooping sound, which has the specific situation is not all for you to say it. Ms. He and her daughter look quite poor. I as the mayor of the town. Asterisk. You. No need to explain so much to me. I'm not listening. As long as you treat people well, I don't care about anything else. I'm so much more than a sinus. Well, I have to hurry back or I'll be late for the meeting. 20 minutes or so later, Zheng Quan stood in front of the hotel and waved his hand to say goodbye to Chu Sini. That's a lot of haste coming. A lot of haste going. A wave of the sleeve takes away only his energy. Looked at the time, but also have to go down to the lunch point. I do not know my yen and I woke up or not. Zheng Quan went to the nearby breakfast store and bought some thin rice and pumpkin porridge. Returning to his room, Zheng Quan took out his key and softly unscrewed the lock, and stepped inside to see my yen and I leaning against the bed. Sister Ma, you're awake. I just bought some kanji. Drink it while it's hot. Zheng Quan placed the thin rice and pumpkin porridge on the nightstand next to her, opened the lid of the disposable lunchbox and handed it to the other person. Ma Yen and I couldn't help but feel nervous when she saw Zheng Quan's stance, wanting to personally feed her. I was just about to say, I'll do it myself, but I couldn't, and deep down I felt a longing to be taken care of. Mayor Zhang, when did you go out? How did I wake up and you were gone? I thought. Zheng Quan took out a spoon and stirred the diluted rice. After feeling that the flavor was appropriate, he dug a spoon and handed it to Ma Yen's mouth. That will see you asleep. I was afraid to wake you up, so I turned around in the afternoon. When I finished speaking, I didn't blush or jump, but my legs were a little weak. Ma Yen and I let out a ooh and opened her small mouth to drink the porridge that Zheng Quan handed over. Maybe it's really hungry. Within 10 minutes or so, the pumpkin porridge and thin rice were all gone. In the end, Zheng Quan drew out a paper and wiped her lips before he went to clean up the lunchbox and dishes. It is said that a gentle warm man can give a fatal blow to a woman when her heart is most vulnerable. That's how Ma Yen felt right now. She had never felt treated like this before. Zheng Quan's appearance and what she had seen and heard in the past 2 days was like opening the door to her emotional world. The favorability rubbed off. Sister Ma, after you finish drinking, just lie down and rest. I'll boil some water for a brown sugar. And don't always call me Mayor Zhang. You can also call me Xiao Zhang in private. Zheng Quan said, then picked up the kettle and walked into the bathroom. Bare your teeth, fill with water and press the boil button. Take out the brown sugar and pour it into a glass of water. Ma Yani looked at Zheng Quan's skillful appearance and couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiao Zhang, I want to ask you a question. If it's difficult for you, forget it. There's nothing difficult about it, even if it's the 7th great ant. Zheng Quan said without a care in the world. Ma Yen and I left hand grasping the right hand. The heart is a little nervous. Sudden half a day. Before stammered, that. You have an object yet? When he finished, he looked at him with 2 expectant eyes. Zheng Quan carried a cup of water with brown sugar in it. walked over to Ma Yan and I and sat on the edge of the bed with one butt. The two of them were much closer at once. This action, in turn, made Ma Yan and I even more nervous, instinctively wanting to lift her butt and move to the side. Sister Ma, can you guess if I have a date? Zhang Quan replied flirtatiously before placing the cup of brown sugar water next to him. I don't know, but, you're so young and talented and, still so considerate. There should be, Ma Yan and I said while thinking. The other party is so excellent, and young to become the mayor of the town. They are a small village girl, age is still older than the other party. Even if, it's possible, the other guy shouldn't be able to look at her either. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the gap between the two was too big, and his expression was a little low, drooping his head, as if his body had been drained of strength. Ma Yanni's change in demeanor was naturally seen by Zhang Quan, and in his heart he couldn't help but think, the other party couldn't be looking at him, right? As a veteran of love affairs, Zhang Quan was able to basically guess a woman's expression and mental activities. I look like this. Who can look at me? Sister Ma, you are overestimating me. Ha ha ha. Zhang Quan laughed and snorted. Hearing this, Ma Yani immediately raised her head, her eyes eager. Her hand suddenly grabbed Zhang Quan's arm and urgently asked, Little Zhang, you really don't have no object? After saying that, he realized that he had just behaved a little too boldly, and immediately loosened his hand. His ears were a little hot. Zhang Quan was also surprised by this action of the other party. At the same time, the speculation in his heart was also confirmed. Right or, Sister Ma, you introduce me to one? Okay, Xiao Zhang, what kind of one do you want sis to introduce to you? Ma Yani smoothed the hair in front of her forehead to the back of her head, relieving the embarrassment she had just experienced. Well, haven't really thought about it. Zhang Quan pretended to be contemplative in his thoughts, then looked at Ma Yani and joked, I think you're quite good like this. Sister Ma, you dare to hit on me. Sister doesn't like little brothers. Ma Yan and I could see that she was joking and followed with a joke. By this time, the water just happened to be boiling as well. Zhang Quan smiled and didn't answer the other party's words, got up and went to serve the boiling kettle, but did not hear. Sitting on the bed, Ma Yan and I, mouth muttered, in fact, sister also like you such a little brother. Hey! From the time he left the house in the morning until now, Zhang Quan felt like he had been busy all the time, and after rinsing Ma Yanni's brown sugar water, his eyelids began to fight. The main thing was that in the afternoon, after spending too long in deep communication with Chu Sini in the car, it felt like his body was being drained. Sister Ma, I'm a little sleepy. I'll sleep first, if you have something to shout at me. Zhang Quan said these words and fell back to sleep. It didn't take long for the sound of snoring to ring through the house. I don't know how long he had slept, but Zhang Quan was confused and felt that someone was moaning and seemed to be in pain. Certainly not the kind of metamorphosis between a man and a woman. 88. Completion of the mission. Zhang Quan opened his eyes and was surrounded by darkness. Reaching for his cell phone, he turned on the bedside lamp by the bright light of the screen, only to see Ma Yan and I on the single bed next to her. Her facial expression twisted, her whole body curled up together, her mouth letting out a moan if anything. Is Sister Ma uncomfortable again? Zhang Quan rolled out of bed and hurriedly walked over to Ma Yan's side and asked with concern. Ma Yan and I bit her lower lip and nodded, unable to say anything. Zhang Quan hurriedly went to boil water, praying that some hot water for the other party would provide some relief. When the boiling water is still a little hot, just put it on the bedside table next to him. Ma Yan and I reached out and pulled his arm, whispering, Can you hug me? Zhang Quan did not have the slightest hesitation. After all, he had entered the other party's quilt with the mindset of curing the disease. The two of them embraced face to face, both wearing clothes, and the temperature within the comforter rose for a moment. Zhang Quan reached out and placed his hand on Ma Yan's belly, gently rubbing it in an attempt to ease the pain caused by menstrual cramps. Ma Yan and I only felt her body heat up all of a sudden, and she could clearly feel the blazing sensation coming from her belly. With some nervousness in her heart and the pain seemingly diverted, Ma Yan and I did not dare to raise her eyes to look at Zhang Quan and hurriedly changed her position, leaving her back to the other party. I thought that would ease the awkwardness, but she underestimated how much temptation she was in her current position. Ma Yan and I untouched. Feelings and that aspect are ignorant. How can know the posture between men and women? Having just rolled over, the large pair of hands in her belly did not follow her, and Ma Yan and I felt a little frustrated. Ghostly reached out his left hand and took Zhang Quan's left hand over. The gap between the two seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. At this time, Zhang Quan could be said to be riding a tiger. What the hell? Oh, I thought we agreed on a hug. How did it become this position? Ma Yani was always running around in the fields, and compared to other women, her body was kept in particularly good shape, and her muscle lines were perfectly proportioned. In particular, the hips and buttocks of the other were quite prominent. Now Zheng Quan was holding from behind Ma Yan and I, his left hand on his belly, but his right hand was somewhat nowhere. It didn't take long for the arms to feel numb. After all, Ma Yan and I was different from other women, and he was now awake, and the other party was just physically uncomfortable. How can you do something that takes advantage of a person's danger? If it were Chu Sini or Chen Jiai or Xin Shangxiang, he would have said heya and heya a long time ago. In this way, the two remained in this position for almost half an hour, both remaining silent. The glass of water on the nightstand was getting less and less hot. I can't. If I don't move, my right arm will have to be amputated. Zheng Quan weighed his options and gently sidestepped, just lifting his right arm, just to see the Ma Yan and I in front of her also raised her neck and said in a petulant tone, "Why Don? You stretch your right arm over." Zheng Quan let out a no sound, and his right hand passed directly underneath his opponent's neck, holding her left shoulder in a smooth manner. Between the two, there was no gap at all. Knock, knock, knock. Ma Yan and I could even feel Zheng Quan's heartbeat coming from her back, biting her lower lip hard, her face so red that she could squeeze out water. Ma Yan and I, how can you say those words? Will the other party think she's a woman of Menglang? I was thinking about all that mess, but I was expecting something to happen later. The beauty is in your arms, but you don't dare to do anything. Zheng Quan is now just painful and happy. Thinking about it again and again decided to open the topic. Otherwise later solemn. How embarrassing. Sister Ma, are you feeling better this time? Much better. I don't know what the results of the snail test will be tomorrow. If it's successful, there will be hope for the development of Xiaoba village in the future. There's definitely no problem. By the way, Xiao Zhang, how long do you plan to stay in the village this time? It is estimated that it will take another week or so, when the sales of the clear water big snails get solved, and then we have to proceed with the road opening, and when the opening ceremony is over, I have to go back to the town. So will you, then come back later? If this is the case, it's hard to say. The construction of Highway No. 1 will start soon, and there's also the matter of the agricultural demonstration base, so maybe we'll have to visit other villages for a few days. When Ma Yan and I heard this, she became silent for a moment. A week is a long time to say the least. The other party, as the head of a town, couldn't have stayed in Xiaoba village all the time. For some reason, there was a hint of reluctance in my heart. Seeing that Ma Yan and I didn't say anything, Zheng Quan wasn't sure what was in the other party's mind and spoke again to himself. People, that's how it is. Always busy every day. Sometimes I want to stop and look at the scenery outside the window, but there are too many trivialities in life. There is no time to stay. Yeah, it's also time to stop and look at the scenery outside. Mayani murmured and pursed her lips, as if she had made some sort of resolution. Turning around, in Zheng Quan's surprised expression, he moved in for a kiss. Oh Ma sister, you, omitted here. Early morning, Zheng Quan opened his eyes. His first reaction was to look into his arms. Ma Yan and I had her eyes closed and was sleeping peacefully. His left hand was placed on his opponent's thigh, while his right hand was holding Mayani's right breast. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Turns out it wasn't a dream. Although the two were wearing clothes, it was within the covers and it was summer, so how much more could there be? Last night, Ma Yan and I was revealing her heart to him, and she was clearly and secretly in love with him. If I hadn't come to relatives, it might have all worked out. Zheng Quan gently pulled his arm out, boiled a pot of water, and went downstairs to buy breakfast. When he went out, Ma Yan and I then opened her eyes and looked down at her unclothed appearance. The whole thing was hooded into the comforter. The white marks at the corners of his mouth were wiped away in passing. Before noon, Zheng Quan received a call from Shenenghong, saying that the quality of the snails they had brought was very good and could reach the top grade. I hope to meet you in person to discuss the specific price and quantity of the purchase. When Mayani learned this news, she jumped up and down happily, and seemed to feel that her great-aunt had gone away as well. The two of them hurriedly walked to the warehouse where Shenenghong was located, and just as they entered the door, they saw the other party standing in front of the office. Manager Shin. Hello again. Zheng Quan went forward and shook the other party's hand. Shenenghong also stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, the quality of the snails you sent is even better than the ones from the platform village? I just don't know how is the yield. Zheng Quan glanced at Mayani, and the other party immediately understood and went forward and said, Manager Shen, how are you? I'm Mayani, the secretary of Xiaoba village. Gu, Secretary Ma. Hello. Shenenghong hastily extended his hand, He initially thought that Mayani was Zhang Quan's girlfriend or wife. I didn't realize it was still a village clerk. Mayani also stretched out her hand, and after shaking it, said, "It is expected that this year's production will be around 15,000 pounds, and if it is according to your requirements, the top grade should be 7 or 8,000 pounds, and of course the rest of the quality is also very good." "So much? That's really great. Secretary Ma, do you think we should sign an agreement first? When I finish the work at hand in the next 2 days, I will go to the small dam village, and so on the field inspection. We will talk about the price and the contract. Do you think so?" Shen Inghong smiled and rubbed his hands, really did not think that this small dam village of clear water snails production is so high. If you can talk about it, save him initially run around. "Okay, of course there's no problem. Then let's leave a contact information first and contact in advance when the time comes." Mayani told Shen Inghong her cell phone number. The two added each other and chatted about specifics before waving goodbye. The matter was satisfactorily completed and it was time to return to the village. "Guys and gals, the book has somehow been restricted. The data has been directly cut down, and now it can barely buy 7 or 8 buns. Not feeling confident to update. Hey, Chapter 89, Away. Platform Village. We're almost there. Folks who got off the bus, it's time to wake up." Zhang Quan opened his sleepy eyes, and Ma Yan and I leaned in his arms, also awakened by the shout. "It seems that last night, it was really tiring. It feels like I've only just fallen asleep. How come I'm at the station?" Zhang Quan rubbed his eyes and took out his cell phone to check the time, only to realize that Su Wanyu had called him several times and WeChat had sent him quite a few messages, which looked like something urgent. Before getting into the car, he saw that Ma Yan and I was asleep, so he put his cell phone on silent. First to Su Wanyu, back to the phone. No one connected. Read the message sent by the other party. The first one is all concerned greetings, but the second one says, "My dad told you to be careful lately. Someone might want to get you in trouble. Who can come after me?" Zhang Quan was a little confused, and after thinking back he didn't seem to have offended anyone. As the vehicle arrived at the station, Zhang Quan had just gotten off when he saw 2 young men dressed as public officials, standing in front of him. "Hello, you're Zhang Quan, the mayor of Shimonoseki town, aren't you?" One of them stepped forward to stop Zhang Quan and asked in a very stiff tone. "Right, I'm Chang. May I ask what can I do for you?" Zhang Quan asked with some confusion, only to see this man, pulling out an ID from his pocket, blocking it in front of her eyes. "Mayor Zhang, we're from the Jingzhou City Procuratorate. This is my ID. Please come with us." "The prosecutor's office? Are you guys looking for the wrong person? I haven't broken any laws either." The doubts in Zhang Quan's heart became heavier, but then he remembered the message Su Wanyu had just sent him and suddenly had an ominous feeling. Standing beside him, Ma Yan and I, hearing the procuratorate, also tensed up. After last night's events, her entire heart is now loaded with Zhang Quan. It hasn't even been a day yet. The other party is about to be taken away by the prosecutor's office. How can she feel good in her heart? Everyone I took away said the same thing, and by the time the end of the day, they hadn't confessed to the crime. And since I can wait for you here, I must have been notified by my superiors. Mayor Zhang, we're all working for the sake of our jobs. Cooperate with each other, and you shouldn't make things difficult for us. The young man spoke in a flat tone, even with a hint of disdain. Hearing this, Zhang Quan couldn't be bothered to weasel his way out of anything, so he just said, "Can I make a phone call now?" "Mayor Zhang, as I just said, please cooperate with us. When I show you my credentials, you have no right to ask anything. Any problems are better to talk about them at the prosecutor's office." When the other man finished speaking, he took a Ziploc bag out of his briefcase, opened it and placed it in front of him. Zhang Quan had no choice but to put the cell phone and belongings, all into a sealed bag. Turned to Mayani whispered, "Ma secretary, you go back first. Don't worry about me." First of all, the matter of the field snail to grasp a good point. When the time to wait for the manager of the Shin to come or discuss, this is related to the development of the village of Small Dam in the future. By the way, there is also that the road. Let the village head of the Chang village with the secretary Zhan and the communication to ensure that the funds are in place on time. After quickly settling things, the young man did not urge see Zhang Quan to go. Ma Yan and I hastily reached out to grab his arm. Implied love shall not speak. Zhang Quan patted Mayani's wrist and said comfortingly, "Don't worry about it, you go back quickly. Be safe on the road." After saying that, he followed the young man and got into a black Santana. Ma Yan and I bit her lip and didn't come back to her senses until Santana disappeared from her sight. Obviously, they are going to be taken away, but they are still concerned about the road and the sale of snails in Shioba village. How can there be a problem with such a good mayor? Mayani really doesn't understand why no one arrests those corrupt officials. Inside the Santana, Zheng Quan was eager to try and get some words in, But these two remained silent no matter what he said. Forced to lean back in his seat, he recalled what he had done wrong. More than 2 hours later, the Santana pulled up in front of the Jingzhou City Procuratorate and the young man took him out of the car, making phone calls as he went. Duke I've brought back the people. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll treat them well. Zhang Quan followed behind, slightly far away, and only heard a Gongzi. Mr. There's no one with the last name of He around him either. Who the hell is the other guy? Interrogation room of the public prosecutor's office. After Zhang Quan was brought in, these two young men went out. Inside the room there was only a table, 2 chairs, and a dim lamp hanging overhead. Directly across from him was a black glass wall, and Zhang Quan somehow always felt that someone behind the wall was watching him. The young man who brought him to the prosecutor's office was named by Su, and after the other party escorted Zhang Quan into the interrogation room, he walked to the nearby surveillance room. At this time there were 3 other people standing in the room. One of them was none other than He Zijuan, the only son of Jingzhou City Mayor Lin. Not very tall, only about 6'7", with a sickly white face, somewhat thinning hair, and slightly dark eyes. It doesn't go with the pointy mouth, but it's close. With this kind of looks and figure, they belong to the kind of characters who can't get a daughter-in-law when they are put in the village. Mr. I've brought the person. Do you have any more orders from your side? Bai Su walked to a place 2 meters away from He Zijuan, bowing his head slightly and said. The male in front of him, who hated people taller than him in his life, straightened up and approached to speak to him. He didn't even want to take this personal job, but who made the other guy's old man the mayor? Maybe, right away, he'll be the city clerk. Besides, Su Xingda, the director of the first prosecution department of the prosecutor's office, was standing here, so what did he have to be afraid of? He Zijuan pinched a few hairs on his chin and said, Thank you, Inspector Bai, I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Bai Su smiled and looked at Director Su again, and the other party passed him a look before he backed out. Uncle Su, it is this kid. The harm I invested in the project of the road in Shaguan Town Yellow, and finally let that what the new Starting Point Construction Investment Company to win the bid. Maybe there is some kind of catnip inside. You can have to check. Jun, our procuratorate follows the will to act according to the law. Those information you provided me with only proves that the other party is suspected. As for whether or not there is a crime, we still have to talk about it after the interrogation. Che, I don't believe it. With more than $30 million, can he not be greedy? How can he not be greedy for a few $1,000,000? You still can't trust Uncle Su. Let's hang him out for an hour first. Then I'll personally interrogate this Mayor Zhang later. Hey, that's great. A small town mayor. How dare he fight me? Really doesn't know the sky and the earth. He Zijuan mouth corners reveal a sinister smile. When this is resolved, the evening will also go to the fox friend Lu Qirong, the other party, but promised him that tonight will arrange 2 Big Bear student girls. Sheesh, there's more fun to be had. Today he's going to have to fight 2 at once, and he's going to have to prepare some work tools. Chapter 90, Commencement of Interrogation. Zhang Quan, do you know why you were brought here? Su Xingda sat across from Zhang Quan and looked at the young mayor in front of him. That's a lot of young talent. You guys brought me here for no reason and interrogated me as a prisoner. I'm afraid it's not in line with the Procurator's rules, right? Zhang Quan looked towards Su Xingda, who was sitting across from him. A whole hour or so must have passed since he was brought into the interrogation room. There was no reason to let him sit fixed like that. No one is too good-tempered to be put in their place, whether it conforms to the rules or not. Naturally there will be someone to check. Since we are all big men, let's open up. First of all, let's talk about the matter of the road bidding in Shaguan Town. You and the general manager of the new Beginning Construction and Investment Company, Chu Sini. In the end, what is the relationship? I'm sorry, I don't recognize this man. And the Lower Pass Township road bids, they were all decided by a show of hands. Why didn't you bring the others? Zhang Quan, I advise you to be honest. Since I can ask, I must have my reasons. Don't play Taijiquan with me here. I've seen many people like you. Director Su. Right. You asked and I answered. Is there any problem? If I have a problem, please show me the evidence, or else I will definitely sue the City Discipline Inspection Commission when I go out. Although Zhang Quan was a little nervous in his heart, his relationship with Chu Sini, he was in clear, but the two of them did not come and go closely. On several occasions, it was a matter of avoiding people or going to remote places. The other side must have no evidence, just to scam themselves into admitting it. A bit interesting. I see that you are not going to shed tears until you see the coffin. Su Xingda sneered, and from the nearby file bag, he pulled out a few photos and flung them directly in front of him. Zhang Quan saw the scene, thought it was with Chu Sini Wild and the hotel was secretly photographed. Forehead cold sweat involuntarily flowed down. Fingers shook imperceptibly a few times as he reached for the photo and took a look. It turned out to be pictures of him and Chu Sini standing in front of the bidding hotel, as well as in the car. And the most intimate one was just Chu Sini reaching out and holding his arm. Su Xingde looked like he was winning and said, "Zhang Quan, explain yourself? The action is so intimate. And still say you don't know? Some time ago, but just issued 8 regulations. You better give an honest explanation. Or else. Director Su, do I think there's some kind of misunderstanding here? Could it be that 2 people straddling each other is considered a disciplinary offense? Misunderstanding? Oh, that's really clever. Do you need me to call up the hotel hallway surveillance before you die? While there's still room, it's best to explain all the interests and relationships between you. In that case, go ahead and tune in. I'll just say one thing. The clear ones are clear, and the turbid ones are turbid. You." Su Xingde was so choked up by Zhang Quan's words that he didn't say anything, raised his right hand to point at him, and said with a very bad face, "Fine, fine. I still don't believe that there are cats that don't steal fish." After saying that, he made a gesture to get up and make a call. "Director Su, even if you tune out, what can you do? Does that section of the law say that you can't behave more intimately with your own sister? Sister? Playing me for a 3-year-old? You're the only son in your family. Where did you get a sister? Director Su, please investigate the other party's kinship before arresting someone next time. Li Qingru is my own aunt, and Chu Sini is my aunt's sister. Usually I call her by her sister. What's wrong with that? Also, you said the road bids were compliant the whole time. I was only quoted by New Beginnings as being more compliant, and a few others kept the same point of view as I did. Is that wrong too?" Su Xingde heard this, the face a little ironic, had no choice but to take out the killer, and then took out a few pieces of paper from the archive bag. 2 days ago, did you call Wang, the director of the finance office in Shimonoseki Township? Right, I did fight. So tell me, where did the $3 million go? That $3 million, I allocated it to Shioba village for road construction. You can check my call records. I requested Secretary Zhan for this. You don't have to tell me so much. I just want to know why the funds were transferred out without the signatures of the secretary and the mayor of the town on the allocation slip. I now seriously suspect that you have privately misappropriated the road bidding allocation, are suspected of embezzlement and bribery, enriching yourself, and are maintaining an unnatural relationship with a woman. Zhang Quan couldn't help but frown as he looked at Su Xingde's smug face. It is true that the grant did not follow the normal procedure, but he was on a visit to the village of Xiaoba at the time and was in a hurry to deal with the road problem. For that matter, it's not too big or too small. Mouths grow on each other's faces and say what they want. Director Su, you're saying I'm enriching myself? Embezzlement and bribery? Have inappropriate relationships with women? Please show me the evidence. It's true that I didn't sign the grant, but I've already asked Secretary Zhan Bin for instructions, and the funds were also paid to Shioba Village Committee. There's no embezzlement as you said. Still tough mouth is not it? Oh, Zhang Quan, you'd better think about it. Now come clean. There is still a silver lining. If we prosecute, it will be all too late. I'll give you some time to think about it. After Su Xingde finished speaking, he got up and went out again with his hands behind his back. In the entire interrogation room, only Zhang Quan was left. The surveillance room next door. Uncle Su, hurry up and arrest him. Don't listen to his nonsense. What sister or not? The two of them definitely have something fishy going on. He Zijuan saw Su Xingde walk in and spoke hurriedly. Su Xingde walked to the water dispenser, took out a disposable paper cup and took a sip first, only then slowly explained. Zijun, it's not that uncle won't help you. Right now the other party is just a suspect. Those photos you gave me can't prove that the other party is having an affair with a woman. Even if the arrest is made, it has to be based on solid evidence or the other party's initiative to confess. After saying that, he glanced at He Zijuan. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party's old man was his old leader, he wouldn't want to be in charge of this crap. Now the Zhang Quan arrested for interrogation is already out of line. Plus the other side, or next door to Hahai City to learn cadres, in the sense of reason cannot do too much. As for what background the other party had, he had also investigated. When he was first inaugurated, it was the secretary of the mayor of Riverhead City who personally sent him. But what can be done about it? After all, this is Jingzhou City. The county officials are not as good as the county management, and their old leader is still the mayor. He Zijuan didn't hear the perfunctory meaning in Su Xingde's words, but instead his tone became tough. Gesticulating, he said, Uncle Su, I want Zhang Quan to plead guilty today. If I let others know that a small town mayor can ride over me and on my head, how else can I mix in the future? You also know that I recognized my god-grandfather Ji Rong last year, and now he's a vice-governor. My old man is also the nail in the coffin when he becomes the secretary of the municipal party committee. If this matter can be done well, the matter of the Deputy Prosecutor General of the Procuratorate. Chapter 91. No comment. The room was silent. Zheng Quan leaned back in his chair, his head drooping casually. The light was dim and slightly harsh. Instinctively, he tried to reach into his pocket, only to find that his cell phone had been taken away long ago. How long has it been since Su Xingde left? An hour or 3 or 4? It's such an abrasive environment to be in that it's a bit of a nostalgia for the part of the interrogation you just had. To put it mildly, at the very least, he'd have someone to chatter with. Out and out. No one cared to drink water first. It seemed he was forgotten. At this time, in the next door monitoring room, only Su Xingde was left, standing in front of the hidden glass, with his right hand cupping his chin. He kept observing Zheng Quan's demeanor and movements. It is reasonable to assume that the average person would seem cranky or restless in such a claustrophobic environment, but it's been almost 2 hours and this Zheng Quan is sitting as steady as an old dog. Not the slightest hint of impatience. Su Xingde faintly said not good and then fell into deep thought, thinking about how to make him confess. Looking into his heart, he had also interrogated a lot of hardened criminals, and finally, under his psychological attack, he poured everything out in his head. He was able to become the director not only because of Mayor He, but also because of his outstanding ability. When he thought of this, he remembered what He Zijuan had just said. The old secretary is about to retire, and the alternate for the city secretary is between Mayor He and Vice Secretary Li. Mayor He was his old leader, and their relationship had long been tightly bound together. Although He Zijuan, this second son, always liked to add to the chaos, and he himself had wiped his ass a lot, but who made him the only son of Mayor He? Su Xingde sighed deeply, picked up the phone and called the deputy prosecutor of Guangxi County Prosecutor's Office, and the other party was also promoted by himself. Let him investigate Zheng Quan, the mayor of Shaguan Town, as soon as possible, and make sure to find evidence of the other party's corruption and bribery before 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. If he couldn't produce evidence after 24 hours, he would have no choice but to let the other party go. After hanging up the phone, Su Xingde paced back and forth in the monitoring room. His right eyebrow jumped a few times from time to time, and his heart was vaguely uneasy. Rubbing his brow, he walked over to the water fountain and drank a couple glasses of water, which provided some relief. Behind the water fountain, on the pink and white wall, were a few large letters, "Guard the bottom line of fairness and justice." Mayor Zhang was taken away by the Jingzhou City Procuratorate. The news spread quickly among the cadres of Shimonoseki Town. The first to get the news is in charge of agriculture Li Yong. When he received the phone call from Chang Zhong, it is really a bit unbelievable. Mayor Zhang can be taken away? This is not a joke. Let's not talk about how hard the other side is connected. This has only been here for less than a month. What kind of violation of discipline can there be? At first, all he could think was that there was a misunderstanding in there, but as he asked around a bit, the more he realized that something wasn't right. How did you get involved with Mayor He's son? The second person who learned the news was Secretary Zhan Bin, who was in a meeting at the time and didn't see my Yan Ni's call. I didn't learn about it until after the meeting and the call. He has been in the officialdom for 10 years. What big storms have he not seen? When Mayor Zhang was arrested, it must have been a big shot from above who wanted to mess with him. As for why, he's not sure yet. If it was someone else, he might have just ignored it. After all, this kind of scene was beyond the control of a secretary like him. But this person, Mayor Zhang, as an exchange cadre, after coming to Xinguan Town, whether it is a person or work ability, he is very appreciated. Everything has to be done personally, and it was only because of him that he was able to get more than $30 million in road grants that he was able to coordinate. As the secretary of the town of Shimonoseki, it is reasonable to help. Thinking of this, immediately picked up the phone and called the secretary of Guangxi County Gao Ping. Nowadays, only he could save Zhang Quan. I know, Zhang Mayor was taken away from the matter. First, do not spread around. Before the work should be how it is, the leadership of the town of Shaguan must not be messed up. Okay? For now, keep me posted on what's going on. Gao Ping put down his cell phone and sank his entire body into the back of the chair, crossing his index fingers together. Zhan Bin said too little information. Only know that Zhang Quan went to Shiba village to inspect the agricultural demonstration base, and then was taken away by the procuratorate. It was imperative to first figure out who had taken Zhang Quan and who was targeting him behind the scenes. If the background was too big, it was not something he could meddle with at his level. In the entire county and even in Shimonoseki Town, he was probably the only one who knew about Zhang Quan's backstage. It is said that icing on the cake is not as good as snow. If this can be done, we may be able to get on the line of Deputy Secretary Li. But there's a prerequisite. Let's figure out the cause of the matter first. With that in mind, Call a couple of close old buddies to see if they've gotten wind of anything. An hour later, there was a knock on the door. Cao Ping frowned and said enter, then sought his secretary. Secretary Gao. There's a meeting later. You let Prefect Zhao preside first, Gao Ping said indifferently. The secretary answered and exited the office. Deputy Secretary Li's daughter's boyfriend. Zhang Quan. Mayor He's only son. He's Zijuan. How did these two get involved? The word is out that the old secretary of the city of Thornton is retiring internally. Almost at the end of the year. There are less than 3 months left until October, when someone will surely be chosen between Mayor He and Deputy Secretary Li. Now the struggle between the two major factions is also gradually surfacing, and it's not really certain who will be in the end. Is this something that should be taken care of or not? Gao Ping pondered for a long time and didn't make up his mind. The road to officialdom is one wrong step at a time. If the bet is successful, it will be a one-man show and a chicken and egg show. If you fail to place a bet, you will fall into a bottomless abyss from which it will be difficult to recover. The time was too short for some things to be thoroughly inquired into, especially what friction there was between the two men to the point of being taken away on the spot. Cao Ping hesitated again and again, but still picked up the cell phone, rubbed his somewhat numb index finger, and dialed Deputy Secretary Li. Whether it's right or wrong can only be determined by God. The interrogation room of the public prosecutor's office. Zhang Quan's stomach rumbled for I don't know how many times. Now he was hungry, sleepy and thirsty. He had a feeling that by now, it would be all through the night. Click. The door to the room was opened again. Zhang Quan turned his head to look and saw Su Xingde walk in, holding a file bag in his right hand. Zhang Quan, have you thought about it yet? If you don't give an explanation, then I'll say it, so don't blame me for not reminding you when the time comes. The corner of Su Xingde's mouth revealed a smile if anything, as if he had found some crucial evidence. Zhang Quan moved his stiff neck a few times and stared up at Su Xingde. I still say that. If I've violated the discipline, please show me the evidence? No comment on the rest. Oh, good. Very good. Young man, I admire your courage. The person who talked to me like this last time, if I remember correctly, or a director, should have been in jail for almost 3 years now. Su Xingde's left hand index finger knocked on the table. His eyes looked at the opposite side of the Zhang Quan. Seeing that he still looks like no comment, the nasal cavity hum. Chapter 92, Investigating the Background. Splat. Su Xingde slapped the file bag on the table, and a few photos slid out. Zhang Quan, now that the ironclad evidence is overwhelming, I'll see how you can still explain this time? The content of the photos. All of them were Zhang Quan and Chu Sini sitting together to eat, as well as going in and out of the hotel and so on. And the most crucial one was the last one. Chu Sini handed a file in front of Zhang Quan. As to what it was about was unknown. Zhang Quan scanned the photos, which were basically pulled from the hotel surveillance system, but they were really pervasive. Director Su, what kind of evidence are these few photos of yours? Does eating with a beautiful woman count as a disciplinary offense? And the last photo, what can it prove? You've come up with evidence of my embezzlement and bribery. Haven't you checked my bank balance? After saying this, he sneered a few times. Su Xingde's face sank when he saw this. He didn't expect Zhang Quan to behave or be so calm, strongly suppressing the anger in his heart. This is still just an appetizer. Then he took out another document. Don't think that I can't do anything about you if you have a clean bank current. Chu Sini is the general manager of New Beginning Construction and Investment Company, but also the biggest winner in this bidding. If there is no collusion of interests between you, the ghosts do not believe it. Everything must be based on evidence. You said that Chu Sini and I have collusion of interests. Where is the evidence? Didn't I tell you? Chu Sini is my godsister. What's wrong with having a meal together? And the bidding thing? I'm not the only one who can decide. Why don't you call all the people present for interrogation? I now seriously suspect that your procuratorate abuse of power. Zhang Quan, you're really skillful. You want proof? Good. Satisfy you. I'd like to see how you'll explain after listening to this recording. Su Xingde sighed long and hard in his heart. In order to convict Zhang Quan, he had used a lot of contacts. At first, he also thought the same as He Zijuan. More than $30 million of road allocation. How can be embezzled $1 million or $2 million? But after investigation, no signs of corruption and bribery were found at all. He's been doing this for years. He's never seen any routine. Whenever public funds are misappropriated, traces are sure to be left behind. However, what he didn't expect was that this Zhang Quan didn't move at all, even a penny. The $3 million allocated to the village of Shoba. But also true, although the procedures do not comply with the rules, but also cannot take this matter to be convicted, at most give a small punishment. In the face of such a puritanical official, he could only use the killer. Zhang Quan watched as Su Xingde took out a recorder from a file bag and pressed the play button in his puzzled eyes. I am Du Hao. Deputy Director of the Guangxi County Development and Reform Commission. And previously, during the road bidding process in Xiaoguan Township, I admitted that I did not adhere to my personal bottom line, disregarded the 8 regulations, and illegally accepted $500,000 in cash sent by New Beginnings Construction and Investment Company, and verbally promised Manager Chu that I would cast a vote for their company during the bidding process. After the recording got here, there was no sound. So Zhang Quan thought the man had finished and looked up at Su Xingda and said, "What does Duhao's corruption and bribery have to do with me?" "Oh, Zhang Mayor, don't be anxious, it will be your turn soon," Su Xingda said with a leathery smile. With that, Duhao's voice came back from within the recorder. "I am sorry for the training of the organization, but also failed the leaders to trust me. I want to report Zhang Quan, the mayor of Xiaoguan Town. In real name, he also accepted a bribe from the New Beginning Construction and Investment Company. The specific amount of how much I'm not clear. This is still the Chu manager told me. I can guarantee, Zhang Quan definitely has a problem. You must." Before the latter words could be uttered, they were turned off by Su Xingda, who then took out 2 more photos. One of them was Chu Sini sitting with Du Hao, seemingly discussing something. The second one was a handbag that Chu Sini pushed in front of Du Hao, and you could vaguely see, at the top, a $100 bill. The evidence is all over the place. Zhang Quan, explain. If I'm not wrong, Du Hao also participated in the voting at that time, and also voted for the New Beginning Construction and Investment Company. The other party could have truthfully explained. What are you still holding out for here? I advise you to honestly admit your guilt and strive for a lighter treatment. Du Hao, this person he was not impressed, but also just bidding for the time of the General Assembly has seen a few faces. The two did not even talk to each other. How come the interests of the transaction? Why the other party to report him in real name? Zhang Quan more and more think about this matter is not right. The 2 photos of Chu Sini and Du Hao. He had also looked at them carefully and they should not be synthesized. As for whether or not it was what Du Hao had said between the two, he could only know if he asked Chu Sini. At first, before the bidding, Sister Chu had also said that she was determined to win this bidding. The thought of it made the heart grow more and more uneasy. Now that the evidence is overwhelming, Du Hao's embezzlement and bribery is definitely a nail in the coffin, and now the other side wants to drag him down. So what can he say? But it's really mud on the crotch. It's not. Instead of explaining, it is better to remain silent. Seeing Zhang Quan's eyes closed and looking like a dead pig, Su Xingda opened his mouth and said, "What? Don't have anything to say? Or don't want to say it? It's best to." At this time, the pocket cell phone suddenly rang. "Pick up a look as mayor," he called. Su Xingda had to pause the inquiry first, took the cell phone and stride out of the interrogation room. Tone of respect, old leader. What do you command? On the phone, He Lin's tone was rather hard. "Did you arrest the mayor of Shimonoseki town?" Su Xingda hurriedly smiled and said, "Old leader, this matter, you know Zijun." He Lin snorted coldly. "I don't care what He Zijun promised you. If you don't have any solid evidence, hurry up and release the other party. You still don't understand what that little brat of mine is like? A day of netting me trouble." After saying that, there came another sentence just now. Deputy Secretary Li called me, inquiring about this matter. "You get ready. You'd better wipe your ass clean." With that, he hung up. Su Xingda gripped his cell phone and carefully recalled the last words spoken by Mayor He. How could Undersecretary Li care about a small town mayor? The other guy is a bastard, and seems to be a little out of age. If I remember correctly, Deputy Secretary Li only has one daughter. Su Xingda frowned. If the relationship between the two was really close, then he would have to re-examine this Mayor Zhang. After all, Deputy Secretary Li's background is not simple, and the other party's voice in the Jingzhou City leadership team is not at all worse than Mayor He. Thinking of this, he immediately called Bai Su and asked him to hurry up and investigate Zhang Quan's background, especially all the things that happened before he came to Xiaoguan town as the mayor. Chapter 93, Enforcing the Law in an Impartial Manner. In view of Zhang Quan suspected of bribery, Su Xingda first detained the other party, waiting for the matter to be investigated before making a final decision. Originally, he wanted to directly convict Zhang Quan, but after receiving a call from Mayor He still didn't dare to act rashly. He can only wait for Bai Su to investigate what kind of relationship Zhang Quan has with Deputy Secretary Li, and he will look at it in light of the situation. Surely the old adage is true. Things are not finalized. Everything is subject to change. In order to convict Zhang Quan, he was entrusted to promise Du Hao a lot of benefits. Coupled with the other side of the ass is not clean, the grace and mercy which made him agree to report Zhang Quan real name. It's just a shame that the pawn will have to be discarded if things go south. Su Xingda sighed. It has been a long time since he encountered such a difficult bone to gnaw. Really underestimated this town mayor. Bai Su was also a bit surprised when he received Su Xingda's call. He had never seen Director Su in such a hurry. Looks like that little mayor has some background. He was the one who captured the person. And if the other party got out of the trap unharmed, he might have to wear small shoes for him. Thinking of this, picked up the phone and began to use their own contacts. Their own quite a few classmates and friends are in Jingzhou City. First understand his previous work experience. An hour or so later, Bai Su wrote out all the information he knew on a piece of paper. Zhang Quan parents are ordinary farmers. Relatives and friends have no public officials. Into the Water Resources Bureau is basically a small transparent. The first promotion. Or because of the Xuanhe village flood, the Water Conservancy Bureau Chief Chen Jiayi accidentally fell into the water. Zhang Quan saved each other. Because of this, he was also honored by the Bureau and was named an advanced individual. This was followed not long after by an appointment as head of the Water Conservation Unit of the Old Town Water Department. During his appointment, he was involved in the Natural Snow Water Purification Company water poisoning incident, as well as the Baoshan Fine Chemicals water pollution incident. In these two cases, it can be said to be out of the limelight, and therefore received the name praise of Mayor Yu of Hahai City. Later, the White Magnolia Secretary of Riverhead was removed and reassigned elsewhere. Because of this, a number of officials were implicated, among them the director of the Water Resources Bureau, Luo Yucheng, and the deputy director, Wang Enfeng. There was a staff change in the Water Resources Bureau, with Unit Chief Chia Yichan serving as the deputy director of the Old Town Water Resources Bureau and deputy director Musuyu serving as the full director. In the future, it is the cadre exchange training organized by the province, and Zhang Quan just happens to be on the list. After training from the party school, he was appointed as the mayor of Shimonoseki town. Seeing this, Bai Su frowned. Before the appointment, it was normal, but later, it was like a rocket, whooshing upwards. He felt that there was something wrong in Zhang Quan's appointment here. Something in it. There must be someone behind the scenes pushing the envelope. Otherwise, he could have risen from unit chief to mayor? That's too big a span. Inwardly, I can't help but be jealous. I have worked hard for Su Xingde, and even introduced my own cousin to. That's what got us to the current low. But after seeing Zhang Quan's work history, the more he saw in his heart, the more red. I'd like to see what you're really based on. A full day has passed since Zhang Quan was detained. The reactions to this have been all kinds of wonderful. Shimonoseki Town Market Supervision and Management Wang Tao, after learning that Zhang Quan was taken away by the procuratorate, happy in the office and jumped up. His grandma, you've had your day. How can a tiger get out of the prosecutor's office alive? After that incident with Shen Shangxiang, in the recent period of time, Wang Tao has been repressed for too long, for fear of being caught by Zhang Quan. This is good. The other side do not know what crime was taken away by the prosecutor's office, and do not have to be in fear in the future. Oh yeah, and that little Shun Xiang, dress up all day long, really let people look at the heart itchy. 2 days ago to check the catering hygiene, not on the supply also even a tea is not poured. Now that Mayor Zhang is in, I'll see who can still cover you this time. Thinking of this, waiting not to get off work, directly out of the office, take people to Shin Xiangxiang's hotel, check properly before. Yingchun Building, Lobby Manager's Lounge. Shin Xiangxiang painted her lips, pursed her lips, picked up the mirror and looked left and right, and trimmed her eyebrows, before she put down the mirror with satisfaction. Then she walked over to the dressing mirror, rested her hands on her full breasts, and turned sideways again. Compared to her breasts, she was most pleased with her buttocks, standard peach buttocks. Seeing this brought back memories of that night, Chang with her at home. Grabbing his cell phone, he took a few tantalizing pictures and sent them to Zhang Quan as usual. Opening the WeChat chat box, he realized that the last time the other party messaged him back was 2 days ago. He muttered, "This little guy, why hasn't he messaged me back yet?" However, she didn't think too much about it. After all, the other party is at least the mayor of the town. Everyday busy can't care about looking at the cell phone is also very normal. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded outside the room, followed by the voice of waitress Xiao Chui. Manager Shen, Director Wang brought someone over to inspect, saying that the hygiene of our back kitchen is not up to par, and we need to shut down and reorganize. What the hell? When Shen Shangxiang heard this, she was surprised and hurriedly put on her clothes and walked out of the lounge. Xiao Chui stood at the door. Her face was very anxious. After seeing Shen Shangxiang come out, she pulled her arm and continued. Manager Shen, Director Wang will be in the back kitchen. The people he brought with him have already sealed the restaurant, and many guests have not settled their bills yet. Is the other guy crazy? Even if there is a problem with my restaurant, it is ordered to rectify the situation. Where is the direct closure of the store? Isn't he afraid that Mayor Zhang will come after him? The more Shen Xiangxiang thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong and hurriedly walked towards the back kitchen. When you wait, you see a number of chefs and waiters standing at the door, and a couple of law enforcement officers in overalls, taking pictures and pulling out seals. Director Wang, what are you doing? Shen Shangxiang saw Wang Tao, who was surrounded by clusters, and went forward to ask. Wang Tao instinctively licked his lower lip when he saw Shen Shangxiang coming, his eyes staring nakedly at her breasts and buttocks. Mud. Such a special thing. It's really cheap for that kid. Tonight he was going to get a taste of the woman, and feel the path the mayor had traveled in the process. Is it wide or narrow? Wang Tao said in a conspiratorial manner. Manager Shen, what else can I do? Don't you see it all here? The hygiene is not up to standard. Some of the staff don't have health certificates, and the firefighting facilities are not complete. When the rectification is done, open for business. Director Wang, didn't you just finish checking last time? How come you have a problem this time? You are not afraid of the leadership above to find you. Shen Shangxiang was angry by the other side of the sentence, chest up and down undulation. The latter words he did not say. After all, there are many people here. Wang Tao walked to Shen Shangxiang with a smile on his face, his eyes staring at this special woman. Then he put on an attitude of impartial law enforcement and said in a serious tone, last time was last time. This time is this time. If there is any problem, you can report directly to my higher-ups. Manager Shen, I'm standing here now, waiting for you to call. When he finished, he greeted his men and went to post the rest of the place, taking the hotel staff out in the process. Not a moment too soon. Only Shen Shangxiang and Wang Tao were left in the corridor. Chapter 95, The Reason for the Incident. Director Wang, what exactly do you mean? Shen Shangxiang was the first to speak. It doesn't mean anything. Didn't I say so? It's just normal law enforcement. If you have any problems, please reflect them to my leader. Wang Tao finished and took a few more steps forward, and was just a step away from Shen Shangxiang. The faint fragrance of roses came to her face, and she couldn't help but inhale the aroma fiercely, and her mind began to fantasize about the fragrant scene. Shen Shangxiang took 2 steps backward with some disgust, and just as she was about to take out her cell phone from her pocket, she heard Wang Tao on the opposite side of the room continue. Manager Shen, don't waste your efforts. Mayor Zhang was taken away by the Jingzhou City Procuratorate yesterday. If you don't believe me, you can call and try. Hear this. Shen Shangxiang felt that the sky was going to collapse. Her mouth recited the words. This is impossible. Zhang Quan, how could he? The right hand, somewhat trembling, took out the cell phone. Immediately dialed to Zhang Quan. The phone came. The phone you dialed is offline. Please dial again later. Barf. The cell phone fell to the ground. Wang Tao smiled a few times in triumph, bent down to pick up the cell phone, and handed it to Shen Shangxiang. Manager Shen's cadres who were taken away by the Procuratorate. There is only one final ending, and that is prison. It doesn't matter if the backing fell, you can still find one. Tonight I am before 8 o'clock. I will wait for your call. I'll be waiting for your call by 8 o'clock tonight. By then, everything will be fine with the hotel. Think about what I said. We are all adults. Who left who still live well? After Wang Tao finished this sentence, seeing that Shen Shangxiang was still in a state of dumbfoundedness, he put his cell phone on the counter next to him, and only then did he walk towards the door, just past the corner of the hallway. Couldn't wait to pull out my cell phone and call an old friend. Hey, old black that medicine from last time, send me a few more. And some more whole aphrodisiacs. The bigger the afterburner the better. Right, or the same old place. I'll go over now. The price is not a problem. Only after Wang Tao walked away did Shen Shangxiang come back to her senses and sent several messages to Zhang Quan in succession, and the phone was still turned off. What should I do? He didn't know any leaders in town, and even the ones he did know were scheming against him. It was so hard to meet a man worth relying on. But now the more I thought about it, the harder it was to accept, and the more aggrieved tears dampened my eyes. Shen Shangxiang hid on the ground, her hands clasping her knees, her shoulders shaking as she cried. Jingzhou Municipal Government Compound. Su Wanyu walked around the living room with her cell phone, her face full of anxiety. Yesterday Zhang Quan called her. That would just be in the bathroom. Wait to see and then call, but no one answered. Called today and it was off. 2 days ago, Pops had given her the word to give Zhang Quan a chance to settle down and pay more attention lately. Finished on one foot and couldn't be reached on the other. It wasn't until Pops came back last night that Su Wanyu learned that Zhang Quan had been taken away by the prosecutor's office. The charges are misappropriation of public funds, suspected bribery and other charges, and the main thing is that someone has reported it in real name, and things are a bit bad. Naturally, Su Wanyu couldn't listen to her old dad's explanation. She didn't believe that Zhang Quan would commit a crime. Li Guotai looked at his daughter's anxious appearance, sighing in his heart, the woman is not in the middle. Although Zhang Quan was arrested on his career has little impact, but the other had donated blood to save his daughter. Plus Wan Yu in a relationship status, the old man and spoiled his granddaughter. In reason cannot sit idly by. If this is not handled well, the little girl will have to go to her old husband's side to complain again. Yesterday, after inquiring, I also learned exactly what happened. Procuratorate in charge of the interrogation called Su Xingde. Zhang Quan whether bribery, for the time being, has not yet come to a conclusion. However, from his many years of experience in reading people, the other party did not look like the kind of person who was greedy and illegal. Moreover, deep down, he did not want Zhang Quan to do such a thing. If the other party was truly guilty, even if he was rescued, his career would be ruined in the future. His own daughter's affair with him is also a different story. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone and called his secretary, asking him to look into this in detail, and wait to find out the cause of the matter. Almost 3 or 4 hours passed. During this period, Li Guotai answered a total of 3 phone calls, frowning each time, and Su Wanyu sat next to him, looking up at him from time to time. At first, he thought it was Mayor He using Zhang Quan as a breakthrough, trying to launch an attack on him, but after summarizing the news, the more I felt that there was something wrong in it. The final spearhead of the matter, all pointing to the Lower Pass Township Road bid. The funds at first or he greeted, specially approved for Guernsey County. It goes without saying that the process formalities are certainly in line with the requirements. The cause of the matter, he also basically clear. He Zijuan has a fox friend called Lu Qirong, opened a construction company. The last few years in Jingzhou City, the construction industry can be said to be flourishing. This time the road bidding in Xiaoguan town, Lu Qirong Construction and Investment Company also participated. Only the final result seems to be less than desired. Not only did the most invested section, not get taken, but the last of the leftover soup was not served. After this, Lu Qirong harbored a grudge and told He Zijuan, fanning the flames and targeting Zhang Quan. If he did not raise his hand in the end, how could the bidding fail? The main thing is still the general manager of the New Beginning Construction and Investment Company, Xu Xini, has an unusual relationship with Zhang Quan. In this way, Zhang Quan became He Zijuan's punching bag, trying to straighten him out to demonstrate. Li Guotai can learn these details, or a friend of his secretary. The other party is also engaged in the construction of this line, and Lu Qirong relationship is good. As for why Du Hao should report Zhang Quan in real name, what inside, Li Guotai cannot be clear. After all, now this person has been taken away by the procuratorate, temporarily cannot be contacted. The crux of the matter lies in whether or not Zhang Quan accepted bribes from New Beginnings. If not, then all is well. Li Guotai's right index finger kept tapping on the table, trying to get news favorable to Zhang Quan from this information. Dad, brother Zhang Quan definitely won't be corrupt. You must save him. Su Wanyu saw her dad sitting there in silence after answering the phone. She thought that things were serious. Li Guotai touched Su Wanyu's hair lovingly and said, "Good daughter, corruption or not, it's not up to me to say ah. I now go to the prosecutor's office. You honestly stay at home, not allowed to call your grandpa. Remember." Su Yangyu pouted and didn't say anything. With a reluctant look, Li Guotai laughed twice, but did not say anything else, got up and put on his clothes, and asked the driver to come over to pick him up to go to the prosecutor's office. Less than half an hour, Li Guotai's special car parked in front of the procuratorate. Su Xingde, who learned of this news, immediately trotted out. "Deputy Secretary Li, what brings you here?" Su Xingde said in a humble tone. Li Guotai stepped down from the car, his eyes staring at Su Xingde. He knew that the other party used to be Mayor He's old subordinate, and now he was in charge of Zhang Quan's embezzlement and bribery. In his heart, he could not help but think that there were still half a year to go before the old secretary retired to the second line. His own old rival, can't wait to target him already? Li Guotai frowned and said to Su Xingde as he walked, "Take me to see Zhang Quan, the mayor of Xiaoguan town." Deputy Secretary Li. This, Su Xingde stammered, feeling a little embarrassed. "What? Is there a difficulty? Do you need me to call Mayor He for instructions, before I can go in?" Li Guotai finished his sentence and made a gesture to pull out his cell phone. Seeing this, Su Xingde hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Deputy Secretary Li, no, there is no need to bother Mayor He. I will take you in now." If this were to make the call, everyone outside would think he was a bully and didn't take his leaders seriously. In the future, how can he still mix in the Jingzhou officialdom?